Volume 1. Chapter 1. Chapter 1, Return. Translator, GGP. Editor, GGP. Jiang Prefecture was one of the world's 19 prefectures. It lay next to the East Sea, and contained many of the realm's lakes. This happened one day in the Jiang Prefecture, in Grand Dominance County City. Jinglu Street, situated in the western regions of Grand Dominance County City, was packed with people and bustling with activity. It's been 6 years. A cotton-clothed youth with a sword hanging by his waist led a horse down the street. I'm finally back. After being away for so long, home is indeed still the best. Trot. 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 The sound of hastened hooves rang. A youth dressed in gorgeous clothes was riding atop a large horse that galloped through the crowded street. With as much agility as they could muster, people quickly leaped out of the horse's way. Chasing after him were quite a few servants and guards who implored him, "Young master, slow down. Slow down." When the cotton-clothed youth saw this, he led his horse to the side and watched as the youth in gorgeous clothes rode past. "Whose brat is that?" "Oh, that's right, I've been gone for 6 years. 6 years ago, that kid was only 7 or 8. The cotton-clothed youth smiled before proceeding forward. In his familiar hometown, he even found a couple of shops that he remembered. It has been exactly 6 years. When I left, I was only 15. It's been quite a while and I've changed a lot, the plain-clothed youth lamented. When he was 15, he met with success at every turn and he was full of spirit. He was labeled the #1 person among Grand Dominance County's younger generation. However, after leaving home and wandering for 6 years, he realized how truly childish he used to be. As he continued down the path, he saw familiar shops, restaurants, rivers, and bridges. Finally, he led his horse to a manor. Fear started to creep up on him as he approached the manor. He took a deep breath, and walked forward and knocked on the door. Creak. The door opened only slightly, as an old man poked his head out of the crack. Immediately afterward, his eyes opened wide. "Second young master." The young man before him dressed plainly and didn't look particularly extraordinary. However, the old man had watched the second young master, Qin Yun, grow up. He only needed a glance to recognize his second young master. "Uncle Li," Qin Yun said with a smile. "Second young master is back, second young master is back." Old Li yelled out. His voice resonated throughout the manor as he pushed open the manor's doors. "Give that to me. I'll lead the horse." Old Li took the reins of the horse. Yuner. The entire manor was in an upheaval as a middle-aged woman came running out. Behind her were quite a few female maids that quickly followed. Upon seeing Qin Yun at the door, the middle-aged woman broke out in tears of excitement. "Mother!" Qin Yun's eyes winced as he ran to her. The middle-aged woman carefully looked over her son, touching his elbow and face as she said, "Great, great. It's so great that you've come home. You've grown taller. Second young master, Madam has shed many tears for you. Every day, she prays before the Bodhisattva for your safe return," a female butler quickly spoke up. "For me to return only now, I haven't been a filial son." Qin Yun gave his mother a long look as well. He noticed that she not only had more white hair, but also more creases at the edges of her eyes. With a pained heart, he came to the realization that his mother was already almost 50. "Don't say that. What matters is that you are now back." Although his mother's eyes were full of tears, they were tears of joy. She quickly commanded, "Quick, inform the master, as well as first young master." "Yes." The female butler quickly left to follow her orders. The whole Qin Manor was in celebration as the head of Qin Manor, Qin Liehu, also came back. "Master! Master!" The servants and maids in the manor all bowed respectfully, however, they were all bursting with excitement. The servants were also extremely happy that the second young master had returned. The single-armed master nodded. His eyes shined like lightning and there was a single blade at his waist. His imposing presence commanded the respect of his servants and maids. He was the owner of the Qin Manor, Qin Liehu. He was also one of the 3 silver badge constables in Grand Dominant City. Father. Qin Yun and his mother, Changlan, both came out to welcome him. Yun'er. When the single-armed man, Qin Liehu, saw his son, his eyes warmed and moistened. Mothers openly worry when their sons travel the world. Although Qin Liehu didn't say anything, he was similarly concerned the whole time. He knew that he needed to let Qin Yun go out and explore the world to have a brighter future, but that didn't stop him from worrying. He feared that his son would perish and never return. This world was massive, with countless tall mountains and deep valleys that were full of monsters. Exploring the world was not an easy task. It's great that you're back. Splendid. Qin Liehu looked at his son. Clearly, he was much more mature than he was before. His aura was also a lot more concentrated. Have you broken through? Qin Liehu suddenly asked. He knew that his son was following the cultivation path of immortals. The difficulty of obtaining any success in cultivation was indescribable. I managed to break through 2.5 years ago, Qin Yun said with a smile. Qin Liehu's eyes lit up. Breaking through meant the transformation of a fish into a dragon. Good. Very good. I, Qin Liehu, have an incredible son. Qin Liehu was extremely excited. There were great implications that resulted from this news, matters so serious that he didn't dare discuss them with his wife. Can't the 2 of you go inside instead of talking here? Qin Yun's mother, Changlan, said. Yes, let's go in and have a seat. Qin Liehu quickly said. After spending some time with his parents, Qin Yun heard voices coming from outside. Second brother. Second brother. Second brother. A call came from far away, filled with excitement. Brother. Qin Yun rose up. Father, mother, I'll go welcome him. Go ahead, you and your brother haven't seen each other in 6 years, Changlan said with a smile. Qin Yun quickly exited the hall and immediately saw a large family walking over from afar. A colorful robed youth with his beautiful wife and 2 children, one male and the other female, were coming towards him. Second brother. When the colorful robed youth saw Qin Yun, he ran over excitedly and hugged him. Brother, Qin Yun hugged his brother back. His relationship with his brother had always been very good. Back when the Qin family was still rather insignificant, they both grew up in the village and went through many hardships. Qin Yun was still very young then, but his brother was already a teenager and would take care of him. You brat, you were gone for 6 years. Before you left, didn't you say that you would only be gone for 3? And then, years later, you sent a letter saying that you would stay outside for another 3 years? Said the colorful robed youth as he couldn't control his feelings. 3 years, on top of the first 3 years. Seriously, you made the whole family worried. It's all my fault, Qin Yun quickly said. Hi, sister. Brother, are these 2 little fellows the Shu Yan and Shubbing that you mentioned in your letter? Hello my dear nephew and niece, aren't you a cute pair? As Qin Yun said so, he bent down and pinched the faces of the 2 children, causing the children to cling to their parents' legs in fear. Greet your uncle, the colorful robed youth said. Don't be afraid, what is there to be afraid of? This is your uncle, stop hesitating and greet him. Uncle. The 2 children were around 3 or 4, and still easily impressed. Ha, I have 2 protection charms here with me. You can take them with you. Keep them carefully. Qin Yun had prepared for this moment long ago, and took out 2 colorful pouches. From them, he took out 2 jade talismans. They were completely white and had intricate carvings on them. The design gave anyone who looked at them a soothing feeling. The colorful-robed youth, Qin Yun, was quite knowledgeable and knew that the 2 jade talismans were extraordinary. Second brother, that's too much. Wear it around, it's good for children, Qin Yun said. At noon, the whole family was together and eating an extravagant lunch. The maids happily brought up plate after plate of food. The Qin family treated its servants and maids very well. Qin Yun happily enjoyed the lunch with his parents and brother. He reveled in the happy, familial atmosphere. Sir, sir. After lunch, a constable came to the manor and yelled at the top of his lungs. Everyone in the hall heard this. Yun'er just returned, can't you take a break for a day or two? Chunwang was not too happy about the turn of events. Let me ask what happened first. Xinliahu said before standing up and walking outside. The constable at the door was almost 8 feet tall. He was strongly built and held a thick steel staff. At a glance, the staff was at least over 100 pounds. Just brandishing it around could easily shatter a wall. However, this burly constable was patiently waiting outside. Old Su, what happened? Xinliahu walked up close before asking in a hushed tone. Earlier that day, he had instructed his subordinates to not disturb him unless it was something important. After all, his son that had been away for 6 years had just returned. Sir, I didn't want to come and disturb you. However, the county governor personally commanded that you come. There's something important that might occupy you for the next 1 or 2 days. Constable Su shook his head as he quickly said. The county governor? 1 to 2 days? Xinliahu furrowed his brows. The county governor was in control of all military and political power in Grand Dominance City. As a result of demons and monsters wreaking havoc, he had the authority to persecute any official under the 7th grade without permission from his superiors. Thus, no one within Grand Dominance County dared to question the county governor's authority. Xinliahu returned to the hall. The county governor has summoned me. I probably won't be back for 2 days. Xinliahu put on his coat and hung a blade by his waist. Be careful. Chunwang quickly cautioned him. I'll walk you out, father. Qin Yun quickly stood up. Walk me out? Go be with your mother and the rest. Xinliahu said to his son as Qin Yun accompanied him out. Second young master, it's been 6 years since I last saw you. It's been a long time, Constable Su smiled as he said. Uncle Su, your wind fire staff has gotten bigger. I reckon your strength has improved greatly, said Qin Yun. It's not worth mentioning. Seriously, it's nothing at all, Constable Su said. Next to Qin Yun, who had been crowned the best of the younger generation in Grand Dominance City when he was only 15, Constable Su naturally felt humbled. Father, is it serious, considering you can't come back for 2 days? Do you need my help? Qin Yun asked. Xinliahu looked at his son before saying, Relax, the strongest force in Grand Dominance City is the government. All right. Qin Yun nodded. Qin Yun followed his father until they reached the manor's entrance, where there were already horses prepared. Xinliahu and Constable Su both rode off. As he watched his father leave, Qin Yun circulated the quintessential essence within him to begin the casting of Dharma powers. Dharma eyes, behold. Deep in Qin Yun's pupils, Dharma patterns were condensing. One would not notice any changes on the surface, but through Qin Yun's eyes, the world was changing drastically. It was already afternoon with the sun hanging high. However, under Qin Yun's gaze, the sky was full of azure-colored wisps. Riding in the distance, his father, Xinliahu, had a few odd wispy auras lingering around him. There were pink ones, deep green ones, and blood red ones. There was a total of 6 different types of aura wisps. However, each of them was very weak and seemed like they would disappear with time. As one of the 3 silver-badged constables, father probably encounters monsters every once in a while. It is completely normal for him to be slightly tainted by demonic auras. Qin Yun was relieved. The demonic auras only stained the surface of his father's body and had yet to fully infiltrate. There were no hidden adverse effects. Qin Yun turned around and returned to the manor. With his Dharma eyes, he saw that humans had their own distinctive auras, while plants had very different auras. All beings had their own auras and the strength of the auras varied. Nothing was concealed from his Dharma eyes. Obviously, when it came to the vital auras in his family manor, other than his own, his father was definitely at the top. The maids and servants had much weaker auras. Yuner, come over here. Don't worry about your father, he often needs to tend to official business. Changlan called out from within the hall. Qin Yun turned his head and looked at the hall. Thanks to his Dharma eyes, the auras of everyone inside the hall appeared. His mother, sister-in-law, his nephew, and niece all had normal auras. However, the aura exuded by his brother. Ha! Qin Yun's heart leaped. He saw that his colorful-robed brother had a relatively weak aura. Furthermore, a thicker, more sinister green aura was seeping into Qin Yun's body, intertwining with his own aura. Demonic aura. What a thick demonic aura! It has already penetrated deep into his organs. It is definitely not the first or second time this has happened to my brother. My brother's vital aura is extremely weak and, if this continues, it will not be hidden any longer. He'll immediately fall sick and die. Qin Yun's heart palpitated as it filled with anger and killing intent. Who is trying to kill my brother? Qin Yun's heart was full of shock, anger, and a hint of lingering fear. If he had returned just half a year later, he probably would not have seen his brother ever again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2. Chapter 2, Capture. Translator, GGP. Editor, GGP. At dusk, Qin Yun's brother, Qin Yun, reluctantly left the manor. Together with his wife and children, he headed south of the city on a horse-drawn carriage. The night descended. Qin Yun changed into black clothes and tracked his brother to his manor. There, he stood hidden in the shadows. According to the mark that I left on brother, this is it. Qin Yun looked at the manor. This is actually the first time that I've been to brother's manor. I would have never imagined that demons would be the reason why. With a step, he flew more than 100 feet into the manor's interior, where he landed on the roof of a pavilion. Silently, he half-crouched as he surveyed the entire manor. The manor was a couple of acres big and there were quite a few servants on patrol. In certain dark recesses, there were even expert guards that stood vigilant. Dharma eyes, behold. Dharmic patterns condensed deep within Qin Yun's eyes and he once again opened his Dharma eyes. Under the Dharma eyes gaze, the vital auras of the two hidden expert guards and the 6 servants that were openly patrolling could be clearly seen. Qin Yun also saw the vital auras of his brother, Qin Yun, as well as his brother's wife and children. They were all fast asleep. As long as an aura was within his Dharma eyes range, even if there were buildings that blocked his gaze, it could not hide from him. Found it. Qin Yun quickly found the thick green demonic aura. It originated from one of the rooms that the maids resided in. So, a blurry figure silently traveled more than 100 feet to the room's door and gave it a light push. The lock on the door easily opened. Inside the room, a small girl dressed in thin, skin-tight clothes was sitting on her bed with her brows furrowed. Humph. It'll take another 3 months before the demonic aura merges with his 3 souls and 7 spirits. Only then can I consider it a success. A terrifying bloodlust aura surfaced in her eyes. Counting the 6 months that I've already spent here, I will have been the maid of a lowly merchant for 9 months? Once the leader's grand plans are complete, I'll eat all of those that have cursed at me or bullied me. A bloodthirsty, powerful demoness had to work as a maid, being hollered at for half a year. How could she not be angry? All she could do was endure and wait for her work to bear fruit. When it's past midnight, I can absorb Qin Yun's yang aura again once he is completely asleep. The young girl closed her eyes and started to wait patiently and silently. Suddenly, the door was pushed open silently. Despite the door not producing any sound, the girl could sense it and her eyes snapped open. Immediately, she saw that a black-dressed youth had pushed the door open. The black-dressed youth casually walked in and, while he did so, he emitted an invisible wave. Seal. As Qin Yun entered, he cast a dermic spell. A barrier of light flashed into existence, enveloping both Qin Yun and the girl within the room. Obviously, the light barrier was invisible to the naked eye. The sealing spell could seal the surrounding area and trap enemies. It could also isolate the space within the barrier from the outside world. Others couldn't hear what was happening inside. Finally, it could even seal the enemy's strength. This was an extremely impressive dermic spell. Qin Yun closed the door nonchalantly. Dermic spell? The girl's heart palpitated. Dermic spells were techniques founded by accomplished Taoists or Buddhists after they gained enlightenment over the natural forces of the heaven and earth. Dermic spells were not taught to just anyone, and the conditions to cast them were extremely difficult. The barriers to entry were incredibly high. Just his being able to cast a dermic spell showed how terrifying the black-dressed youth was. So it's only a cat demoness, Qin Yun softly said as he looked at the young girl. Thanks to the Dharma eyes, he could see the girl's true form. The girl was still wearing skin-tight clothing as she got off the bed in trepidation. Standing there with her bare feet, she said weakly, "Senior, please spare me." Spare me? Although I have been in the Qin family premises, I have not done any harm. Have not done any harm? Then, why is this family's master, Qin Yun, full of your demonic aura? It has even sunken deep into his organs? Qin Yun wasn't in a hurry to act. He found many aspects of the situation to be curious. If this continues, the master of this house, Qin Yun, will probably be bedridden in the near future. Medical help would likely prove fruitless and his only outcome would be death. What? The girl was alarmed and tears started to well in her eyes. I didn't. I never wanted to hurt Mr. Qin. No? Qin Yun looked at her coldly. But you are harming him. No, I didn't. I didn't want to hurt him, I didn't know. The girl was quick to blame herself. Senior, I will not lie to you. Qin Yun and I truly love each other, so why would I dare hurt him? It's just that I'm a demoness and couldn't bear to tell him. Perhaps my demonic aura has seeped into his body during intercourse? Intercourse? Qin Yun sneered. His yang aura is so weak that it couldn't have just been intercourse. You have probably been deliberately absorbing his yang aura, haven't you? You could have absorbed all of his yang aura in one go, yet, you have been absorbing tiny amounts every time. What are your intentions? The young demoness was very inwardly alarmed. This young man appears to be very young, so I thought that he would be lacking in experience. Now my hopes of deceiving him and finding an opportunity to sneak away are gone. He actually managed to deduce that I'd been absorbing yang aura. I didn't hurt him, really. The young girl cried out. Senior, you must trust me. Humans and demons have been lovers before. How can mere intercourse result in the weakening of yang aura to such an extent? Qin Yun sneered. At this point, it's better to speak the truth and stop getting caught in lies. I don't know, the young girl's tears fell as she grimaced in sorrow. However, without warning, she rushed to a window to her side. Her speed was so fast that she left after images. Her right hand also immediately became covered in fur, with sharp claws extending out. Her right claw swiped down violently, in an attempt to rip through the ceiling light barrier. It was too fast. But Qin Yun, who was standing by the side of the door, was even quicker. He appeared next to the girl nearly instantaneously and stretched out his left hand to grab at her. The young girl attempted to dodge in panic. However, despite it being a seemingly ordinary left hand, she was unable to dodge it at all. The 5 fingers easily gripped onto her neck. At this point, the young girl had changed drastically. Her entire body was covered in long fur. There was even fur on her head. Her ears had become cat ears while her eyes had turned green. Her pupils transformed into vertical slits. Her mouth was also full of razor-sharp teeth and she attempted to struggle. However, large amounts of quintessential essence came surging out of Qin Yun's left hand before they went into the cat demoness body. Then, he cast a sealing spell in her body, immediately putting an end to any resistance. Pang! With a nonchalant toss, he threw the cat demoness to the ground. Speak. Lying there in front of me is useless. Unless you say something that convinces me, I can be satisfied by kill you. Qin Yun looked at the girl. He had to understand why his brother was being harmed so viciously. Absorbing yang aura was very common. Most demons would absorb lunarine aura for cultivation. But Lonin did not lead to birth and solitary yang did not foster growth, so there was a need to balance the two. The power of solar yang was formidable. And the yang aura of humans was the most effective. Absorbing it from humans greatly aided the cultivation of the demons. Thus, it was quite common for demons to absorb yang aura. However, this demoness had spent half a year, only to absorb a minuscule amount each time? And while doing so, the demoness also pretended to be a maid? That was a huge waste of time. With that much time, the demoness could have absorbed the yang aura from hundreds of people. Even if a portion of each person's yang aura was absorbed, the cumulative effects would still be much better. Speak. Qin Yun looked at the cat girl as an invisible bloodlust aura shrouded her. The cat demoness' heart pounded. She could tell that the person in front of her had no lack of demon blood on his hand. He definitely wasn't a greenhorn cultivator. With her life on the line, she thought, hiding it from him would only earn death. But if I just foolishly reveal it, I'll probably still be killed. There's no time to think right now. I can only seek a way out of this peril. Senior, you really do have a discerning eye. My puny tricks can't deceive you, the cat demoness said quickly. The reason why I went through the great trouble to be a maid and only absorb a small amount of yang aura each time is so that my demonic aura will gradually permeate him. Now, it has seeped into his organs and, in another 2 or 3 months, it would have probably gotten into his soul. Qin Yun's eyelids twitched. When the demonic aura seeps into the 3 souls and 7 spirits, even an accomplished cultivator would be powerless to help him. At that time he would either be severely ill, or dead. Only I, the owner of the demonic aura, would be able to save him. The cat demoness continued, from then on, his future would be in my hands. A demonic slave? Qin Yun's voice was ice cold. Once the demonic aura seeped into the souls, there really was no cure. One could only survive if the demonic aura's owner willed it so. With one's life or death in the hands of a demon, they had no choice but to be a faithful servant to that demon. It can't be counted as a demonic slave. If I wanted to, as the owner of the demonic aura, I could always extract and remove the demonic aura and return him to normal, the cat demoness said immediately. Extract and remove the demonic aura? It has already seeped into his soul. Even if you were to extract the demonic aura strand by strand, that would still take several years, wouldn't it? Qin Yun is just a mere merchant, and definitely not worth going through so much effort. Qin Yun coldly said, is it because of his father? Qin Yun's father was Qin Liehu, who was one of the 3 silver badge constables. He had a sizable influence in Grand Dominance City. I am only carrying out orders from my leader, the cat demoness quickly said. I don't know the reasons why. Where is your leader? He's within Grand Dominance City. In hopes of living, the cat demoness answered honestly. Bring me there. Qin Yun glared at the cat demoness. Senior, I am willing to lead the way, but I hope that you will spare my life. I am only a small demoness that was forced to do this. The cat demoness looked at Qin Yun. Cut the crap. Lead the way. Qin Yun grabbed the cat demoness' shoulder. She could not put up any form of resistance. Senior, if you won't spare me, then I'd rather die here. The cat demoness said as she gnashed her teeth. Qin Yun fell silent. The cat girl was making a huge gamble. She believed that the person before her wanted to save Qin Yun, and to do so he needed to know who the figure behind all of this was. Time slowly passed and the cat demoness closed her eyes and forcefully held her ground. All right, I consent to your request. As long as I am able to find the one behind this and confirm that he did indeed instruct you to do so, I can spare you, said Qin Yun. The cat demoness was delighted. She knew that the higher the cultivation of human cultivators, the more arrogant they were. Because of this, they valued their promises. A promise was worth its weight in gold. They would not renege on it easily. Senior, thank you for showing mercy and letting me live. I will lead the way now, the cat demoness quickly said. So, grabbing onto the cat girl's shoulder, Qin Yun left his brother's manor silently. The servants were still patrolling around the manor, but they noticed nothing, let alone the fact that a cat demoness that had been among them for half a year, and was now being taken away. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3. Chapter 3, Monster Leader, Chunwang. Translator, GGP. Editor, GGP. Within moments, Qin Yun arrived outside a magnate's manor with the restrained cat demoness in tow. He had sealed her demonic powers to ensure she couldn't escape. He hid with her in a shadow outside the manor walls. It's here. My leader is living in there, the cat demoness said in hushed tones. Qin Yun opened his dharma eyes and looked beyond the walls, into the manor. No demons? Qin Yun was perplexed. From his perspective, it looked like a normal magnate's manor. He could not detect any demonic aura within. Are you sure that your leader is living here? Qin Yun used the sealing spell to put a light barrier around the cat girl and himself, preventing any sound from being transmitted. The cat girl nodded with great conviction, definitely. This manor might seem normal, and there is even a magnate living inside. But this manor is split into two portions, an inner sanctum and an external one. My leader and the others live in the inner sanctum. There's even an underground palace within the inner sanctums of the manor. That is where my leader resides most of the time, but... Underground palace? Qin Yun was quite surprised. A luxurious palace is definitely not something that can be completed in 3 to 5 years without being discovered by the authorities. It looks like your leader has been in Grand Dominance City for quite a while. He has been here for decades, the cat demoness said obediently. Meanwhile, inside the secret palace, a yellow-robed fat man was smiling and squinting his eyes as he sat on an extravagant throne. A pink-robed woman whose breasts nearly burst out of her robes snuggled up to the yellow-robed fatty and fed him desserts. Sitting beneath the yellow-robed man were 7 experts that lined the sides of a hall. They were of all ages and genders with extraordinary dispositions. They were enjoying nice wine and food while watching the dance before them. Musicians were performing to the side of the hall. Their zither and flutes played in harmony, making the tune go from majestic and bombastic to soothing and whimsical. The dancers danced along with the vicissitudes of the melody. At times, they would be extremely solemn, other times they would dance agilely with alacrity, and finally in a seductive and alluring manner. Good. The yellow-robed fatty and the 7 experts under him enjoyed the show. Master, try this. I made it myself. The pink-robed woman took out a bit of dessert from one of the plates and extended her hand towards the yellow-robed man's mouth. However, the yellow-robed fatty was focused on a black-robed elder that had appeared within the hall. "Do you not like what I made?" the pink-robed woman wheedled. "It tastes great. Babe, everything you makes tastes good, but your mouth is the sweetest." The yellow-robed fatty turned his head and kissed the pink-robed woman. The pink-robed woman laughed seductively. "All of you are dismissed," the yellow-robed fatty ordered. "Yes, master." The musicians and dancers stopped and left after bowing. They had already lost themselves to despair. Ever since they entered this underground palace, they were never able to leave. They could only live out their hopeless lives in silence. They didn't even dare to complain, because the demon was simply too scary. But at that moment, the black-robed elder walked up with a wooden box in his arms. The elder bowed obsequiously as he said, "Leader Chu, the astral pattern steel that you needed has finally been obtained after 8 years of gathering. This batch weighs a total of 83 pounds. Astral pattern steel?" The figure of the yellow-robed fatty that was originally sitting down suddenly turned blurry. He traversed a distance of more than 100 feet while leaving a series of afterimages in his wake. Thud! He appeared before the black-robed elder. The black-robed elder's heart quivered. "He's so fast. He can probably kill me in one strike." However, before he even bothered to, the other 7 demons lining the sides would easily kill me as well. But the yellow-robed fatty reached out his hand and grabbed the wooden box. He quickly opened it and caught sight of the silvery white metallic blocks engraved with special patterns. His eyes lit up and he chuckled queerly. "This astral pattern steel is banned by the government, so no civilian is allowed to be in possession of it. If one is caught with it, it's punishable by death to the entire family." It really wasn't easy. We tried everything and spent 8 years. Many people died before we managed to get our hands on these. "Once I obtained them, I immediately brought them here to you," the black-robed elder said quickly. "Relax, I will be good to you in consideration of your loyalty to me. No one will dare challenge your standing as sect head as long as I'm here. There is no need for your sect to pay any tribute to me for the next decade," the yellow-robed fatty said forthrightly. The black-robed elder was overjoyed. With the support of the demon leader, his standing as sect head was stable? Tribute was waived for 10 years? That tribute would naturally end up in his pockets. "Thank you, Leader Chu," fawned the black-robed elder. Astral pattern steel. However, the yellow-robed fatty was fixated upon the treasure within the wooden box. He picked up a silver-white metal piece and threw it into his mouth. The teeth in his mouth were originally quite ordinary, but they suddenly turned hideous like razor-sharp saws. With crunching sounds, he pulverized the astral pattern steel into smaller pieces and swallowed them. Afterwards, his teeth returned to normal. "My strength is ranked within the top 3 of the sect. However, even a strike from my axe only leaves a scuff on this astral pattern steel. Furthermore, the metal will automatically heal itself very quickly." Yet, he crushed it with his teeth just like that? The black-robed elder was secretly appalled. After the yellow-robed fatty finished a block of astral pattern steel, he walked back to his seat and sat down. However, there were silver lines circulating faintly over his skin. "Congratulations, leader. With this astral pattern steel, leader's strength will definitely enhance immensely." The 7 underlings who were sitting by the side stood up to offer their congratulations. Some precious materials could only be used by immortals, Buddhas, gods, or demons. For example, the demon leader's cultivation could be directly enhanced by consuming astral pattern steel. Ha ha ha. The yellow-robed fatty laughed, and the sound of his laughter made the whole hall tremble. Suddenly, a black-robed youth walked into the hall through a side door, with a frail girl in his grasp. He walked in so casually, it was as if it were his back garden. The new arrival was none other than Qin Yun, who had the cat demoness in his custody. "Ha!" Everyone in the hall fell silent as they looked at the uninvited guest. The yellow-robed fatty's expression changed slightly, but he immediately sat back down on his throne in a calm manner. He hugged the pink-robed woman as he gave a meaningless smile and said, "My palace has 7 guardian corps and many hidden traps. However, this young man grabbed one of my subordinates and arrived here, silently, without any warning. I, Qin Yun, am impressed. Might I ask, where do you hail from, my friend? Why are you here?" Qin Yun glanced at the yellow-robed fatty. Through his Dharma eyes, he could clearly tell that the yellow-robed fatty was a wild boar demon. His aura was extremely oppressive and he seemed peerless. The 7 that sat on the sides were all demons as well. "Is he your leader?" Qin Yun ignored the demon leader and instead looked at the cat demoness. "Was it on his order that you harmed Qinin?" "Yes." The cat girl lowered her head in shame. "Friend, are you here for Qinin?" The yellow-robed fatty sat there as he spoke with a deep baritone voice. "Yes, Qinin." Qin Yun turned his head towards the yellow-robed fatty and asked, "Why did you order your subordinate to ambush Qinin, with the intent to control him?" Qinin's father is Qin Liehu. He's one of the 3 silver badge constables of Grand Dominant City. You know, a single silver badge constable is nothing to me. However, the government has a lot of men with powerful weapons. His particular group of constables has been a headache for me. Thus, I decided to use his son's life in order to have a good talk with him. It resulted in such a vulgar scheme. The yellow-robed fatty laughed. "Friend, since you have intervened, I can drop the matter on your account. However, might I ask where you come from? There is no expert like you in Grand Dominance City." "Oh? You believe that I'm not from the Grand Dominance City?" Qin Yun asked. "I've been in Grand Dominance City for 68 years now," the yellow-robed fatty said confidently. "Whether it's a human or a demon, I know everyone that possesses strength." "Everyone?" Qin Yun nodded. "Phew." Qin Yun then threw the cat demoness in his grasp to the ground. The cat demoness quickly got up as she pleaded in a soft voice, "Senior, I have brought you here. I hope that you can honor our agreement, removing your dermic spell and sparing me. Since I brought this cultivator here, the leader will definitely not spare me. I need to escape while this cultivator fights him," the cat demoness thought. "Pooh." The cat demoness suddenly trembled. The quintessential essence energy sealing her demonic powers instantly minced her heart. You didn't live up to," the cat demoness' eyes were filled with indignation and anger as she collapsed limply to the ground. Her body distorted and her corpse revealed her true form of a large black cat. Qin Yun looked at her. Towards some people, promises must be kept, even if it means death. However, to others, abiding by promises is stupid and pedantic. It's the same for demons. If I were that stupid, I would have died at the hands of demons countless times. When his voice fell, everyone in the hall had drastic changes in their expressions. Would have died at the hands of demons countless times? The yellow-robed fatty muttered to himself as his eyes suddenly narrowed. Demons are quite rare, but it appears as if he has faced many demons before. "Friend, can we put the matter of me going after Qinin to an end, considering you have also killed one of my subordinates?" The yellow-robed fatty stood up and stared at Qinin. However, the pink-dressed woman by his side became slightly nervous. As for the 7 other demons that were originally seated, they also stood up and stared at Qin Yun. As for the black-robed elder, he was so nervous that he was shaking. Although he controlled a whole sect that had thousands of members, he was in a panic at that very moment. No, Qin Yun shook his head. A fierce glint flashed in the yellow-robed fatty's eyes. He bellowed suddenly, "Kill him!" His voice rumbled like a thunderclap that reverberated through the hall. Even the ceiling trembled as most of the cutlery on the table shattered. Whoosh! 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 The 7 experts of different ages and genders, but shared extraordinary dispositions, immediately moved. 5 charged at Qin Yun, while one of them turned into a ball of mist and another vanished. Invisibility? Qin Yun was slightly shocked. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 4. Chapter 4, I am his younger brother. Translator, Quiescent Night Editor, GGP. The demons revealed their true natures, and began to physically change appearances. Some of them began to grow yellow fur from their skin as their eyes became dark green. Some of them began to grow a thick hide of skin on their faces as horns sprouted from their heads. All of them were manifesting demonic characteristics. Furthermore, some held 2 sharp thorns in their hands, while others were grasping large battle axes or using flexible swords. These were the weapons that the demons were most proficient in. They had extraordinary strength, but their speeds varied. Some were fast, while others were slow. But even the slowest ones were still leaving phantom images of themselves in mid-air. One could well imagine the speeds they were going at. The demon that had dispersed into a cloud of mist was even more peculiar. It was hard to discern where exactly it was. The sudden disappearance of one of the demons caused tremors in the heart of the black-robed elder who was observing from the side. Invisibility? How is that beatable? These demons are too horrifying. Although the yellow-robed fatty, Chuang, had delivered the order, he maintained his original position by standing in place. My 7 subordinates are not that weak. The collective effort of the 7 will be sufficient in ascertaining the strength of this mysterious expert. When experts met in battle, there was only a fine line separating victory and defeat. Understanding the limitations of the mysterious expert in front of him could help him gain the upper hand when they engaged in combat. 7. Qin Yun stood there, motionless. Whoosh! 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 His right hand unsheathed his sword for a split second before putting it back in. Several ice-cold beams scintillated midair like swimming snakes. The 5 demons that had pounced quickly fell to the ground. The mysterious mist demon similarly collapsed into a corpse that quickly transformed into a panther. Behind Qin Yun, a woman's corpse also appeared and immediately transformed into a snowmink in midair. All 7 demons fell to the ground one after another. Their weapons clanged to the ground as they escaped the demons' grasps. All the demons eventually morphed back into their true forms: wolves, panthers, etc. All 7 of their corpses were significantly larger than that of regular beasts. Yet, they only laid there motionless. The faces of the black-robed elder who stood afar without daring to move and the lady in pink went pale. They died, just like that? The 7 demons died instantaneously? The black-robed elder found it unbelievable. His strike, I couldn't see it at all. What a fast sword. Did you rely on your Dharma eyes to see through the invisibility technique? The yellow-robed fatty, Chuang, stood there as he spoke with a deep voice. It's no wonder you have the guts to saunter in here alone. However, coming to my territory was your worst mistake. As he said this, he slammed his left hand onto the armrest of his throne. He had used a tremendous amount of strength in the strike, causing the armrest to crack with a loud sound and sink down. All the side doors in the audience hall abruptly slammed shut. Simultaneously, the walls and ceiling became filled with numerous holes. Oh no! The black-robed elder's expression revealed a look of panic and despair. Master! The pink-robed woman felt despair as well. However, the yellow-robed fatty sported the same ferocious grin as his head transformed into a hideous boar's head and he grew a thick layer of hair all over his body. His height swelled up until he was nearly 10 feet tall. His clothes tore apart as he grew. Shoo! 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 From the dome of the hall, countless spikes in the form of black beams of light shot through the holes in the walls. Each was the length of a human palm, but the black beams of light were densely packed together in a shroud that left no room for escape. Even the place where Chunwang was standing was enveloped by the poisonous spikes. Innumerable spikes shot through the hall, penetrating the black-robed elder and the pink-robed woman. Instantly, more than a dozen holes were bored through their bodies. They had died on the spot, eyes filled with despair. Pwah! 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 Even the long narrow table that was made of stone was easily penetrated by the poison spikes. The floor of the hall that was made of granite was also penetrated, leaving behind a series of cavities. When I built this underground palace, I filled it with mechanisms for the sole purpose of taking on true experts. The wild boar demon, Chunwang, watched in anticipation. However, Qin Yun slowly stepped forward. His footsteps would occasionally speed up, causing a poisonous spike to graze past his back. At times, his footsteps would slow down, allowing a poisonous spike to fly past his chest. Sometimes, he would tilt slightly to the left and a poisonous spike would graze past his ear. Sometimes, he would tilt slightly to the right and, once again, a poisonous spike would graze past his neck. The poisonous spikes came from every direction, and yet Qin Yun moved like he had eyes on the back of his head. He easily avoided all the poisonous spikes. How is this possible? The wild boar demon, Chunwang, widened his eyes. How did he dodge the poisonous spikes that shot from behind him without being able to see them? Could it be? Qin Yun strode through the main hall in a relaxed manner. He did as he pleased as he emanated his psyche, covering a region of 50 feet in diameter. Everything inside it, even a speck of dust which could not be seen by the naked eye, was within his perception. With the 50-foot buffer, it made avoiding the poisonous spikes a lot easier. He only needed to make minute movements to avoid the incoming poisonous spikes. Even though there were times when it was difficult to dodge the spikes, Qin Yun would simply extend his right hand and, with a light flick, send the poisonous spikes that were flying at him to the side. In a few seconds, all the poisonous spikes were expended. The grand hall resumed its silence, with holes nearly everywhere. The wild boar demon, Chunwang, removed his huge hands that resembled cattail leaf fans from his eyes. All the hair on his body was quivering, as the poisonous spikes fell from his body onto the ground. I've heard that the hides of wild boars are fairly thick. For a wild boar demon like you to actually use your body to resist those poisonous spikes is quite an impressive feat. Qin Yun gave a rare compliment. Humph, you easily deflected those poisonous spikes, which means you have reached the perfected seamless realm. You can even release your psyche, can't you? Chunwang continued, when you are capable of releasing your psyche, you are not that far from the realm of heaven-man unity. I never imagined that a great expert such as yourself would come to my territory. Chunwang stretched his hand out to grab a metal column beside his throne. With a rumble, he ripped out the 13-foot metal column and brandished it. However, it did not appear out of place. He looked almost like a regular person holding a staff. He twirled the column with one hand, stirring up a howling gust of wind. The stance and momentum were terrifying. A high cultivation level doesn't necessarily mean strength. I've killed many human experts who were at a higher cultivation realm than me. Just as his voice faded, Chunwang rushed forward and fiercely swept the metal column in his hands, creating a loud ring. The metal column weighed at least 1,000 pounds. A single sweep of it seemed like it could carry him to victory. A graze would result in serious injury and a direct strike would leave one dead. So, Qin Yun abruptly bent down and avoided the swinging column above his head. In a moment, he unsheathed his sword. Wah! The sword blade drew across the demon's stomach diagonally. At the instant of the slash, Qin Yun felt an immense amount of resistance. His sword managed to cleave off a few hairs with great difficulty and, when it finally reached the demon's thick hide, the momentum barely left a white mark before dissipating. Whoosh! Chunwang instantly retracted the metal column before suddenly stabbing downwards at his target. Qin Yun quickly brandished his sword and immediately rushed forward to dodge before returning with a surprise attack. Whoosh! 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 Qin Yun raised his speed to his limits while Chu Yong wielded his metal column. Chu Yong's staff techniques were rather powerful, but he could not even lay a finger on Qin Yun. At the same time, Qin Yun was slicing, stabbing, and slashing Chu Yong's body continuously. However, even his strongest strike only managed to pierce 2 inches into the thick hide. He failed to penetrate the entire depth of the thick hide. What a thick hide of skin! Qin Yun retreated to the side and sighed with a click of his tongue. The hide is too thick, just too thick. I've already said it. A higher cultivation realm does not mean higher strength. How will you fight me if your sword cannot penetrate my skin? I just need to hit you once and you're dead. Chu Yong laughed boisterously. Your hide is indeed thick. Perhaps it is worthy of meeting my misty rain sword, said Qin Yun. This is a sword technique I came up with on my own. On your own? Chu Yong guffawed. A sword technique needs to be properly tempered and honed with multiple revisions. So what if you came up with it on your own? Is that so? Qin Yun advanced forward. Come over and die. Chu Yong swung the metal column forward, but Qin Yun easily dodged it. He also struck out with his sword, creating a hazy sword beam that flashed like the misty rain in spring. It was ethereal and hazy. Chu Yong pushed his metal column up, tipping the column down to rapidly block. Pooh! The hazy sword beam and the metal column collided, and the metal column slowly changed directions. The sword beam swung around the column and proceeded forward. With a sharp lacerating sound, the hazy sword beam tore through Chu Yong's abdomen. Chu Yong originally ignored it because he was confident of his physical defense. However, he immediately widened his eyes and frantically grasped at his abdomen. With a loud tear, his body was split into 2. The upper half of his body separated from his lower half as his dismembered body fell to the ground, covering it in fresh blood. Only then did Qin Yun sheath his sword, putting it back into his scabbard. Chu Yong had very robust vital strength. He raised his head to look at Qin Yun. How is this possible? You couldn't penetrate my hide before, so how did you do it with one strike? It's not possible, the hide I was born with is incredibly thick. I was even taught a body tempering cultivation by a water god, so how could a single strike of yours split my body apart? This misty rain sword technique was self-taught? Yes. Qin Yun nodded. The lower half of Chu Yong's body had already reverted to its true form and the upper half was beginning to revert back as well. He continued to stare at Qin Yun. You killed me today because of that, Qin? Who exactly are you? He could not take his defeat lying down. He had been settled in Grand Dominance City for 68 years, and yet here he was, killed by a mysterious expert without even knowing why. Qin Yun looked at the wild boar demon and said, That's right. I killed you because of Qin. It's because I'm his younger brother. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 5. Chapter 5, Intrinsic Flying Sword. Translator, Gravity Tales. Editor, Gravity Tales. His younger brother? Chu Yong murmured quietly, then, his eyes widened. You're that Qin Yun, . He finally remembered. Qin Liehu had 2 sons. One was Qin, and the other was once a rather famous young swordsman. However, he left the city 6 years ago to travel the world. Also, the Qin Yun of 6 years ago may have been dazzling among the younger generation, but, in the eyes of the truly strong and capable, he was still considered a little lacking. Chu Yong was one of the most terrifying and formidable demons of Grand Dominance City, so how could he have thought highly of a kid? You may have killed me, but the water god won't let you off easily. Chu Yong felt his consciousness weakening. Still, unwilling to admit defeat, he growled, The water god will never let you go. Never. Water god? 70% of the demons in Grand Dominance County are the water god's subordinates, isn't that right? Qin Yun sneered. Do you think I'm scared of offending a water god by killing some demons? Xu Yong's upper body completely reverted back to its original form. The top half of a large wild boar stopped producing any sound, meaning it was dead. The entire hall was filled with silence. The leader of the demons, the 8 minions including the cat demoness, as well as the pink-robed woman and the black-robed old man, were all dead. Only Qin Yun stood alone in the middle of the hall, pondering. Just seeing the corpse of the demon leader cleanly severed with one sword strike would be enough to narrow it down to the few people in Grand Dominance County that are capable of such a feat. It would easily expose my identity. I'll have to do a little cleaning. I've only just returned after being away for 6 years. It is not the right time to clash with the water god. Qin Yun made careful plans before casually rummaging through the hall. As he searched, he discovered the box of astral patterned steel. Astral patterned steel. Qin Yun looked inside the cracked box, finding the slabs of silvery white metal. With dozens of pounds of astral patterned steel, the foundation of my intrinsic flying sword will become even more enriched. It will also shorten the amount of time I need to completely refine it by a month or 2. He continued searching around the hall, as well as the demons' corpses, but nothing surprised him like the astral patterned steel. Following that, Qin Yun took out a red sachet and opened it, retrieving a small bottle. He pulled out its stopper and sprinkled a couple of liquid drops onto the demons' corpses. He sprinkled 7 to 8 drops onto Xu Yong's body while using only 1 or 2 drops on each of the other demons' corpses. Xiao. After that, he lit them on fire. If it were burned with regular fire, it would take days to fully destroy Xu Yong's corpse, and even then, the bones would remain. However, because of those drops of fluid, a ghostly blue flame was eating away at the wild boar demon's corpse incessantly. In less than a minute, there was practically nothing left of the corpse except gray ash. As for the other corpses that had only received a drop or 2, they had already long turned to ash. My nether water is running out. I better concoct more, Qin Yun muttered to himself as he walked over to the throne. He fumbled with the armrest a bit, restoring it to its original state. Rumble. The doors which had shuttered down previously opened once again. Qin Yun used his Dharma eyes to look around and easily found where Xu Yong typically dwelled. After searching carefully, he soon found a treasure box filled with valuables like gemstones and pearls, as well as a stack of banknotes. Wow, there are 63,000 taels? Qin Yun flipped through the banknotes in surprise. This old demon was a lackey of the water god, so most of what he received had to be offered to the water god. Furthermore, there are the expenses incurred during normal cultivation, yet he was still able to save up so many silver taels. Cultivation stresses the importance of dermic formulations, money, companionship, and finally, land. First and foremost is a dermic formulation. Without it, cultivation is impossible. Money ranks second. Qin Yun shook his head. I am part of the sword immortal's lineage. I am able to keep expenses for most things low, but nurturing my intrinsic flying sword demands extremely high rates of consumption. I've invested more than half of the wealth I've accumulated over 6 years of wandering into it. So how lucky it is that I find these banknotes and astral patterned steel now. If I add it to my original savings, I can barely afford the amount needed to nurture my intrinsic flying sword through the upcoming year. Being a cultivator caused more than its share of headaches. For example, if one were to make talismans, even if one were to use the cheapest of papers and cinnabar ink, the cost of practicing in the long term was very distressing. If one wanted to create a set of talismans, the cost would only get higher. Even refining pills and Dharma treasures required heavy investments just to practice. The mere thought of it was terrifying. He searched the entire underground palace and left carrying 2 bundles. However, before he left, he projected his voice throughout the underground palace. He said with a bold and weathered voice, like that of an elder, I've killed all the demons. You should all leave this place quickly if you want to live. With that said, he left. The underground palace was a place where demons led a life of pleasure, but it was also a place where humans led a life of suffering and despair. Although they had heard a loud commotion coming from the grand hall, the dancers, musicians, and servants hid in their respective living quarters in shock, afraid to come out. However, after hearing Qin Yun's proclamation, they waited a while before coming out gingerly. Once they saw that nobody was there to stop them, and that all the traps were disabled, they left in excitement and fled into the streets. They were immediately discovered by the night patrol and the underground palace was instantly exposed. Grand Dominant City's government officials called for an investigation and learned that the owner of the underground palace was the demon leader, Chunwang. To Grand Dominant City, Chunwang was one of the most terrifying and clandestine old demons. He had been wreaking havoc for decades, and the location of his den had always been a mystery. This news immediately stirred the upper echelons of Grand Dominant City. Later that night at Qin Manor, in one of the rooms in Qin Yun's courtyard, mild light escaped from the lampshade, illuminating the room. Dawn. Qin Yun emptied one of the bundles, placing all of the banknotes and treasures into the clothes trunk by his bedside. He then put the other bundle on his bed and quickly opened it. Inside were the slabs of astral pattern steel. Astral pattern steel is considered contraband for ordinary citizens. It is a grave crime to keep it, one that is punishable by the execution of one's entire family. However, thanks to my status, it would be a trivial matter even if this bit of astral pattern steel is discovered. Qin Yun crossed his legs as he sat on top of the bed and calmed his mind. He focused on the inside of his dantian. His dantian was like the ocean, where quintessential essence surged like the waves. Within his dantian, there was a luminous, silvery metal sphere floating in the center. All of a sudden, the luminous silver ball began to spin and gradually expand, forming a long strip of metallic hair. The silver metal sphere was considered small, about the size of gravel. After it expanded, the metallic strand was long and thin, like a strand of hair on a person's head. Phew! The metal hair flew out of his dantian, flowed through his meridians, and quickly exited from his arm through the tip of his index finger. It instantly pierced his skin, leaving behind a small wound. However, with Qin Yun's strength, he recovered in an instant. After the strand of bright, silvery hair shot out from his fingertip, it immediately and rapidly started to grow. It transformed into a 3-inch-long, bright silver sword that floated in front of Qin Yun. Intrinsic flying sword. Qin Yun continued sitting cross-legged as he observed the 3-inch-long flying sword hovering in front of him. It will still be another year before my intrinsic flying sword is finished. When that time comes, it can freely exit my dantian without me being so cautious. At present, his intrinsic flying sword was not completely refined. The flying sword within his body was unable to distinguish between friend and foe. He himself would be severely injured if it pierced and damaged his internal organs. Therefore, he curled it into a sword ball and kept it in his dantian during the nurturing process. If he were to store it in its sword shape inside his dantian, the sword might accidentally damage his dantian while it was still immature. Then, it would be too late for regrets. Once the intrinsic flying sword was done refining, it would become a dharma treasure that could shrink and grow at will. It would be remarkably formidable. Even if Qin Yun were to find another flying sword that had been completely refined, it would not even come close to his intrinsic flying sword. What was an intrinsic flying sword? This was a sword that had been nurtured day and night inside his dantian, to the point of fusing with his soul. Over a long period of time, the sword would gradually become a part of his life force, with a strength that would naturally be frighteningly powerful. If the intrinsic flying sword were to be destroyed, the effects would range from Qin Yun being severely injured to having his cultivation path completely severed. Go! He lifted up a slab of the astral pattern steel sitting beside him which weighed approximately 10 pounds. He casually threw it and immediately, strands of quintessential essence shot out from his fingertip to envelop it, allowing it to float beneath the 3-inch-long flying sword. Buzz! Following Qin Yun's circulatory methods, a luster dispersed above the surface of the 3-inch-long flying sword. It continuously absorbed the essence of the astral pattern steel below it. Dots of light shot out of the astral pattern steel and flew into the 3-inch-long flying sword. As for the slab of floating astral pattern steel, it broke into fragments that began falling down. After an hour, the 3-inch-long flying sword vibrated once, letting out a sword hum. I'll end it here today. Qin Yun stretched out his hand and retrieved the astral pattern steel that had shrunk to the size of a cobblestone. It now weighed about 2 pounds. If I refine approximately 8 pounds worth of astral pattern steel a day, it will probably take 10 days to exhaust this stock of astral pattern steel. My intrinsic flying sword will also have a more solid foundation. Raising an intrinsic flying sword is really not easy. If I were an ordinary cultivator, or even if I was just someone else from the Sword Immortal's lineage, I would have to spend decades nurturing my intrinsic flying sword. Fortunately, I managed to gain insight into the Misty Rain sword intent, which allows me to nurture flying swords 10 times faster than the average cultivator. I just need several years of hard work to complete it. Unfortunately, the Misty Rain sword intent doesn't save me one bit of the materials needed for nurturing a flying sword. Qin Yun sighed with mixed emotions. It was like throwing mountains of gold and silver into a cauldron, all for a single flying sword. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 6. Chapter 6, Failing to Pass the Gate to Immortality Before 20, Despair Forever. Translator, Gravity Tales Editor, Gravity Tales. Return. The 3-inch flying sword floating before him quickly grew in size, until it became 3 feet long and looked like a regular sword. Qin Yun extended his hand out and grasped the divine sword. Although the sword was not finished, it was still extremely sharp. It could cut through iron and stone as though it were cutting tofu. But Qin Yun still couldn't bear to use it, because if something untoward were to happen to it, there would be no second chances. I was only 13 when I received the sword Immortal Legacy. I was delighted, but who knew that getting through the gates of immortality would be so difficult? Qin Yun sighed emotively. If one can't step into the gate of immortality before they turn 20, then they have no chance of success. I was about 19 before I succeeded in opening the gate of immortality. In the cultivation world, there were 3 major realms: postnatal, connate, and essence soul. Postnatal could be finely subdivided further into 12 chi refinement levels, with each level harder to break into than the previous one. Connate was separated into 3 stages: the false core stage, the true core stage, and the golden core stage. Essence soul? That had long been a legend. As for opening the gate of immortality, the phrase referred to breaking through the 9th level of chi refinement to the 10th level. Only after that breakthrough could quintessential chi convert into quintessential essence. It was also considered the true beginning of cultivation. However, achieving this would also invite misfortune and envy from the heavens. If one were to write down the formulation to break through to the 10th level, the written text would instantly vanish. If one tried to orally provide the formulation to others, they would suddenly become speechless and tongue-tied. There was a saying that if one didn't pass the gate of immortality before they turned 20, it would become impossible. The reason for it was that, before 20 years of age, the body was still growing and full of limitless vitality and vibrancy. The main and collateral channels in the body were filled with endless possibilities. One had the highest chance of knocking open the gate of immortality during this period of time by condensing and refining quintessential essence. Once one reached the age of 20, their body would be at its peak. After that, one's condition could only begin spiraling downward. Any hopes of knocking open the gate of immortality would become nearly non-existent. When I was 13, I became one with the sword. In that same year, I was at the 9th level of chi refinement. Joining a second or third-rate sect wouldn't have been difficult, and knocking open the gate of immortality would have also been easy. But I received the sword Immortal Legacy left by a connate Golden Core stage elder, Taoist Chen, from 800 years ago. Qin Yun sighed once more. The sword immortal legacy is one of the top cultivation legacies in the cultivation world, but it is also at least 10 times to even 100 times harder to cultivate than other dermic cultivation formulations. There's a saying in the cultivation world that a single sword can destroy all dharma. This sword is none other than the flying sword of a sword immortal. Qin Yun shook his head. I only inherited it. Without a master or senior to guide me, the sword immortal legacy ended up being at least 10 or 100 times harder to develop than regular dermic formulations. I received the legacy at 13, left home at 15, and experienced so many battles that tethered between life and death. I've even gone to the northern borders. I was nearly 19 when I finally managed to knock open the gate of immortality. Qin Yun sighed to himself again. Knocking open the gate of immortality without the help of a master or senior meant that he could only depend on himself and forge his own path. Oh? It's already morning? Qin Yun noticed that it was getting brighter outside his window. Retrieve. With a thought, the 3-foot-long sword immediately began shrinking. It shrunk until it was as thin as a hair before rapidly drilling into Qin Yun's index finger and traveling through his veins until it returned to his dantian. Once in his dantian, it started spinning and became a pebble-sized, silver ball of metal. The sword ball was back inside his body, receiving steady nourishment from his soul and quintessential essence. He got out of bed and eyed the fragmented dregs that had broken off from the astral pattern steel. He sent his quintessential essence out and, in less than a second, the crumbs that were scattered across the floor lifted off the ground and formed a small ball, which then descended into a bamboo crate to the side. He grabbed the bag of astral pattern steel and put it into his clothes trunk. He hid the 2 bundles beneath his clothes. He then left behind a quintessential essence mark, closed the trunk, and locked it. He opened the door and left his room. It was early morning and very cold. The servants of Qin Manor had already begun their daily cleaning and cooking of breakfast. After washing up, Qin Yun changed into an embroidered robe that made him look like an esteemed scion. When he was traveling in the countryside, he naturally wore plain and inconspicuous clothing. But now that he, the second young master of Qin Manor, had returned home, he naturally couldn't disgrace his family. Second young master, good morning. Second young master, good morning. As Qin Yun walked around the manor, every servant he passed greeted him. As he looked at every blade of grass and every tree, all of the narrow paths and complex corridors, it gave him a sense of warmth and familiarity. Soon he arrived at the training grounds. On one side of the training grounds stood racks of weapons, and on the far side of the wall, there were targets for archery. Training grounds. Qin Yun revealed a smile. In the past, his father had trained here, and so did his brother. He too had trained arduously in his swordsmanship when he was younger. His mother would frequently sit at a stone table by the side, happily watching the family. The state of being one with the sword was only one level lower than the seamless state. The attainment of the seamless state was practically the zenith for being still in the postnatal realm. Control over one's body became seamless, to the point that they could control every single strand of hair. Even if they went a long time without practicing their sword techniques, they would not become rusty. He had already reached the seamless state, hence, he didn't need to train arduously every day. While Qin Yun had reduced the time he spent on sword training, he still did it every day as it was already a part of his routine. Phew! The sword unsheathed from the scabbard at his waist. Qin Yun stood at a spot and occasionally moved his feet slightly. He held a long sword in his hand as he demonstrated his swordplay. The swordplay did not seem fast, but the sword beams formed a blurry haze, like the misty rain of spring. It seemed like a dream that could mesmerize anyone with its beauty. It did not seem like a sword that killed, but rather a poem or a painting. A person appeared at the side of the training grounds. It was his elder brother, Qin Yun. He only watched curiously and silently, without disturbing his younger brother. Qin Yun didn't stop either, calmly continuing in his sword practice. Only after he felt satisfied did he stop and sheath his sword. Second brother, why is your sword so slow? Qin Yun asked curiously. Even though I find your swordsmanship beautiful, to the extent that it's even more beautiful than the sword dances of the ladies at the brothel, isn't it just too slow? How can such a slow sword possibly kill? Ha, Qin Yun laughed. This is my self-made sword technique, the Misty Rain Sword. What you saw was only one aspect of the Misty Rain Sword. One aspect? Qin Yun ruminated over the words. All right. You could already defeat me when you were 10, and when you were 15, you were Grand Dominance City's #1 person among the younger generation. Back then, I could still tell why your swordsmanship was amazing. But it seems that now I can't even comprehend your techniques anymore. Qin Yun smiled as he changed the topic. Brother, why did you come so early? It's not even time for breakfast, but you've already traveled from the south side of the city to the west? Us brothers haven't seen each other in 6 years. Naturally, I want to catch up with you, Qin Yun said emotionally. When you were out traveling, I would often worry about you, afraid you would never come back. But enough, let's not talk about that. On another note, this past half year, I've been waking up every morning feeling exhausted. I went to a doctor, but they said that I wasn't ill. Today, however, I'm feeling rather good. Qin Yun's heart stirred. Feeling rather good today? Perhaps it was because the cat demoness didn't devour your yang aura last night. Was it because I was missing you, second brother? My heart felt at ease after you returned, so I'm feeling better? Qin Yun murmured. Missing me? If you were missing me, why would you be fine for 5 years, only to feel uncomfortable in the past half year? Qin Yun smirked. Your body had been infiltrated by demonic aura. Infiltrated by demonic aura? Qin Yun's expression changed drastically. Qin Yun didn't hide anything from his elder brother. After all, they had gone through thick and thin in their youth. Matters such as demonic aura infiltration were something his elder brother could easily accept. I noticed it yesterday, Qin Yun stated. Then why didn't you say anything yesterday? Qin Yun asked. I didn't want to alert the perpetrator. What if they did something in desperation? Obviously, I had to pretend I didn't know anything. I secretly investigated and figured everything out last night. I have resolved the problem at its root, which is why I can tell you now, Qin Yun said. Also, don't tell anyone what I've just told you. This I already know. Qin Yun nodded. Will my body be alright? Relax, you're not beyond hope. Qin Yun grinned. As he said this, he took out a paper talisman that he had already prepared. He said, This is a disease-dispelling talisman that I got from my good friend. Even I don't know how to make this. As he said this, he injected his quintessential essence into the paper talisman, activating it. Immediately, the talisman ignited without any spark before an invisible power merged into Qin Yun's body. Qin Yun only felt a rush of coolness. The feeling of suppression he originally had also vanished. He felt refreshed. Most of the demonic aura has already been removed, Qin Yun said. However, some of it entered your inner organs, and is rooted too deeply inside you for the disease-dispelling talisman to rid you of it completely. So how can I get better? Qin Yun asked. Now that the demoness who was targeting you is gone, the demonic aura inside your body is like sourceless water. You're still young and fit, so even without the disease-dispelling talisman, you would have recovered in 3 to 5 years. But since you've used the talisman, the minute traces that are left will hardly affect you. Perhaps, in a few months, you'll expel the demonic aura naturally, Qin Yun said emotionally. The vibrancy that a body has is truly miraculous. Qin Yun heaved a breath of relief, and immediately asked curiously, Second brother, why would a demoness suddenly want to harm me? I'm only a lowly merchant, so why would a demoness target me? Is it because of father? Yes. Qin Yun nodded. Let's wait for father to come back and I'll tell you both in more detail. Qin Yun quickly recovered from the jolting news. He smiled and said, "Second brother, when you cultivated to the 9th level of the Qi refinement realm at only 13, I already knew you would knock open the gate and begin the path towards immortality. From what I've seen today, you can see demonic auras and even exterminate them. You have indeed stepped onto the path of immortality." Qin Yun smiled. Back when he received the sword immortal legacy, he had only told his father. His father had strictly warned him not to let others know. Even his mother and elder brother were kept in the dark. He feared that if the word were to spread, it would only invite disaster upon him. Knocking open the gate of immortality was really not easy, Qin Yun said candidly. The two brothers joined their mother for breakfast and engaged in a long chat when, suddenly, a servant came with news. "Second young master, someone outside the manor wishes to see you. They said they're a good friend of yours." "Good friend? You came back only yesterday and already someone wants to see you?" Qin Yun was rather perplexed. "Let's see who it is." Qin Yun stood up. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 7. Chapter 7, Western Mountain Sword Garden. Translator, Gravity Tales. Editor, Gravity Tales. Qin Yun walked to the entrance of the mansion to find out who called upon him. What awaited him was a bald man with a huge beard who held onto the reins of a horse. "Brother Yun." The man quickly smiled. His voice was very loud as he gave an excited cry. Qin Yun's eyes widened as he carefully observed the man. The person had a bald head and a large bushy beard. It was only possible to recognize him via the key features on his face. "Is that Xiao Bobo? How is that possible? That shy and handsome young man has actually turned into this rough-looking huge man?" Tian Bo was one of his best friends during his youth and was 1 year younger than him. It explained Qin Yun's endearing address. When they were young, Tian Bo was handsome and fair. But mainly, he was extremely shy. But now, he was bald? With a large bushy beard? Stocky? "Brother Yun, how can you say that of me?" Tian Bo hurriedly said. "This is too hurtful. Even my heart is aching. Stop the act." Qin Yun joked. Tian Bo chuckled. They gave each other a bear hug. "Brother Yun, it has been a while," Tian Bo said. "Indeed, it has." Qin Yun released his good friend and immediately laughed. "But honestly, Xiao Bobo, I dare say I wouldn't recognize you, with you undergoing such a drastic change in appearance. How could I control it? My hair began falling out at 18. It was pointless, hoping to prevent it." Tian Bo helplessly rubbed his head. "There was nothing I could do. Both my father and grandfather are bald, so I guess it's the same for me. Moreover, this beard of mine is also growing at a crazy rate. Nevertheless, I do appear a little domineering, don't I?" Yes, you do." Qin Yun laughed. The playmate from his youth had also grown up. "Seriously, why didn't you inform me of your return? I only caught wind of rumors of your return from 6 Fansgate. Our Western Mountain Sword Garden's young master Wufeng has already summoned for everyone to give you a warm welcome at noon today." Tian Bo laughed and said, "As for me, I volunteered to rush here and bring you there." "A welcoming party?" Qin Yun was startled. "You all have really great news sources. Word spreads quickly." Tian Bo hurriedly replied. "Let's go. Hurry. There are many old friends waiting for you." Qin Yun, who was standing by the door, also laughed and said, "Second brother, since so many of your friends are waiting for you, make haste and go." "All right. Brother, there is no need to wait for me. I'll probably be back very late," Qin Yun said. Subsequently, Qin Yun got on a horse that the servants had prepared for him. He rode off with his good friend, Tian Bo. The Western Mountain Sword Garden was located at the foot of the Western Mountain outside Grand Dominance City. The duo rode their horses leisurely and chatted on the way there. In my youth, I wanted to roam the world just like you. But with me having so little ability, I would go limp from just seeing a few bloody bouts. I decided that it was better if I took over the family business. Now, I am in charge of a portion of the food and beverage business run by my father. Tian Bo shook his head and said. By the way, I recently took in a concubine. This year, I am being forced by my father to quickly find a wife. You got a concubine before a wife? Qin Yun was startled. There was no choice. She got pregnant. Tian Bo shook his head. However, my father is actually happy because the child is a boy. You are the only son of Tycoon Tian. He is simply waiting for you to continue the family line. Qin Yun teased. As they conversed, they reached a lake at the foot of the Western Mountain. The lake was calm, glimmering like a huge emerald that reflected the Western Mountain. On the other end of the lake was a pavilion. They could vaguely make out several figures in the distance. There were some servants waiting at the lakeside. They had been eagerly waiting, and hurriedly stepped forward to receive the duo. Young Master Tian, is this young Master Qin? A steward asked enthusiastically. Follow me quickly. My master and the other young masters have been waiting for you. Qin Yun and Tian Bo dismounted their horses and handed the reins to the waiting servants by the side. Then, they were quickly led onto a tiny boat by the steward. Although the boat was small, it was elegantly decorated. The boatman was a beautiful young lady. The boat floated over the serene lake that resembled an immortal's paradise. I recall that the boatman back then was an old man. Now, he has been replaced by a young lady. Qin Yun sighed. Young Master Wufeng really is the best when it comes to enjoyment, Tian Bo remarked. Western Mountain Sword Garden was the property of the first young master of the Li family, Li Wufeng. He enjoyed swordsmanship and had established the Western Mountain Sword Garden when he was young. Only those younger than 16 could join. Qin Yun was only 10 when he was invited to join. Western Mountain Sword Garden was something that young Master Wufeng had created because he wished to find peers that shared the same interest in swordsmanship as he did. However, as the youths grew up, Western Mountain Sword Garden began having some influence in Grand Dominance City. There were some youths drinking and chatting heartily under a pavilion on the other side of the lake. They took notice of the small boat approaching from the other side. Ha ha ha! A loud laughter was heard from afar. The God of Swords is back. The God of Swords is back. Our Sword Garden's God of Swords is back. Make haste. Brother Qin Yun, hurry over. Don't dilly-dally. Everyone laughed out loud as they urged him. Brother Yun, let's go. Tian Bo immediately took a stride from the small boat and traversed across the water. He flew over the surface of the lake for about 200 feet before landing on the distant dock. Qin Yun laughed as he too traversed across the water. However, he did not deliberately show off. His paces merely caused ripples to appear on the lake's surface. There weren't any splashes while he slowly walked to the dock. Brother Yun, long time no see. It has been 6 years. Let's drink. I was really afraid that you would die out there. You sure are lucky. Finally, you have returned. The group of young men took a wine jug over and handed it directly to Qin Yun. Qin Yun received it. He smiled and said, all right. Let's drink. He was truly at ease being with the playmates of his youth. There were more than 20 people gathered, all who drank merrily. Second brother, let's have a competition. I lost to you in our last sword sparring match. Let's spar again. Sure. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The two of them placed their wine jugs to the side and immediately leaped forward. Over the surface of the water, they began sparring in the scenic mountains covered in greenery. Instantly, sword beams flashed as the two figures sparred above the lake's surface, rapidly trading techniques and the advantage. Great! Second brother's technique can only be described as great art that conceals itself. Its disposition has become even more extraordinary. Phew, what an odd strike! It gave me a fright. Everyone by the side commented as they drank and watched the battle. The battle finally came to an end when one party was sent flying into the lake, emerging completely drenched. Brother Ming, let's also give it a try. Let's spar. In an instant, people paired up and began sparring with their swords over the waters. Sword sparring was a common sight at Western Mountain Sword Garden. Back then, Western Mountain Sword Garden had extended invitations to many youths. Anyone who wished to join had to have certain accomplishments in swordsmanship. Their batch of youngsters could be considered a representation of the best swordsmen of Grand Dominance City's younger generation. Drinking, chatting, and sword sparring. Now, with all of them grown up, their lives were shackled under layers of chains. It led them to cherish their visits to the Western Mountain Sword Garden. There, they could drink merrily, spar enjoyably, and ignore all the mundane matters of life. Qin Yun grabbed the wine jug and drank with his good friends. At the same time, they engaged in idle banter. Where is lunatic Shang? He always challenged me to sparring in the past. Why don't I see him here? Qin Yun asked. Lunatic Zhang spent all of his family's fortunes to embark on the cultivation path of an immortal. He has even joined the familial mountain sect. Unfortunately, he failed to knock open the gate of immortality before he turned 20. He ended up roaming the world. I really admire lunatic Zhang. When I was young, I was focused on practicing my swordsmanship and also wished to cultivate into an immortal. However, I gradually gave up on that desire. Sigh, there were no other options. My father is older now. My family clan requires me to support it, so I cannot do as I please anymore. Layers after layers of shackles. One cannot be free. Everyone sighed wistfully. Everyone present were skillful experts in swordsmanship. On average, they had reached the 7th stage of Qi refinement, and had some desire towards the path of cultivation. They were high-spirited in their youth and each of them had their own goals. However, after growing up, they began being shackled by layers of restraint. Moreover, one only had a chance at opening the gate of immortality after reaching the 9th stage of Qi refinement. Among those present, only 3 or 4 of them had reached the 9th stage of Qi refinement. Finally, attempting to join a cultivation sect was an extremely difficult matter in and of itself. What about Sis Yuqing? Qin Yun asked again. She was one of the few females that was a part of the Western Mountain Sword Garden. Her father was posted to the South Bright County and she left with him. It will be difficult to see her again in the future. I heard that Sis Yuqing is married as well. Her husband is the sickly young master of the wealthy Guihai family in South Bright County. The Guihai family is one of the richest clans in the South Bright County. I too have heard about that sickly young master. It is rumored that he is in terrible condition and will likely pass on in the next few years. Why isn't brother Luobing here? Qin Yun asked. Luobing is dead. He was returning home with a good friend after visiting a brothel late one night. He was drunk and ended up being murdered. That's how he lost his life. The murderer's identity is still a mystery to this day. Qin Yun was startled. That proud young man was dead, just like that? Xiao is dead as well. There's even more injustice circling his death. He encountered a demon while returning from Jia Manor to the city. His entire party was killed. Qin Yun faltered when he heard that. Some of his good friends from Western Mountain Sword Garden had left their homes while others had already died. Although the relationships between the friends of the Sword Garden were all quite good, there was a total of 40 of them back then. Naturally, there were some who had better or worse relations among the group. They met once every few days. After a couple of years, some of them grew so distant that they did not even talk much with each other. Qin Yun had joined the Western Mountain Sword Garden when he was 10. Back then, his father, Qin Liehu, was only an ordinary constable and the group of youths was still extremely unfamiliar with each other. Therefore, they tended to form opinions of one another based on background. As the son of an ordinary constable, some of the sons of slightly wealthy merchants had looked down on him. Qin Yun was a fanatic when it came to sword training. He also had the nickname of Lunatic Yun. The only ones who were very close to him were Xiao Bobo or Tian Bo, and Madman or Xiao, who had similar backgrounds. Although a few of his peers had passed away, in this era where demons wreaked havoc, death was commonplace. In addition, their friendship was not deep, so all Qin Yun did was let out a sigh. By the way, where is Madman? Why didn't he come? Qin Yun asked Tian Bo, who was drinking wine by his side. Is he on an armed escort mission? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 8. Chapter 8, Xie Chuang. Translator, Gravity Tales Editor, Gravity Tales. Madman? Tian Bo flinched as he softly murmured, Madman has been dead for nearly 3 years. Dead for nearly 3 years? Qin Yun's expression changed. When he first entered Western Mountain Sword Garden, he was the son of an ordinary constable and was only 10 years old. Tian Bo was the son of a wealthy merchant of little significance and he was only 9 years old. Xiao's family operated an armed escort company for the delivery of goods. He was 11 years old. Xiao was always very headstrong and had a quick temper. Hence, his nickname was Madman Xia. At that time, Tian Bo had a frail and skinny body. He was also shy, thus, he was teased and given the endearing name Xiao Bobo. Strictly speaking, Tian Bo was equivalent to a lackey. Qin Yun and Xiao were the two with the strongest sword techniques in Western Mountain Sword Garden. The two of them frequently sparred with each other. Qin Yun treated Madman Xia's sister, Xie Chuang, as a younger sister. Qin Yun also had a younger sister once. However, she died when he was 8 years old. Xie Chuang actually looked similar to his sister. Even the way they wheedled was similar. Qin Yun and Xiao were extremely close. He could not believe that the extremely tactical and fierce Madman Xia would simply die just like that. What happened? How did he die? Qin Yun felt his heart wince. The various memories from his youth surfaced in his heart as his eyes could not help but redden. I had planned on telling you privately after the gathering. Tian Bo lowered his voice. You remember that Madman's father had been ill a long time ago? He became bedridden and, about half a year after you left, Madman's father finally passed away. However, Madman had strength and skill. He managed to secure his father's position as chief of the escort company. A marriage for him was even later agreed upon. It was with a concubine's daughter from a large family clan in Grand Dominance County, the Hong family. You could have said that the marriage would ensure that he had the Hong family as his backers. However, no one expected the incident before the wedding. What happened? Qin Yun asked. The Xie family received a request to escort some goods of extremely great value. Tian Bo said. Madman personally led the escort. They were about to reach their destination when they were ambushed by demons. The battle was rumored to be extremely horrifying. Only 3 out of the hundreds of people managed to survive while only 2 of the demons died. When Madman died, his sword had managed to penetrate the demon's head through its mouth. However, that monster also managed to shatter Madman's heart. Qin Yun fell silent. Demons. If an escort company were to meet with a demon, all they needed to do was offer the demon treasures and they might be let off. This was because a typical escort company of considerable strength might only have a chance of vanquishing a demon or two. These demons. Qin Yun clenched his teeth. Demons were generally of lower intellect than humans, and some were even dumber. With bad luck, offering treasures would be useless. One could only rely on the weapons in their hands. What about Xiao Chuang? Asked Qin Yun about a name he addressed with endearment. With Madman Xia dead, the young girl was the only Xia family member left. That was a huge business deal. When the escort failed, the Xia family had to compensate the clients. Despite so many of their men dying, the Xia family was forced to make compensation. Tianbo shook his head. Sister Xia Xuan was rather just and honest. After the escort company closed down, she sold all her wealth to compensate the families of the men who died. In the end, she didn't even have the silver taels needed for the compensation. She was forced to sell herself to Swallow Phoenix brothel to amass the necessary amount. She sold herself to Swallow Phoenix brothel? Qin Yun's face turned white. Madman was dead and his sister, Xia Shuang, had sold herself to a brothel? Thankfully, Swallow Phoenix brothel was famous for being the upscale brothel of Grand Dominance County. The courtesans there only sold their company and not their bodies. Only ordinary whorehouses would sell sexual services. Providing sexual services was extremely frowned upon. Typically, half a tael of silver was sufficient to pay for one session. As for the truly famous courtesans, they would be swarmed by rich and distinguished guests. Just treating the courtesans to a cup of tea or having a chat with them would cost the patrons dozens of silver taels. Furthermore, the courtesans had the right to choose their clients. For example, some famous courtesans would not even meet those from a distinguished family, even after they spent more than 1,000 silver taels. Of course, if the famous courtesan was agreeable to it, they could be betrothed to a rich man, but that was very rare. Sister Xia Shuang is the only daughter of the Xia family. She is proficient in sword dances and talented with the lute. She's also extremely beautiful, so she was able to sell herself for a high price, said Tianbo as he shook his head. I wanted to help her monetarily, but she needed nearly 20,000 silver taels. My Tian family would have had to sell half of its estate to make that much. Furthermore, a fire sale would only lower the price. Therefore, there was no way for us to help. My dad would not agree to it either. Nearly 20,000 taels? Qin Yun nodded. Such an amount was enough for one to be considered wealthy. It was quite rare for the Swallow Phoenix brothel to be willing to put up the cost of 20,000 silver taels. Let's go to Swallow Phoenix brothel tonight, said Qin Yun. All right, I'll accompany you. Tianbo nodded. Although he was anxious to meet Xie Shuang, Swallow Phoenix brothel only opened its doors to guests at night. Furthermore, Xie Shuang had already been in Swallow Phoenix brothel for more than 2 years. There was no need to rush to her. Qin Yun waited patiently as he spent time with his old friends. He sat beside a handrail and drank wine as he watched his good friends spar above the water. Brother Qin Yun, why don't you give us some pointers? That's right. Hurry, don't just spend your time drinking. His friends beckoned him. Forget it, said Qin Yun as he forced a smile. He was really not in the mood for it. Just thinking of Xie Shuang selling herself to Swallow Phoenix brothel, and Madman Xia meeting his end, it was all he could do to suppress the pain within his heart. Brother Qin Yun, a handsome youth dressed in casual and relaxed clothes, walked over and sat beside Qin Yun. He was young Master Wu Feng, the one who established Western Mountain Sword Garden years ago. He said with a smile, when you were 13, you had already achieved the 9th level of Qi refinement. At 15, you began roaming the world alone. Today, you must have acquainted yourself with an immortal's destiny and knocked open the gate of immortality, right? After a great deal of suffering, I did eventually manage to knock open the gate of immortality, replied Qin Yun. Young Master Wu Feng could not help but sigh, impressive. You are the only one from Grand Dominance City's younger generation that has knocked open the gate of immortality. But do you know why I'm really impressed by you? Qin Yun was puzzled. I'm impressed by your guts. Young Master Wufeng said, with the talent you had back then, joining any of the cultivation sects surrounding Grand Dominance County would have been easy. It wouldn't have been difficult for you to knock open the gate of immortality either. However, you clearly thought nothing of these ordinary cultivation sections. You would rather tour the world to seek opportunities and perhaps enter truly top sections. Maybe one needs such determination to embark on the path to immortality. Qin Yun was startled. He shook his head and said, "There's no need to praise me. Back then, my journey away from home was fraught with difficulties. I was frequently on the brink of death and had to grit my teeth to endure it all. Eventually, I really missed home. However, I discovered that I had traveled far away from home. The return journey was equally treacherous. However, having started down that path, I could only walk it to the end. It is already amazing to bear going this far away from home." Young Master Wufeng raised his wine jug. "Let me toast you." Qin Yun raised his wine jug as well. The two clinked their drinking vessels. After drinking the wine, young Master Wufeng said, "You are so different from us. Your lifespan is already different. After knocking open the gate of immortality, you can easily live past 100 years. If you were to step into the Khanate realm, just the false core stage extends your lifespan to 200 years. The legendary Golden Core realm means a lifespan of 500 years, making one a true immortal. In the future, us playmates of your childhood will return to the earth, but you could still remain very young." Qin Yun faltered slightly, but he did not speak a word. He looked at the friends that were sparring over the lake as he quietly drank his wine. Later that evening, Qin Yun politely rejected an invitation for a gathering at night before leaving with Tian Bo. "Let's go to Swallow Phoenix Brothel." The two mounted their horses and rode back to the city. Swallow Phoenix Brothel was one of the biggest brothels in Grand Dominance County. Officials roamed the place and wealthy merchants gathered there. Just drinking an ordinary cup of tea inside cost 1 silver tael. 1 silver tael could feed an ordinary family of 3 for 3 months. At that moment, Swallow Phoenix Brothel had already opened its doors to receive customers. Red lanterns were long hung up. There was a group of beautiful female attendants that warmly welcomed guests outside the main entrance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 9. Chapter 9, Meeting Again. Translator, Gravity Tales. Editor, Gravity Tales. Outside Swallow Phoenix Brothel, guests began entering in groups. At the corner of the street stood 2 young men. They wore simple but clean clothes. "Second brother Wang, do you really wish to enter? Entering and ordering a cup of tea alone will cost 1 tael of silver. We only earn that much after 2 months of hard work." The 2 young men looked at Swallow Phoenix Brothel from afar and could vaguely make out the enchanting figures within. "It's not like I have a family to support. The money is worth it as long as I can hear fairy clear autumn's music. Are you going in or not?" "I'm going ahead if you aren't," urged a man with bushy eyebrows and big eyes. I need to feed my family." No, I won't be going in. Ingzi would definitely scold me if she found out." A short man beside him shook his head after some hesitation. "That haggard woman of yours? She scolded you all last night. Moreover, you were rewarded with a tael of silver for picking up and returning the money bag to that benefactor. That's money your haggard woman doesn't know about. Let's go." "No, you go on ahead. It's too expensive. I hope you don't regret this." The man with thick brows and big eyes strode forward and soon entered Swallow Phoenix Brothel. The short man watched from afar, battling with temptation. Finally, he gritted his teeth and turned around to leave. One tael of silver can buy more meat and food. Our lives will become better as well. Ingzi will definitely be extremely happy when she sees the silver tael. The short man revealed a smile as he thought. As for Qin Yun and Tian Bo, they also arrived at Swallow Phoenix brothel on horseback. Young Master Tian, it has been a long time since your last visit. Please enter. An old procuress who appeared rather beautiful shouted out loudly. She must have been a beauty in her youth. There was a servant by the side who hurriedly came forward and swiftly took the horses away. Let's go in. Tian Bo had dismounted his horse and led Qin Yun inside. Someone, come entertain these guests. The old procuress led the way in warmly. A young and petite female attendant immediately came forward. Young Master Tian, this way, please. This young master, is this his first time here at Swallow Phoenix brothel? This is young Master Qin. Arrange a spot closer to the front for us. Tian Bo instructed. Young Master Tian, you can rest assured that we will not dare slight your instructions, said the female attendant with a smile. Swallow Phoenix brothel was a combination of 5 buildings. The main building, East Building, South Building, West Building, and North Building. The main building was usually used to welcome guests from all over the place, while the other 4 buildings were for more distinguished guests. At that moment, Qin Yun and Tian Bo entered the main building and were led to a spot close to a railing. The railing surrounded a stage in the middle. There were some musicians playing in the back while 2 dancers danced on stage. Brother Yun, these are only ordinary women for now. Later on, renowned courtesans will appear. This spot is closest to the stage, said Tian Bo. The both of them sat down in front of a tea table. Tian Bo ordered routinely. Get us some melon, fruits, and desserts. Add a pot of tea too. Make haste. The young female attendant hurriedly prepared the tea beside them. At the same time, she instructed other female attendants to bring some melon, fruit, and desserts. Following that, she very naturally began massaging Tian Bo's shoulders. Young Master Tian, does young Master Qin need someone to serve him? There's no need. Qin Yun said. He had roamed the world for 6 years and naturally understood the rules of a brothel. In a brothel like Swallow Phoenix brothel, the female attendants only massaged one's shoulders and legs. They did not offer sexual services. Will Chuang be here tonight? Qin Yun asked. Sister Chuang changed her name after entering the brothel, replied Tian Bo. Currently, her stage name is Chunwang. She entered Swallow Phoenix brothel to pay off a debt. Naturally, the Swallow Phoenix brothel would want her to entertain guests frequently. Chunwang? Qin Yun muttered softly. He felt a stabbing pain in his heart. The young girl of yesteryear had been forced to enter a brothel. There were certain particulars when it came to seating assignments in Swallow Phoenix brothel. The wealthy and distinguished guests were either in private rooms, which gave privacy but were situated a little further from the stage, or they were seated closest to the stage. Normally, pretty female attendants would tend to these guests by massaging them or feeding them fruits. As for the seats behind them, they were much smaller in size. Typically, they would only order the most ordinary pot of tea and not have attendants at the ready. That alone would incur the lowest cost of 1 tael of silver. Time flowed by. One performance after another went on stage. Swallow Phoenix brothel's most famous Lady Clear Autumn was dressed in green as she sat quietly on stage, blowing her flute. The flute's melody was deep and sweet, peaceful and mild. It sounded like a weeping lament that caused one to be lost in reverie without realizing it. All the troubles and daily worries on one's mind seemed to disappear. Even Qin Yun could not help but be attracted to the melody. By the time the flute's melody came to a stop, Lady Clear Autumn had already stood up. She turned and left with her flute in hand. Where's Fairy Clear Autumn? It was like a dream. By the time I snapped out of it, Fairy Clear Autumn was already gone. The surrounding crowd was left despondent before they started murmuring. Sitting in a corner, a young man with thick eyebrows and large eyes was extremely excited. It's simply worth it just to hear Fairy Clear Autumn's melody. It was worth it. Qin Yun nodded upon hearing this as well. Her skill at playing the flute was indeed incredible. Fairy Clear Autumn's flute melodies are only getting more and more extraordinary these days. The way I see it, Fairy Clear Autumn should take the spot of Courtesan Belle. How can the spot of Courtesan Belle be that easily won? Ever since Fairy Clear Autumn came to Grand Dominance City, she only managed to place in the top 3 for the last 2 Courtesan Belle selections. She might not be able to clinch the position of Courtesan Belle. Last year, Lady Scented Dress only barely surpassed Fairy Clear Autumn to claim the title of Courtesan Belle. The year before, Dreamlike Pavilion Lady won the title, but it was really unfair. A flurry of discussion broke out. Courtesan Belle selection? Qin Yun was aware that Grand Dominance City was a large city consisting of hundreds of thousands of people. Choosing a Courtesan Belle was a grand event. All the renowned brothels would do their best to vie for the spot. Ignoring the outcome of becoming Courtesan Belle, the courtesans would enjoy a great increase in fame if they managed to be one of the top 10 candidates among the many renowned courtesans. One's reputation was equivalent to money within a brothel. Swallow Phoenix Brothel will naturally do its best to win the position of Courtesan Belle. That Lady Clear Autumn from earlier is the number 1 renowned courtesan in Swallow Phoenix Brothel, remarked Tian Bo. She was originally the daughter of an official. However, her family fell into decline and she ended up becoming a courtesan. Fortunately for her, she quickly gained fame. Swallow Phoenix Brothel personally invited her to come from the Wu County. With her being such a renowned courtesan, she is still a free person even after coming to Swallow Phoenix Brothel. She can leave any time she wishes. Even Swallow Phoenix Brothel is unable to restrain her. One must spend 100 taels of silver just to have a chance of meeting Lady Clear Autumn privately. Even then, it will still depend on whether she wants to or not. Swallow Phoenix Brothel has been doing its best to help Lady Clear Autumn clinch the spot of Courtesan Belle. Unfortunately, she failed the last 2 years, said Tian Bo as he shook his head. What about Xiao Chuang? Did she participate in the Courtesan Belle selection? Asked Qin Yun. In the early days when Sister Xie Shang just entered Swallow Phoenix Brothel, she was not eligible for the selection as she lacked the fame. She participated in last year's selection but failed to make it to the top 10, replied Tian Bo. This year, it's unlikely that there's much hope for her. After all, she is only ranked 5th in Swallow Phoenix Brothel. Qin Yun nodded and did not speak further. Although there were plates of desserts and cut fruits in front of him, Qin Yun did not touch any of them. All he did was drink tea. Finally, after having 2 cups of tea, swoosh! A valiant-looking figure clothed in red flew out from behind. Her sword sliced through the air as she finally landed gently on stage. Swallow Phoenix Brothel's Lady Chunwang. Sword dance. Xiao Shuang. Qin Yun tightened the grip on his teacup. The young lady, only 13 when they parted ways, was currently 19. She was all grown up now. His younger sister, Xie Shuang of yesteryear, had never experienced sadness and was extremely naive. She may have been mentally prepared for her father's death after seeing him bedridden for so long, but the blow to Xie Shuang was too much when her only relative, Xie Lei, died. Yet despite her grief, she still had to step forward and compensate the pitiful family members of the men who had perished. She eventually had to even sell herself to the brothel to pay the tab. She has grown up. She's a big girl now. Qin Yun muttered softly. Xie Shuang had changed drastically. Her sword-like brows accentuated her heroic look. Although the brandishing of her sword gave one a sharp feeling, her disposition seemed to contain a faint sense of frailty. Valiance and frailty both merged into one. She has transformed the sword techniques I taught her into this. Qin Yun shook his head gently. He felt mixed emotions. On stage, Lady Chen Xuan moved gracefully with the music. She turned around and thrust out her sword in a particular direction when she saw a table. She was taken aback. That figure, that man sitting beside Tian Bo. Memories began flooding through her mind. Xiao Shuang, this sword move should be done this way. Back then, Qin Yun, who was still 13 years old, was teaching her. Brother Yun, I got it. I got it. Let me demonstrate it again. Xia Shuang, who was 11 years old back then, was even more excited to make another attempt. You must practice well. Your brother Yun is already in the realm of being one with the sword. He's a lot stronger than me. Watching by the side, CLA, who was rather well built for his 14-year-old frame, said with a laugh. Lady Qin Shuang's eyes reddened as tears could not help but appear. Qin Yun was also looking at her. The two locked eyes as Qin Yun nodded his head gently with a faint smile. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 10. Chapter 10, Making an Example Out of Others. Translator, Gravity Tales Editor, Gravity Tales. The musicians in Swallow Phoenix Brothel were a little perplexed. Why did the sword dance come to a halt? They repeated the tune from earlier and, without having the luxury to wallow in her thoughts, Lady Chen Xuan continued her dance. The sword dance finally came to an end. The red-clothed Lady Chen Xuan turned her head to look at Qin Yun before leaving. I wish to meet Lady Chen Xuan. Qin Yun turned his head and spoke to the female attendant beside him. She smiled in response. Young Master Qin, you will need to pay 20 taels of silver in order to meet Lady Chen Xuan. You are not allowed to touch her. You can be with her for an hour at most. If you agree to these terms, I will convey your intention to her and see if she is agreeable or not. Furthermore, it will also depend on whether there are any other customers who wish to meet her. It will be on a first-come, first-served basis. Make haste. Tian Bo urged. Remember to say that young Master Qin wishes to meet her. All right, I will be going now. The female attendant left swiftly to deliver the message. Qin Yun waited quietly. 20 taels of silver were needed to meet and chat with her. On the other hand, one would need to spend 100 taels of silver in order to do the same with Fairy Clear Autumn. This was all Qin Yun needed to know to see the differences in their status. Lady Chen Xuan's sword dance is really incredible. I have met many powerful swordsmen before. They might be stronger than Lady Chen Xuan, but they lack the nuances of her sword dance. Her sword dance seemed to stab straight into my heart. She's even better with the lute. She is skilled both in the lute and sword dancing. I always felt that she should end up as one of top 10 courtesan belle candidates for the upcoming selection. She is merely second-rate in Swallow Phoenix Brothel. She'd have to compete with the many renowned courtesans of the many brothels in Grand Dominant City. It is basically impossible for her to break into the top 10. The surrounding guests remarked candidly. Qin Yun continued waiting. Soon, the female attendant briskly returned with a smile. She came to Qin Yun's side, leaned close and whispered, Young Master Qin, Lady Chen Xuan is willing to meet you. Qin Yun took a deep breath and stood up. He instructed, All right. Lead the way. Young Master Qin, please follow me. The female attendant led the way. The main building was extremely large, consisting of many winding paths. After exiting the main building, they walked down a corridor that directly connected to the eastern building. Swallow Phoenix Brothel had 4 other buildings named the North, South, East, and West buildings. Only distinguished guests were allowed in them. For the East and South buildings, however, the barrier to entry was a little lower. It was possible to enter by simply spending enough money. For example, Qin Yun needed to spend 20 taels of silver just to enter the east building to meet Lady Chuang. This was quite an astounding amount of money. A standard house in Grand Dominance City was only worth about 100 taels. Creak. The attendant pushed open a wooden door. She said with a clear voice, "Lady Chunwang, young Master Qin has arrived." "Please enter, young Master Qin," the female attendant said with a smile. Only then did Qin Yun enter. The female attendant shut the door from outside with a smile before leaving. The moment Qin Yun entered, he saw a middle-aged woman standing on the side. "Auntie Shui?" Qin Yun was astonished. "Second young master." The middle-aged woman smiled as well. At that moment, an elegant figure could not help but pull open the curtains and walk out. Her eyes were welling with tears as she looked at Qin Yun. Qin Yun's body jolted as well. He was full of regret. Why didn't he return earlier? "Xiao Shuang." Qin Yun spoke. "Brother Yun." Lady Chunwang ran at him and jumped into his arms. Qin Yun hugged Chunwang and said softly, "I came back late. I was very afraid that you would never return. It's been 6 years. Brother Yun, you have finally returned." Lady Chunwang released Qin Yun as she looked at him with tears streaming down her cheeks. "After my brother passed away, this is the happiest day of my life. I only returned yesterday. Tianbo told me about Xiao just today," Qin Yun sighed. "The city is safe with the government protecting it, but outside the city, there are rivers, lakes, deep mountains, and ancient forests filled with the lairs of demons. Being an armed escort is always a job that will see blood. However, our escort company was handed down for generations. My brother was determined to revitalize its prestige," said Lady Chunwang. Qin Yun nodded in silence. Madman Xiao. With his temper, how could he be afraid of death? His arrogance naturally meant that he would aim to turn the escort company into the #1 escort company in Grand Dominance County, or even one of the best in the entire Jiang Prefecture. That must have been his wish. Unfortunately, he had died early. Scram! An angry bellow was heard from outside. "Oh?" Qin Yun frowned slightly. There was a din outside that went on for a while. In the corridor outside, a fat man dressed in resplendent clothes wore a condescending look. He had 2 guards behind him as he stormed through the premises. "Young Master Lu, there's a customer in there already," the female attendant said anxiously. "Customer? In Grand Dominance City, there are few that make me, Luchi, wait. Who is this young Master Qin? How dare he make me wait? He isn't worthy." The fatty roared loudly. A female manager on the other end of the corridor hurriedly dashed over. From afar, she shouted, young Master Lu, calm down. Why do you need to be so angry? Those subordinates don't know anything. Let me do the talking and get young Master Qin to leave." "Oh? In that case, get him to leave quickly," the fatty bellowed. He was giving the Swallow Phoenix brothel a chance to redeem itself. The female manager pushed open the door and hurriedly said, "Young Master Qin, I'm sorry. You probably heard what happened outside." "Scram!" Qin Yun said nonchalantly. The female manager felt as if she was muzzled. The fatty standing outside in the corridor sneered and strode in after hearing that. "I gave you a chance. Yet, you refused to scram despite being asked to. It looks like I can only use force. Go. Throw that arrogant brat out of the building." "Yes." One of the male guards immediately went forward. "Young Master Lu, please don't be mad." Lady Chunwang hurriedly apologized. At the same time, she whispered to Qin Yun, "This is young Master Lu from the Lu family, one of the 3 biggest family clans of the Grand Dominance County. He cannot be offended. The Lu family was a wealthy family in Grand Dominance County. According to what Lady Chuang knew, even Silver Badge Constable Qin Yun was not the Lu family's match. Did you hear that? At least Lady Chuang gets the picture. I won't do anything untoward in front of her, so hurry up and get lost. The fatty ordered. Lu family? Even if the Lu family's head was here, he would not dare scream and shout at me, let alone some youngster like you. Qin Yun glared at him. You can simply jump off this building now to settle the matter. Otherwise, I will have to throw you down myself, and it would not be as light a punishment. The fatty was alarmed. Could this be a powerful figure from somewhere? However, how could he, as a local tyrant, not have heard of him? Who are you? Asked the fatty. Disappear quickly. Qin Yun frowned. Are you trying to scare me? The fatty glared at him. Both of you, go on up and ascertain his strength. I want to see if he's bragging. Yes. One of the two guards was at the 7th level of Qi refinement while the other was at the 8th level. They were both top experts. It was a clear indication that the Lu family was very powerful. Pang! Pang! Just as the two guards charged forward ferociously, they transformed into two blurs that flew out of the door, across the railing, and down to the bottom of the building before they even knew what hit them. Oh no! The fatty's face drained of all color. He did not dare make any more taunts as he turned and ran. Down you go. Qin Yun went forward and lifted his foot, kicking the fatty in the ass. Ah! The fatty issued a shrill scream as he went over the railing and down the building. The two guards, who were 7th and 8th Qi refinement experts, were oddly lying on the ground without being able to get on their feet. All they could do was watch helplessly as their young master fell to the ground. Blood filled the fatty's mouth as he hurt his face. The fatty stood up in pain and quickly yelled, "Why didn't the two of you catch me? Young master, our bodies are completely sore. We don't even have the strength to stand." The two guards tried their best to get on their feet. Ha ha! The Lu family's Lu Qi. How disgraceful. Who was it? Who actually dared to throw him down? Many guests in Swallow Phoenix brothel held onto the railing and looked down, hoping to catch a glimpse of the embarrassed young master Lu Qi from the Lu family. After all, young master Lu Qi came from a prestigious family, and indeed had the right to act arrogantly in Grand Dominance City. At that moment, Qin Yun walked along the corridor to the railing. He looked down at the fatty's blood-stained face. The fatty looked up and saw the many people looking down at him. Having mustered the courage, he immediately raised his voice, "Qin, tell me your name if you dare." Qin Yun casually pointed his finger. Pew! A sword beam shot downward immediately, brushing past the fatty's white face and into the ground, leaving behind a seemingly bottomless hole in the granite brick-covered ground. The fatty touched his face before looking down at the charred hole. His throat involuntarily swallowed while his body quivered slightly. The two guards at his side, who had finally stood up, were so frightened that their faces turned white. The discharging of quintessential essence. One who has not opened the gate of immortality. An immortal cultivator. He's an immortal cultivator. The two guards trembled in fear. I'm sorry. Young master, please treat me as though I'm just a fart and spare me. The fatty immediately forced a smile in an obsequious manner. Being born into a big family clan, he was acutely aware of how frightening an immortal cultivator was. If the clan head of the Lu family was present, he might still have the qualification to challenge the other party. A member of the younger generation of the Lu family like him, however, did not possess such qualifications. Didn't you want to know my name? Listen up, Qin Yun. Qin Yun scanned the area. A large crowd of guests had gathered to watch the commotion. They had already fallen silent after the sword beam. Lady Chunwang is my younger sister. Offending her is equivalent to offending me, Qin Yun. Having said that, he turned to return to the room. close the door. Qin Yun instructed the female manager. Yes, yes. The female manager was still reeling in fright as she hurriedly shut the door. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11. Chapter 11, Indenture Contract? Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. As they watched Chuang's door in the east building close, the customers, who had been in a stunned silence, began breaking out in a flurry of discussion. Qin Manor? Qin Yun? That silver badge Constable Lord Qin's residence. I know that his second son, Qin Yun, had attained the state of being one with the sword and reached the 9th level of Qi refinement at 13. He was a very talented young man. 8 years later, and who would have expected that he is already one of the immortals? A fat landlord shook his head. That casual shot from his finger was already quite impressive. Imagine if he had conjured all sorts of dermic spells, he. Look, the Lu family's Lu Qi has already run away in fright. Young Master Qin showed mercy because he is from Grand Dominance City. Were he some cultivator that wandered the world, void of any constraints, he might have exterminated Lu Qi with a finger. Now, Lady Chunwang will be treated much better. With young Master Qin backing her, who in Grand Dominance County would dare bully her? The customers continued their discussion. Meanwhile, inside the room, Chunwang's eyes were shimmering like crystals. Brother Yun, thank you. She knew that Qin Yun had deliberately made his proclamation publicly in order to shock and awe everyone. He wanted to make every customer know that the renowned courtesan, Lady Chunwang, was protected by Qin Yun. It's nothing. I was planning on making an example out of someone anyway. Since that fatty Lu came, I took the opportunity to establish my authority, said Qin Yun. Besides, his mouth stank. The Lu family is one of the 3 largest family clans of Grand Dominance County. Will you be in any trouble? Asked Chunwang worriedly. Qin Yun smiled and said, those with true strength in this world are either in the government, where they control massive amounts of power, or they are cultivators. The rest are not worth mentioning. There were few in Grand Dominance County that could make Qin Yun feel any fear. One of them would be the county governor. The county governor was in control of both military and political power. As a result of demons and monsters wreaking havoc, he had the authority to persecute any official under the 7th grade without permission from his superiors. As such, even the political powers of Grand Dominance County did not dare defy him. One word from him, and his enemy would become the enemy of the entire government juggernaut. Despite their strength, cultivators were still wary of the power wielded by the government. Even for powerful figures at the Khanate Golden Core realm, an order from the government in response to their actions would have them running like a fugitive. Thankfully, the county governor's term only lasted 3 years. And only 2 consecutive terms were allowed before they had to be transferred elsewhere. By the way, let me settle the indenture contract you have with Swallow Phoenix Brothel. Prepare to leave with me tonight, Qin Yun said directly. Chunwang was taken aback. Auntie Xue, who was by the side, also looked at Qin Yun in shock. Indenture contract? Chunwang asked hesitantly. What? Qin Yun was puzzled. About the indenture contract, actually, Chunwang continued hesitantly, there's no such thing. Qin Yun was surprised. Didn't you sell yourself to Swallow Phoenix Brothel? Tianbo even said that you sold yourself for 20,000 taels. With such a huge sum of money at stake, it's impossible that Swallow Phoenix Brothel did not force you to sign an indenture contract. Chunwang smiled helplessly as she said, Brother Yun, I entered Swallow Phoenix Brothel with an ordinary contract. You can ask Auntie Xue if you have any doubts. Qin Yun turned to look at Auntie Xue. Auntie Xue was part of the Xie family. She was Xie Lei and Xie Xuan's aunt. Since the siblings' mother died young and their father was bedridden, Auntie Xue was the one that took care of them. It's only an ordinary contract, and not an indenture contract. Auntie Xue nodded. I would never allow Xiao Xuan to truly sell herself. Then, why was it spread that you signed an indenture contract? Asked Qin Yun. Brother Yun, Chen Chuang said, back when my brother went on the escort mission, he lost his life along with those of many people from the company. My Xia family had to go bankrupt to compensate the poor families that had lost their men. That part of the story is true. Afterwards, the mysterious customer that hired us for the armed escort learned of the sacrifices our Xia family made and so did not ask for any compensation. Although I wanted to compensate them anyway for the sake of our Xia family's reputation, the mysterious customer only took 1 tael of silver before leaving. The Xia family only had me, a 16-year-old girl, left. My Xia family had been in the escort services industry for years and lived our lives on the edge of a blade. As such, we have quite a few debts of blood. Chen Shuang continued, without anyone to rely on, our enemies would quickly hunt me down if I tried to maintain the Xie family business. I would probably have lost my life. Therefore, I entered Swallow Phoenix brothel on my own accord. The contract was an ordinary one. All that was communicated to the outside world was that I had sold myself to enter Swallow Phoenix brothel. Chen Shuang said, with that, my enemies knew that the Swallow Phoenix brothel had spent a great deal of money on me. To attack me would be to attack the interests of the Swallow Phoenix brothel. Swallow Phoenix brothel was also very willing to do this. By letting the outside world know that they had spent nearly 20,000 taels of silver on me, they enhanced their reputation. It would allow Swallow Phoenix brothel to earn more money. Chen Shuang said, as for the enemies of the Xie family, they were easily frightened back when it was just my brother around. To the Swallow Phoenix brothel, they are nothing. Qin Yun nodded. Swallow Phoenix brothel was the most famous brothel in Grand Dominance County. Silver flowed in like water on a daily basis. It was where government officials and the rich gathered. It was a force to be reckoned with on its own. Furthermore, for the brothel to be run as well as it currently was, it definitely had to have a powerful backer. Don't lie to me. An indenture contract isn't a trivial matter, said Qin Yun. Why would I lie to you? You can ask the East Building's manager if you don't believe me, said Chen Shuang. She knows all about my situation. Let me ask. Qin Yun didn't mind the trouble as he went out. He opened the door to find that the female attendant and manager were standing close by. Qin Yun immediately asked, You are the manager, right? I have something to ask you. The female manager immediately responded, Young Master Qin, how may I help you? It is true that Xiao Shuang has not sold herself to Swallow Phoenix brothel, and that she only has an ordinary contract? Asked Qin Yun. The female manager hesitated for a moment. You are a manager, do not lie to me. Qin Yun glanced at her. For some unknown reason, she could not help but feel a sense of panic. She did not dare lie, and instead said politely, Second young master, it's only an ordinary contract. We did tell the public that it was about 20,000 taels of silver, but it was empty talk. Because of this, Chen Shuang was able to stay in the East Building the moment she entered Swallow Phoenix brothel. Qin Yun nodded. Being able to live in the East Building brought her the accolades of being a renowned courtesan. Saying that they had spent nearly 20,000 taels of silver on her also elevated her status. Otherwise, how could a rookie become a renowned courtesan immediately? Of course, Chen Shuang herself had several excellent factors in her favor. Her fingers were not sullied by household chores and she was well educated. Her lute and sword dancing were also impressive. She had exceptional looks. With all of these factors, it was possible to lavish and sing her praises. If not, it was also impossible for them to elevate Mud any higher. If we don't do such things, how long will it take for a rookie to slowly rise up? The female manager immediately gave an obsequious smile. All right, you may leave, instructed Qin Yun. Yes. The female manager quickly left. Only then did Qin Yun return to the room. There's actually no indenture contract. Qin Yun was honestly surprised. He said with a smile, rumors of the outside world really cannot be treated as the truth. Brother Yun. Chunwang held Qin Yun's arm and gently rocked it. She said, I really had no other options at the time. Since you didn't sign an indenture contract and I'm back, you can ignore your enemies. Leave with me. You can stay in Qin Manor. It's even easier to end an ordinary contract, said Qin Yun. Chunwang hesitated. What's wrong? Qin Yun was puzzled. Chunwang looked at Qin Yun and said, Brother Qin, although you want me to return with you, and I know you are doing it for my own good, will I have to live my days out in Qin Manor? You can leave this place and find someone you love in the future. You can marry and have a family, said Qin Yun. Marry? Chunwang shook her head. I have already become a courtesan. It's something that will stick with me for the rest of my life, so how am I to marry anyone? Qin Yun was taken aback. You mentioned marrying someone, but who? If you are talking about rich family clans, they would never take me in as a wife. At most, I'd be a concubine. I'd rather remain unmarried my entire life than be a concubine. Chunwang's eyes were filled with determination under her sword-like brows. Qin Yun nodded slightly. It was true that the position of a concubine was just a little higher than that of a maidservant. With Xiao's pride, how could she be willing to be a concubine? As for being the principal wife? She was also correct that wealthy family clans would never take in a renowned courtesan as a principal wife. The only ones that would be willing to take me in as a wife are probably those from families of Xiao significance. Chunwang shook her head. I have been in Swallow Phoenix brothel for more than 2 years. The number of people courting me is uncountable. It's fine when I'm in Swallow Phoenix brothel, but if I were to marry into an insignificant family, I would only bring disaster upon them. When I became a courtesan, I was destined to never marry. Chunwang shook her head. As for leaving, am I to live alone in that huge manor? Brother Yun, do you want me to lead such a life? Qin Yun was deep in thought. In Swallow Phoenix brothel, I have my sisters to accompany me. I can learn dancing, musical instruments, sword techniques, and be courted by countless guests, said Chunwang. In my opinion, I'll be happier leading such a life. Since I have entered a brothel, I will never wash clean my taintedness. Chunwang smiled faintly. I might as well lead as happy a life as I can. Also, my contract with Swallow Phoenix brothel is only an ordinary one. I can leave by paying them a small amount of money. I have already saved up 3,000 taels of silver over the past 2 or more years with them. I can leave at any time. I can stay or leave. As it is, I am fairly free. Furthermore, I'm already accustomed to this. I have a rich and colorful life here. Chunwang looked at Qin Yun and said, Brother Yun, can you understand my thoughts? Qin Yun sighed inwardly. The young girl from his memories had grown up. Previously, he was afraid that she would be mentally scarred after losing her loved ones and entering a brothel. Since she was happy, all was well. I'm quite enjoying these days of being a renowned courtesan. Chunwang smiled at Qin Yun. Why, Brother Yun, do you look down on renowned courtesans? Do you find it shameful that you have a renowned courtesan as a younger sister? Humans in this world lead a life like the fleeting snow. Life is too short. Living a happy life is what matters. Qin Yun nodded. Xiao, if you like this lifestyle of yours, then there's no need to worry about how others view you. Remember, regardless of where you are, you still have an elder brother watching your back. If you have any grievances or troubles, tell me. Don't hold it all in. Qin Yun was a cultivator. He had seen so much life and death, so he naturally did not care how the secular world viewed him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 12. Chapter 12, Renowned Courtesan Chen Chuang. Translator, Citulan Editor, Citulan. All right. Chen Chuang nodded in excitement. She never imagined that Qin Yun would understand her so well. She was afraid that he would leave in anger. By the way, while I was outside, I heard about the courtesan belle selection, said Qin Yun with a smile. Are you participating in it? Yes, Brother Yun, although the sisters in Swallow Phoenix brothel treat each other as comrades, there are still some open and veiled contentions. Chen Chuang said with a smile. Also, we can be competitive with the renowned courtesans from other brothels. I too am someone who will not easily back down and admit defeat, so naturally, there will be some strife. Qin Yun chuckled. Where there are people, there is strife. Even among renowned courtesans in brothels, quarrels are still intense. It's far more intense than in other places. Chen Chuang smiled and continued, after all, the greater one's reputation is, the more money is at stake. The competition between us naturally becomes more intense. Furthermore, many renowned courtesans have someone wealthy backing them. This makes the competition even more intense. On the surface, we are amiable sisters, but there is no lack of gnashing teeth in the dark. Brother Yun, don't you think that such strife is rather interesting? As long as you are happy. Qin Yun laughed as well. Qin Yun and Chen Chuang engaged in idle banter and talked about her days in the brothel. Qin Yun also recounted some interesting tidbits from his travels out in the world. All right, it's about time I go. I have already overstayed my welcome by more than an hour. Qin Yun got up. Swallow Phoenix brothel had given Qin Yun face and had not disturbed him. Brother Yun, there's no need for you to come see me here in the future. It costs you. When I'm free, I'll go to Qin Manor during the day. Chen Chuang said while beaming. Auntie Shui, please accompany Brother Yun down. Take care of yourself. Come to me if you suffer any tribulations, Qin Yun said with a laugh. Following that, he walked out with Auntie Shui. Chen Chuang walked to the door and silently watched Qin Yun leave. On the way out, they passed through Swallow Phoenix brothel's main building. Qin Yun said, Auntie Shui, please tell me immediately if anything happens to Xiao Shuang. I know that renowned courtesans will inevitably run into trouble in such a complicated place. The ancients stated that alcohol, sex, wealth, and temper are the four troubles. Sex alone has led many to lose their minds, often making them lose their lives in the process as well. I know. We have always been very careful. Swallow Phoenix brothel has provided very good protection. There are also some from the older generation from the escort company that are willing to look out for Xiao Shuang. Auntie Shui added. All right. Qin Yun nodded and walked to where Tian Bo was. Xiao Bobo, let's go. Aren't we going to watch more? Tian Bo was still listening to the melody performed on stage. No, Qin Yun urged. All right then. Tian Bo grabbed 2 servings of dessert and stuffed them into his mouth before taking another 2 in hand. There's so much left uneaten. Qin Yun and Tian Bo walked out. There were many guests that looked at Qin Yun with reverence. The Lu family's young master Lu Qi had been thrown down the building by Qin Yun. They also witnessed the sword beam that he shot as a threat, so they knew he was an immortal cultivator. Young Master Qin, young Master Tian. This way please. The old procuress said warmly. The moment they stepped out the door, the servants were already waiting outside with their horses in rein. Auntie Shui, go back in. Qin Yun said with a smile. Following that, he mounted his horse and left with Tian Bo. Auntie Shui watched from afar. It appears Chen Chuang will have good days ahead of her, joked the old procuress. Probably no one will dare to bully her openly. By the way, Sister Shui, what relationship does she have with young Master Qin? Auntie Shui chuckled. Childhood friends. Following that, she turned to return to Swallow Phoenix brothel. Childhood friends? The old procuress waited till Auntie Shui was a distance away before she scoffed. If that were true, why would he let her stay here in a brothel? He would have taken her back to his manor. He's probably just humoring her. Qin Yun and Tianbo returned on horseback. How was your chat with Sister Chuang? Were you able to resolve her indenture contract? Asked Tianbo. After all, the price of the contract is nearly 20,000 taels of silver. It's difficult to settle that even for a cultivator like you, right? The cool evening breeze blew across their faces. Qin Yun shook his head gently and said, she did not sell herself to the brothel. It's only an ordinary contract. I confirmed it with Swallow Phoenix brothel. Just don't tell anyone else. It's not an indentured contract? Tianbo was alarmed. Then why didn't you bring her out of there? Qin Yun said, she is now a courtesan after all. Even if she leaves the brothel, there's no way she can be married into a distinguished family as the principal wife. She is unwilling to become a concubine, and weaker families are unable to protect her. She told me that her days in the brothel are rather good. She feels that she would be happier living there than living alone in the deep recesses of a manor. Since Chunwang is happy, I'll just leave it to her. Furthermore, hers is an ordinary contract. She can leave at any time, even without my help. If she can leave, why is she staying in the brothel? Tianbo could not help but ask, Brother Yun, you must be silly. Humans live less than 100 years, so why should one worry about how others view them? As long as she's happy there, said Qin Yun. Even so, it's still a questionable place, said Tianbo. How can you stand by and watch Sister Chuang live out her life in there? Regardless of anything, she should be taken away from there. You can't be at the mercy of her temper. Do you look down on renowned courtesans? Qin Yun looked at Tianbo. Tianbo hesitated before saying, from my point of view, she is bedazzled by the opulent way of life. Her innocent heart has been marred by the countless courting of the guests. She can't return and doesn't wish to return. Qin Yun remembered the look in Shuang's eyes. She isn't bedazzled nor has had her heart marred, said Qin Yun. Meanwhile, back in Swallow Phoenix brothel. Auntie Shui passed through the main building and walked along the corridor to the east building to return to Chen Shuang's room. Auntie Shui. Chen Shuang was sitting there, silently writing calligraphy. Has Brother Yun left? Yes, he has gone back. Auntie Shui said, Shuang, why don't you return with Qin Yun and lead a peaceful life? No. Chen Shuang said softly, I will never forget the grudge of my brother. I will never forget the hundreds of men who lost their lives on that escort mission. There is no way I can lead a peaceful life. Then, why didn't you tell Qin Yun the truth? The deaths of your brother and the hundreds of men from the escort company were not solely caused by demons. The true cause was the Bailey family from East Gong County, who instigated the demons to commit murder. Auntie Shui said anxiously, the Bailey family is too powerful. Furthermore, Qin Yun has finally knocked open the gate of immortality. He is now an immortal cultivator. If he aids you, you'd have a greater chance of you getting your revenge. Bailey family. Chen Shuang's eyes flashed with a cold glint. Demons wreaked havoc in this world. However, there were some powerful family clans that colluded with demons. They would commit murder or robbery under the guise of random demon attacks. The Bailey family is East Gong County's largest family clan. Their roots run deep. Even the local county governor fears them. The county governor changes, but the Bailey family remains immutable. Chen Shuang whispered, the patriarch of the Bailey family is a powerful cultivator at the Kane True Core realm who has lived for more than 2 centuries. The Bailey family is deeply rooted in an intricate mess. Many demons are subservient to them. My brother Yun has only just knocked open the gate of immortality, so how can he be their match? If I ask for his help, it would only put him in danger. I'd be harming him. I have already lost one brother. I cannot lose my last one. Chunwang said softly, let's act according to the original plan. Sex itself is a formidable asset. History tells of many beauties who have brought down a family clan or even an entire city. There are even countries that have succumbed to a beauty. I do not wish to fell a country, nor do I wish to destroy a city. The Bailey family is only one family clan. I do not believe that I can't deal with them using my own power. Xiao, it's not too late to do something before you have regret, even if you do not tell Qin Yun now. Just wait until the day Qin Yun has the power to help you. It wouldn't be too late to tell him then. If you continue on this path, you will only sink deeper. I'm afraid you will end up so far gone that you can't turn back. Auntie Shui said hurriedly. Her heart pained for Xia as she watched her walk down such a treacherous path. Since the day I entered Swallow Phoenix brothel, the person known as Xia no longer exists, only Chunwang, the renowned courtesan, Chunwang. Chunwang continued writing and did not speak further. Auntie Shui shook her head slightly. She had often tried to persuade her, but she had never managed to waver Chunwang's resolve. Brother Yun. Chunwang revealed a faint smile as she muttered softly, seeing you come back is truly nice. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 13. Chapter 13, Never Escaping the Considerations of Utility. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. After Chunwang reproduced a few poems, she said, Auntie Shui, Yubai, one of the four great scholars of Jiangnan, has been in Grand Dominance County for a few days now. There are probably many women from the brothels who wish to meet him. Have you caught wind of who he has met with? Since ancient times, the Jiang and Xin prefectures have been collectively called Jiangnan. It was a place where many talents gathered. Scholars were one such talent. The four great scholars of Jiangnan enjoyed a great reputation throughout the entire world. They were sought after by the women from the brothels. Some didn't even want money, and were actually willing to pay the scholars. Some were even willing to become their concubines. I've not heard anything of that sort. Auntie Shui said, I'll get old Shen to continue investigating the matter. All right. Chunwang pricked up her sword-like brows slightly. This great scholar has come to Grand Dominance County just as the courtesan bell selection is about to be held. It might be a coincidence, but perhaps he wants to gain some benefit from intervening in the courtesan bell selection. If it's just a county selection of a courtesan belle, there should be no need for such a great scholar to get involved, right? Auntie Shui could not help but ask. If he has ulterior motives, it will be difficult to get him to aid me, Chunwang said. If it really is just a coincidence, there might be a small chance of him helping me. With that, Chunwang revealed a grin. However, those women from the brothels have also become stupid after spending so much time in such a questionable place. For a great scholar like him, who is famous throughout the world, it's unknown how many renowned courtesans look up to him. How can it be easy to convince such a great scholar to help them? Get old Shen to watch him for me. Observe his every move. Chunwang said, report to me at any time. All right. Auntie Shui nodded. Qin Yun and Tianbo returned on horseback under the night sky. When they passed by a stone bridge, they saw a restaurant boat floating in the quiet flower solarium river beneath them. Oh! There was a bevy of young girls on the boat accompanying two men drinking and enjoying the music. It's the great scholar, Yubai, Tianbo hurriedly said. Yubai? One of the four great scholars, Yubai. If I recall, he's from South Bright County, right? Why would he be here in Grand Dominance County? Qin Yun looked over as well. The world needed erudite scholars to govern it. They were different than immortal cultivators, who were like legends. In comparison, scholars were much greater in number. The number of county or provincial scholars was several times more than the number of cultivators. And among scholars, the 4 great scholars of Jiangnan was absolutely the most famous. I have no idea why he is here in Grand Dominance County. However, I do know that the renowned courtesans of Grand Dominance County's brothels are going crazy for him, Tianbo said wistfully. People like us spend money on renowned courtesans, but the renowned courtesans do the opposite. They are willing to spend money on this Mr. Bai. There are a number who are willing to marry him too. He's one of the 4 great scholars of Jiangnan after all. His literature is famous throughout the world. It's only natural that he has many admirers, remarked Qin Yun. Brother Yun, you think too simply. Tianbo chuckled and said, the 4 great scholars of Jiangnan are indeed famous throughout the world. However, if a renowned courtesan were to be involved with Yu Bai by having a fabulous love affair with him, one filled with passion, any mention of the great scholar Yu Bai would by nature include that renowned courtesan. That renowned courtesan's fame would then expand beyond a city or land. It would similarly be known throughout the world. With such fame on the line, do you think a mere 10 or 20 taels of silver will win an audience with him? Dream on. It's at least 200 or 300 taels of silver. Having a fabulous love affair with him? Furthermore, one filled with passion? If Yu Bai conducts himself with dignity, it wouldn't end up in such a manner, right? Asked Qin Yun. How can anyone figure out the affairs of the heart? Moreover, even if there's no intense passion, all that needs to happen is Yu Bai being smitten by her and writing a poem for her. Once that poem spreads, everyone would know that the great scholar Yu Bai wrote it for a particular renowned courtesan. The renowned courtesan's fame would naturally be elevated. Tianbo continued, even if he were stingy with his poems and was unwilling to write a poem for her, as long as the renowned courtesan remains in a relationship with him for a month or 2, it can be announced to the public that the great scholar Yu Bai was smitten by this renowned courtesan. He stayed behind for months instead of returning home. The renowned courtesan would similarly enjoy great benefits from that fame. That is essential to a renowned courtesan. The greater the fame, the more people will seek an audience with her. The cost of a single meeting would also go up. Tianbo said, Brother Yun, do you now understand why such a great scholar is so sought after by these renowned courtesans? Qin Yun nodded and was somewhat enlightened. To become an area's renowned courtesan, one typically has to have pretty good qualities. Their beauty, skills, and charm all must meet a rather high standard. The only thing lacking is sufficient fame. Tianbo said, fame means money. They might be able to save up 1,000 taels of silver in 1 year, but with a great scholar aiding them, they can earn perhaps 3,000 to 5,000 taels of silver a year. It's a several-fold increase. Tell me, how can he not be sought by them? The pairing of a scholar and a beauty is such a wonderful pairing. Yet, you have incisively laid out the utilitarian aspects of everything. Qin Yun shook his head and laughed. However, he did find what Tianbo said to be reasonable. Utilitarian. Tianbo shook his head and said, I was once young, with will and spirit. I believed more in ties of comradeship. However, when I first took over part of my father's food and beverage business, things went quite badly and I suffered numerous setbacks. I had even secretly slapped myself in the face numerous times. Only then did I learn that all the hustle and bustle of the world is only for utility and money. To survive in the secular world, there is almost no way of escaping utility. There might be an extreme few renowned courtesans that really admire that great scholar's talents. However, I dare say that nearly all of them are pursuing him for fame. With fame comes money. Qin Yun laughed when he heard his friend's philosophy. Xiao Bobo, you are no longer the same. However, there are still ties of comradeship in this world. Yes, it's because this world is too utilitarian that ties of comradeship become more precious, replied Tianbo. Qin Yun nodded. Back then, Tianbo was only a shy youth that tagged behind him. Tianbo had now changed and matured. By the way, Qin Yun suddenly thought of something as he asked. Do you think that great scholar would be able to help Xiao Shuang? For the upcoming courtesan belle selection, can Xiao Shuang have a chance at becoming courtesan belle? You want to help Sister Xie Xuan? Tianbo considered for a moment. It depends on how you want to help her. As long as this great scholar is truly willing to put in the time and effort, she would definitely be able to enter the top 10. It might even be possible for her to enter the top 3. As for courtesan belle? That would be difficult. People like Fairy Clear Autumn and Lady Scented Dress are famous everywhere. It's hard to surpass them. Top 3? Qin Yun ruminated. If this great scholar is really willing to help Sister Xie Xuan, you probably won't be able to meet her with just 20 taels of silver. It will start from at least 50 taels of silver. Tianbo continued, however, the greater the scholar, the more they conduct themselves with dignity. They will not easily entangle themselves too deeply with renowned courtesans. I heard that even Fairy Clear Autumn sent him an invitation, but he ignored her. Qin Yun nodded slightly as he thought to himself, since Xiao Shuang is accustomed to the beautiful illusions of the brothel, I should help her lead a better life in such a complicated place. The livelihood of renowned courtesans was really determined by their fame. Without fame, they would resemble fairies falling from heaven into a muddy ditch. The even more tragic ones might end up being sent to brothels that sold sexual services. That would truly be lamentable. Xiao Shuang. Qin Yun treated her as a younger sister of his. Although his heart pained for her to walk down such a path, all he could do was try his best to make it better for her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 14. Chapter 14, 100,000 Taels of Silver. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. Qin Yun and Tianbo left on horseback before eventually parting ways. As for the restaurant boat that they had encountered on the Flower Solarium River, it finally slowly approached the shore. Brother Yubai, farewell. Brother Wang, it's already getting late. Take care. The great scholar, Yubai, bade his friend farewell. Yubai was rather handsome and had an elegant bearing. However, there was something decadent about him. Just as he was about to leave with his servants and guards, an old procuress disembarked the boat and hurriedly called out, Master Yu. Oh, what's the matter? Yubai said nonchalantly. The old procuress quickly took on a submissive tone and said, Our dreamlike pavilion lady has always been your ardent admirer and loved your poems. She wonders if she might have a chance to meet you. I am here in grand dominance for important matters. I'm sorry, but I am unable to meet her. Yubai responded nonchalantly. The procuress rapidly followed up with, Our pavilion lady really admires you. Can you not at least meet her to alleviate her pining for you? There's no need. Noticing that she was about to continue, Yubai immediately turned around and left. As the old procuress watched his back, all she could do was stamp her feet before returning to the boat dejectedly. Yubai carefreely led his servants and guards on their journey. Master, that dreamlike pavilion lady sure has her means. She has already requested a meeting several times. Even though you were invited to that restaurant boat by your friend, that old procuress just now was another subordinate of hers. She really does not miss a single chance to send you an invitation. The guard said with a smile. Yet up to this day, she has yet to make an appearance herself. Dreamlike pavilion lady. Yubai laughed as he said, she was once a renowned courtesan in the capital, but even there she was lacking in fame. However, there are no shortage of high officials and nobles in the capital. She has indeed managed to accumulate some wealth and connections with these officials. Then, as she grew older, she returned to her hometown of Grand Dominance County and established the Dreamlike Pavilion. She even made herself pavilion lady. I heard that at the courtesan belle selection 2 years ago, she used all of her connections to forcefully win the title of courtesan belle. If she were young, that would have been fine. It would have been duly deserved. However, she's no longer young. She can't compare to her younger self. She doesn't have many admirers, either. When she won courtesan belle 2 years ago, she earned the resentment of many people in Grand Dominance County. They found it unfair. She wants me to help her, but why should I? Yubai immediately smiled. Women have to know themselves. At an old age, one shouldn't contend with the young ladies. Master, how old is Dreamlike Pavilion Lady this year? Asked the guard. Although Qi refinement can extend one's youthfulness, she's already 35. Yubai shook his head. For a renowned courtesan, that's just too old. She's that old? She's already more than 10 years older than me. She's nearly my mother's age. Another servant by the side exclaimed in astonishment. Yubai laughed. After a leisurely stroll, Yubai and his entourage arrived at the inn where he was temporarily lodging. Master! Master! Another servant that had been waiting at the inn ran over hurriedly. What has gotten you so excited? Yubai asked. Master, I received news of an immortal cultivator, the servant said eagerly. Immortal cultivator? Yubai's eyes lit up. Quickly tell me more. Who is this immortal cultivator? What's his name and where is he from? I heard the news from Swallow Phoenix Brothel. He's an immortal cultivator named Qin Yun. The servant hurriedly said. I heard that he is a local of Grand Dominance County. At the age of 13, he was already one with the sword and cultivated to the 9th level of the Qi refinement realm. 6 years ago, he left home to roam the world. He recently returned as an immortal, having knocked open the gate of immortality. Just tonight at Swallow Phoenix Brothel, Qin Yun threw the Lu family's young master, Lu Qi, down the building, turning his face into a bloody mess. This immortal cultivator even said Lady Chen Chuang is my younger sister. Offending her is equivalent to offending me, Qin Yun. The servant went as far as to imitate Qin Yun. Swallow Phoenix Brothel, Lady Chen Chuang? Yubai's heart stirred as he hurriedly asked, where does this immortal Qin Yun live? He is a local of Grand Dominance City. He lives in Qin Manor. The servant hastily added, in all of Grand Dominance County, there is only one place that is called Qin Manor. It's the Silver Badge Constable, Lord Qin Liehu's, residence. That Qin Yun is the Qin Manor's second young master. Yubai nodded. Ah Fu, send a letter of mine to the Qin Manor tomorrow. Yes, the servant Ah Fu said politely. Yubai's eyes turned deep and serene as he thought to himself, I wonder how deep the relationship between this immortal cultivator, Qin Yun, and that renowned courtesan, Lady Chen Xuan, goes. I wonder if he has the ability to help me. Also, go and find out for me what sort of relationship that immortal cultivator Qin Yun has with that Lady Chen Xuang. Yubai instructed. Master, it will be done, rest assured. Ah Fu hurriedly replied. The sun rose on Qin Manor's practice grounds, beginning the next day. Qin Yun was leisurely practicing his swordplay. It was still slow, but the sword beams were a blur, like something out of a dream or illusion. If Lady Chen Xuang's sword dance was the combination of sword techniques and dancing that aesthetically pleased people, then Qin Yun's pure swordplay could make anyone who watched it fall into a dreamlike world. They would not be able to help themselves from being intoxicated. It far exceeded the boundaries of artistry. Phew! After sheathing his sword, Qin Yun headed for breakfast. As he drank thick rice porridge, he heard conversations coming from outside. Soon, he saw Qin Liehu and Qin Yun walk in together. Father, you haven't been back for 2 nights, Qin Yun said with a smile. Quickly come and drink a bowl of porridge. Qin Liehu sat down and immediately drank a few mouthfuls. He finished about half of a big bowl of porridge before giving the order, everyone else is dismissed. Yes, master. The maidservants that were tending to them quickly retreated. There were only Qin Liahu and his 2 sons left in the hall. "Brother, you brought your wife and children here?" Qin Yun said with a smile. He had come home late last night and didn't notice until the morning. Demons were targeting me. Although you told me that you have resolved the issue, how can I feel at ease? It's fine if I die, but if anything untoward happens to my wife and children, Shinan hurriedly said, it's best I come back. There's father and you here. I will feel more at ease here. Yeah. Qin Yun nodded slightly. Yes, his brother was after all an ordinary person. How could he not fear demons? However, Qin Liahu looked at Qin Yun and said, Yuner, I heard from your brother that on the night you came back, you did some secret investigating and resolved the trouble that was plaguing him? Is it that old demon, Shuyong? The one hiding in brother's residence was a cat demoness. She had been hiding there for half a year. Qin Yun drank 2 mouthfuls of porridge before continuing with a smile, she was doing it under orders. The one behind it was that old demon leader, Shuyong. That night, after capturing the cat demoness, I followed the clues and went to the old demon Shuyong's underground palace. He admitted that he wanted to make brother a demonic slave so he could threaten you. After learning this, I wiped out all the demons, including Shuyong. So, it was really you who did it. Qin Liahu sighed. Back when I went to the underground palace and learned that it belonged to the old demon Shuyong, it crossed my mind that you were the one to end him. However, I then thought that you were too young and had only recently knocked open the gate of immortality, so it was unlikely that you were the old demon's match. Father, you have underestimated brother, Qinan said. It's been 6 years. Yuner's strength is a lot greater than I expected, said Qin Liahu with a laugh. Shuyong's hide was indeed rather thick. Even thousands of arrows or a powerful shot from a crossbow would not be able to penetrate his skin. Qin Yun said with a sigh. Yuner, you have eliminated a great problem for our grand dominant city. When that old demon was entrenched in the city, he caused a great deal of harm. In that underground palace of his, there was a pit of white bones. They were the remains of the humans he ate. Qin Liahu shook his head. These demons deserve to be killed. He ate humans? Pit of white bones? Shinan was alarmed. Humans eat beasts while demons eat humans. It's very commonplace. Qin Yun said, demons can be both good and bad. There are many good demons as well. However, demons like Shuyong deserve death. Uner, do not spread the news of your brother killing the demon Shuyong. Qin Liahu exhorted him. I understand. Shinan immediately nodded. At that moment, something happened in the county governor's residence. The county governor's residence was naturally large, considering that they had 100 personal guards stationed there. A colorful-robed man was nervously standing in a tiny yard, waiting. I wonder why the county governor suddenly summoned me. The colorful-robed man was feeling anxious. He had no other option. Although he was the patriarch of the wealthy Lu family, one of the top 3 family clans in all of Grand Dominance County, he knew very well that the Lu family had come this far because of the county governor. In front of the county governor, his Lu family was just a dog. A dog had to loyally watch the house. If the master threw a bone, the dog had to cock its head and wag its tail and enjoy the bone. One day, the master might even kill the dog. And the dog's only choice was to die in silence. I don't think I did anything wrong. Whatever he ordered me to do has been done perfectly. The colorful-robed man had various thoughts surfacing in his mind. Patriarch Lu, please follow me, said an old servant with a smile. Steward Wang, do you know why the county governor suddenly summoned me? Patriarch Lu approached Steward Wang in a fawning manner as he stuffed a banknote into his hands. Noticing that it was a note for 100 taels of silver, Steward Wang revealed a smile and whispered, Don't worry. Master seems to be in a good mood. I doubt it's anything serious. Patriarch Lu heaved a sigh of relief. Soon, he was led into a garden. An elder dressed in a simple gray robe was sitting across a blue-robed man. "Greetings, Lord County Governor and Commander Fong." The moment Patriarch Lu arrived, he immediately bowed politely. There was no need to mention the county governor. He was an existence that had absolute control over both the military and political powers in Grand Dominance County. No one dared defy his orders. He had the authority to persecute any official under the 7th grade without permission from his superiors. Above the 7th grade, he could directly remand them. In order to deal with demons, it had to be ensured that the county governor's words carried weight. Wealthy family clans of certain regions could be vanquished for any reason on the county governor's order. As for the blue-robed man, he was, on the surface, the strongest person in Grand Dominance County. He was a Khanate false core realm who was commander of the county governor's personal guards. Regarding the money that the Lu family needs to hand over every year, do not leave it to the end of the year. The gray-robed elder said casually, "I need it within half a month." "Will you be able to do that?" Patriarch Lu felt a knot in his heart. The Lu family had earned large amounts of money with the county governor's backing. Naturally, it had to offer large amounts of money as a tribute. However, the offering was typically done at the end of the year. It was presently only March. "By the way, I need 100,000 taels," the gray-robed elder added. Patriarch Lu pricked up his brows. Wasn't it usually 80,000 taels of silver a year? Why did it increase? However, Patriarch Lu did not grumble at all. "Lord County Governor, rest assured. I will definitely raise the 100,000 taels in half a month." "All right." The gray-robed elder nodded slightly. "I heard that Lu Qi clashed with Qin Manor's second young master at Swallow Phoenix Brothel last night?" Yes. Patriarch Lu hurriedly said. "I have reprimanded him for his terrible decision-making. Your luck isn't bad. That second master of the Qin Manor showed mercy." The gray-robed elder casually waved his hand. "All right, you are dismissed." Yes. Patriarch Lu immediately retreated obediently. However, his mind was spinning with questions. Why would the Lord County Governor suddenly mention the Qin Manor's second young master? Even if he has knocked open the gate of immortality, he has yet to enter the Khanate realm. He shouldn't matter. Commander Fong himself is already an immortal at the Khanate false core realm. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 15. Chapter 15, Dossier Records. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. As the gray-robed elder watched Patriarch Lu leave, he said with a smile, "Old Fong, Qin family's second young master has already delivered such a show of force the moment he returned. He even exterminated that old demon, Chu Yong. Impressive at dot. He is, after all, an immortal cultivator that has served in the northern borders." The blue-robed man, Commander Fong, had a rare look of solemnity as he continued. The dossier handed down by the imperial government states that he had slain 261 demons. He has even slain 3 powerful demons at the Khanate realm. He must have cooperated with other cultivators for such a feat, right? The gray-robed elder said with a chuckle, "After all, he only knocked open the gate of immortality a few years ago. He's probably no match for a demon at the Khanate realm in a one-on-one fight." However, Commander Fong remarked, "I have been to the northern borders. It is where the demon scourge is held back, resulting in one of the most horrifying struggles between us humans and demons. Cultivators seldom live long in such a land of tragedy." Yet, he had survived 3 years and slain so many demons. "To be honest, I do not even have the confidence fighting him in a one-on-one match." "What?" The gray-robed elder was taken aback. "Old Fong, you are at the Khanate false core realm. So what?" Commander Fong shook his head. For cultivators, cultivation dermic formulations are extremely important. For example, consider the sacred lands of Taoists or Buddhists. The heritage there is the zenith when it comes to cultivation. Just one or two of their juniors, despite being at the 10th or 11th level of Qi refinement, can easily crush us seniors from smaller sections. Top heritage results in extremely robust foundations. Knocking open the gate of immortality is extremely difficult, but once it happens, the condensed quintessential essence would be extremely pure. As for people like us from small sects who step into the connate false core realm, that bit of power of mine has purity probably equivalent to juniors from those sacred lands of Taoists or Buddhists, even if they were at the 10th or 11th Qi refinement realm. The gray-robed elder nodded. That I know. Disciples of the sacred Taoists and Buddhists' lands are naturally impressive. However, is the second young master from Qin Manor also that powerful? He reached the 9th level of Qi refinement at 13, yet he did not enter the neighboring cultivation sects and instead left home to roam the world. He clearly has great ambitions. Commander Fong continued, for him to be able to stay in the northern borders for 3 years, he probably is from one of the top sects, even if he isn't from the 3 sacred lands of Taoism. Furthermore, he is not a greenhorn that lacks experience. He is someone who has truly carved a path out of a sea of blood, with more than 200 confirmed demon kills. Furthermore, it was at the battlefront in the northern borders. Whoever meets him as an opponent should only quiver in fear. Commander Fong said with a sigh. The gray-robed elder nodded slightly and revealed a smile. Then, I will request for his help. With that niece of mine and this second young master from the Qin family, the chance of success will be higher. County Governor, I have to remind you. Commander Fong said solemnly, be it the 3 sacred lands of Taoism or the other top sects, they value their disciples greatly. As top heritage makes knocking open the gate of immortality very difficult, requiring a great deal of help from the masters and seniors in the sect, it is not easy for them to nurture a successor. In addition, the cultivator has to have the talent and grit before he can knock open the gate of immortality before 20 years of age. Therefore, every disciple is a treasure to them. When a young one is bullied, who knows, an old one might pop out next. I'm requesting for his help and not making him my enemy, said the gray-robed elder with a smile. Elsewhere at Qin Manor. It was a day in spring. The amount of sun was perfect. Qin Yun was lying on a chair, leisurely sunbathing. As the sunlight scattered across his body, it felt warm and comfortable. Second young master, second young master. A servant came to inform him. There's someone outside the manor, saying he is sending a letter on behalf of his master, Yubai. Yubai? One of the 4 great scholars of Jiangnan, Yubai? Qin Yun's heart stirred. Invite him in. Soon. My master, Yubai, instructed me to deliver this invitation letter to young Master Qin. A teenager spoke with restraint as he politely took out a letter and handed it over. A servant from the manor took it and immediately passed it to Qin Yun. Second young master. Qin Yun took the letter and gave it a look. Great calligraphy. Qin Yun praised. After unfurling the letter, he commented, Cloud Restaurant? Tell your master that I'll be there punctually, said Qin Yun. Cloud Restaurant was one of the most famous restaurants in Grand Dominance County. It was 8 stories tall, which was an extremely rare sight. Many visitors would come just to climb to its peak to take in the scenery. Cloud Restaurant frequently received guests up to the 6th floor. The 7th floor was split into 6 private rooms. Although every one of them was luxurious, it was possible to enjoy a meal there by spending some money. However, the 8th floor was a huge private room by itself. Sitting there, one could see through the windows and see the entirety of Grand Dominance City. The scenery was impressive, but the price was expensive. Just a meal would cost dozens of taels of silver. Today, one of the 4 great scholars of Jiangnan, Yubai, had come here early. He was a little nervous. "Master, that immortal cultivator is here," a guard hurriedly informed him. "Where is he?" Yu Bai surveyed his surroundings. "There." The guard pointed into the far distance. Young master looked over and saw a dashing young nobleman leisurely riding a horse over. There were drooping willows shrouding him along the path so one could barely make out his figure. "You can see so clearly despite such a great distance?" Yu Bai looked as his guard. "I'm at the 8th level of Qi refinement. I naturally have better eyesight, better than most people," the guard said smugly. Yu Bai finished a pot of tea before Qin Yun finally reached the building. There were 2 reasons for that. Firstly, Grand Dominance City was indeed huge. It was a large city with hundreds of thousands of people in it after all, and the Qin Manor was located a distance away from Cloud Restaurant. Secondly, the horse he rode was very slow. Soon, he reached the 8th floor. Young Master Qin. Yu Bai had long been standing outside the private room waiting. He immediately cupped his hands and said with a bow. Qin Yun casually smiled and said, "Great scholar Yu Bai. Grand Dominance's scenery and march is renowned throughout the world. Since you are here in Grand Dominance, you should travel more. Just now, as I rode my horse here, the journey was filled with fluttering poplar and willows. It was like a piece of art. Although I'm from Grand Dominance County, the thing I like most over all these years is Grand Dominance in March." As he spoke, the duo entered the private room and took their seats. "Having come to Grand Dominance, I do find its scenery beautiful. The people are good looking too," Yu Bai said with a smile. "Today, Cloud Restaurant received a 20-pound Lanyang silver whiskers fish. It was caught early this morning in Lanyang River. It's a rare treat which will be served in a while." 20 pounds? Lanyang silver whiskers fish can only be found in our Lanyang River. I haven't had that after being away for so many years. However, I have never eaten a 20-pound Lanyang silver whiskers fish either. The largest I've eaten was only 12 pounds, said Qin Yun. It looks like I'm in for a treat. Delicacies were served one after another. Qin Yun ate mouthfuls after mouthfuls. Logically speaking, the number of dishes served was too much for 2 people, but Qin Yun leisurely finished more than half of it without seeing any significant bloating of his stomach. Yes, not bad. After drinking a mouthful of wine, Qin Yun glanced at Yu Bai and gave a faint smile. "Well, I had my fill today. It's time for me to leave." With that said, he stood up. "Brother Qin Yun, please wait," Yu Bai hurriedly said. "Oh?" Qin Yun sat back down. "Great scholar Yu Bai, it seems like there is a motive behind your invitation." "I do have a request," said Yu Bai. "Go ahead and tell me," replied Qin Yun. Yu Bai said with a sigh, "I had let my youth slip by for 40 years and led most of life recklessly. However, some of my old friends have recently died either of age or illnesses. Only then have I realized that I'm not too far from death." Qin Yun listened to his monologue. Most people would suffer a drop in vitality past the age of 40. It was also common for them to lose their lives from a serious illness. Living to 50 or 60 before passing away was considered normal. Those that could live to 70 were at an advanced age. I have 3 children. My daughter has already been married away. Between my 2 sons, the elder one is studying and can barely be a county scholar. His literary talent is greatly inferior to mine. That's pretty much all he will amount to in his life. My younger son is now 9 years old. He's at the 4 level of Qi refinement. Yu Bai said, "I'm afraid that after my death, my 2 sons will not be able to protect the family estate. There's no hope for my elder son, but I wish to send my younger son to a cultivation sect. Even if he can't knock open the gate of immortality, he will be able to protect the family estate with strength at the 8th or 9th level of Qi refinement. However, it is difficult to enter the gates of cultivation sections. Yu Bai looked at Qin Yun and said, Brother Qin Yun, you are a cultivator and must know other cultivators. I wonder if it's possible for you to help my son enter a cultivation sect. Qin Yun sneered. There are countless mortals seeking immortality. How could entering a cultivation sect be easy? Even the people in second or third-rate cultivation sects would number 2 or 3. A sect with 8 cultivators or so would be considered flourishing. Do you know why? Yubai listened attentively. It's because as cultivators, we seek the path of unfettered longevity. Not the longevity of our disciples. It's already irritating to deal with matters of the secular world. Some would rather avoid the secular world and cultivate in quiet and remote lands. How many of them are willing to take in disciples? Do you know how much effort is needed to teach a disciple? Do you know how much it delays one's own cultivation? Furthermore, cultivation stresses the importance of dharmic formulations, money, companionship, and finally, land. Dharmic formulations are what cultivation sects have. But for money, the expenditure of a cultivator is like mountains of gold and silver. How can a cultivation sect nurture so many disciples? Familial mountain sect that is closest to us has only 3 cultivators, including the sect leader. Qin Yun shook his head. Cultivators did not want to spend the effort because even after spending it, their disciples might still not be able to knock open the gate of immortality, besides, massive amounts of wealth were needed. If you want your younger son to enter a sect, there are 2 ways. Qin Yun said, 1, your son has to be extremely talented. For example, he has to be at the 9th level of Qi refinement at 12 or 13 years of age. Cultivation sects will be willing to take him in as a disciple without wanting anything in return. 2, you have to produce 100,000 taels of silver before the sect might consider taking him in as a disciple. Yubai said helplessly, my family doesn't run any businesses. It only earns its money from my literary talent. Even if I were to sell everything I have, it would only be 20 or 30,000 taels of silver. Qin Yun shook his head. Although Yubai was a great scholar that was known throughout the world, the means of earning money left one wanting. Renowned courtesans might be willing to give him money, but how much could they give? By paying him 300 to 500 taels of silver, Yubai would have to produce a poem for her. If he dedicated poems so frequently, his poems would also turn cheap. Now, it was already pretty impressive that he had managed to save 20 to 30,000 taels of silver past the age of 40. After all, one of the other 4 great scholars of Jiangnan, great scholar Xiao, had degenerated to the point of needing to survive on renowned courtesans. It's not bad having earned 20 to 30,000 taels of silver. However, to seek immortal cultivation? Qin Yun said, forget it. Brother Qin, please help me. Tell me any condition you have. If I can do it, I'll definitely try my best. Yubai said anxiously. There is fairness in everything. Since you want me to help you, what can you do for me? Asked Qin Yun. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 16. Chapter 16, Rising to Fame. Translator, Situlan. Editor, Situlan. Yubai looked at Qin Yun and said seriously, money alone is probably nothing to Brother Qin Yun. I only have some literary talent that is of any use. I heard that Lady Qin Shuang's relationship with Brother Qin Yun is extraordinary. I am willing to do my best to help Lady Qin Shuang. Can you make her famous throughout the world? Qin Yun poured himself a cup of wine and drank it as he casually asked. That I cannot do. However, I'm confident I can make her famous throughout the Zheng prefecture, said Yubai. Can you make her courtesan belle in the upcoming courtesan belle selection for Grand Dominance County? Asked Qin Yun again. Yubai shook his head. There's too little time. The selection is in a month's time. To grow in fame, it needs a period of time for it to brew. Furthermore, for the selection of courtesan belle, there are other processes at work behind the scenes. I can only guarantee that she will enter top 10 this year, with a chance for top 3. By next year, Lady Chunwang will be the most famous courtesan of Grand Dominance County. And I will use my literary talent and my reputation to spread her fame. Yu Bai continued, only then will her fame be lasting. Those that forcefully become courtesan belle by working the forces behind the scenes will only be resented by others. How will you make Xiao famous throughout Jiang Prefecture? Tell me in detail, said Qin Yun. Yu Bai's eyes lit up. There was hope. I have been to brothels half my life. I understand how such things work very well. Yu Bai began explaining his plan. Qin Yun's eyes gradually lit up as he listened to him. It looks like you are really willing to go all out so that your youngest son can enter a cultivation sect, said Qin Yun with a laugh after hearing the entire plan. When should I go all out if not now? Since I still have the strength, I should pave the way for them, said Yu Bai. Alright, you help Xiao, and I'll help you. Qin Yun nodded. Prepare some brushes and ink. Yu Bai was delighted when he heard that. Soon, Qin Yun finished writing a letter. Send your youngest son to Jiang Prefecture's South Bright County's East Mountain Vista, and seek an audience with Taoist Goldshine using my letter, said Qin Yun. Remember, bring 1,000 taels of silver as a gift to honor his new master. After seeing my letter, Taoist Goldshine will understand. Yes, yes. Perfect. Yu Bai was overjoyed. How can 1,000 taels of silver be enough? It has to be 5,000. That is up to you, said Qin Yun. East Mountain Vista was situated on a tiny island in the East Sea. It was the only cultivation sect in South Bright County and was very influential there. In fact, one could protect their family clan by becoming a paper tiger just by gaining entry to a cultivation sect. Remember what you said, remarked Qin Yun. I'll be going to Swallow Phoenix brothel tonight. Yu Bai's spirit was soaring. Qin Yun nodded. He felt pity and a little guilty for Xiao to lead such a life. He had not appeared when she needed him the most, causing Xiao to end up in a brothel alone. He wanted to try his best to make up for it. That night, Yu Bai went to Swallow Phoenix brothel. After watching Lady Chunwang's sword dance, he turned agitated. With his friends as witnesses, he wrote Ode to Chunwang on the spot. Then, he requested to meet Lady Chunwang. The news immediately attracted the attention of many renowned courtesans from the brothels in Grand Dominance County. What? Yu Bai went to meet Chunwang? After watching her sword dance, he wrote an ode to Chunwang? How is this Chunwang so lucky? Many renowned courtesans turned envious and jealous. And at Dreamlike Pavilion, a brothel established by Dreamlike Pavilion lady herself. I have invited Yu Bai numerous times but he shied away from me, but now, he has gone to meet that young lass? Dreamlike Pavilion lady was leaning on a bench. She had fair skin and all sorts of charms exuded from her eyebrows. Although she was 35, she had a mature beauty thanks to the extension of her youth from qi refinement. People may have resented her winning of the title of courtesan belle 2 years ago, but she was confident of entering the top 5 through her own strengths. However, Lady Scented Dress and Fairy Clear Autumn were a lot more famous than her. By defeating them, it appeared unfair. Mistress, this is the ode to Chunwang that the great scholar, Yu Bai, wrote. It was just copied and sent over. The female attendant immediately handed it over to her politely. Dreamlike Pavilion lady casually took it and unfurled it. The text that replicated the ode was considered rather neat and trite, but the ode itself made Dreamlike Pavilion lady's expression change drastically. Why isn't it writing about me? Why is it not me? Dreamlike Pavilion lady clenched the roll of paper till her veins protruded from her slender hands. Why is it that last Chunwang? Dreamlike Pavilion lady was also proficient in the artistry skills of zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Although she could not produce any good pieces, she could tell that this was absolutely one of the best works from the great scholar Yu Bai. This ode is imbued with true feelings and can only be written this well by having one's heart truly touched. Dreamlike pavilion lady refused to believe it. Could it be that the last Chuang has really stirred his heart? News of the good ode quickly proliferated. Even with his status as one of the 4 great scholars of Jiangnan, the number of poems or pieces he had that could spread throughout the world was limited. A piece that was written naturally was rare. Forcefully writing one would typically be mediocre. Second young master. I have been waiting outside Swallow Phoenix brothel all this while. This is the ode to Chunwang that the great scholar Yu Bai wrote. Swallow Phoenix brothel had gotten people to make copies of it. Many people were buying it. I rushed back after buying one. A servant respectfully handed the roll of paper to Qin Yun. Qin Yun took it over and unfurled it, allowing the warm yellow light from a lamp illuminate it. A great ode and impressive literary flair. Qin Yun smiled. He could still clearly remember the plan Yu Bai had described to him. The ode was not written recently. Instead, it was from a 3-year-old memory of Yu Bai's unrequited love for a woman who eventually married someone else. Yu Bai had written the ode as he reminisced over the beauty. It was imbued with his natural emotions and truly one of the best works he had written in his life. However, after reading it thrice, he tore it apart. If news of it got out, it would not necessarily be a good thing for the woman that had married to someone else. For his son, Yu Bai was willing to go all out. He reused the ode and made some modifications, making it Ode to Chunwang. And afraid that it would leak out, he did not even tell the contents of it to Qin Yun. Only when he wrote it at Swallow Phoenix brothel did Qin Yun learn of it. Not only is this a great ode, there will be 3 other good poems in the year ahead. Qin Yun looked forward to it. They have all been prepared by Yu Bai. Not only was there going to be an ode, there was also going to be poems. And a story of the great scholar Yu Bai acting the role of a forlorn lover suffering unrequited love as he remained infatuated to Lady Chunwang. Just as the saying goes, the fallen flower pines for love but the heartless brook babbles on with unrequited love. As he suffered in the misery of unrequited love, the great scholar Yu Bai would produce 3 poems in the coming year to flesh out his one-sided pining for her. In the future, when Yu Bai is mentioned, Xiao will definitely be mentioned as well. An ode to Chunwang with 3 other poems would definitely become well known throughout the Jiang prefecture after a year. Qin Yun secretly sighed. This great scholar is using his talented fame to imbue Xiao with fame. Day after day. With Ode to Chunwang spreading, Swallow Phoenix brothel's Lady Chunwang's fame naturally grew. After all, the ode's description depicted her perfectly. It spoke of her like a fairy or goddess that had descended to the mortal world. The amount needed to meet her quickly increased and in a few days, it had raised to 50 taels of silver. However, there were still many sons of the wealthy that fell over each other to win an audience with her. Even a young master of the county governor had sought her audience. It only served to make Lady Chunwang more sought after. Xiao, what are you thinking about? Auntie Shui said with a smile. Lady Chunwang was sitting in front of a blank canvas and writing with her mind elsewhere. She said softly, everything that happened in the past half-month appears to be like a dream. That's right, it's like a dream. First, the great scholar, Yu Bai began courting you and raised your fame using Ode to Chunwang. Even the county governor's young master and other noblemen have sought an audience with you, commented Auntie Shui. Someone is helping me, said Lady Chunwang. Auntie Shui was taken aback, helping you? Yes. Lady Chunwang nodded. Mr. Yu had hinted to me that he was doing it under a request by somebody. Auntie Shui was alarmed. Request by somebody? Who could have that capability? Could it be Qin Yun? Or someone in power from the county governor's brethren? Lady Chunwang did not speak further but instead continued writing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 17. Chapter 17, County Governor Visits. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. It was a day in spring with the right amount of sunshine. Qin Yun was lying on a chair, enjoying some tea. Xiao Shuang's fame has improved by leaps and bounds. She has already been selected to be one of the top 10 contenders for the title of courtesan belle. 7 days later, she will appear with 9 other renowned courtesans to contest in the final round. Qin Yun shook his head slightly. However, there hasn't been enough time for her fame to slowly spread. Her actual following probably cannot match very clear autumn and lady-scented dresses. It will be a little difficult for her to enter top 3, much less clinching the title of courtesan belle. 7 days later was the true competition for courtesan belle. The 10 renowned courtesans would compete by showcasing their talents, using all the means they had on a cruise ship that day. There would be a huge crowd watching and the top 3 would be selected on that day before the final courtesan belle was chosen. It was a grand event held in Grand Dominance County every year. The astral pattern steel that I obtained previously have all been refined. The materials I had with me can't last more than a few days. Qin Yun thought to himself. It looks like I need to mass purchase some items. There are no breaks to cultivating my intrinsic flying sword. When the day my intrinsic flying sword attains completion, my strength would also greatly increase as well. Oh! There were very deep and heavy rumbles coming from the ground. Ordinary people would not have been able to sense it, but Qin Yun had very sharp senses. His expression changed slightly. There's a lot of people heading here? On the streets. It's the county governor. Make way. Make way. Stay a distance from them. Be it ordinary commoners or rich merchants, or even sons of noblemen, all of them quickly made way, afraid to incur any offense. In Grand Dominance County, the county governor was king. He was the absolute emperor of the land. A luxurious horse carriage was slowly proceeding forward, pulled by 2 noble steeds. There were a large group of personal guards dressed in armor surrounding the carriage, each looking extraordinarily mighty. Even if the old demon, Xu Yong, dared to rush into the county governor's personal guards, there would only be one outcome for him: torn to pieces. Where is the county governor going? The only thing of significance around here is the Qin Manor. However, the county governor has never been there before. Then it's because you are unaware. The Qin Manor's second young master, Qin Yun, is already one of the immortals. I believe the county governor is here for the Qin family's second young master. So what if he has knocked open the gate of immortality? The county governor protects millions of citizens. Typical immortal cultivators will not even dare act wantonly in front of him. There were all sorts of murmurs discussing the situation. Qin Manor's entrance. Qin Liehu, his wife, Changlan, the first young master, Xinan, and second young master, Qin Yun, were already waiting. Changlan asked curiously, Liehu, it's been years since we moved to Grand Dominance City, but the county governor has never visited. Even if he wants to meet you, he would directly send someone to summon you. Why would he come personally? He's probably not here to see me but here for our son. Qin Liehu said in hushed tones. He's here to see Yuner? Changlan hurriedly said, Yuner just came back, so why is he meeting him? But instead, Qin Liehu said, how would I know? However, Yuner is 21 this year. It has only been a few years since he knocked open the gate of immortality. Logically speaking, a county governor would not think so highly of Yuner. But since he's coming, he probably has a request. Yuner, for a person of his status to request something of you, it is definitely not something simple. You should not easily agree to it. Everything must be handled very seriously and carefully. I understand. Qin Yun nodded. Qin Liehu nodded slightly. To him, his son's safety was obviously of utmost importance. As for Qin Yun, he was looking far into the distance. He could tell at a glance that the luxurious horse carriage was not ordinary. There was a mysterious luster inside the box carriage that even a powerful shot from a crossbow would fail to penetrate it. Traveling beside the carriage were 5 people. Out of the 5, there were elderly men and women. They were on horseback and had extraordinary dispositions. The personal guards that surrounded the carriage numbered more than 100. Every one of these personal guards had a converged radiance to them. Every action they made seemed to be particularly mighty. County Governor Manor, the personal guard army. Qin Yun thought to himself. It's said that half the experts in all of Grand Dominance County are in County Governor Manor. Although it might seem a little exaggerated, it makes sense too. Even if it's me, I can only run when facing the onslaught of the personal guard army. Trot! 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 The horse carriage came to a halt. A middle-aged man dismounted from the carriage first. He then carefully helped an elder down the carriage. Your subordinate, Qin Liehu, greets Lord County Governor. Qin Liehu immediately bowed as his wife and Qin Yun behind him followed. Qin Yun, who was standing towards the back, similarly bowed. Although there were more than 100 people around, there was complete silence. The elder was rather aged. His hair was white as he looked at Qin Liehu through turbid eyes. He said with a smile, "There's no need for formalities. I came today to Qin Manor to visit the great hero of our Grand Dominance County." As he spoke, he cast his eyes at Qin Yun and smiled. Great hero? Qin Liehu was a little perplexed. Although his son was a cultivator, that did not mean that he was a great hero, right? Lord County Governor, don't just stand here. Please enter. Qin Liehu did not have the luxury of time to think it through as he immediately invited his superior in. The entire group of people entered the manor and came to the main hall. The elder, woman and 4 other experts stayed on guard outside the hall. The county governor brought only 2 people in, and as such, Qin Liehu only brought Qin Yun in. In the main hall, the county governor naturally sat in the seat of honor while Qin Liehu and Qin Yun sat to one side, with the other 2 middle-aged men sitting across them. Let me do the introductions. The county governor pointed to a man in blue robes that sat closest to him. This is Brother Fong, who has temporarily taken the difficult task of being commander of my personal guards. Commander Fong. Qin Liehu and Qin Yun immediately cupped their hands as a greeting. Qin Liehu immediately said, "Yuner, Commander Fong is our #1 expert of Grand Dominance County. He is a powerful man at the Khanate False Core realm. In front of our young friend, Qin Yun, I'm not considered anything powerful." The blue-robed man said with a chuckle. Before I returned to Grand Dominance, I heard of 2 Khanate False Core realm seniors that reside in Grand Dominance County. One of them is Commander Fong and the other is Master Meisha, said Qin Yun with a smile. Commander Fong holds down the fort for Grand Dominance, allowing peace to be maintained. I'm very impressed with him. There were only 2 experts at the Khanate False Core realm in Grand Dominance County. One of them went under the patronage of the imperial government while the other became commander of the county governor's personal guard army. Throughout the world, almost every county governor's personal guard army was helmed by a commander whose cultivation level was at the Khanate False Core realm. It was also an indication of how highly the imperial government valued county governors. After all, the imperial government would also be worried that the county governor that they assigned would be executed by demons. Therefore, among the military powers a county governor had, the county army was naturally ranked first. The army was 10,000 soldiers strong or more. They were strong men with powerful steeds, equipped with lots of powerful weapons. Ranked second was the personal guard army that protected the county governor at all times. Although the personal guard army numbered only 600, they were composed of absolute elites. The commander that led them would be helmed by someone at the Khanate False Core realm. Ranked third were the constables from Six Fans Gate who maintained the safety of the hundreds of thousands of people in the city. You are giving me too much praise, Commander Fong said with a light chuckle. The lot of us can't compare with you. You are the one that really ensured the safety of countless lives. There's no need to remain humble between the both of you. The county governor pointed to the middle-aged man sitting beside Commander Fong. That is my youngest son, Wensheng. Both sides exchanged pleasantries. Wensheng immediately said, I have always wanted to meet Brother Qin Yun after knowing of his feats. I finally had the pleasure today. Brother Qin Yun, can you explain what the scale of the demon scourge is like in the northern borders? I heard it's extremely horrible. Northern borders? Xin Liehu was alarmed. Why? Does Constable Qin not know? Asked the county governor with a laugh. Xin Liehu was perplexed as he turned to look at his son. Qin Yun was rendered helpless. He had not wanted to worry his parents, so he had never mentioned it. When Wensheng saw this, he immediately said, It looks like I've blabbered too much. It's something that I have to tell my parents eventually. Qin Yun shook his head and said, Back when I roamed the world, I also went to the northernmost lands. I wanted to see what the legendary northern borders that battled the demon scourge were like. However, when I saw the tragic things done by the demon scourge, I joined the army in a fit of anger. As such, I spent 3 years there. 3 years? Xin Liehu was alarmed. Yuner, you served in the northern borders for 3 years? That is an extremely terrible place. There are massive numbers of losses and injuries every day. Demons also die in succession there. The county governor continued, It's very impressive for him to serve for 3 years. Impressive. Sitting to his side, Commander Fong added, According to the records as written in the dossier handed down by the imperial government, our young friend Qin Yun has no lack of confirmed demon kills. Military operations. Qin Yun shook his head. They are all about cooperation. It was not done solely on my own. To be able to kill so many and survive demands skill. Commander Fong said. Qin Yun was taken aback as he shook his head slightly. Indeed, surviving was not easy. His good friends, be it because they were there to train themselves or to render meritorious services, or because of a fit of anger, cultivators came from everywhere to the northern borders to withstand the demon scourge. In 3 years, more than half died in battle. There were people who were severely injured. Those who truly left safely numbered about 20 to 30%. Qin Yun was the only one that stayed the longest. He had stayed for 3 years before leaving because of a promise. Memories of past scenes began to flood through his mind as they flashed across his eyes. Those smiling faces. The insanity as their lives was on the line. Those figures that sang loudly with emotion despite facing death. Cultivation can be done in seclusion, in the secular world, and also in the military. Qin Yun made a statement. Young Master Qin is right. One can cultivate anywhere. I came here today for 2 reasons. 1, I wanted to see a great hero like young Master Qin. 2, I have something I need young Master Qin's help with, said the county governor. Here it comes. Xin Liehu's heart tightened. However, Qin Yun remained calm. County governor, please speak. The county governor said with a faint smile, Deep in Grand Dominance County's tallest mountain, Green Tooth Mountain, there is a spirit fruit. It's slightly more than a month before the spirit fruit ripens. I want to request young Master Qin to help me obtain the fruit when it ripens. Of course, it will not only be you. There will be 2 other companions. And of course, I will not treat young Master Qin shabbily. Sitting by the side, Wensheng took out a thick stack of banknotes. He placed it on a tea table beside Qin Yun. When Qin Yun took a glance at it, he noticed that the topmost note denominated 1,000 taels of silver. There is a total of 100,000 taels of silver here, said Chong with a smile. Qin Liehu drew in a cold gasp. 100,000 taels of silver. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 18. Chapter 18, Spirit Fruit. Translator, Situlan. Editor, Situlan. 100,000 taels of silver was an obscene amount of money. Even the Liu family, which was one of the top 3 family clans in Grand Dominance County, had a wealth that totaled 200,000 to 300,000 taels of silver. After all, no matter how extensive the Liu family's business was, most of the money they earned had to be handed to the county governor. Furthermore, the county governor had a lot of expenditures, hence, offering 100,000 taels of silver was not an easy task either. However, he had still offered it regardless of how much he felt the pinch. To offer 100,000 taels of silver, this expedition must be extremely dangerous. Qin Liehu immediately worried for his son's safety. However, Qin Yun remained very calm. How generous of you to offer 100,000 taels of silver. He said with a smile, might I ask what spirit fruit it is that I'm supposed to retrieve? The county governor hesitated for a moment before looking at Qin Liehu. Constable Qin, please do not spread this. Of course, of course. Qin Liehu said immediately. 1,000-year-old ice jade fruit, said the county governor in hushed tones. Qin Yun's expression changed slightly when he heard that. Ice jade fruit trees resembled ice sculptures. They would bear fruit every century, but there would only be one fruit. Usually, the fruit would be blue in color but would only turn red when it ripened. Furthermore, it only maintained its ripened state for 2 hours. After 2 hours, the original fruit tree would wither, causing the fruit to fall to the ground. Upon touching the soil, the fruit would melt, leaving behind a seed. The seed would germinate once again, and after 100 years, the tree would bear fruit once again. If the fruit was not eaten, it would fall to the ground, melting, and allow the seed to germinate once again. It would then be another century. As one generation followed another, and only after 1,000 years would the fruit that was born be qualified to be called 1,000-year-old ice jade fruit. It would suffuse a purple luster when it ripened and would be a rare treasure of extremely miraculous nature. It was best used for the refinement of pills. Of course, it could be consumed directly. Eating 1,000-year-old ice jade fruit could rejuvenate one's body. If one were in their 30s or 40s, with no hope of knocking open the gate of immortality, eating 1,000-year-old ice jade fruit would rejuvenate the body such that there would be a chance of knocking open the gate of immortality again. If it were a person highly advanced in age, they would undergo a rejuvenation after eating one, allowing them to extend their lives for another 2 decades. Longevity. Many people pursued it. The closer they were to death, the more they craved to carry on living. A spirit fruit that could extend one's life by 20 years was sufficient to make many go crazy for it. Material goods had a price, but longevity was priceless. It's no wonder the county governor is willing to spend 100,000 taels of silver. Qin Yun thought to himself before he said, Green Tooth Mountain is the tallest mountain in Grand Dominance County, where many demons lurk. It would be extremely difficult to retrieve the spirit fruit. There will be 2 other companions with you. Both of them are extraordinary as well. The county governor said, one of them is a Grand Dominance County local. He has a demon that listens to orders. In terms of strength, that demon is stronger than the old demon Chuang. As for the other one, she is my niece. In terms of strength, she's probably not inferior to you, young Master Qin. Oh? Qin Yun was surprised. The county governor was a high official. As such, the imperial government would deliver a dossier regarding Qin Yun to him. Despite seeing his dossier, the county governor actually dared to claim that she was not inferior to him? Niece? Has she stepped into the Khanate realm? Asked Qin Yun. No, the county governor said with a smile. The trio that will embark on this expedition is not at the Khanate realm. It's because once Khanate experts were to expose their aura, the demons would realize that Khanate experts were coming to snatch the treasure. They would definitely fear that the spirit fruit cannot be defended. With the temperament of demons, once they realize that the spirit fruit cannot be defended, they might be willing to destroy it then leave it to the intruders. As for all of you in the postnatal realm, the demons would end up underestimating you. I need you to use that folly of the demons to snatch the spirit fruit in one fell swoop, said the county governor. Qin Yun was curious. The county governor had so much confidence in a woman that had yet to enter the Khanate realm, so much as to claim that she was comparable in strength to him? From the looks of it, she was definitely from a top sect. It was even possible that she was a disciple of a sacred Taoist or Buddhist land. There are too many demons in Green Tooth Mountain. There will be many exigencies for us to infiltrate deep into the demon's lair. 100,000 taels of silver? Qin Yun shook his head gently. He really did not think much of it. What conditions do you have? Please speak your mind, said the county governor. Since you are a high official of our Grand Dominance County, I will not demand too much. I do not need the banknotes. All I need is Frostmuster Spirit Liquid. Qin Yun added, 10 pounds of Frostmuster Spirit Liquid. Qin Yun was in urgent need of Frostmuster Spirit Liquid. The reason being that the cultivation of his intrinsic flying sword was still using rather common materials. He was using large quantities of materials to make up for it, which resulted in a slow nurturing process. If he had 10 pounds of Frostmuster Spirit Liquid, it was possible that he would complete his intrinsic flying sword within a month. He had few options. Frostmuster Spirit Liquid was seldom used by typical cultivators and it was very rare. Only top sects of powerful factions had a chance of coming into contact with it. Qin Yun was an itinerant cultivator after all. He had no chance of gathering the Frostmuster Spirit Liquid he required. The county governor said with a slight frown, Frostmuster Spirit Liquid is rather difficult to obtain. It can only be found deep at the bottom of the North Sea. 10 pounds of Frostmuster Spirit Liquid isn't expensive and is worth less than 100,000 taels of silver. However, gathering it would be problematic. It should take a month and at most 2 months. Qin Yun revealed a delighted look. That's sufficient. It will be more than a month before we set off to retrieve the spirit fruit. You can give me a portion of the Frostmuster Spirit Liquid before we set off for Green Tooth Mountain. I'll give you as much as I manage to gather when the time comes, said the county governor. Then, have we come to an agreement? Yes, I agree to the expedition. Qin Yun nodded. He was in a rather good mood. Just like how the astral pattern steel shortened the mastering of his intrinsic flying sword, allowing his foundation to turn more robust, the Frostmuster Spirit Liquid was best suited for his intrinsic flying sword. Similarly, his foundation would be better and the time to finish cultivating his intrinsic flying sword would be shortened by a month. This county governor is indeed from South Hills Wen family. Qin Yun thought to himself. It's a large family clan that had been conferred the title of Duke after all. His niece probably comes from a top cultivation sect or from one of the sacred lands of Taoism or Buddhism. For him to be able to obtain Frostmuster Spirit Liquid, it also shows how extraordinary his social connections are. The county governor immediately laughed loudly when he heard Qin Yun's agreement. Young Master Qin is indeed forthright. Qin Liehu felt somewhat helpless. He had signaled Qin Yun with his eyes but his son had still agreed to the request. Brother Qin Yun, my father was truly worried you would disagree with his proposition. Wen Shong, who was sitting by the side, said with a laugh. By the way, I heard that Brother Qin Yun has deep ties with Swallow Phoenix Brothel's Lady Chen Xuan. Chen Shuang and I are childhood friends. We grew up together. Qin Yun answered simply. The county governor asked, are you referring to Lady Chen Shuang as described in Ode to Chen Shuang by the great scholar, Yu Bai? Yes, father. It's that lady Chunwang. Wen Chong said with a smile, "It's my first meeting with Brother Qin Yun today and I happen to have a gift for you." Oh? Qin Yun was surprised. The selection of courtesan belle of our Grand Dominance County will be held 7 days later. Shall I give the title of courtesan belle to Brother Qin Yun's sister? Wen Chong said with a loud laugh. Qin Yun was slightly startled. When the county governor heard that, he immediately nodded in approval. Yes, Wen Chong. It's merely a courtesan belle. Proceed with it. Merely a courtesan belle? From the way the county governor spoke of it, it was nothing at all. I'll be on my way. It will be fast. An hour would do. Wen Chong said as he strode out the door. As a cultivator, Qin Yun knew from his travels that a courtesan belle of a county was truly just a form of entertainment to the people truly in power. Although the county governor had taken the initiative to help him, it was because he needed him to retrieve the spirit fruit from Green Tooth Mountain. That was something that risked his life. The county governor was naturally afraid that he would not put in his best. Thank you, county governor. Qin Yun said with a smile. It's nothing. The county governor revealed a smile. He wanted Qin Yun to remember this favor of his. Dreamlike pavilion. Inside a bedroom, an enticing body was lying in a man's embrace. I really never expected that the courtesan belle selection this year would suddenly have a Chunwang to tip the scales. Dreamlike pavilion lady lamented. 7 days later at the cruise ship, if I do not enter the top 3, how will I be able to face everyone else? I might as well jump into Flower Solarium River. Don't worry, Dreamlike. I'm not confident of you winning courtesan belle, but I already guaranteed you previously that you will definitely enter the top 3. The man said with a smile as he caressed Dreamlike Pavilion Lady's skin that was as smooth as jade. Dreamlike Pavilion Lady looked up. Minister Wang, don't get my hopes up. The man said with a smile, how can I bear hurting you? For some reason, although Dreamlike Pavilion Lady was rather old, her looks and skin resembled that of a young girl's. Such a level of seduction prevented him from shaking his infatuation for her. Master, master. The county governor is summoning you. A hurried shout sounded from outside. The county governor? The man jolted in shock. The county governor wants to meet you? Minister Wang, make haste then. Dreamlike Pavilion Lady urged him. I'll be leaving. With that, Wang Song hurriedly dressed up and left the room. Dreamlike Pavilion Lady got up and sat in front of her dressing table wrapped in a blanket. As she looked at her reflection in a bronze mirror, she chuckled. Little lass, you want to fight me? You are still too young. Within an hour, 2 men and a woman came to Qin Manor under orders from the county governor. Greetings, county governor. The 3 bowed politely. Following that, they stood obediently by the side with hearts filled with questions. As for Wen Chong, he said with a smile. Brother Qin Yun, how do you think a courtesan belle selection is done? Although it's a contest of looks, talent, and charm, the final courtesan belle is selected by a panel made of 100 members. These 100 people are famous in Grand Dominance County. Some hail from wealthy large clans and there are obviously famous cultured and refined scholars. Also, there will be distinguished guests that frequently patronage brothels. They make up the courtesan belle panel and many of them have distinguished statuses. It appears very fair on the surface. But in fact, these cultured and refined scholars and other famous people can be influenced behind the scenes. Some of the wealthy merchants and distinguished personnel can be influenced as well. These 3. When Chong introduced, Madame Jade runs 5 brothels in Grand Dominance County. Swallow Phoenix Brothel is also under her charge. Many refined and cultured scholars owe their living to Madame Jade. The woman gave Qin Yun a faint smile. Vice Minister Wang is Deputy President of Grand Dominance County's Merchant Association. President Han usually abstains from doing any administration, so most of the matters of the Merchant Association is administered by Vice Minister Wang. Many of the wealthy businessmen and distinguished people from the courtesan bell panel listens to Vice Minister Wang, said Xiao. Vice Minister Wang immediately gave an obsequious smile at Qin Yun. What a joke! Didn't you see the county governor and Commander Fong here? Moreover, the county governor's son, Chuang, was delivering the introductions himself? He was only a merchant. His official post was also bought, so how could he dare slight Qin Yun? As for this man, he is young Master Hong. Xiao said with a smile. The Hong family is the top family clan in Grand Dominance County. It is extremely influential. Many people from the courtesan bell panel would not dare disobey the Hong family's instructions. Greetings, young Master Qin Yun. I had long heard of young Master Qin Yun's fury over a beauty, making that Lu Qi slam his face to the ground. Young Master Hong said with a chuckle. These three added together can influence more than half the members of the courtesan bell panel. Xiao said with a smile. If the three of them simultaneously decide on anyone to be the courtesan belle, then that person will definitely be courtesan belle. For this year's courtesan belle, my father thinks highly of Lady Chuang. Does anyone have an opinion? Madame Jade hurriedly said, Lady Chunwang is from my Swallow Phoenix brothel. I had long thought highly of her. Now that her reputation has increased greatly, I too think that she should win this year's title of courtesan belle. Young Master Hong nodded as well. Lady Chunwang's sword dance and lute performance are both impeccable. Who else but her can be courtesan belle? Yes. Vice Minister Wang, who stood beside them, hurriedly added. Even the great scholar Yu Bai has written ode to Chunwang for her. She naturally deserves the title of courtesan belle. If she doesn't become courtesan belle, I, Wang Song, will be the first to disagree. Ha ha. Xiao laughed. Brother Qin Yun, look. The matter is settled. Lady Chunwang shall be this year's courtesan belle. Qin Yun had watched this play out in front of his very eyes. No matter how much the renowned courtesans fought each other 7 days later, the title of courtesan belle was already determined today. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 19. Chapter 19, Courtesan Belle. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. Madame Jade, Vice Minister Wang, and young Master Hong quickly left Qin Manor. What sort of influence does that young Master Qin have? Isn't he just an immortal cultivator that had just knocked open the gate of immortality? Why would the county governor treat him with so much respect? Vice Minister Wang asked in hushed tones. No matter what influence he is not someone we can offend, replied Madame Jade. Young Master Hong remarked, don't overthink things. Since the county governor's intentions are clear, we just need to follow his wishes. That is only natural. Vice Minister Wang and Madame Jade nodded in response. The county governor could crush them to death easily, so how could they dare feign compliance while acting in opposition? Dreamlike Pavilion. Minister Wang, you are back? Dreamlike Pavilion lady went forward to receive him and served him a cup of tea. Have some tea first to quench your thirst. Vice Minister Wang slumped into his seat and gulped it down before saying, Dreamlike, you can forget about entering the top 3 for this coming courtesan belle selection. Minister Wang, you, Dreamlike Pavilion lady hurriedly said, wasn't it already agreed upon previously? Lady Scented Dress and Lady Clear Autumn are definitely entering the top 3 or the selection will be ridiculed as being unfair. Vice Minister Wang said, which Dreamlike Pavilion lady nodded in agreement. But what about the other spot? Vice Minister Wang said, the other spot is left to Lady Chunwang. What? Dreamlike Pavilion lady turned anxious. She's only a young girl, sought after by Yu Bai. At most, there was an ode written for her? Her fame is a lot greater than yours at present. Vice Minister Wang continued, in a few months, Lady Scented Dress and Lady Clear Autumn might not even be able to beat her. After all, that ode was written too well. So what if her fame is greater than mine? Isn't it still chosen by the courtesan bell panel? With you helping me, wouldn't I be able to enter the top 3? Dreamlike Pavilion Lady asked. I'm helping you, but there are others helping her, replied Vice Minister Wang. Who? Dreamlike Pavilion Lady asked. Qin Manor's second young master, Qin Yun, said Vice Minister Wang. I heard that he's an immortal cultivator, but how is he able to influence the courtesan bell selection? Dreamlike Pavilion Lady pursued the matter. He is a distinguished guest of the county governor, who has all intentions to befriend him. It has already been decided that this year's courtesan belle will be Lady Chunwang. Vice Minister Wang said, don't make a fuss if you want to live. County governor? Dreamlike Pavilion Lady's face turned pale. Alright, I came only to warn you, so that you would be mentally prepared. I don't want you to lose your calm during the courtesan bell selection. Vice Minister Wang said with a smile. I might have failed you this time, but Dreamlike, I will make it up to you in the future. I still have other matters to tend to. I'll be leaving for now. With that said, he got up and left. I'll walk you out. Dreamlike Pavilion Lady still got up and walked him out the door. Following that, she returned alone to her room with a stagger. It's unfair. It's unfair, murmurs could be heard from inside Dreamlike Pavilion Lady's room. She had forgotten that Chen Shuang's fame was already close to Fairy Clear Autumn and Lady Scented Dresses. As for her, her fame was never Chen Shuang's match, to begin with. She was also aging and had tried all means to forcefully win the title of courtesan belle. Many people had resented the unfairness of it behind her back. Second young master of the Qin Manor, Qin Yun? Dreamlike Pavilion Lady knew that regardless of anything, she could only endure it in silence. Days passed one after another. The day of the courtesan belle selection approached. With the county governor's son, Wen Chang's promotion, the ode to Qin Shuang spread even faster. It would be common to hear people reciting it alongside teahouses and wine shops. As people listened to the Qin Shuang as described in the ode, they imagined of a fairy-like figure that could make one of the 4 great scholars of Jiangnan, you by fall completely head over heels for. It also made Lady Qin Shuang's fame rise greatly, reaching the point of fame that Lady Scented Dress and Fairy Clear Autumn enjoyed. Finally, on the day of the courtesan belle selection, the banks of Flower Solarium River were already filled with the masses. The restaurants that lined the river banks, especially the second floor, had been reserved by many of the rich. Brother Qin Yun, please enter. The second floor of one of the restaurants had been completely reserved. There were only 3 guests in it, the county governor's son, young Master Hong and Qin Yun. The trio took their seats with female attendants serving them. Beyond the building's railings, they could easily see the huge cruise ship situated beside them. The renowned courtesans inside the cruise ship had yet to appear, and all that could be seen were vague figures. Every year's courtesan belle selection is when there is the most bustle. Young Master Hong said with a smile, countless citizens will rush here to chance a glimpse of the renowned courtesan's beauty, but common citizens cannot afford the money needed to visit a brothel, so it's natural that they will not miss the courtesan belle selection. Added Wen Chong. Qin Yun looked at the huge throngs of youths by the riverbank below him. Many of them were cheering. Fairy Clear Autumn. Lady Scented Dress. Lady Chunwang. There were cheers all around. Qin Yun was rather envious of the joy and excitement that these ordinary people had. As a cultivator that roamed the world, he had seen too many instances of the repulsiveness of the human heart. He had also seen too much death in the northern borders. Compared to the renowned courtesans, the excitement the citizens had was better at infecting him. With so many citizens here, are there precautionary measures set up in the vicinity? Qin Yun asked. If a demon were to attack, there will be a lot of death and injury. Don't worry. The courtesan belle selection is a grand event of grand dominance. We naturally did our best at employing precautionary measures. Father has diverted a large amount of manpower here. When Chuang said, even the two ends of the flower solarium river has been barricaded to prevent demons of the water breed to launch an amphibious assault. As for everything else? If the demons really want to cause harm, it's impossible to prevent it. Many of them have been hiding in the city for years, so it's impossible to defend against them. However, as long as they dare come, not one of them can escape. They will definitely meet their doom. Yes, there's so much manpower with lots of powerful weapons prepared. As long as the demons appear, they will die. Young Master Hong added with a laugh. Demons also fear death. If they know that it's suicidal, they will not send themselves to their deaths. Qin Yun nodded. In the entire Grand Dominance County, the county city and the provincial city were relatively much safer because there was a powerful military presence. The demons could only hide in the shadows. As for outside the city, the imperial government could only establish an on-site inspection office. However, the demons remained rampant. The days outside the city were a lot tougher. Before the age of 8, Qin Yun had grown up in a village where he had suffered immensely. Roar! The cheers outside gradually reached a crescendo as if it were a roar from a tidal wave. Countless citizens were cheering with extreme excitement. One renowned courtesan after another walked out of the cruise ship that was floating over the Flower Solarium River. The large cruise ship had a total of 3 decks. The courtesans came to the top deck of the ship, where it was completely open, allowing the citizens by the riverbanks to see everything clearly. Here they come, said young Master Hong with a laugh. The 10 renowned courtesans were excellent, be it their composure or charm. Each one of them was smiling sweetly and looking radiant. To the common citizens, all of them were fairies. Especially the youths and young adults, they were cheering with blushed faces. Qin Yun was situated on the 2nd floor of a restaurant where he could see every facial expression the 10 renowned courtesans were making on the cruise ship. It's no wonder so many wealthy men are willing to spend lavishly on them. Even some younger ones are willing to bankrupt themselves for renowned courtesans. Some youths would court renowned courtesans to the point of going bankrupt. When they had money, the brothels would warmly welcome them. When they had no money, the brothels would directly chase them out. In an ordinary yard in a residential area situated close to the Flower Solarium River, 5 men were gathered where they could hear the tumultuous cheers coming from the Flower Solarium River's riverbank. The renowned courtesans have appeared. A fatty said with a smile. Our 3 brothers, it's about time you go. Remember, the moment when the courtesan belle is chosen is when the humans would be most excited. It's the moment when you should take action. Another youth with cunning-looking facial features instructed, as for that courtesan belle, as well as the other renowned courtesans, kill them all. After killing them, feel free to kill those humans. Kill as many as you can. Yes. We have long been waiting for this. The 3 men's eyes were burning with passion. Then, go. The cunning-looking youth waved his hand. Remember, take action when the courtesan belle is announced. The 3 men nodded, turned, and left the residential area. As the fatty watched the trio leave, he exclaimed, Pangolin, where did these 3 idiots come from? The day of the courtesan belle selection is when the humans gather their manpower to guard the surroundings. They have many powerful weapons lying in wait. If our leaders were to show their faces, they will only meet with doom. Aren't those 3 idiots afraid of death? Why do they dare to launch an assault? Those 3? They are demonic slaves. The cunning-looking youth said with a scoff. They are some lesser demons that had infuriated the water god. After they were transformed into demonic slaves by the water god, they are no longer afraid of death. The water god's commands would be obediently followed by them. The water god had sent them here to unleash a massacre on the humans during the courtesan belle selection. Firstly, it's because the leader Chunwang was killed. The infuriated water god wants the people of Grand Dominance County to remember how powerful the water god is. Secondly, the water god had just finished his experiment. He wants to use this opportunity to see how powerful demonic slaves are when they are willing to fight to the death. Fatty was alarmed as he hurriedly asked, "They aren't afraid of death? Why are they unafraid of death? Do those lesser demons that were punished still have their memories after being transformed into demonic slaves?" The cunning-looking youth said in hushed tones, "No. If they can't remember the past, isn't it equivalent to being dead?" Fatty's heart palpitated. As a demon, he naturally was mortally afraid of death. That is the punishment of infuriating the water god. The cunning-looking youth grew apprehensive as well. A large majority of the demons in the whole of Grand Dominance County was subordinate to the water god because the water god was too terrifying. Don't forget what's important. The cunning-looking youth hurriedly said, "Remember to arrange your human subordinates to watch the situation. See how powerful the 3 demonic slaves are when they go all out. Remember to record it. I still need to report it to the water god. Rest assured. I have already arranged for several subordinates to do so," said the fatty hurriedly. Demons were terrifying, so there were naturally many humans that obediently listened to demons either out of fear or coercion. In a while, there will be a huge massacre. The cunning-looking youth chuckled. "I'll make a move first." He lunged his hands toward the ground and instantly tunneled into the soil as he departed by boring through the ground. Fatty brought over 2 lumps of soil and covered their tracks before leaving the residential area. He too swiftly left the area. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 20. Chapter 20, Crossing the Water God. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. Grand Dominance City had a population that numbered in hundreds of thousands. The turnout for the courtesan belle selection numbered tens of thousands. People filled the banks of the Flower Solarium River from one end in the south to the other end in the north. The cruise liner gradually traveled from south to north and turned around when it reached the north. On its return, it clung to the other bank as it headed south, allowing both sides of the river banks to clearly see the renowned courtesans on the cruise liner. When the cruise liner proceeded to a certain point in its voyage, the people raised their heads in excitement to look carefully at the 10 fairy-like figures at the cruise liner's top deck. The renowned courtesans were at times dancing and at other times playing the zither. When the cruise liner approached where Qin Yun was, it was precisely when Lady Chunwang began her sword dance. It was unknown if it was a coincidence or a deliberate arrangement. Lady Chunwang's sword dance is akin to fairies from heaven descending to the mortal world. The thrust of her sword leaves the world ashen and cold. Someone in the crowd by the river bank marveled. Many of them were dazzled and mesmerized by her dance. "Compared to her sword dance," said Wen Shong wistfully in the restaurant, "I prefer Lady Chunwang's lute performance. In the past, I enjoyed Fairy Clear Autumn's flute performance, finding it distant and calm, as if I could distance myself away from the secular world, but after listening to Lady Chunwang's lute, I realized that it's because the other courtesans are not that good at the lute." Lady Chunwang's lute performance seems to describe the love and strife in a couple's relationship. There is a longing for each other, as they can't sever ties with one another nor turn to reason. The most chaotic thing is one's heart. It also resembles the impossible to forget smile as one looks back. No matter how steel-hearted one is, it will simply melt. Fairy Clear Autumn's flute performance is to distance herself from the secular world, while Lady Chunwang's lute performance is to make people lose themselves in the secular world, so much as to resist waking up. When Chuang looked at Qin Yun and said, "Brother Qin Yun, I'm not currying favor. It is something I truly believe in. I really love it. In the past few days, I have been paying a visit to watch Lady Chunwang's performance so that she can play a tune for me. Brother Wen, why don't I share the same feelings? Young Master Hong was puzzled. I only think that Fairy Clear Autumn's flute performance is more attractive. That's because you are still young. At my age, you will prefer Lady Qin Shuang's playing of the lute, said Wen Shong. I like Lady Qin Shuang as well. However, I prefer her sword dance. That valiant air to her that is different from ordinary females, as well as that frailty really makes my heart ache for her, said young Master Hong. Qin Yun said with a smile, in the past, she wasn't famous so few people were aware of her. So it's natural that the people who liked her were few in number. Now that her fame has reached afar, more people know of her so there are a lot more suitors. It's really good. Wen Shong hurriedly added, I have heard a grandmaster who is proficient in the lute play the lute. However, that gives me a kind of ethereal feeling. As for Lady Qin Shuang, although her skills in the lute are incomparable to a grandmaster's, the tunes of her lute are inextricable and commiserative. It's filled with love and hate that even fine steel will turn soft. Is it that good? I must listen to it carefully in the future. Young Master Hong said. To be honest, I have not heard Xiao Shuang play the lute after I returned. The last time I heard her play the lute was 6 years ago. Qin Yun's interest was piqued. The last time he heard her play the lute, Xiao Shuang had done so to send him off to roam the world. Back then, Xiao Shuang was only 13 and her skills in the lute were still rather tender. However, it was enough to make Qin Yun's heart wince. Among the huge crowds by Flower Solarium River's riverbank, there was a girl dressed in a light blue dress walking from afar. There was a leisurely air to her. Even when the people around her saw her, they would quickly forget what she looked like. They didn't even realize anything unusual. Grand dominance in march is truly mesmerizing. The scenery is enchanting and this renowned courtesan's artistic talent is extraordinary. The light blue-dressed girl smiled as she watched from afar. Although she was located far behind, she could still see every renowned courtesan on the cruise liner clearly. She was enjoying Lady Scented Dress's dance. The scenery is good and the people are good. Unfortunately, there is the huge demon that is the water god. It has plagued Grand Dominance for 2 centuries. The light blue-dressed woman shook her head slightly. When Martial Uncle comes, with his help, I will be able to exterminate that huge demon, but... Although she was speaking softly, no one around her heard her. As time passed, it was finally time to decide on who was courtesan Belle. The female host standing at the bow of the cruise liner had a gentle voice. She was a renowned courtesan in her youth as she declared the top 3 contestants, Fairy Clear Autumn, Lady Scented Dress, Lady Qin Shuang. The moment the names were declared, there was immediately a tumultuous uproar. As for the 10 renowned courtesans on the cruise liner's top deck, though 7 of them may feel downcast, they did not lose their composure. One by one, they walked down the stairs to the underdeck. There were only 3 contestants vying for the title of courtesan Belle left standing on the top deck of the cruise liner, Fairy Clear Autumn, Lady Scented Dress, and Lady Qin Shuang. Top 3. Lady Qin Shuang stood there with lute in her arms. As she watched the countless masses cheer, she could not help but turn nervous. I really made it to the top 3. Back when she heard the cheers from the crowd, she had realized that her popularity had matched Fairy Clear Autumn and Lady Scented Dresses. Unfortunately, she lacked experience which made unconfident of entering the top 3. Having entered the top 3, she could not help but feel nervous and excited. There were 3 renowned courtesans standing there. Fairy Clear Autumn was carrying a flute in one hand, while Lady Qin Shuang was hugging her lute. As for Lady Scented Dress, she stood there in a frail manner that exuded another kind of charm. For this year's Grand Dominance County's courtesan Belle, it would be Swallow Phoenix Brothel's Lady Qin Shuang. A voice came from the cruise. Qin Shuang. Qin Shuang. Lady Qin Shuang. Cheers rang to the heavens. With lute in hand, Lady Qin Shuang only felt her scalp tingle. Me? I won courtesan Belle? Such a pleasant surprise came too suddenly. At that moment, Lady Chunwang was looking everywhere, for she wanted to see the person she cared most about, Brother Yun. However, there were so many people that she could not immediately find him. There were people everywhere lining the ends of the river bank. When it was announced that Lady Chunwang was the courtesan belle, there was an immediate uproar of cheers. It was also the climax of the entire courtesan belle selection. And at that moment in time, no one noticed that on the bank closest to the large cruise liner, there were 3 inconspicuous men in the packed crowd. The moment the 3 men heard the announcement, they exchanged looks and gave a slight nod. Boom! 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 3 figures suddenly charged forward, sending the huddled masses flying. Screams ensued as more than 10 people were thrown into the air with blood splattering through the skies. The 3 figures that charged out also instantly transformed. One of the figures had its head turn into that of a ferocious dog's. The dog demon was wielding a saber as he jumped into mid-air and pounced at the cruise liner. Another figure transformed into a majestic wolf demon and immediately brandished its sharp claws. While in mid-air, it even swiped its claws at the people that had been thrown in the air. The last figure expanded in size till it was more than 10 feet long. Ordinary people could only reach its waist, for it was an extremely stout rhinoceros demon. In order to hide their identities, they were unable to bring suitable weapons. After all, with their sizes, any large weapons would definitely ring some bells. However, a simple punch from the rhinoceros demon was probably enough to strike terror in the hearts of people. The 3 demons had suddenly rushed out and jumped into the air, heading for the cruise liner that was about 70 feet away. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. Whoever crosses the water god shall be killed. The rhinoceros demon bellowed angrily. His bellow was like a thunderclap that resounded across a flat plain. It caused the surrounding ground to quake as the river's waters stirred. Many of the citizens that were closest to the riverbank covered their ears in pain. As for Lady Chunwang, Fairy Clear Autumn, and Lady Scented Dress, who were still on the large cruise liner, they stumbled while covering their ears. What? 3 demons? Demons sent by the water god? The experts that were defending the area were dumbstruck. Although a large amount of manpower was employed as part of the precautionary measures at every year's courtesan belle selection, it was only a precaution, as no demon had acted suicidally all this while. That was because once they appeared, the demons were definitely doomed, despite causing some deaths or injury among the huge turnout. In the restaurant, Qin Yun was still smiling as he watched the announcement of the crowning of courtesan belle. As he listened to the tumultuous cheers, his expression changed suddenly as he saw the 3 demons charge out. Demons! Qin Yun's quintessential essence stirred as it surged to 2 talisman charms that were tied to his left and right trouser leggings. They were also the most expensive talisman charms on him, divine traversal talisman amulets. Typical talismans were one-use items. For example, the disease-dispelling talisman could only be used once. However, talisman amulets were treasures that could undergo prolonged use. Although divine traversal talisman amulets were rather low-end in the cultivation world of talisman amulets, it was still a talisman amulet. They could be used repeatedly for long periods of time, which naturally made them very expensive. This was also one of the reasons why Qin Yun was able to survive 3 years in the northern borders. The divine traversal talisman amulet had no other uses except for one divine traversal. It was fast. In a split second, Qin Yun had charged out of the restaurant and flew across the surface of Flower Solarium River in a stream of light that approached the cruise liner at a horrifying speed. His speed was extremely fast. However, the 3 demons were located too close to the cruise liner. A distance of 70 to 80 feet could be traversed with a flying pounce. By the time Qin Yun discovered their assault, the demons had almost reached the cruise liner. As for Qin Yun, he was 700 to 800 feet away. No good. Qin Yun turned extremely anxious. However, there was no other option for him but to watch helplessly as everything played out in front of him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 21. Chapter 21, Palm Lightning. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. Lady Qin Chuang, Fairy Clear Autumn, and Lady Scented Dress, who were situated on the top deck of the cruise liner, felt their ears ring and head buzz from the angry bellow. They stumbled and failed to find their balance as they watched the hideous and ugly demons fly towards them. Demons. 3 demons. The 3 of them were observant, but their legs went limp from fright. So, Lady Qin Chuang saw a stream of light heading for her over the river's surface. Although Qin Yun's figure remained blurry, she was still able to identify him. Brother Yun. Lady Qin Chuang could feel that Qin Yun was trying his best to rush to her, but the demons were just too close. There's not enough time. Qin Yun felt anxious and angry. This was not the first time he had encountered such a situation. In the battlefields in the north, his brothers that went through thick and thin with him had landed themselves in peril. When he couldn't save them in time, he could only watch his good friends die. Xiao Shuang. Qin Yun did not wish to see Xiao Shuang and Madman die just like that. And at that moment, the woman in the light blue dress who was situated behind the crowd by the riverbank frowned slightly. Demons? There was a sharp glimmer in her eyes. With a step, she surmounted the crowd and in mid-air, she extended her left hand. Her fingers were slender and fair as lightning beams began to appear from her palm with sizzling sounds. Boom! 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 Accompanying a thunderclap, the lightning beams in her palm split into 3. They traveled quickly in mid-air, instantly striking the 3 demons from a distance. The dog demon that wielded a saber cried out in pain as its body convulsed while it fell to the ground weakly. Qin Yun, who was rushing from afar, could see through his Dharma eyes that the dog-head demon's demonic aura had dissipated immediately. Clearly, it was already dead. As for the wolf-head demon, its clothes burst apart when it was struck. With charred fur, it fell into the river, but its demonic aura remained intact. It was obviously still not dead. As for the most powerful rhinoceros demon, its black hide had the remnants of Lichtenberg figures after it was struck by the lightning bolt. However, it only staggered and fell to the water surface before regaining its footing on the water surface to charge back onto the cruise liner. The rhinoceros demon was also the one with the most robust demonic aura through Qin Yun's Dharma eyes. The effects the lightning bolt had on it was minuscule. However, Qin Yun still heaved a sigh of relief. The process of the rhinoceros demon plummeting to the water surface before leaping back up had bought him time. Palm lightning? Qin Yun was feeling grateful as he looked into the distance. A woman dressed in a light blue dress was standing on a railing by the riverbank. Her clothes were fluttering in the wind. How beautiful! Qin Yun felt a jolt when he saw her. He had experienced a lot from his roaming of the world. However, the woman in the light blue dress was definitely ranked top 3 in terms of looks of all the women that he had seen in his entire life. In addition to that worldly immortal cultivator aura she possessed, Qin Yun even felt like she was the prettiest woman he had ever seen. Such a woman should have attracted the attention of the crowd no matter where she went, but she was after all a cultivator. Mortals would not remember what she looked like and thought of her as an ordinary woman. Lightning is equivalent to a decree of the heaven and earth. Among the thousands of Dharmic Tao, lightning reigns supreme. This fellow Taoist can project her palm lightning and split it easily into 3. Impressive! Qin Yun thought to himself. Although Qin Yun had many surprise thoughts running through his head, his speed did not decrease at all. He was charging straight for the cruise liner. The courtesan belle selection was a grand event of grand dominance county, so there was tight security. The top 10 renowned courtesans were gathered on the cruise liner, and that was where all attention was focused on. Naturally, the imperial government's experts were situated here. Demons sent by the water god? What audacity! The two corridors and the deck of the cruise liner were filled with military experts. If the demons had reached the cruise liner from the beginning of their assault, it would be been very troublesome. However, the three demons had been struck by the palm lightning. One of them was dead and another injured. Although the last rhinoceros demon remained unharmed, it had been delayed. The military experts naturally launched a counterattack immediately. Fire! Among the experts on the cruise liner, some of them were holding crossbows. These were the most commonly seen demon annihilation crossbows used by the imperial government. Privately owning them meant the death penalty. Shoo! 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 More than half the 12 demon annihilation crossbows were aimed at the flying rhinoceros demon. The remaining ones were aimed at the wolf demon that had yet to die but had once again torn through the water surface. Pooh! 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 3 bloody holes instantly blasted through the wolf demon's body. Instantly, its aura dispersed and fell back into the water, dead. All the remaining crossbow arrows landed on the rhinoceros demon's body. Due to the close distance and the fast speed of the demon annihilation crossbow arrows, the rhinoceros demon failed to dodge a single crossbow arrow, or could it be said, he did not care about dodging? Pwah! 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 The crossbow arrows hit the rhinoceros demon's body like it had hit tough leather. The thick hide had managed to prevent the arrows from going more than a fingernail's depth in, and there was no blood at all. It was completely useless. What? He can withstand the demon annihilation crossbows? Such a demon is actually sending himself to his death? The military experts on the cruise liner were surprised. The might of the demon annihilation crossbows was something only a leader-grade demon under the water god's command could withstand. However, there were few demons of that grade under the water god's command. How could it be sent to its death? Even if such a demon was forced to do so, they would probably flee Grand Dominance County. They would rather betray the water god than undertake a suicide mission. After all, demons were also afraid of death. Take this. The leader of the military experts on the cruise liner had taken out a black crossbow. It was the star-chasing crossbow that was 100 times more valuable than a demon annihilation crossbow. The crossbow arrow had countless runic patterns on it, and at the moment the trigger was pulled, the star-chasing crossbow's arrow's runic patterns were instantly stimulated, transforming into a blazing trail that resembled a meteor. When the rhinoceros demon saw this, all he had was the time to twist his body slightly as the meteor-like flame tore through his chest, leaving behind a hole the size of a fist. His chest had been completely penetrated. Die, all of you. The rhinoceros demon that was more than 10 feet tall continued to appear full of vibrancy despite its chest having a hole. It rushed up the cruise liner. It's coming up, it's coming up. That terrifying demon is coming up. The lower deck of the cruise liner had maids and servants, including the other 7 renowned courtesans which Dreamlike Pavilion Lady was a part of. They were still somewhat in a daze, for it was only when the 3 demons were struck by the lightning bolt and shot by the crossbow archer experts did they manage to react. However, the terrifying demon that was as tall as a building was still attacking. It had charged up the cruise liner with immense killing intent. Will I die here? Dreamlike Pavilion Lady instantly felt gripped with fear. Don't take it head on. Ensnare him. The military experts on the cruise liner were also panicking. For a demon to be able to withstand the demon annihilation crossbows, and still remain so ferocious despite having a hole in its chest from the star-chasing crossbow's strike, meant that even the 9th level chi refinement expert they had would be sending himself to his death as he yet to knock open the gate of immortality. The light blue dressed woman that was standing on a railing in the distance had planned on launching another palm lightning strike. However, when she saw Qin Yun, who was rushing over like a stream of light, she stopped. That's fast. Is he using some form of Dermic Dao escape art? Immortal cultivators that had knocked open the gate of immortality technically could not have such fast speeds before the Khanate realm. He was definitely using some special dermic Dao. However, Qin Yun did not know of such a dermic Dao, but he had the divine traversal talisman amulets on him. Are we going to die here? The military experts on the cruise liner began to panic. How can such a powerful demon be willing to send itself to its death? Perhaps, the demon was able to kill the people on the cruise liner. However, more reinforcements from the imperial government would surround it. The demon was definitely doomed, but it had come on a suicidal mission. The military experts were completely puzzled over its actions. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Dreamlike Pavilion Lady was chattering in fear as the other renowned courtesans were horrified. And at that instant, Qin Yun, who had rushed over from hundreds of feet away, had finally arrived. His figure was so fast that he was embodied by a stream of light. At the moment he arrived at the cruise liner, he instantly unsheathed his sword. Hua! A blurry sword beam carved out a diagonal trajectory across the rhinoceros demon's waist. That scene was left etched in the minds of everyone, the military experts, the servants and renowned courtesans on the cruise liner, as well as the people watching by the riverbank, forever. That was because the curved sword beam in midair left a sword scar in midair that remained suspended for a moment before gradually dissipating. The rhinoceros demon that was roaring angrily in a murderous rampage suddenly jolted. Its eyes stared round and wide as its torso began sliding off its bottom half, sending fresh blood to splatter. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 22. Chapter 22, Xiao. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. Phew. Qin Yun was standing on the cruise liner's deck. With a flick of his sleeves, quintessential essence surged over, launching both the rhinoceros demon's halves out the cruise liner and into the river. The rhinoceros demon had immense vitality. Even though it had been split in two and was plummeting into the river, it still had a lingering amount of vibrancy left in it. Whoever crosses the water god shall be killed. When the rhinoceros demon's upper half was sent flying, it was still roaring angrily. It opened its mouth and spat out its heart. The heart was different from the hearts of ordinary demons. There were strange and dense black runes on its surface. Oh no! Qin Yun, as well as the woman in the light blue dress, had a change in expression. The rhinoceros demon's huge eyes were filled with insanity. Pang! The black runes on the heart that it spat out expanded rapidly, and with an explosive sound, it shattered, causing black liquid to spray in every direction. Qin Yun immediately waved his hand. Seal! The sealing spell instantly enveloped the black liquid that was splattering everywhere. But following some corrosive sounds, the sealing barrier was instantly torn through, as portions of the black liquid continued in its relentless assault. Qin Yun hurriedly took a step forward and slashed with his sword. Instantly, the sword beam transformed into a screen of light that blocked the black liquid in the direction of the cruise liner. The same corrosive sounds were heard as Qin Yun's sword beam failed to block it fully as well. What an unrelenting poison! Qin Yun was alarmed. The woman in the light blue dress stretched out her left hand as well, causing blurry blue light to emanate and envelop the surroundings. The black poisonous liquid that was flying to her side of the river was blocked by the blue light. However, the poisonous liquid that sprayed to the other side of the river's bank still hit several people despite having been obstructed by the sealing spell. These people immediately cried out tragically in pain as their bodies rapidly decayed. In a few seconds, these people had transformed into a pool of pus. The surrounding commoners turned pale with fright as they hurriedly retreated far away. These demons, Qin Yun had encountered such scenes in the northern borders. The light in his eyes turned dark. Young Master Qin, thank you for saving us. The military experts on the cruise liner heaved a sigh of relief as they hurriedly came forward to show their appreciation. Lady Chuang ran down the top deck of the cruise liner and looked gratefully at Qin Yun. Brother Yun. Thank you, young Master Qin. Thank you, young Master Qin, for saving our lives. The 7 renowned courtesans under deck began to appear one after another to bow. It's nothing. Qin Yun glanced at Chunwang before looking at the rest. Also, you should thank someone else. If not for the palm lightning that bought him some time, he would not have been able to rescue them. Move away, quickly move away. Everyone, stay away. The huge crowds that were here for the courtesan bell selection were ordered to leave as the soldiers and county servicemen shouted. Having heard the angry roar of "Whoever crosses the water god shall be killed," countless people had run away in fear. However, with everyone hustling in with the narrow walkways, few could escape in time. Now that they were being shouted at, they no longer showed the same sense of urgency. It was because they had seen the 3 demons die. There was no longer any danger. Did you hear that? It says that the water god is crossed, so it sent demons. So what if they come? At the courtesan bell selection, there are so many experts. Demons will only be on a suicidal mission when they come. However, about a dozen or 2 people died. The surrounding commoners sighed. However, they were not panicking. There had been worse things that happened in this world. If it was outside the city, such things happened very commonly. I saw lightning just now. 3 bolts of lightning. Boom, boom, boom. They struck the 3 demons just like that. Where did the lightning come from? I didn't manage to catch the source. Look at that young master on the cruise liner. He had instantly traveled from a great distance away and reached there in a blink of an eye to slay the powerful demon. The commoners broke out into a flurry of discussion. Although Qin Yun was rather famous in Grand Dominant City 6 years ago, it was still some time ago. His looks and height had changed rather drastically. The number of people that could recognize his return were few and far between among the countless citizens. By the riverbank, the surrounding troops were on full alert. The ordinary citizens could only watch from afar. The county governor's son, Chuang, was standing at a corner. He was a little nervous as he looked at the pus on the ground. Brother Qin Yun, just a few splattering drops of poisonous liquid and they turned into pus? Chuang could not help but ask, when were demons this powerful? How many demons have you seen? Asked Qin Yun. I haven't seen many, but I have heard of many, said Chuang hurriedly. Without experts around you, it's best you distance yourself from demons. Qin Yun did not speak any further. Instead, he walked into the distance where the demon corpses had been fished out. The 3 demons had transformed back to their true form. The woman in the light blue dress was standing there holding a tree branch. She was prodding a demon corpse and examining it carefully. And when Qin Yun walked over, he first cupped his hands formally and said, I'm Qin Yun. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for the help. I wasn't helping you either. I was only saving the innocent. The woman in light blue did not lift her head but instead continued examining the demon corpses. These are demonic slaves, said Qin Yun. Oh. Only then did she raise her head to look at him. She said in great astonishment, I have seen it mentioned in books. I had suspected that they could be demonic slaves, but this is the first time I'm seeing them. Demonic slaves are indeed rare. Having roamed the world, I have only seen them in the northern borders, replied Qin Yun. The woman in light blue nodded before realizing something. She hurriedly said, my surname is E. Greetings, Brother Qin. Miss E. Qin Yun said with a faint smile. Brother Qin, have you seen demonic slaves before? The woman in blue immediately asked. Qin Yun nodded and said, yes. Brother Qin, can you talk about it in detail? The woman in light blue hurriedly asked. Qin Yun looked at the demon corpses beneath and said, as Miss E knows, we cultivators and demons have body cultivation dermic formulations. However, in our normal cultivation, we would be extremely careful, afraid that we would damage our bodies, which will sever our cultivation paths. The woman in light blue nodded. However, demonic slaves are when some powerful demons forcefully and unscrupulously enhance the bodies of other demons through external forces. For example, using poison, pills, or artifact refinement methods. All sorts of heinous methods would eventually refine a demonic slave. Qin Yun continued, these demonic slaves would typically not have any of their memories. They would not fear death and would completely be subservient to their master's orders. They are terrifying during wartime. Qin Yun said, they are completely unafraid of death. An enemy that has no fear of death is one to be feared. Furthermore, slightly stronger demonic slaves have internecine means. That rhinoceros demon spat out its heart because it wanted to kill even more people knowing that it was doomed. The woman in light blue nodded. Yes, there is no question about death when one's body is split into two. The opponent would usually loosen up. Yet, it spat out its heart to launch a crazy attack. That is what a demonic slave is. Qin Yun was having mixed emotions. Demonic slaves reminded him of the battlefield in the northern borders. It also reminded him of his good friends that suffered grievous injuries or even death as a result of demonic slaves. Suddenly, the ground quaked gently. Qin Yun looked into the distance. From afar, magnificent steeds were galloping over. The county governor and Commander Fong were leading a group of personal guards that numbered more than 100 men. Soon, the county governor arrived. Father. When Chuang hurriedly went forward. The county governor nodded. After he looked at the demon corpses on the ground, he looked at the light blue-dressed woman. He asked uncertainly, Xiao. Uncle 1. The woman in blue revealed a faint smile. Qin Yun's heart stirred. Xiao. You were still a young girl the last time I saw you. You have grown up. The county governor smiled. Let me introduce you to young Master Qin, whom I mentioned in the letter to you. I have already seen young Master Qin's prowess. Xiao said with a faint smile. The county governor looked at Qin Yun. Young Master Qin, the companion I mentioned is this niece of mine. I too have already seen Miss Yi's palm lightning, said Qin Yun smiling. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 23. Chapter 23, Zero Tolerance for Failure. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. Qin Yun could also tell that the ability to split lightning meant that Xiao's palm lightning was just the tip of the iceberg regarding her strength. Strange. The county governor took a glance at the three demon corpses. His turbid eyes had a puzzled look. He said, although there is a huge turnout for the courtesan belle selection, there are similarly many experts in the vicinity. Demons similarly fear death, so why would these three come seeking death? Father, it's not the case. When this rhinoceros demon was split into two by brother Qin Yun, it had spat its heart out. Its heart exploded, spewing large amounts of poisonous liquid. Just a few drops that hit the riverbank was enough to reduce quite a number of people to pus. As when Chuang spoke, he pointed at some pus in the distance. The soldiers did not dare touch it. Brother Qin Yun said that these are not ordinary demons but demonic slaves. Demonic slaves? The county governor was alarmed. How is it possible? Grand Dominance County has not seen demonic slaves for hundreds of years. Uncle 1, they are indeed demonic slaves. Xiao said from the side. The great demon known as the Water God has wreaked havoc in Grand Dominance County for 2 centuries. After cultivating for so long, it is not a surprise that it has learned the means of cultivating demonic slaves, said Qin Yun. The county governor frowned and had a heavy expression. That would be troublesome if that were the case. Although the demons from before were fierce and malevolent, they were afraid of death. To send them on suicidal missions? They would rather betray the water god. However, demonic slaves are not afraid of death. It will be troublesome in the future. Perhaps there will be more assassination attempts on me. Wen Chang's expression tightened. He was the county governor's son. Not only so. This time, young Master Qin and Xiao had taken action. The water god will likely quickly know of it and vent its anger on the two of you, said the county governor. I came alone and those demons won't be able to touch me. Xiao said with a smile. As for Qin Yun, he said with a frown, Lord County Governor, I am usually situated in my residence, so I'm not afraid of attacks from the demonic slaves. I'm just afraid of the times when I'm not around. In that case, I'll arrange for 20 demon annihilation crossbows and 1 star-chasing crossbow to be sent to Qin Manor. The county governor said after some consideration. Thank you, Lord County Governor, said Qin Yun immediately. His father was a silver badge constable, so there were a large number of guards in Qin Manor, to begin with. It had in its possession quite a number of ordinary crossbows and 3 demon annihilation crossbows. Now it suddenly had another 20 demon annihilation crossbows and an even more valuable star-chasing crossbow. A star-chasing crossbow was at a level that could threaten experts at Qin Yun's level. Demon leaders like Xu Yong would die instantly if a vital spot was struck by an arrow launched from it. As for using it against Qin Yun? If there were 100 star-chasing crossbows aimed at him simultaneously, Qin Yun would only be able to run for his life. It was even a question if he could survive. Of course, he would not think too much of it if there were only about 10. As for the demonic slaves? Qin Yun wasn't worried at all. Firstly, it was not easy for the water god to unleash its fury on him. Secondly, demonic slaves were not easy to refine. Demons had to be used for refinement, equivalent to robbing them of their lives. Even the water god had to find a reason to seize these lesser demons. If the water god were to refine demonic slaves wantonly, perhaps many of the demons would flee or even rebel. Furthermore, it would need a great deal of wealth. The cost of refining such beings was in no way lesser than refining pills or artifacts. Most importantly, it was extremely likely to fail several times before a successful demonic slave was refined. With the water god still in the beginning stages of its refinement endeavor, it lacked experience. It would be pretty good if it could successfully refine 1 demonic slave out of 10 demons. The 3 demonic slaves that were sent must have been recent successes of the water god. It probably wants to see the power of the demonic slaves. Qin Yun thought to himself. After all, the 3 demonic slaves clearly had varying strengths. The weakest could not even withstand 1 lightning bolt that came from 1 branch of the palm lightning before dying. The wolf demon was a little stronger, but it could be killed by demon annihilation crossbows. The rhinoceros demon was the most powerful. It could even employ internecine measures. Although Qin Yun verbally mentioned his concern, it was only to take the opportunity to gain benefits for the Qin Manor. Constable Qin is a silver badge constable of our grand dominant city. As for young Master Qin, you have rendered meritorious service to the imperial government. It is only necessary that more crossbows are prepared, said the county governor with a smile. Since Xiao is here today, come with me to my residence. Also, I will get the 3rd follower to come. He is a Grand Dominance County local. He has already been waiting in the city. The 3 of you can gather and have a chat. It will allow you to synergize better in the future, said the county governor. Qin Yun and Xiao nodded. The county governor led Qin Yun, Xiao, and company back to County Governor Manor. He also sent someone to invite the other member of the expedition, Zhao Huiran. Just after he returned, before even having a chance to warm his seat, Wen Chong hurriedly ran into his study. Father! Father! What's the matter? Why the stress? The county governor put down his teacup and bellowed with a frown. Wen Chong hurriedly said, Senior Zhang sent a letter saying that very few cultivators need Frostmuster spirit liquid. Therefore, Numinous Treasure Mountain has very little in reserves. He finds it difficult for him to produce 10 pounds from the sect at once. He requests for you to extend it to half a year later. One of the 3 sacred Taoist lands was numinous Treasure Mountain, which was also the oldest sacred land. Here is the letter. When Chuang handed the letter to his father, the county governor took it over and quickly scanned through it. He can't produce it? If he needs half a year, why would I need to seek his help? The county governor's originally calm demeanor turned hideous. How much has he benefited from me? I want him to do something now and he's procrastinating. Numinous Treasure Mountain is one of the 3 sacred Taoist lands. It is also the oldest sacred land of the 3. How can it have little Frostmuster spirit liquid? He just doesn't want the trouble. Write a letter immediately for me. Tell him that he has to gather at least 6 pounds of Frostmuster spirit liquid for me in a month. The remaining has to be obtained in 2 months. If he can't gather it, tell him not to ever come to me again. No, let me do the writing myself. Ever since he grew old, he had relegated many things to his son, Chuang. At most, he would sign and stamp his seal himself. Father, are you going to lose all decorum with him? Chuang felt a little hesitant. He's only at the Khanate false core realm. Would I need to fear him? He's only a disciple of numinous Treasure Mountain, but I have been giving him face all this while. The county governor's eyes were filled with ferociousness. I can't live much longer. I have to obtain that 1,000-year-old ice jade fruit this time. The county governor looked at Chuang and said, Chonger, if my lifespan can be extended by another 2 decades, I can still have a chance of being promoted higher. I can also leave my descendants, you and your brothers, with even more. I understand, Chuang said immediately. Old fool Zhang, you live off me but you aren't willing to get things done for me. Humph. It's fine if you swagger around me usually, but if you fail on me this time, don't you blame me if things turn ugly. I will make him spit out all the benefits he obtained from me. The county governor's eyes were filled with savagery. For his 20 years of lifespan, he would kill anyone that hindered him. The county governor immediately sat down and wrote a letter. His text fully expressed his anger. As he watched his father write, Chuang could not help but ask, Father, Qin Yun will probably not dare slack off even if the delivery of Frostmuster spirit liquid is delayed by a few months. After all, his whole family is in Grand Dominance County, but... Humph. What do you know? The county governor said with a cold voice, one cannot tell on the surface if he is doing his best. Furthermore, cultivators can be very cold-hearted. There are many that abandon their wife, children, and parents to dedicate themselves to cultivating immortality. I have even heard of cultivation lunatics that killed all their loved ones to end all pinings. Before he sets off for Green Tooth Mountain, I must give him a batch of Frostmuster spirit liquid. By taking something from me, it is a form of karma in the parlance of cultivation. He is from a huge sect and has been to the northern borders. He knows many cultivators, so he must definitely know how important karma is. Having received benefits, he has to do his best. If not, he might run afoul with karma, causing him to experience a rough cultivation path or even calamities. Chuang was enlightened. Father, you are indeed wise. Hurry, send out this letter of mine. The county governor handed over the letter he wrote to Chuang. Chuang took it over and glanced at it. He nodded and said, as long as that old fool Zhang doesn't want to lose decorum with father, he will obediently carry out your wishes. Between him and me, it is he who has always had the most requests. The county governor said calmly. Does he really think that things taken from my one family are free? Humph. I'll send this letter. Chuang took the letter and left immediately. The county governor watched his son leave as his eyes glimmered coldly. I have zero tolerance for failure. This expedition for the spirit fruit must succeed. This 1,000-year-old ice jade fruit involved 20 years of his life. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 24. Chapter 24, Jia Huairen's Desires. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. Guards and beauties had been sent by the county governor to an exquisite courtyard in Grand Dominance City, which was also the temporary residence of the expedition's third member, Jia Huairen. Babe, don't run. I'm here to catch you. Young master, I'm here. Numerous girls were squatting by the flower beds while others were hiding behind rockery. One after another, they would call out, "Young master, young master." As for a young man that looked a little pale in the face, he extended his arms and flailed them about while being blindfolded. Here, I know. It's here. Haha, I caught you. The young man hugged a girl and took off his blindfold. Looking at the voluptuous girl in his arms, he said with a smile, "Little Yi, I knew it was you the moment I hugged you." He, you have lost. You should know what to do, right? Young master, you only know how to bully me, humored the woman. Yes, I love bullying you. The young man chuckled before giving her a kiss. Huairen. A genial voice came from outside as a thin elder appeared by the courtyard's entrance. Elder Qian. The other girls bowed politely, afraid to even take a breath. The young man continued having the beauty wrapped in his arms. He said with a laugh, "Uncle Qian, what's the matter?" The thin elder said with a smile, "The county governor has summoned you." Apparently, the other two members taking part in the expedition are already there. He wants everyone to meet each other first. The county governor? The young man was caught by surprise as he immediately released the girl in his arms and ordered, "All of you are dismissed." Yes, young master. The bevy of beauties said together before retreating quickly. The young man looked at the back of the beauties and said with a chuckle, "These beauties that the county governor easily assigned to serve me are pretty good. Compared to my concubines, they are definitely of superior caliber." As expected of the county governor, he wields so much power. Huairen, quickly prepare to set off. The thin elder urged him. Got it. The young man turned around and entered a building beside him. The interior of the building was dark. There was an offering table that seemed to consecrate a curved blade that was placed on it. The curved blade was placed within a circular disc that was filled with thick blood. The blood was slowly seeping into the curved blade, causing the blade's surface to suffuse dense blood-colored patterns. Baby, come. The young man said as he conjured a Dharma seal. The curved blade flew up and spun around the young man before entering a scabbard by his waist. Following that, the young man took out a box from the side, covering the circular disc that was filled with blood. Huairen, gaining an advantage by relying on Dharma artifacts is not the orthodox path after all. The thin elder frowned when he saw this. He reminded the young man, "It's best you dedicate yourself to cultivating in the Dharma methods and learn techniques relating to talisman amulets. It can make your foundations more robust. Only then would you have a chance to reach the Khanate realm in the future." Got it, I got it. Uncle Qian. Jia Huairen said with a smile, "There is no rush to cultivating." How many cultivators fail to achieve the Khanate realm their entire lives? Some would only enter the Khanate false core realm only when they are in the 70s or 80s. I'm only 36. I'm still young. How long will it take before I can improve my Dharma spells and talisman amulet techniques? Having a powerful Dharma artifact is still a lot more useful. Let's go. Off to County Governor Manor. The county governor is waiting for me. Jia Huairen said, "When I'm back from Green Tooth Mountain and receive the 100 poisons blood, my Dharma artifact strength can be enhanced even further." The thin elder shook his head secretly. He followed Jia Huairen and left the courtyard, heading for the county governor's residence. In a quiet yard in County Governor Manor, Qin Yun and Xiao were sitting around a stone table as they casually discussed matters on cultivation. Brother Qin. Xiao changed topics and whispered, I have something I need to remind you. Missy, feel free to tell me, said Qin Yun. Uncle Wen commissioned us to head to Green Tooth Mountain to obtain the 1,000-year-old ice jade fruit. Xiao said, it's for his own consumption. As there's not much left of his lifespan, he has to rely on the 1,000-year-old ice jade fruit to extend his life. Qin Yun nodded slightly. Brother Qin, you can probably get what I mean. He wants to carry on living. Uncle Qin might not dare touch you, but he would probably be enraged if we were to fail to obtain the 1,000-year-old ice jade fruit, even if you are a disciple of a huge sect. The Qin family's days in grand dominance would probably not be smooth-flowing if that were to happen, said Xiao. Qin Yun was secretly taken aback. Disciple of a large sect? The guess that he was a disciple of a large sect was way off. Few top-grade factions had the sword immortal legacy he had, which was indeed a top-grade heritage. For example, the most ancient Taoist sacred land, numinous Treasure Mountain, still had a sword immortal legacy. As for the most famous sword immortal sect, Sword Tower, which was also a top cultivation sect of one of the 19 prefectures, Shu Prefecture, it too had a sword immortal legacy. The birth of every sword immortal disciple was very difficult. Knocking open the gate of immortality was very difficult. Qin Yun was a rare case of an itinerant sword immortal, one not seen in 100 years. However, if others were guessing that he was a disciple from a large sect, Qin Yun would not correct them. It was because the status as a disciple of a large sect brought a lot of tangible benefits. For example, it was sufficient to astound the county governor. Back when I first met the county governor, I could tell that his days were numbered, said Qin Yun. When he commissioned me to retrieve the 1,000-year-old ice jade fruit, I naturally guessed that it was for him to extend his life. I knew it was not an easy task. However, I was not able to reject him back then. After all, I would probably have already offended him if I did so. Xiao nodded as well when she heard that. Therefore, I got some benefits for myself. It was also made clear that a batch had to be given to me before we set off for Green Tooth Mountain. Qin Yun said, having been bound by karma, I naturally have to do my best. Uncle Wen had saved my father's life in the past. I am here to repay the favor. Xiao shook her head. This matter is a thorny issue after all. It's naturally best if we can resolve his request, but it will only incur enmity if it is executed badly. I will still need Missy's help when the time comes, said Qin Yun. The main force of our trip to Green Tooth Mountain will be you. Xiao said, the third member of the group is of ordinary strength. Only the demonic servant of his is of some use. Qin Yun nodded. He too knew of the matter. Ha ha. Laughter suddenly came from outside. It was none other than young Master Wen Chang's laughter. Wen Chang walked in amid loud laughter. Behind him were a somewhat pale young man and a thin elder. The third cultivator that will be heading for Green Tooth Mountain is here too. Wen Chang said from afar with a smile. When Zhao Huairen came in, he scanned his surroundings, but when he saw Xiao, his eyes lit up. What a beauty! To Qin Yun, who had roamed the world, Xiao's looks were definitely within the top 3 of the ones he had seen. In addition to her otherworldly aura of a cultivator, she was no doubt the prettiest woman. As for Zhao Huairen, the number of people he had seen was much fewer than what Qin Yun had seen. He had mostly seen those of the mortal breed. To this day, he had only seen 2 female cultivators. Furthermore, both of them were very old. Therefore, Xiao left a huge impact on him. What's more, he was also a huge pervert. Beauty. A beauty. What a rare beauty. Zhao Huairen thought to himself. The smile on his face turned even more radiant. Carry on chatting. A mortal like me shall not bother with matters regarding you cultivators. Wen Chang said with a laugh before leaving. My fellow Taoists. Zhao Huairen walked over and said with a smile. I'm Zhao Huairen. On our expedition to Green Tooth Mountain, I'll be joining the two of you in charging into the demon's nest. Please sit. Who is this? Qin Yun looked at the thin elder standing beside Zhao Huairan. The thin elder immediately bowed and said, I'm just a lesser demon. My mortal name is Qian Bao. I only listen to my master's instructions. Qian Bao. Qian Bao? Xiao could not help but feel amused when she heard that. The corners of her mouth betrayed her thoughts. Qin Yun could also tell the humor in the matter. Qian Bao? Wasn't it pronounced the same way as money bag? This is the name my father gave Uncle Qian when he was still alive. Zhao Huairan said with a smile. Elder Qian, please sit. Xiao said. We will need Elder Qian's help too. Her voice is so pleasant. Zhao Huairan marveled when he heard her. To be able to help is my pleasure. The thin elder sat down without much ado. As a demon, he naturally should not stir up a fuss among human cultivators. Zhao Huairan immediately took the initiative, saying, Everyone, our trip to Green Tooth Mountain is fraught with dangers. There are many demons on Green Tooth Mountain, so we will need to work together in order to retrieve the spirit fruit. Now, we have to understand each other so as to be able to cooperate well. Might I ask this fellow female Taoist her name? What techniques are you proficient in? Xiao frowned slightly but she said, My surname is Yi. I'm proficient in lightning dharma, 5 elemental lightning dharma. 5 elemental lightning dharma? Qin Yun was surprised as well. 5 elemental lightning dharma was superior lightning dharma. Lightning dharma with the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth harmonized together made its strength impressively huge. Any sect that had 5 elemental lightning dharma was definitely a top large sect. Furthermore, Qin Yun knew many cultivators. He also knew that 5 elemental lightning dharma was the foundations of the best lightning dharma in the cultivation world, divine firmament lightning dharma. Zhao Huairan shuddered as he felt bewildered. 5 elemental lightning dharma? It's the 5 elemental lightning dharma? She must be a disciple of a top sect or even a disciple of a Taoist sacred land. If such a fellow female Taoist were to become my Tao partner, I, Zhao Huairan, will have hopes of stepping into the Khanate realm. Regardless of her beauty or background, it left Zhao Huairan filled with desires. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 25. Chapter 25, Old Demonic Servant Uncle Qian. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. Miss E is truly formidable to master the 5 elemental lightning dharma at such a young age. Zhao Huairan hurriedly praised her. And what about this fellow Taoist? I had heard of a fellow Taoist named Qin Yun that helped a renowned courtesan at Swallow Phoenix brothel named Lady Chunwang a couple days ago. Was that you? It was me. You sure are well informed, said Qin Yun. Lady Chunwang is indeed extraordinary. For her to inspire the great scholar Yu Bai to write Ode to Chunwang, it is no wonder a cultivator like you would be smitten by her, said Zhao Huairan with a smile. She is my younger sister, said Qin Yun. Your sister is a courtesan? Zhao Huairan was astonished. Qin Yun frowned. Looking at Xiao, he understood what Zhao Huairan was thinking. He nodded and said, She's my younger sister, so what? Is there anything wrong? No, none at all. I was just being curious. Zhao Huairan said immediately. Miss E is proficient in the 5 elemental lightning dharma, so what about you? Sword techniques. Qin Yun could not be bothered explaining deeper. Out of the 3 members of the expedition, Zhao Huairan was the one that was least worth mentioning. Only his demonic servant was somewhat of use. Oh? Sword techniques? Zhao Huairan only felt contempt for Qin Yun when he heard that. Typically, only people who had yet to knock open the gate of immortality would use sword and sabers to fight. Once they knocked open the gate of immortality, they would cultivate in immortal techniques such as dharma spells or talisman amulets, etc. Conversely, they would attempt to obtain a dharma artifact. Very few would continue engaging in melee combat. What about you? Xiao asked Jia Huairan. The corners of Jia Huairan curved up as he conjured a simple seal, causing the curved blade by his waist to fly up and float in front of him. The curved blade suffused a nether green glow. Jia Huairan said with a smile, "This is a dharma artifact I chanced upon. I have used poisonous magus techniques to consecrate it." Typical demons would instantly be poisoned to death by something as simple as receiving a scuff on their skin. Magus? Xiao was astonished. Presently, the Taoist and Buddhist schools of cultivation were considered orthodox. The magus lineage had long been forsaken. Some of the dermic formulations could still be found in Taoist and Buddhist schools of cultivation. However, it was true that magus techniques were indeed difficult to deal with. Xiao was very astonished. She had thought nothing of Jia Huairan, but from the looks of it, he had a few tricks up his sleeve. "Uncle Qian is an old servant of my family," Jia Huairan said confidently. "In a radius of 5 kilometers, any living aura cannot evade Uncle Qian's detection. Just his strength alone is something none of the 19 demon leaders under the water god can match. I only have a sharper nose that aids me in detecting the living aura of others," said the thin elder humbly. "On our trip to Green Tooth Mountain," Xiao said, "there will be numerous demons. We will definitely need Elder Qian's help to detect and avoid the demons." Jia Huairan hurriedly said, "That's right. Green Tooth Mountain has many demons, but with Uncle Qian, we can readily find the easiest path. Furthermore, Uncle Qian will be able to easily finish typical demons." Qin Yun was watching Jia Huairan flaunt his means by the side. According to his experience, only greenhorn cultivators or cultivators that had never suffered any setbacks would flaunt themselves in such a superficial manner. For instance, the Dharma artifact that Jia Huairan was so proud of. Qin Yun thought nothing of it. A strike from his sword would shatter it directly. As long as it was not in Dharma treasure, it would take no more than 5 strikes to destroy anything, even if it was of extraordinary quality. "Yes, it's difficult to enter the Khanate realm," Jia Huairan said wistfully. "Although I had knocked open the gate of immortality at the age of 16, I have still failed to step into the Khanate realm after 20 years. I don't even want to marry a wife so as to dedicate myself to cultivation so that I can step into the Khanate realm as soon as possible." "Don't even want to marry a wife?" Qin Yun deliberately commented. "Fellow Taoist Jia should be from the Jia family of the heightened province of Grand Dominance County, right? Fellow Taoist Jia's 36 concubines are quite well known in Grand Dominance County." Jia Huairan's expression immediately changed as he hurriedly looked at Xiao. Simultaneously, he quickly said with a smile, "They are only concubines. They aren't worth mentioning. Many of them were given by friends and I had no choice but to take them in. If I refused them, it would be disrespecting my friends. In fact, I have only seen many of them only once. Furthermore, cultivation needs one to experience secular affairs. They are only mortals and in a few decades, they might even return to the land. Only cultivators like us share the same fate." Qin Yun did not speak further. However, Jia Huairan thought irritatedly to himself, "This Qin Yun is deliberately spoiling my plans." That night, the county governor held a banquet. After the banquet, Jia Huairan led his demonic servant, Uncle Qian, back to his residence. Bam! When Jia Huairan sat down, he slammed his hand angrily, sending the cups and teapots on the tea table beside him to fly and crash to the ground. "Damn you, Qin Yun! How dare you spoil my plans?" Jia Huairan had anger depicted all over his face. Instead, Uncle Qian said, "Huairan, you should not have deliberately disgusted that Qin Yun. After all of you will be heading for Green Tooth Mountain in the future. You need to help and support each other." "What do you know?" Jia Huairan said with a frown. That Miss E is from a large sect. If I can become Dao partners with her, I will obtain numerous benefits. I might even have a chance at stepping into the Khanate realm. This is what is most important to me. Become Dao partners with her? Uncle Chen was startled. It's already known that you have 36 concubines and you still hope of becoming Dao partners with Miss E? Why? Can't I? Zhao Huairen scoffed. Those concubines of mine are mortals. Added together, they aren't even worth a finger of Miss Yi's. Furthermore, they are only concubines. I have yet to marry a wife. Zhao Huairen thought nothing of those mortal girls. He had always wished to marry a female cultivator. It's naturally good if you can marry her. The old demonic servant nodded his head slightly. It's also helpful for your cultivation. It's just that it's probably not easy to stir Miss Yi's heart. From the way I see it, she probably isn't that old. Zhao Huairen said with a smile. So what if she's a female cultivator? She's still a woman. It's even possible that she spends most of her days cultivating, making her ignorant of the birds and the bees. She might be even easier to court. Once she falls into my hands and become mine, hee. The demonic old servant did not say a thing. It was because he did not understand relationships between men and women as well. People like us from tiny sects only have superficial dermic formulations to cultivate in. At best, we would reach the Khanate false core realm. Many dermic spells and talisman amulets are incomplete. The poison magus consecration formulations you found was something chanced upon by you, but it is also incomplete. Zhao Huairen growled, incomplete. The dermic spells that are complete are also very shallow. Dermic formulations, money, companionship, and land. What tiny sects and itinerant cultivators lacked the most were dermic formulations. My strength isn't much either. I can't find better dermic formulations for you. Uncle Qian said with a dejected sigh. When Zhao Huairen saw this, he hurriedly said, Uncle Qian, you have already helped me immensely. If not for you, I'll probably not have learned any cultivation formulations. As for Miss E, she might not stay in Grand Dominance County for long. I have to grab this opportunity during this period of time. And now, only that Qin Yun is my rival. Zhao Huairen scoffed. He has already knocked open the gate of immortality and he's still proficient with sword techniques? Zhao Huairen was feeling somewhat disgruntled. Master. A voice came from outside as a guard quickly came in. What's the matter? Zhao Huairen frowned. The guard immediately said, Master, you did not go to the courtesan bell selection today. Sixth brother and I had gone to watch it. At today's selection, there was an attack by 3 demons. 3 demons? Aren't they just sending themselves to their deaths? Zhao Huairen was surprised. Tell me in detail. We saw very clearly that the 3 demons were first struck by 3 bolts of lightning. One of the demons died on the spot. Later on, crossbow arrows were launched from the cruise liner. It was said to be from demon annihilation crossbows. With several demon annihilation crossbows launching their arrows, another demon died. Finally, the last demon was apparently a rhinoceros demon. It was as tall as a house. Even the demon annihilation crossbows could not damage its hide. Oh. By the side, Uncle Qian was taken aback. Its hide could not be penetrated? It managed to withstand attacks from demon annihilation crossbows? Zhao Huairen was also shocked. What happened next? Then, a stream of light flew over at an extremely fast speed. The figure within slashed out with a sword, slaying that rhinoceros demon. The guard continued, I later heard that the person who slew the rhinoceros demon with 1 strike was second young master Qin Yun from Grand Dominance County's Qin Manor. Zhao Huairen's expression changed as his throat went hoarse. slew with one strike? Qin Yun. Uncle Chen, who was standing by the side, was also astonished. One strike? Yes, one strike. The guard hurriedly said. That rhinoceros demon was powerful. Even the demon annihilation crossbows could not penetrate its hide. However, second young Master Qin was able to split the rhinoceros demon into two with one strike. You are dismissed. Jia Huairan waved his hands quickly. The guard was somewhat perplexed, but he retreated submissively. Jia Huairan looked at the old demonic servant beside him and said, Uncle Chen, are you that second young Master Qin's match? To not suffer any injury under the attacks of demon annihilation crossbows, that rhinoceros demon's body is not weaker than mine. Uncle Chen frowned and said, Of course, I'm not the ablest when it comes to the physical body. However, I estimate that the rhinoceros demon has the strength of ordinary demon leaders. Even if I want to kill it, I would need about 10 strikes. However, that second young Master Qin used only one strike. That's somewhat inconceivable. After all, how can one split such a powerful body into two with one strike? Uncle Chen, even you are not his match? Jia Huairan panicked. He knew that Uncle Chen was the biggest crutch he had. Among cultivators, he was one of the most ordinary ones of the bunch. As for Uncle Chen, he was a lot stronger. Even the great demon known as the Water God had invited him to join him several times. None of the 19 demon leaders was Uncle Chen's match. It was precisely because of Uncle Chen that he had a chance to embark on his cultivation path and come so far. It's hard to tell without fighting him. I do not have any confidence as well. Uncle Chen reminded him, however, Huairan, the second young Master Qin is not one you should offend. Your present strength is not sufficient to withstand a single strike from him. You cannot be his enemy. I'm presently not his enemy either, nor can I even steel my heart to be his enemy. We are all from Grand Dominance County, so why should we be enemies? Jia Huairan hurriedly said, As for Miss E, she's a quiet and modest maiden that is perfect for a gentleman's mate. I'm also sincerely courting her. Everyone will be competing fairly, but... However, Uncle Chen said, Huairan, it might even be possible that young Master Qin does not even care about a competition. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 26. Chapter 26, Frostmuster Spirit Liquid. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Days passed as the day of the expedition to Green Tooth Mountain approached. Qin Manor. In his study, Qin Yun was sitting in front of a desk, practicing calligraphy. His writing was written with vigorous touches and fine strokes. They were forceful like they contained a sword's edge hidden within them, but also ethereal like the smoky willows in spring. The calligraphy was excellent, sufficient to make him a first-grade calligrapher. Speaking of which, he had practiced calligraphy back when he was learning to read. However, despite copying many classic texts, his calligraphy remained atrocious. However, after he began practicing swords, allowing him to reach the seamless realm, it empowered him to control every bit of energy within him, or even hair perfectly. His calligraphy also turned for the better. Unfortunately, it had form but lacked soul. Ever since he gained insights into the Misty Rain sword intent, his sword intent naturally appeared in his calligraphy. It uplifted his calligraphy. With his text having a soul, he was worthy of being called a calligrapher. Practicing his calligraphy was a way for Qin Yun to practice his sword. This Misty Rain sword intent of mine is still inadequate when I want to attack instantly. The sword intent is still not subtle enough. Qin Yun frowned slightly. His every stroke seemed like he was demonstrating a different sword move. Second young master, second young master. Someone from County Governor Manor has come. A servant rushed over and hurriedly said when he came outside the study. County Governor Manor? Qin Yun lowered his brush and walked outside. Soon, he saw the guest. Brother Qin Yun, Brother Qin Yun. Good news! Good news! The county governor's son, Chuang, was shouting with a laugh from afar. Behind him were two guards. Oh, what's the good news? Qin Yun had a guess and could not help but feel a sense of anticipation. When Chuang took out an azure-colored jade bottle mysteriously and whispered, "This is the treasure you want." It wasn't easy for my father to acquire 6.5 pounds of it. He had even sought the help from a Khanate expert from a Taoist sacred land. Through a great deal of effort, that Khanate expert finally managed to obtain this. It really wasn't easy. As for the remaining Frostmuster spirit liquid, they will be gathered within a month after your return from Green Tooth Mountain. Qin Yun took it over. It was ice cold to the touch. He could not help but say joyfully, "Great. I know that Frostmuster spirit liquid isn't easy to come by. Please help me thank the county governor." It's enough as long as you go to Green Tooth Mountain and obtain the spirit fruit, said Chuang with a smile. Don't worry. I will definitely do my best when I go to Green Tooth Mountain, Qin Yun said immediately. Then, I won't be disturbing you any further. Chuang said with a smile, remember, it will be the morning the day after tomorrow. I'll see you at County Governor Manor. Sure thing. Qin Yun nodded. It was the time that they were scheduled to set off. After Chuang left, Qin Yun immediately instructed that no one was to disturb him. He entered his room and closed the door. Inside his room, Qin Yun sat cross-legged on his bed. Holding the azure-colored jade bottle in hand, he pulled out the bottle stopper. Phew! A white visible mist emanated from inside the bottle, causing the temperature of the entire room to drastically decrease. There was even frost that formed inside the room. Frostmuster spirit liquid. Qin Yun smiled. What a great treasure! As expected of South Hills Wen family. They truly have access to the entire world. He had thought of searching for it in the past but to no avail. It was because Frostmuster spirit liquid could only be found in the deep depths of the North Sea. To seek it intentionally was worse than searching for a needle in a haystack. Typically, cultivator experts would chance upon it on the North Sea seabed and keep it. Only top-grade cultivation sects would have some in their stores. Furthermore, the treasures in sects could not be purchased by disciples using money. There were many limitations to the allocation of resources. The county governor had sought the help of a disciple from a sacred land. Furthermore, he was at the Khanate realm. Now, 6.5 pounds had been gathered. Out. Qin Yun stretched out his right hand as a metallic hair strand flew out from the tip of his index finger. Following that, it rapidly expanded into a 3-inch-long, bright silver sword that floated in front of Qin Yun. Go! With a thought, the power of his quintessential essence was released as it directly lifted up a portion of the flowing dark azure liquid. The liquid suffused sparkles while a frost wave emanated. Even the surrounding furniture had frost forming on them. With the Frostmuster spirit liquid being lifted up, it was instantly used to envelop the intrinsic flying sword. Qin Yun immediately began using his dermic methods. The 3-inch-long intrinsic flying sword had a radiance flowing over its surface as if it were crazily absorbing the Frostmuster spirit liquid. With an audible hum, the Frostmuster spirit liquid was absorbed at a discernible rate. In just a few seconds, all of the Frostmuster spirit liquid had been consumed by the intrinsic flying sword. This intrinsic flying sword of mine has been starving for too long. Qin Yun smiled. In the past, his intrinsic flying sword had been absorbing materials that inclined to the elements of metal and wood. As for a rare treasure like the Frostmuster spirit liquid that was considered water elemental, a flying sword was a metallic object after all. It was not picky with metal elemental materials. It was even willing to absorb the essence of scrap metal. However, it demanded a lot more from the rare treasures of the other 4 elements. For example, few water elemental treasures were suitable for the sword immortal legacy. Frostmuster spirit liquid was one of the easiest to obtain. After absorbing the Frostmuster spirit liquid, my flying sword will turn even tougher with the powers of the water element infusing into it. Its foundations will turn more robust. Perhaps, the moment it becomes a Dharma treasure, it has a chance of reaching the 8th grade. Qin Yun thought to himself. Dharma treasures had a total of 9 grades. They were similar to the rankings of officials. 9th grade was the lowest and the 1st grade was the highest. The intrinsic flying sword that sword immortals cultivated in could be slowly accumulated in strength even through the use of massive amounts of scrap metal. When the intrinsic flying sword was finally refined, it would definitely be at least a 9th grade Dharma treasure. Go! Qin Yun began to draw Frostmuster spirit liquid from the azure-colored jade bottle, again and again, allowing his intrinsic flying sword to absorb them. This absorption process stopped at the 5.5 pound mark. This intrinsic flying sword of mine has indeed been starving for too long. Ever since it was refined, it has never absorbed water elemental objects. Now, it has finally drunk its fill. It drank a total of 5.5 pounds. Qin Yun smiled as he pushed the stopper back into the azure-colored bottle. The absorption after this will be too slow. It will probably absorb only an ounce or 2 a day. Qin Yun could sense that after his intrinsic flying sword absorbed so much Frostmuster spirit liquid, it had indeed reinforced its foundations. Even if there was no more Frostmuster spirit liquid later, the intrinsic flying sword would be refined in 3 to 4 months. Intrinsic flying sword. Qin Yun thought to himself, I heard that every sword immortal that leaves their sword tower in the Shu prefecture would be given an ordinary 9th grade flying sword Dharma treasure to protect them. After all, cultivating one's own intrinsic flying sword takes too long. I'm just an itinerant cultivator and all I can use are ordinary weapons. Thankfully, I had gained insights into the Misty Rain sword intent. Every strike of mine possesses mighty prowess. However, it will be soon. Once I obtain the next batch of Frostmuster spirit liquid, my intrinsic flying sword will be refined in half a month. Qin Yun was filled with anticipation. To become a sword immortal. Without one's intrinsic flying sword, how could one be considered a sword immortal? Elsewhere, at County Governor Manor. Father, the Frostmuster spirit liquid has been delivered. When Chuang reported. All right. The county governor was standing while pruning his bonsai. Father, we have given benefits to both second young master Qin and sister Xiao. Only Zhao Huairan has not been given any. Furthermore, the 100 poisons blood will only be given to him after they return with the spirit fruit. Will he feel any resentment as a result? Could it even be possible that he will not do his best on the expedition to Green Tooth Mountain? When Chuang asked worriedly. The county governor stopped his pruning and looked at his son. He said with a smile, different tactics have to be used for different cultivators. That Zhao Huairan can only amount to so much because of that old demon servant of his. He has yet to experience much setback or hardship. Such cultivators would not dare to set one toe out of line as long as they feel the threat of death. Furthermore, there is a carrot in one hand and a stick in another. I have also given him some beauties. Besides, he will obtain the 100 poisons blood after succeeding. For Yi Xiao and Qin Yun, they are different. Yi Xiao is a descendant of the large Yi family from the Kunlun prefecture. Its roots lie deeper than our Wen family. She is also a disciple of the Taoist Sacred Land, Divine Firmament chapter. The county governor continued, for her, we naturally have to influence her using the favor she owes us. As for Qin Yun? He looks like he comes from a sword immortal lineage. Most importantly, he is someone that has carved his way out of a sea of blood. Threats will only backfire. The county governor said with a smile, such a person understands propriety very well. Furthermore, with us giving the Frostmuster spirit liquid, we have bound him through karma. He will definitely do his best. The county governor lowered his head again to continue pruning his bonsai. At the same time, he suddenly said coldly, "Furthermore, it doesn't matter if that Xiao Huairan does his best. He is of no use, to begin with. The reason for sending him is mainly for that old demon servant of his. That old servant is still of some use. As for him, the number of demons he has seen his entire life is probably not as many as the demons that second young Master Qin has killed." Once when Chuang heard that, he laughed. "Indeed. I have flipped through his dossier. The number of demons he has seen is really not more than the numbers brother Qin Yun has killed. All shall be revealed in 3 days." The county governor stared at the bonsai in front of him as he began to feel nervous with anticipation for the first time. After the spirit fruit was brought to him, he could extend his life by another 20 years. If the expedition failed, he would not live more than a few years. 3 days. The county governor muttered silently. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 27. Chapter 27, Into the Mountains. Translator, Sitalan. Editor, Sitalan. In a blink of an eye, it was the day for the quartet to embark on their mission. Qin Yun had left Qin Manor early at dawn on horseback for County Governor Manor. Everyone. In the main hall, the county governor welcomed Xiao, Qin Yun, and Xiao Huairan and his servant. "The 1,000-year-old ice jade fruit is of life and death importance to me," the county governor said solemnly. "On this expedition, I request all of you to do your best in retrieving the spirit fruit. If it succeeds, I will be indebted to all of you for life. Uncle Wen, since we agreed to it, we will naturally do our best," Xiao said. "Lord County Governor, you just need to await the news of our success," Qin Yun added. "We will definitely retrieve this spirit fruit for you," Xiao Huairan said confidently as well. There was a servant holding a tray by the side. On it was 5 bronze goblets, filled with excellent wine. The county governor took one. Xiao, Qin Yun, Xiao Huairan, and the old demonic servant each took 1 goblet of wine. "At Green Tooth Mountain, all of you are to listen to Xiao's instructions. You are not to take matters into your own hands. Tomorrow, I will rush to the foot of Green Tooth Mountain and wait for everyone there." The county governor raised his goblet. "In short, I'm really counting on all of you." Xiao, Qin Yun, and company raised their goblets as well. They imbibed the wine in it. "Uncle Wen, farewell." After saying that, Xiao left the hall. The 4 of them mounted their horses and quickly left County Governor Manor. The county governor watched them leave. "Father, the 1,000-year-old ice jade fruit will definitely be obtained." When Chuang stood beside his father and assured him softly, "Trot! Trot! Trot!" After Qin Yun and company left Grand Dominance City, they headed north along a path on horseback at tremendous speeds. If it were said that the city had a high population density, a result of the commoners wanting to reside in a safer city, causing the prices of houses to be extremely high, then it could be said that it was sparsely populated outside the city. Frequently, one would not even see a single person. The occasional village that they came across was a large village that had thousands of people in it. As there were enough commoners gathered, it was able to establish enough strength to defend the village. They were equipped with a large number of crossbows to intimidate the lesser demons. Furthermore, the on-site inspection office could send reinforcements at any time, allowing humans to survive outside the city. If the city interior was said to be under the absolute control of the imperial government, then city exterior was where both humans and demons split it equally. Ahead is Serene Provincial City. At noon, Qin Yun and company reached Serene Provincial City and did not encounter any danger en route. As demons had much fewer numbers than humans, it was not that easy to encounter a demon. About 10 kilometers west of Serene Provincial City is Green Tooth Mountain. Xiao said, "Let us rest here in Serene Provincial City for the night before we enter the mountains early tomorrow morning." "I'll follow whatever Miss E says," Zhao Huairan said immediately. He was feeling rather helpless. Days ago, when Xiao was in County Governor Manor, he had gone to visit her, hoping to meet her often. However, she had been in seclusion and did not entertain any guests. After entering the city, they chose an exquisite inn where they stayed for the night. The early summer was cool, but there were many mosquitoes. Qin Yun was sitting on the rooftop of the inn alone as he drank wine. It was a rare break for him to not cultivate his intrinsic flying sword. He was also suffering from insomnia, so he had obtained a flask of wine from the manager to slowly drink it there. Phew! A figure gently landed on the rooftop like a descending fairy. "Brother Qin, why aren't you sleeping when it's already so late?" Xiao sat beside him and asked with a smile. "Are you thinking about tomorrow's expedition?" "I'm just enjoying the night view." "Hey, isn't there a beautiful scenery, good wine, and Miss E here to accompany me?" "If I were to sleep so early, I would have missed out on such a splendid opportunity," said Qin Yun with a smile. Xiao covered her mouth as she laughed and said, "Don't drink the wine alone. Let me have a taste of it. Here you go." Qin Yun threw it casually at her. Xiao caught it and immediately tilted her head to down the alcohol. After drinking a large mouthful of it, she choked and coughed twice, as she wiped the alcohol from the corner of her lips. "You don't drink that often?" Qin Yun asked when he saw this. "My master is rather strict on such matters inside the sect." Xiao gave a simple explanation. Following that, she said, "By the way, Brother Qin, for our trip to Green Tooth Mountain, that demonic servant of Zhao Huairan will be of some use. Although he is very loyal to the Zhao family, he is, after all, a demon. If you notice anything amiss, either one of us should directly obliterate him. Green Tooth Mountain is filled with demons. If he really schemes against us, we naturally have to obliterate him without mercy." Qin Yun nodded. "The county governor has already said that you will be giving the instructions." "I'll do as you instruct. That's because Uncle Wen trusts me." Xiao said with a smile, "In terms of experience, you have a much richer experience than me. I will also need your advice so that we can have greater confidence at retrieving the spirit fruit." "There's really nothing much to be said," answered Qin Yun. "Brother Qin, please say something." "I really do not have much confidence on this matter," Xiao urged him. "Therefore," Qin Yun said, "there's nothing to be worried about. To retrieve the spirit fruit, the critical point is to hide our strength from the beginning. It's best if we can reach where the 1,000-year-old ice jade fruit is without exposing ourselves. If we are truly exposed, we can only reveal a portion of our strength, so that the demons would not think of us as too much of a threat. We must not make the demons think that they are unable to defend the spirit fruit, or they might end up destroying it. Once the spirit fruit ripens, it is natural that we immediately grab it." Qin Yun said, "The grabbing of the fruit has to be done quickly. It has also to be done very covertly because there are definitely demons staying guard around the spirit fruit. If they realize that they can't stop us, they might destroy the fruit. Once we obtain the fruit, we have to rush down the mountain and flee for our lives." Qin Yun said, "This is because the moment that happens, we will definitely startle the demons. They will unquestionably be enraged." Xiao listened as she nodded. "I share the same thoughts. The process is simple, but to do it requires one to be meticulous and brave. Also, one has to be decisive." Qin Yun said, "If we encounter any exigencies, we just need to improvise on the spot. By the way, do the demons know when the spirit fruit will ripen? The last time the ice jade fruit ripened was 100 years ago. It needs to ripen 10 times before it becomes a 1,000-year-old ice jade fruit. Due to the long time intervals, the demons are unable to precisely calculate the moment when it ripens, or which day and hour it is." Xiao said, Uncle Wen had hired an expert adept at clairvoyance to do a comprehensive divination before confirming that the 1,000-year-old ice jade fruit would ripen from 9 to 11 in the morning tomorrow. Qin Yun nodded. That's good. The chances of success will be higher if the demons are only aware that it will be during this 1 to 2 months but not the hour or day. If the demons know exactly when the spirit fruit ripens, it will be very difficult for us to steal it. Xiao said with a smile, as for tomorrow, I will need a lot of your help. We will be helping each other. Qin Yun said, I'm good at melee battles and bad at long-range attacks. I'm the exact opposite. I'm poor at melee battles. Xiao smiled slightly. Those who cultivated in Dharma spells would typically keep a distance from the demons since demons were stronger at melee fights. A melee cultivator like Qin Yun that vanquished demons was indeed rare. The second day at dawn. Qin Yun and company immediately left the inn. The moment Serene Provincial City's city gates opened, they left Serene Provincial City and headed for Green Tooth Mountain. Green Tooth Mountain. 10 kilometers was quickly traversed on horseback. Grand Dominance County's tallest mountain. Qin Yun looked up. The mountain looked grand and magnificent. Its peak tore through the clouds and it was an unknown how many demons were hiding in it. The 4 of them dismounted their horses and tied them in the neighboring woods. Everyone, Xiao looked at Qin Yun, Zhao Huiran, as well as the demon servant, Uncle Qian. I'll be blunt but everything will be done according to the plans we previously discussed. On our entry into the mountain, we must make sure not to alert even a single demon. If anyone were to be overly careless or deliberately startles the demons, don't blame my 5 elemental divine lightning for being heartless. With that said, Xiao's eyes flashed with lightning. Zhao Huiran could not help but shirk back in fear. He immediately said, Don't worry. Don't worry. Miss E, we will do whatever you say. We will follow whatever Miss E says. Uncle Chan added. Even he did not have the confidence to withstand the famous 5 elemental divine lightning. A top sex disciple is indeed extraordinary. Qin Yun thought to himself wistfully when he saw that. Let's go, into the mountain. Xiao commanded. The quartet silently scaled the mountain. Even the weakest Zhao Huiran had knocked open the gate of immortality, so it was rather easy scaling the mountain. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 28. Chapter 28, Missive. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. Amid the long stretches of Green Tooth Mountain, Xiao instructed, we will be heading to Mist Lake Valley. Elder Qian, check the surroundings and decide how we should avoid the demons. Alright, let me do it. The thin old demonic servant's nose suddenly changed into a black dog's nose. Sniffing with it, he was able to distinguish numerous scents. Qin Yun watched by the side. Even an ordinary dog had a sharp nose, so a dog demon's nose was even acuter. Furthermore, the strength of the old demonic servant far exceeded the 19 demon leaders under the water god. Green Tooth Mountain lives up to its name of being Grand Dominance County's highest mountain. There are indeed many demons lurking within. In a range of 5 kilometers, I have discovered quite a number. Uncle Qian said immediately. Follow me, I will lead the way. Let's go. Xiao, Qin Yun, and Zhao Huiran followed closely behind. As they proceeded on, Qin Yun and company truly did not encounter a single demon under Elder Qian's guidance. Uncle Qian would sniff with his nose from time to time. After traveling deep into the mountains for an hour, he came to an abrupt stop and said in hushed tones, Miss E, we are 1,500 meters away from Mist Lake Valley. There are large amounts of demonic auras in there. As they are mixed with one another, they are probably staying there. I can't distinguish them. However, I can determine that there are at least 100 demons residing there. Just Mist Lake Valley alone has more than 100 demons hidden in it? Xiao's expression changed slightly. Even lesser demons would typically have a strength that matched the 10th level of Qi refinement, one equivalent to knocking open the gate of immortality. For example, back when Qin Yun slew the old demon Chuang in the underground palace, he had been attacked by 7 lesser demons. In fact, all of the 7 lesser demons were forces to be reckoned with. If there were more than 100 of such lesser demons, even cultivators would fear them. The 1,000-year-old ice jade fruit is in Mist Lake Valley. With 100 demons there, it is likely that they are guarding the 1,000-year-old ice jade fruit, said Xiao. From the looks of it, the demons place a great deal of importance on the spirit fruit. Miss E, what should we do next? Uncle Qian asked. There are too many demons in Mist Lake Valley. Let's enter it first and find a spot where we can see the 1,000-year-old ice jade fruit. Xiao said with all seriousness, we have to be certain that we can see the ice jade fruit turn ripe. All right. Uncle Qian immediately led the way without any complaints. Are we entering Mist Lake Valley now? Jia Huiren immediately asked softly, shouldn't we wait for the appointed hour before entering? If we enter only when the time comes, it would be too late after discovering that the spirit fruit has ripened or been plucked. Moreover, we have to determine the trajectory needed to pluck the fruit after entering. We need to enter ahead of time. Xiao looked at Jia Huiren and remarked, why? Are you afraid? No, not at all. How can I be afraid? Jia Huiren knew that he could no longer retreat having come so far. Qin Yun remained calm. After all, he had stayed 3 years in the northern borders. He did not feel a tinge of nervousness at all. Despite a short distance of 1,500 meters, the quartet proceeded at a pace that gradually turned slower. They were afraid to stir the demons. Can you see it? Peering down the mountainside, Qin Yun and company saw the valley beneath them. The most eye-catching thing about Mist Lake Valley was the hot gases it emitted. The lake water was perennially warm, with hot gases billowing, misting the entire area. It was also why it was called Mist Lake. Not far from the misty lake, there was a fruit tree that looked like an ice sculpture. Under the sun's rays, it could still scatter the sunlight despite the mist. There was only one blue fruit hanging on the fruit tree. There were more than 10 demons standing around it languidly. Extending the radius to the entire valley, there were easily 20 to 30 demons scattered throughout the area. Even the 2 mountainsides that lined the valley were guarded by demons. If these demons were hiding in human cities, they would naturally be in human form. However, there was no need to do so in the deep mountains. All of them had beast heads, with weapons held in hand or by their waists. On the mountain cliffs along the sides, there are about 7 demons hiding. They must be there to observe the surroundings. Uncle Chen took a sniff and immediately said in hushed tones, there are 30 to 40 demons that permanently stand guard in the valley. And in that house in the middle, it is likely where the demons take their breaks and shifts. I can sense that most of the demonic aura is coming from that house. Qin Yun looked down. The house with its courtyard spanned quite a vast area. However, the construction was rather rough on the edges. After all, it was just a temporary residence used to guard the 1,000-year-old ice jade fruit. Miss E, how shall we pluck the spirit fruit? Asked Qin Yun. The fruit tree's surroundings are flat. Xiao frowned and whispered, more than 10 demons are circling the fruit tree. There are about 20 to 30 demons that are a distance away from it. Any commotion will lead to the swaths of demons inside the house to charge out. The valley is too empty, with nothing to provide cover and concealment. To pluck the fruit, one has to rely on an invisibility spell. Invisibility spell? Qin Yun's eyes lit up. An invisibility spell was an extremely difficult Dharma spell to cultivate in. Typically, only Khanate realm experts could master it. As for demons? Due to the different demon species, all of them had different innate talents. Some could burrow into the ground or fly by nature. Some could even turn invisible, so it was pointless envying them. On the contrary, demons envied human cultivators for having a high perception that aided cultivation. A demon had to cultivate for more than 1,000 years, and they might still not match some of the best human cultivators that only cultivated for a decade. However, humans envied demons for their long lifespans. Even Khanate Golden Core experts only had a lifespan of 500 years. Each side had their own advantages. Probably Brother Qin is the only one that can pluck the fruit, said Xiao. Jia Huiran probably doesn't have the guts to pluck the fruit. Elder Qian can't use Dao talismans either. We'll have to rely on you, Brother Qin. Jia Huiran said with an obsequious smile. What a joke. To retrieve the fruit, one might be discovered before touching the fruit if one had bad luck. Even if one wasn't discovered out of sheer capability, the demons would immediately discover him once the fruit was plucked. When that happened, it was very likely that one would be encircled and attacked. All right, leave it to me. Qin Yun nodded. He also knew that the mission could only be left to him. Xiao took out a Dao talisman. Qin Yun took a look, and indeed, it was an invisibility charm. To be honest, he too had one. However, invisibility charms were rather expensive. As an itinerant cultivator, it was not easy for him to accumulate resources. He could not be compared with disciples from top sections. Brother Qin, plucking the fruit is the most dangerous endeavor. I'll have to trouble you. If it doesn't work out, give up the spirit fruit and make sure you save yourself. Xiao handed the talisman to Qin Yun. Don't worry, I'll definitely save myself first. Qin Yun took the talisman over. We'll be counting on you later, Brother Qin. Jia Huiran flattered by the side. Ever since he knew that Qin Yun had slain a terrifying demon like the rhinoceros demon, he only felt reverential fear for Qin Yun. After all, facing any terrifyingly formidable expert that could kill him in one move left him lacking in confidence. Furthermore, Jia Huiran had never experienced much danger in his life. Qin Yun looked down and considered his rough line of attack. Let's go. We should continue our approach. Xiao said, it will aid us in reinforcing Brother Qin when the time comes. Continue our approach? Jia Huiran's expression changed slightly. If we are thousands of feet away from him, we will not be able to reinforce him when he plucks the fruit. Xiao said, let's continue heading down. Qin Yun gave Xiao a smiling glance. Xiao was rather decisive. The quartet was even more careful this time. Qin Yun and Xiao activated their Dharma eyes to survey the surroundings. However, they still relied on Uncle Qian. It was because the Dharma eyes was limited in range. When he was checking Chuyong's residence, he had failed to see the demons in the underground palace with his Dharma eyes due to the distance. Uncle Qian led the trio and tried very carefully to approach the 1,000-year-old ice jade fruit tree. We can't approach any further. We are still 600 feet away from the fruit tree. Uncle Qian transmitted his voice. Thankfully, there are few demons here, only a few dozen demons standing guard around here. Furthermore, demons are lazy. If they were human armies on alert, there's no way we can come this close. 600 feet is sufficient. Xiao nodded. This bit of distance was something her lightning techniques could traverse in support of Qin Yun. It would not have been of use if they were thousands of feet away like before. All we can do now is wait. We have to wait for the fruit to ripen. Xiao said with a voice transmission. All right. Everyone present, including Qin Yun, turned completely still. They lay in wait silently for the spirit fruit to ripen. And on the roads. Early in the middle of the night, the county governor had secretly opened the city gates and left with his guards. They quickly arrived at Serene Provincial City. However, according to plan, they did not enter the city. Instead, they headed straight for the foot of Green Tooth Mountain. The county governor was sitting in a horse carriage with a group of guards surrounding the carriage. Commander Fong was also naturally following closely behind. Swoosh! A hawk flew down from the sky. Oh! A personal guard looked up and immediately raised his arm, to which the hawk landed on. The personal guard retrieved the missive tied to the hawk leg. He hurriedly handed it to the county governor's son, Wen Chong. A letter? Wen Chong took it. After looking at the emblem on the letter, he frowned. He opened the missive to take a look. Halt! Father! Father! Wen Chong shouted anxiously. The entire convoy came to a halt as the county governor pulled open the carriage's curtains and looked out. What's the matter? Wen Chong handed the missive to him. The county governor took the letter, and the contents of the missive were very simple. Rumors have it that the water god has invited his junior brother, White Tiger, to Grand Dominance County to help guard the 1,000-year-old ice jade fruit. Just that simple sentence chilled the county governor's heart instantly. White Tiger, The water god has invited his junior brother, White Tiger, to help him? The county governor's heart palpitated as his hands could not help but tremble. How can this be? How can this be? Do the heavens want me dead? Does it? The county governor muttered to himself. Doesn't the White Tiger reside permanently in the area around Steadfast Mountain County's Black Wind Ridge? About 3,000 lesser demons in Black Wind Ridge listened to its command. This White Tiger has command over the winds, allowing him to fly. Yet, such a powerful demon is the junior brother of the water god? He has been invited to guard the 1,000-year-old ice jade fruit? Wen Chong was also somewhat panicking. After all, his father would not live past the next few years without the ice jade fruit. Such powerful demons have their own cultivation methods. The county governor said in a deep tone, cultivation methods naturally have their own heritage and masters. It's only normal to be fellow martial brothers. I thought that the water god is too immersed in wreaking havoc, so he would not dare leave the Jiang River's lake. There would be, at most, many demons on Green Tooth Mountain, but I never expected him to invite White Tiger. Could this news be fake? Wen Chong could not help but ask. Some humans surrendered themselves to demons. And similarly, there were other lesser demons that sought the patronage of humans. They could get numerous benefits from humans. The missive was sent by a demon that had sought the patronage of the county governor. Since White Tiger is mentioned, it's very likely true. Although the county governor did not wish to believe in it, the years had made him wise. He naturally knew how probable the piece of news was. The water god might not know the exact time of when the 1,000-year-old ice jade fruit's ripening, but it is capable of narrowing it down to within half a month. He has invited his junior brother, White Tiger, to help guard it for half a month. But for this 1,000-year-old ice jade fruit, it's for increasing one's longevity. A demon like him has extremely great longevity. Why would he need the fruit to increase it further? The county governor's expression turned somewhat ferocious. Then, what do we do? Wen Chong panicked as well. If White Tiger is there, there is no hope for Xiao and company. The county governor said heavily. What I'm afraid of is that they will not be able to return alive, especially Xiao. If she were to die on Green Tooth Mountain, the Yi family and even the Divine Firmament chapter will not let the matter rest easily. I'll get someone to send the message, said Wen Chong immediately. The county governor looked at the sky and said with a sigh, it's too late. It's almost the appointed time. To go from here to Green Tooth Mountain, enter it and reach Mist Lake Valley would take too long. It's too late, too late. Once he said that, the county governor closed the curtain. Do we continue advancing? Asked Wen Chong. Continue. Let's wait at the foot of Green Tooth Mountain. Perhaps, we might see them come out alive. The county governor's voice sounded like it had aged greatly. If White Tiger was there, the county governor saw no chance of himself obtaining the 1,000-year-old ice jade fruit. Was it the end of his wish to extending his life by 20 years? White tiger, there was a low mutter coming from within the carriage. When Chang's expression darkened as well. He immediately shouted, "Continue advancing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 29. Chapter 29, Spirit Fruit Ripens. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. In Green Tooth Mountain's Mist Lake Valley, there were a large number of lesser demons inside the house. Some were snoring away while others were drinking and feasting. We have been taking turns day in and day out to guard that spirit fruit tree. When will this come to an end? In the past, we could enter and exit freely while guarding the spirit fruit tree, but in the past year, we have been forbidden to leave Mist Lake Valley. I'm going crazy from this stifling feeling. Bear with it. It's only May. We have to stay until the end of the year. What spirit fruit tree is this that it needs so many of us to guard it? Even King White Tiger from Steadfast Mountain County's Blackwind Ridge has been invited here. King White Tiger only came here in the past half month. Perhaps, we are in the critical period. Just bear with it and do not spoil the water god's plans. If we spoil his plans, humph. It would be too late for regrets if you get refined into a demonic slave. Yes. The other lesser demons nodded immediately. They had also heard the news. In the past, infuriating the water god might mean death, but now, anyone that angered the water god would be refined into demonic slaves. According to the information given by the demons that helped as assistants, the refining process caused excruciating pain. Many of the demons eventually died after failing to withstand the pain. In a quiet chamber within the house that was filled with demons, a fragrant incense was burning. Its aroma filled the chamber that had a picture of a tiger descending a mountain hanging on a wall. There was a mat inside the chamber, with a stocky man sitting cross-legged on it. Wisps of black gas whistled as they swam around the stocky man's body. The black gases would rise from his skin before entering back into his body through his nose in a cyclic manner. After a long while, the stocky man opened his eyes. His pupils were golden and were thin vertical slits. However, they quickly restored to normal human eyes. According to Senior Brother Water God's divination, the 1,000-year-old ice jade fruit will ripen this month. I just need to bear with it a little longer. A cold glimmer flashed in the man's eyes as he got up and pushed open the door to the quiet chamber. Outside was a silent courtyard. The dozens of lesser demons had taken up a small area of the entire house, while the remaining was left to him, White Tiger. Laying beside the courtyard were 2 axes that were bigger than an ordinary house. The stocky man walked over as his hands spontaneously grew white fur as his arms thickened. They resembled the claws of a tiger as he grabbed 1 axe in each hand, lifting both the axes easily. My babies. The stocky man looked at the pair of axes in his hand and could not help but reveal a smile. It was truly not easy obtaining these pair of axes. It really wasn't easy. It was because each of the 2 axes weighed 900 kilograms. The materials needed to smith the axes were extremely precious. Only then could such a godly weapon be produced. Like Qin Yun, who battled in the northern border and roamed the world, the sword he used was also a godly weapon. However, that sword was barely heavier than 5 kilograms. In contrast, just one of these axes was 900 kilograms. Including the losses from the smithing process, the materials used together to produce an axe made White Tiger's heart feel the pinch. He had only smithied 1 axe first before spending another 3 decades of hard work that was like smashing mountains of gold and silver to smith the second one. With dual axes in hand, the might White Tiger exuded was immediately different. Steadfast Mountain County's Blackwind Ridge White Tiger was still very well known. Of course, this pair of axes were still far inferior to Dharma treasures. After all, the techniques to refining a Dharma treasure were extremely stringent. However, to White Tiger, a typical Dharma treasure did not delight him as much as the 2 axes he had. Only a suitable weapon was the best. It was heavy enough. Great Demon White Tiger was a white tiger, king of the beasts, before gaining sentience to become a demon. He was also a Khanate realm demon. With a pair of axes in hand, even human Khanate false core realm experts would flinch at seeing him. Phew! 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 White Tiger swung the 2 axes in hand casually and slowly. Despite the axes having a combined weight of more than 1,800 kilograms, he was still able to lift it as though they were nothing. Mist Lake Valley. Qin Yun, Xiao, Zhao Huairan, and Uncle Chen were quietly waiting as they constantly watched the 1,000-year-old ice jade fruit tree. Suddenly, as if their eyes blurred, the only blue spirit fruit hanging from the ice sculpture-like fruit tree naturally turned red in color. It took a very short period of time, almost as fast as the blink of an eye. Additionally, after the spirit fruit turned red, its surface suffused a purple sheen. The entire spirit fruit resembled a gigantic ruby. The 1,000-year-old ice jade fruit has ripened. Qin Yun gave an alert, causing Xiao, Zhao Huairan, and Uncle Chen to tighten their hearts. Finally, the time had come. Brother Qin, be careful, Xiao said through a voice transmission. All right. Qin Yun had instantly taken out the invisibility charm that had been prepared. Immediately, he injected quintessential essence into it, causing the invisibility charm to immediately disintegrate. However, the quintessential essence flowed through special runic lines before turning into a transparent barrier. It easily enveloped his body and even perfectly adhered itself to every part of his body. Once he was completely enclosed in it, he turned invisible. At the same time he activated the invisibility charm, Qin Yun had also activated the 2 divine traversal talisman amulets that were tied to his legs. He needed to be fast when plucking the spirit fruit. Qin Yun naturally did not dare to hold back. This took time to describe, but in reality, the activation of triggering the invisibility charm and the divine traversal talisman amulets took an instant. Time to go. With a kick of his feet, he instantly flew forward. By the side, Xiao, Zhao Huairan, and his servant watched as Qin Yun vanished in front of them. However, Xiao and Uncle Chen could still sense his existence at such a close distance. Furthermore, Dharma eyes could also see Qin Yun's vital aura. Invisibility charms mainly made things invisible to the naked eye. Huairan, prepare to reinforce him. We will be taking action very soon. Uncle Chen transmitted his voice with great solemnity. Zhao Huairan turned a little frantic, but he was able to maintain his composure on the surface. He immediately replied with a voice transmission, Uncle Chen, what do we do in a moment? What do we do? Once young Master Qin plucks the spirit fruit, we naturally have to help him escape Mist Lake Valley. In short, we shall wait for Miss Yi's order. Once the order is given to run, we will immediately try our best to escape. Don't worry. Although there are many demons, perhaps more than 100 of them, in Mist Lake Valley, it would not be difficult to escape with our lives with Miss Yi and young Master Qin around. Furthermore, I will constantly be by your side to protect you. You must remember to use that Dharma artifact of yours. It still possesses some power. Uncle Chen said with a voice transmission. Yes, I got it. Zhao Huairan replied with a voice transmission. And on the other side, Qin Yun did not dare proceed forward without any regard. If he stirred up a strong wind, he would be discovered by the demons as well. Phew! He tried his best to conceal his breathing as he silently approached the 1,000-year-old ice jade fruit as fast as he could. In order not to alert the demons, he could only maintain his speed at 30% of his maximum speed. Standing around the 1,000-year-old ice jade fruit were more than a dozen bored demons. Suddenly, a lesser demon took a sniff and curiously turned to look at the fruit tree beside it. When it saw the spirit fruit already red in color, with a purple sheen suffusing its surface, the lesser demon's eyes widened immediately. It hurriedly said, "Look, the spirit fruit has ripened, but..." Some of the other demons were dozing off, but when they heard that, they were jolted awake as they turned to look immediately. It has ripened. The spirit fruit has ripened. When the lesser demons caught a whiff of the fragrance, they had an irresistible urge to eat it. However, the moment they thought of the consequences of eating it, they did not dare entertain their thoughts. This spirit fruit has finally ripened. We have finally come to the end of such boring days. Wait here. I'll report the news to King White Tiger. The dozen or so lesser demons were overjoyed as immediately one demon ran towards the house. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 30. Chapter 30, Great Demon White Tiger. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. Qin Yun maintained his invisibility as he traversed the mountain valley nimbly. It could be said that he neither left traces nor caused so much as a stir. Demons had very sharp perceptions. Being in close proximity was sufficient for them to sense the auras of humans. Therefore, Qin Yun had to avoid the demons on the way as he meandered through a distorted path to approach the 1,000-year-old ice jade fruit. A lesser demon dashed to the house and saw the stocky man walking out the backyard's door. Immediately, he yelled at the top of his voice. King White Tiger, King White Tiger, ... Qin Yun's ears heard the shout and he could not help but feel alarmed. King White Tiger? Qin Yun glanced behind him and into the distance. He saw the stocky man that had walked out the house. Due to the distance, his Dharma eyes could not discern the aura from the stocky man. However, the title of King White Tiger left Qin Yun reeling. King White Tiger? Who in Grand Dominance County would be called King White Tiger? Qin Yun was feeling puzzled as his expression changed. There was no one in Grand Dominance County by that name. However, in another county in the Zheng Prefecture, Steadfast Mountain County, there was a famous Khanate realm demon. It was the demon known as White Tiger who resided in Blackwind Ridge. Could that demon be Great Demon White Tiger from Steadfast Mountain County's Blackwind Ridge? Qin Yun's heart tightened. The demon's reputation preceded him. Qin Yun obviously long knew of the famous Great Demon White Tiger. Things are going to be bad if it's really him. Regardless, I need to get the spirit fruit first. Without any ado, he constantly moved forward. When he approached the 1,000-year-old ice jade fruit, he leaped up and across the perimeter formed by the dozen or so lesser demons. Standing by the tree, he instantly grabbed the 1,000-year-old ice jade fruit, placing it into a jade box he brought along with him immediately after plucking it off. He stored the box away. Got it. Qin Yun was delighted. Many of the demons in Mist Lake Valley had discovered that the 1,000-year-old ice jade fruit had ripened. Immediately, they exploded into an excited uproar as they stared intently at the spirit fruit. The spirit fruit has ripened. It has really ripened. It has already turned red. The lesser demons had joyous looks on their faces. The stifling days of being forced to guard the area had finally come to an end. This uproar made White Tiger, who was waving his pair of gigantic axes inside a courtyard, stand still. He threw his axes to the ground with a loud boom before leisurely walking out the courtyard. The courtyard's door was also the back door to the house. After White Tiger walked out, his gaze landed on the 1,000-year-old ice jade fruit tree that was in the distance. King White Tiger, King White Tiger. The lesser demon that had come to report dashed over. It has finally ripened. White Tiger was dressed in a loose white robe as he stood there barefooted. He was smiling while he looked at the 1,000-year-old ice jade fruit tree. At that moment, pang! The red fruit that had a purple sheen swirling on its surface was plucked off with a crisp sound under the watchful gazes of White Tiger and the other excited lesser demons. Immediately following that, it vanished. The entire Mist Lake Valley turned silent instantly as all the demons fell quiet. White Tiger was also dumbfounded. All of them were looking at where the spirit fruit was, but now, it was completely empty. All that was left was an ice-like crystalline branch that had snapped off. There's a thief. Someone is stealing the spirit fruit. The demons immediately erupted into a furious cacophony. White Tiger, who was dressed in white robes and barefooted while standing outside the house, had a cold glimmer in his eyes. He suddenly roared, "Come out!" This roar caused visible patterns in mid-air, as though they were ripples on a water surface. It surged in every direction. "Come out! Come out! Come out! Come out! Come out! Come out!" The voice constantly echoed. The voice wasn't powerful in the beginning, but as it constructively interfered with the countless come-out roars, it turned into a rumbling thunder that seemed to only grow louder. The wave patterns in mid-air turned more obvious as they swept the area. Soon, it covered a range of a few thousand feet. Many lesser demons grabbed their heads in pain. This wave also naturally reached Qin Yun, Xiao, Jiao, and Uncle Qian. They were less than 1,000 feet away from White Tiger. Poof! The invisibility barrier that enveloped Qin Yun shattered immediately when it was struck by the wave. It revealed him. Invisibility barriers were very fragile. Even an ordinary mortal constable could crack it with a strike. Invisibility spells had their advantage in being unexpected. It had worthless defense prowess to speak of. Pang! 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 At the spot where Xiao and company were hiding, the surrounding vegetation shook vigorously from the shock. Leaves flew up into the sky as Xiao and company were exposed. King White Tiger? Uncle Chen's expression changed drastically. He immediately transmitted his voice, "Missy, this King White Tiger is very likely Steadfast Mountain County's White Tiger." White Tiger? The color in Zhao Huairan's face drained as his feet went limp from fright. Xiao came from the Kunlun prefecture, so she was not very familiar with the Jiang prefecture. However, since she had come to the Jiang prefecture, she naturally memorized some basic information. Examples of the information were the famous great demons that resided in various areas. White Tiger was one of the great demons of Steadfast Mountain County. Although he did not dominate Grand Dominance County exclusively like Water God for 200 years that rendered the imperial government helpless, White Tiger was able to have command over the winds. He could fly, and even typical Khanate false core experts were not the match of this powerful demon. Even if a Khanate True Core Senior were to attempt to subdue him, White Tiger was able to escape by flying. Who knew that we would encounter Steadfast Mountain County's White Tiger in Grand Dominance County? Xiao frowned as she transmitted her voice, "Elder Qin, Jiao Huairan, you have both completed your missions. White Tiger is too powerful. The two of you just need to focus on escaping for your lives." "All right." Uncle Chen felt relieved as he and Zhao Huairan immediately responded with a voice transmission. The terror that White Tiger struck into the hearts of Zhao Huairan and his servant was just too much. "Let's go." Uncle Chen and Zhao Huairan quickly attempted to escape the valley. As for Xiao, she rushed to where Qin Yun was. Similarly, Qin Yun ran towards her. The both of them knew that between them, one was good at melee combat while the other was good at long-range combat. It was the perfect combination for the duo. After all, White Tiger exerted immense pressure on Qin Yun and Xiao. 3 humans and a demon that has surrendered himself to the humans? White Tiger scoffed. He stood lazily where he was and casually waved his hand. Whoosh! 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 9 starlight points of light flew out from his hand. After flying out, they expanded, turning into 9 dark blue rocks that were the size of a head. There were countless runic marks on the rocks, and there were black winds lingering around them. 9 dark blue rocks tore through the air as though they were 9 meteors. 3 of them headed for Zhao Huairan and his servant, while a set of 3 rocks headed for Xiao and Qin Yun respectively. "They are wind thunder rocks." Uncle Chen was immediately alarmed. "Huairan, let's leave quickly." The old demon's servant grew long fur as his head turned into a dog's head. He grabbed Xiao Huairan's clothes and ran with phantom images trailing him while he pushed his speed to the limit. He. White Tiger sneered. He cast his gaze on the distant Qin Yun. Having plucked the spirit fruit, Qin Yun was the most important target. So, Qin Yun's divine traversal talisman amulets activated as he transformed into a stream of light to speed towards Xiao. Whoosh! 3 wind thunder rocks came hurtling over. Bang! 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 Qin Yun instantly drew out his sword. With the flickering of sword beams, 3 blurry sword flashes struck the 3 wind thunder rocks respectively. The 3 wind thunder rocks were extremely powerful, to begin with, but under the blurry sword flashes' angry blows, an invisible force board inside them, quaking all their runic patterns, including those on the surface. The 3 wind thunder rocks began swaying. Oh! My wind thunder rocks! White Tiger was astounded. Looking at the distant Qin Yun, he thought to himself, perhaps after a few more strikes from him, my wind thunder rocks' runic patterns would shatter. His sword's strength is clearly not that strong, but why would it have such great destructive power? Could he be a disciple of a top cultivation sect? White Tiger's heart stirred. The 3 wind thunder rocks that were assaulting Qin Yun immediately turned and flew back at him. On the other side, Uncle Qian threw Xiao Huairan forward with a ferocious look. Quickly leave! Simultaneously, he turned back to block the 3 wind thunder rocks. As the 3 wind thunder rocks whistled through the air like ghostly specters, they came crushing over with fierce momentum. Uncle Qian's figure instantly turned into a blur as he took the initiative to block 3 wind thunder rocks, afraid that Xiao Huairan would be struck. After all, if he missed any one of the rocks, Xiao Huairan would probably lose his life. In order to block all the wind thunder rocks, dodging to flee for his life was not something Uncle Qian could even do. It was very tough on him. Phew! Under the assault of the wind thunder rocks, Uncle Qian withstood the repeated bombardment of the 3 wind thunder rocks. Finally, he failed to defend against the barrage of attacks as a wind thunder rock struck his body. He was immediately sent flying to a cliff as he spewed out a mouthful of blood. Uncle Qian. Zhao Huairan, who was frantically running for his life, noticed what was happening behind him. When he saw Uncle Qian spewing out blood, he could not help but feel his heart tighten. As for the 3 wind thunder rocks, they continued their relentless assault on the severely injured Uncle Qian. Pung! 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 Every strike of the wind thunder rocks was immensely powerful. They were extremely fast and Uncle Qian barely blocked 2 of them. The final one smashed into his chest once again, shattering his sternum. His chest depressed as blood and as bits of his viscera organs spewed out. Uncle Qian's face that was covered in fear looked hideous. I'm doomed. The gap between me and a Kane demon is just too great. I can't even block the wind thunder rocks he controls. Uncle Qian felt a deep sense of despair as he looked at Xiao Huairan, who was running away in the distance. He only wished that Xiao Huairan could escape successfully. Boom! Suddenly, there was a lightning flash in midair as lightning of 5 different colors intertwined and struck White Tiger. The lightning was extremely fast. Although it had been produced from the faraway Xiao's palm, it reached White Tiger in a blink of an eye. White Tiger immediately extended his left hand and his palm spontaneously expanded into a humongous white tiger's claw. With his claw, he blocked the 5-colored lightning. Boom! The 5 elemental divine lightning charred the tiger claw black. Even White Tiger had to use all his strength to withstand it. This affected his control over the 9 wind thunder rocks, making them turn slow and weaken in strength. It allowed Uncle Qian to temporarily escape peril. 5 elemental lightning Dharma? Another disciple from a top sect? Interesting. Very interesting. White Tiger's eyes lit up with excitement. So, From a distance, Qin Yun had transformed into a stream of light as he came to Xiao's side. The duo stood together. This tiger demon is very powerful. It only suffered minor injuries after being struck by my 5-elemental divine lightning, Xiao said with a voice transmission. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 31. Chapter 31, Assembling the Demons. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. Assemble the demons. White Tiger ordered calmly. Yes, King White Tiger. A demon leader took out a trumpet hanging from its waist. It too was a special Dharma artifact. Woo! The deep trumpeting sounds rapidly extended out after being energized by the demonic power. It reached one mountain after another and soon covered the entirety of Green Tooth Mountain. Green Tooth Mountain was the biggest mountain in all of Grand Dominance County. Many demons lurked in it and there were more than 1,000 of them. Now with the trumpet sounding, these demons who heard it would stop whatever they were doing, be it sleep, consumption of human flesh, or the raping of captured human females. All of them turned to the source of the trumpet sounds. The water god has given his command. Once the trumpet sounds, everyone has to rush there to provide reinforcement. Let's go. Make haste. The trumpet was held by the leader demon of Green Tooth Mountain. It could assemble all the demons in it. There were demons shuttling through the woods while there were other flying demons who flew straight into the sky with their wings. An extremely few number burrowed underground to answer to the call for an assembly. Instantly, all sorts of cave demons in Green Tooth Mountain rushed to the source of the signal through all sorts of different means. Beneath Green Tooth Mountain, a huge group of humans and horses were proceeding forward. Oh! The county governor pulled open the curtains of his carriage and listened to the deep trumpet sounds that came from afar. The trumpet sound was extremely deep and left the humans with goosebumps after they heard it. It's the Green Tooth Mountain's call to arms, Commander Fong said with dead seriousness. Once Green Tooth Mountain's call to arms sounds, all demons in Green Tooth Mountain have to obey it and rush to provide reinforcements. It looks like the battle has begun. All the demons in Green Tooth Mountain. The county governor shook his head slightly. When Chuang hurriedly said, Commander Fong, is there any way to help them? No. Commander Fong said categorically, although the personal guard army we have here is made up of absolute elites, they will be able to slay the demons en masse if we were on flat land with military formations and crossbows set up. However, if we were to enter the woods, we will not be able to take up our formations. We will end up being encircled by the demons and overwhelmed. We might not last long before our personal guard army is completely slaughtered by the demons. After all, in terms of physical strength, lesser demons have strengths at the 10th level of the Qi refinement realm. Commander Fong said with a sigh. The personal guard army was 600 strong. Most of them were at the 5th or 6th level of Qi refinement. A minority of them were at the 7th or 8th level of Qi refinement, while there was a handful that had knocked open the gate of immortality. However, even the weakest demon had a strength that could match those at the 10th level of Qi refinement, people who had knocked open the gate of immortality. For example, Jia Huiran, who had cultivated for quite a while, could only withstand the encirclement of a few demons with his enchanted weapons. Moreover, they have more than 1,000. Some can burrow into the ground, while others can fly. Some are invisible, so they have no lack of means. Commander Fong shook his head. We will be courting death if we enter the woods. Only through a military formation and a large array of crossbows will we be able to deal with them. Let's wait. The county governor said as he looked at the huge mountain in front of him whose long rocky mass reached into the clouds. And on the other side, Mist Lake Valley. Qin Yun and Xiao's expression changed when they heard the trumpet. Qin Yun hurriedly sent a voice transmission. This is the Green Tooth Mountain's call to arms. Once it sounds, all the demons in Green Tooth Mountain would rush here. There might be more than 1,000. I have been made aware of it in the past. Xiao's expression was solemn. A demon is nothing to talk about, but we humans tend to have weaker bodies. Even strikes from ordinary demons on us are not something we can withstand. More than 100 demons are terrifying enough. To have more than 1,000, once we are surrounded, there is no way to defend against them. It will take time for 1,000 demons to rush here. They may seem terrifying, but the threat they pose is rather low. The most problematic one is this tiger demon. Qin Yun's voice was solemn as he said, "This tiger demon is a great demon from Steadfast Mountain County's Black Wind Ridge. He has 3,000 lesser demons under his command and has the Dharma artifacts, Wind Thunder Rocks. Typical demon leaders would instantly be crushed to death if they were struck by the 9 Wind Thunder Rocks. We humans have extremely weak physiques. Even Khanate False Core Realm experts have to be very careful to not be struck by the Wind Thunder Rocks. In a while, you have to be careful. He might control the Wind Thunder Rocks to deal with you." Alright. Xiao understood as well. She had only dealt with 3 of the Wind Thunder Rocks previously. If the 9 came hurtling at her, the threat they posed would naturally increase exponentially. The Wind Thunder Rocks are only his most ordinary attacks. As the saying goes, clouds follow dragons, while the winds follow tigers. Any tiger demon is adept at commanding the wind. There's no need to elaborate with this white tiger. Once he commands the winds, he can fly. Even in fights between demons, his speed is typically a lot faster than Khanate Realm demons. According to what I know, even the water god's speed is only half his. This speed is the most terrifying aspect about him. I will hold him back as best I can, but his speed is too fast. We might not be able to hold him back. You have to be careful as well. Also, watch his formidable body. Tigers are considered the king of beasts. When tigers turn into demons, they are naturally a lot more powerful than ordinary demons. Furthermore, he has already entered the Khanate realm. This tiger demon also cultivates in physical dharma methods, giving him extremely great strength. He can even withstand your 5 elemental lightning dharma, which is a testament to his great physique. With his dual axes, he is able to cleave apart the dharma treasures of ordinary cultivators. When Xiao heard that, her expression changed slightly. What she had figured out was not as detailed as what Qin Yun had figured. White Tiger stood there and beckoned for the 9 Wind Thunder Rocks to return to him. The trumpet sounds came to a halt. White Tiger immediately bellowed, "Underlings, heed my command. Go, kill the human and demon that have fled. As for these 2 younglings, I'll deal with them personally." "Yes, King White Tiger. Kill. Kill those 2. Immediately, all the demons scattered in the valley shouted in unison. There were even some that were already along the mountainside or at the mountaintop. These demons roared as they surrounded Zhao Huiran and Uncle Qian. "We're finished." Zhao Huiran was running frantically but had only reached the mountainside. Now, seeing large numbers of demons swarming over at him, he could not help but panic. "Huiran, just focus on running. It's best you run as fast as possible." Although Uncle Qian was severely injured, he was able to chase up to him. His speed was clearly more than twice Zhao Huiran's speed. He constantly narrowed the gap between him and Zhao Huiran. "Uncle Qian, save me! Save me!" Zhao Huiran was desperately running, but he remained extremely anxious. After all, more than 100 demons were encroaching on him. Even a disciple of a top sect like Xiao had panicked, much less a weak cultivator like Zhao Huiran. "Run!" Uncle Qian was presently in a frenzy. Even if he were completely fine, he would eventually be torn apart by the 100 demons if he faced them alone. Now, he still needed to protect Huiran. The only thing he could do was to fight it out. By using the time needed for the demons to rush from every end of the valley, he had to grasp every opportunity to do his best. I thought that with young Master Qin and Miss E around, it would not be problematic even if we were to face more than 100 demons. Now, there's only me and Huiran dealing with them. I'm even severely injured. I probably won't be able to live any longer. However, even if I were to die, I have to ensure that Huiran escapes. Uncle Chen's dog demon's face was filled with ferocity. The other demons in the valley began swarming to Zhao Huiran and his servant with murderous intent. As for the other side, Qin Yun and Xiao had to face one enemy. However, this enemy was more terrifying than 100 demons. White Tiger grinned as he guffawed. His laughter resounded like rolling thunder. One is excellent in swords. If I'm not wrong, you must hail from a sword immortal lineage. As for the other one, that's 5 elemental lightning dharma. Both of you are disciples of top cultivation sections. I never expected that I will encounter 2 disciples from top sects in a tiny place like Green Tooth Mountain. If I can kill the both of you, it will definitely be a joyous occasion. Now, are you ready for your death? White Tiger said with a grin. As his body flashed, he instantly bulged. His clothes began tearing as he grew to a height of 20 feet. He was covered in white fur and there was a tiger's head sitting atop his torso. His arms were thicker than the columns of buildings. His thighs were something an ordinary person would not be able to wrap his arms around. Even the wall of the courtyard beside him only reached the height of his knees. There were black winds howling around him naturally. He extended his arms, sending a strong gust of wind to wrap the 2 gigantic axes in the courtyard out. They were both 10 feet long. However, on White Tiger's massive figure, the 2 axes appeared normal in size. The terrifying White Tiger's golden eyes looked at the faraway Qin Yun and Xiao. He laughed hideously. Disciples of a top sect? I love killing human disciples of a top sect like you. Come over and meet your maker, At that moment, the matter regarding the spirit fruit was the least of his concerns. White Tiger wanted to kill such disciples of top sects. He took a step forward. Boom! Air tore apart. His figure moved so quickly like he was a meteor tearing a rift across the sky. Clouds follow dragons, while the winds follow tigers. White Tiger charged forward as the black wind howled. A single step allowed him to traverse hundreds of feet. In 3 steps, he had arrived in front of Qin Yun and Xiao. In terms of speed, his speed was 2 to 3 times greater than Qin Yun's use of the divine traversal talisman amulets. The demons in the distance were still rushing towards Zhao Huiran and his servant. As for the White Tiger on this side, he had instantly appeared in front of Qin Yun and Xiao. He's too fast. Xiao's calm expression also revealed a look of alarm. The speed was too scary. She used all her strength to dodge and with a backhand, struck out with her 5 elemental divine lightning. However, Qin Yun stood steadfastly. He had already expected the White Tiger's speed. However, when he experienced it himself, he felt his heart palpitate. It was too horrifying. This speed meant that it was impossible to escape because the difference in speed between them was just too great. Also, if White Tiger wished, he could fly. Flying would make it easier for him to chase up to the duo. Therefore, Qin Yun could only face it head-on. Boom, dot. The 5 elemental divine lightning struck White Tiger, charring large swaths of his white fur black. However, he ignored it and had a hideous expression. His golden pupils were filled with killing intent. Qin Yun grabbed his scabbard with his left hand while he placed his right hand on the sword hilt. With one foot in front of the other, he bent slightly. The rapidly retreating Xiao was alarmed when she saw that. She hurriedly said with a voice transmission, "Don't take it head-on." However, Qin Yun stood at his original spot and waited quietly. Die! White Tiger charged over with his massive figure that resembled a hill. The axes that were bigger than normal houses came cleaving down with great fury. Qin Yun looked up at the axe that was cleaving down at him. Without blinking, he could see every trajectory the axes made. Qin Yun instantly charged forward and withdrew his sword as a sword beam flashed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 32. Chapter 32, Dharma Treasure? Misty Rain Sword Intent. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. Xiao's expression changed. Brother Qin is being too rash. White Tiger is just too savage. It cannot be fought head-on. One should exploit the advantages and avoid the disadvantages. He shouldn't compete with him in strength. Boom! White Tiger cleaved down with all his might. When he saw his opponent drawing his sword to meet him head-on, he could not help but secretly scoff. Even a Khanate cultivator's Dharma treasure will be sent flying by me. How dare a junior that's not even at the Khanate realm face me head-on? They are truly courting death. However, when the blow was delivered, White Tiger felt his axe appear to strike layers of vortices that did not seem to resist at all. Different layers of the vortex distorted and diverted the force away, causing a large portion of his massive force to dissipate. Furthermore, the spot where the sword beam and his axe collided had a terrifying penetrating power that transfused from his axe into his tiger claws. They then streamed straight into his body through his arms. Even though he possessed a powerful body, he could not help but tremble. Boom! A powerful wave blasted out when the duo's weapons clashed, sending sand and rubble in all directions. Ugh! White Tiger's blow had failed. His furiously charging figure was forced to a halt. His chest was heavy and uncomfortable. Qin Yun similarly experienced an unimaginable force. Although he had used the Misty Rain Sword Intent, their difference in strength was still too great. He could not help but take 3 steps back in retreat, with each step crushing the rocks on the ground. White Tiger stopped as he looked at the puny human youth in front of him in alarm. His chest was heavy as his body was trembling. This forceful collision had stunned White Tiger. You managed to block my attack? You aren't even at the Khanate realm but you can withstand a cleave of mine? White Tiger was in disbelief. He was a Khanate realm demon. Brother Qin, you really managed to withstand it head-on? Xiao, who was standing behind him, was also completely astonished. However, Qin Yun said wistfully with a smile, its massive power that can easily defeat 10 is indeed formidable. However, the level of his moves was a lot more profound than his opponent. He had managed to slay Chuang or the rhinoceros demonic slave with one strike. They were not even given a chance to retaliate. However, White Tiger's strength was a lot stronger than him. Coupled with the massive axe, even though his sword technique was peerless in its profoundness, he had been put at a disadvantage. Without entering the Khanate realm, White Tiger stared at Qin Yun with widened eyes before looking at the divine sword in Qin Yun's hands. Are disciples of the sword immortal lineage that powerful? No, no. The sword in your hand must be an extremely powerful Dharma treasure, right? You only managed to clash head-on with my cleave through the power of that Dharma treasure, right? Powerful Dharma treasure? Qin Yun was rendered speechless. He was only an itinerant sword immortal. He did not even have a 9th grade Dharma treasure. His intrinsic flying sword had yet to be refined. Without a master to bestow him a Dharma treasure, where could he get one? He had been relying on the Misty Rain Sword Intent that he figured out independently. Sword Intent was extremely rare. Even in the Taoist Sacred Land, Numinous Treasure Mountain, or the most famous Sword Immortal sect, Sword Tower, only Khanate True Core Realm Sword Immortal experts would have a chance of figuring out a form of Sword Intent. Sword Intent was profound and peerless. If a flying sword was nurtured, it could be done 10 times faster. Even a tree branch that contained Sword Intent would slice through metal like mud. Qin Yun truly had the capabilities of defying the heavens for him to remain an itinerant cultivator and knock open the gate of immortality. After all, disciples groomed by places like Taoist sacred lands with all sorts of treasures, masters, and seniors would still need to have impressive talent and grit in order to arduously knock open the gate of immortality. Even when they left their mountains to tour the mortal world, sword immortal disciples would be bestowed a flying sword dharma treasure to protect themselves. How were they like Qin Yun? He had to rely on himself for everything. However, you have only managed to block a strike of mine. Again. The tiger demon took a step forward as he came charging with intent to kill again. Perfect. Qin Yun charged forward as well. In the northern borders, he had jointly killed 3 Khanate realm demons with his good friends. He had fought even more Khanate realm demons head-on, so why would he fear the tiger demon? Swoosh! The massive axe came cleaving again. Qin Yun turned his body as he dodged the axe while he retaliated with a stab. As for the tiger demon, he agilely used the other massive axe as a shield. Bam! 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 Both sides instantly engaged in a brawl as they exchanged extremely fast blows. The tiger demon's axes would either take turns unleashing a barrage of attacks or switch to a harmonized mixture of offense and defense. The profoundness of his axe arts could be considered in the seamless realm where his control was extremely precise. With his immense physical strength, even Khanate false core cultivators like Commander Fong would shrink back in fear. Rip! The mountain ground was cleaved apart by the axe, forming a massive rift about 100 feet long. Boom! A huge tree shattered. The axe did not lose its momentum as if blasted a huge pit open. Clearly, the tiger demon had missed several of his strikes. Bam! 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 Weapons from both sides clashed, forming a multitude of rippling patterns. Other than Qin Yun's first head-on clash to measure his opponent's strength, the remaining blows he delivered were devastating. Darn it! White Tiger cleaved down once again with his axe. Every time he clashed with the divine sword in Qin Yun's hand, he would feel that the force from his axe would be diverted away, or even be repelled back at him. The divine sword simply made contact with the axe before brushing past it to head for his thigh, as though it wanted to slice his leg off. The strikes were indeed ruthless and relentless. Boom! White Tiger's other axe immediately blocked the strike. I say, although White Tiger can command the winds and is extremely fast, that is only when he is charging in a straight line. If it wants to move and dodge within a confined space, how can its massive body be faster than me? Qin Yun heaved a sigh of relief. This made logical sense. Typically, smaller bodies were more adept at moving and dodging. The bigger one was, the harder it was to be agile. Even if the tiger demon could command the winds and was a Khanate false core realm demon, its massive body made its agility inferior to Qin Yun's. The sizes of their bodies stood in stark contrast. It was same with the size of their weapons. However, in their brawl, it caused tumultuous shocks through Mist Lake Valley. Wherever a strike passed, trees would blast apart or disintegrate while boulders would shatter. Xiao, who was running desperately for his life along the mountainside, turned to look back at the demons that were pursuing him. Uncle Chen was trying to block them in a frenzy. Xiao also noticed the battle in Mist Lake Valley. He could not help but click his tongue. That Qin Yun is that terrifying. Previously, his feat of easily slaying the rhinoceros demon was just a tiny display of his capabilities. Now was when he truly revealed his strength. However, Xiao did not dare think further as he continued fleeing for his life. So this is Brother Qin's strength. Yi Zhao's eyes were bright. It's said that sword immortals are able to use a single sword to destroy all dharma and are best in a fight. Brother Qin is probably one of the best sword immortals among the younger generation. Yi Xiao attempted to stretch her hand out to conjure the 5-elemental lightning dharma. By using her internal organs as an inductor for the lightning, she began inducing the spiritual energy in the external world to instantly condense. 5-colored lightning began lingering over her fair palm before there was a rumble. The lightning shot at White Tiger. Humph! White Tiger's golden eyes studied the faraway Xiao and decided to use his body to withstand the 5 elemental divine lightning, for he could not divert his attention. His 2 axes had to be fully focused on dealing with Qin Yun. He was even secretly happy that he had 2 axes. If he only had one, he would have been severely injured a long time ago. Brother Qin, this White Tiger's physique is extremely powerful. My 5 elemental lightning dharma can't hurt his core. I need time to channel my dharma spells. Can you protect me while I channel my divine lightning spell? Xiao asked with a voice transmission. Alright, I'll protect you. Just focus on channeling the dharma spell. Qin Yun began retreating as he closed his distance with Xiao. As long as he was around Xiao, he could completely ensure her safety with his agility and sword techniques. Xiao immediately took out a Dao talisman with a solemn expression. With a wave of her hand, she shouted, "Wind, arise!" The Dao talisman ignited without a flame. Runes began to light up as they induced profound energies from the world. Who? Winds began howling. They were not the black winds that the tiger demon controlled, but winds that were born from the heaven and earth. It did not have great strength. Although White Tiger was embroiled in a frenzied battle with Qin Yun, he naturally had a wary inclination, having lived for so long. He was constantly attentive of his surroundings and was paying heed to Xiao. Although he was more wary of Qin Yun, Xiao was, after all, a disciple of a top sect. She cultivated in the 5 elemental lightning dharma, so he naturally did not dare ignore her. Now, he sensed the wind arising between the heavens and earth. No good. She's channeling her dharma spell. White Tiger's heart tensed up. This lass can instantly produce 5 elemental lightning dharma. Her attainment in the dharma is extremely high. With her channeling her dharma spell, its strength would definitely be far superior to the 5 elemental lightning dharma. White Tiger knew that he was in trouble. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 33. Chapter 33, Old Servant Qian Bao. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. The casting of Dharma spells instantly portrayed how deep and profound a cultivator's attainment in the Dharma was. Furthermore, casting them would only expend a tiny bit of quintessential essence. For methods such as relying on Dao talismans to cast Dharma spells, it was necessary to know that every Dao talisman was difficult to produce, as every material used in its production was worth a fortune. Furthermore, the production of talismans had a high failure rate. Failure also meant that the materials would end up worthless. For Qin Yun, who did not know the art of producing talismans, Dao talismans were things he would try his best to gather. Using Dao talismans could simply be said to be throwing fortunes. A simple Dao talisman thrown meant 100 taels of silver. More powerful ones meant 1,000 taels. Who wouldn't feel the pinch? Who could afford such expenditures? Therefore, the value of a talisman amulet that could be used multiple times was accentuated. As long as one took good care of the talisman amulet, one could use it their entire life. However, the price was ridiculously high. Qin Yun had only managed to get a rather low-end pair of talisman amulets. She is beginning to channel the Dharma spell and a wind is beginning to stir. This is the precursor to a dharmic Dao. White Tiger did not dare ignore it. He took a step forward and charged at Xiao as he cleaved his axe down at her. However, Qin Yun's sword blocked the axe. With a curve of the sword beam, it thrust straight at a vital part beneath White Tiger's hip, making it defend in shock. This sword immortal is too agile. The Dharma treasure he has is also way too powerful. He can completely defend against me. There is no way I can stop that lass from channeling her dharmic Dao. As for using the wind thunder rocks, under Qin Yun's hindrance, there was no way for him to divert his attention to control the wind thunder rocks. They would end up extremely weak in strength, implying that they would be unable to pose a threat to Xiao. Underlings! White Tiger bellowed angrily. All of you, come here and kill that female cultivator. He could not spare the time to kill Xiao, but there were nearly 100 demons. Those who were adept at Dermic Dao were usually weak in melee combat. As long as a handful of demons closed in on her, it would disrupt her channeling even if she was not killed. Yes. Yes, King White Tiger. Kill the female cultivator. The demons did not dare make any delay as they immediately gave up dealing with Jia Huairan and his servant. They turned and charged at Xiao. Going back to a few minutes ago in time, there had been 2 battlefields in Mist Lake Valley. On one side, it was White Tiger cleaving his axe at Qin Yun with great confidence while Qin Yun blocked it head-on. On the other side, more than 100 demons were swarming crazily towards Jia Huairan and his servant. Run! Uncle Chen was darting forward while closing the distance with Jia Huairan. Are the both of you hoping to escape? Several demons pounced over from the mountaintop. They jumped over and were the first to block the duo's route of escape. Whoever obstructs us shall die. Uncle Chen roared ferociously. With a flash of his figure, he appeared beside a demon. He stabbed his claw straight into the demon's head, instantly killing it on the spot. Be careful. The other demons were alarmed. Uncle Qian was like a ghost. Although he was severely injured, his frenzied state was enough to scare the demons into retreating. Even so, another demon had its heart shattered by Uncle Qian. These demons began avoiding him as they circled their surroundings but did not retreat far. I know you. You are that old dog from Heightened Province. How are you to fight us with your serious injuries? You want to protect that human? You won't be able to protect him. Both of you will die today. As the demons in the vicinity began arriving, their numbers naturally increased. The numbers went from a handful to 10 as it continued increasing. These demons also knew about a dog demon in Grand Dominance County. He was extremely powerful, stronger than the 19 demon leaders under the Water God's command. However, he had been loyally offering his services to the Jia family of the Heightened Province. However, at that point in time, the surrounding demons could tell that the demon dog servant was severely injured. After all, he had been injured by a weapon that was controlled by the Khanate realm White Tiger. It possessed immense power. Get lost, all of you. Even if I were to die, I'll drag you down with me. Come up if you have the guts. Uncle Chan roared as he crazily took the initiative to attack the demons. It was because he was acutely aware that if he allowed the demons surrounding him to increase in number, he and Huairan would eventually be doomed. He had to give his all. Rip! Uncle Chan left a gaping hole in a demon apart as he ripped its chest. Phew! He bit with his mouth and snapped the neck off a demon. I'm going to die this time, but Huairan has to live on. He has to. Uncle Qian was in a frenzy. This old dog is mad. Let's join forces. Surround and kill him. The surrounding demons were originally waiting for their numbers to increase. With the numbers advantage, they could vanquish the human and demon in front of them in one fell swoop. However, if they did not take the initiative to attack, they would be killed by Uncle Qian's incessant attacks. Attack! Kill! The demons immediately closed in frenetically. Come on! Come on! Coming here means death. Uncle Qian's figure flashed again and again. His speed was extremely fast. It was what he was best at. Every flash he made, his sharp claws would rip a gaping wound or penetrate the demon's vital spots. At times, he would directly bite the other demons to death. As he was surrounded, the attacks from the other demons landed on Uncle Qian. To possess such strength after being struck by the wind thunder rocks, it showed how mighty his body was, one that could match Chu Yong's. The attacks of these demons constantly piled more injuries on his body. Roar! A lizard demon bit the old servant's thigh. Uncle Chen turned around and pierced his claw through the lizard demon's neck. With a twist, he snapped off the lizard demon's head. However, large amounts of flesh were still missing from his thigh. Immediately, his speed decreased drastically. Bam! A bear demon's paw slammed onto the encumbered Uncle Chen. He was sent flying with blood spewing from his mouth. In midair, he did a somersault and scratched another demon that tried to sneak up on him to death. It's almost the end for this old dog. He has become slower. These demons were turning increasingly furious because more than 10 of their peers had died since they began their assault just moments ago. However, Uncle Chen continued his mania. The fur on his head stood up as his eyes burned with derangement. All the demons that were slightly closer to Zhao Huairan received a crazy retaliation from Uncle Chen. A huge chunk of flesh had been bitten off my thigh? Faster! Be faster! In his mania, Uncle Chen was able to maintain about 70 to 80% of his peak speed. However, there were more and more demons gathering. The old servant's injuries were worsening. The situation began to make the old servant feel despair. No. Even if I were to die, I have to let Huairan live on. Scenes began arising in the old servant's mind. Xian Bao, come. Try carrying him. An elder handed a baby from a cradle to his old servant, Uncle Chen. Uncle Chen looked into the cradle at the baby excitedly. When he saw the baby giggling, he could not help but gently stroke the baby's face. Master, what name are you giving him? Uncle Chen asked. I'm just an abject scholar. Xian Bao, you managed to gain sentience, allowing you to help me establish my career and have a child in my advanced years. The elder looked at the baby in the cradle. I won't be able to take care of him for long. I just wish that his heart will be kind-hearted and just, so as to make my Jia family flourish. Let's call him Huairan. Huairan? Huairan? Uncle Chen muttered the name and was overjoyed. Father. A boy was kneeling by the bedside. On the bed was an old man who was fatally ill. He looked at Uncle Chen beside him and said, Xian Bao, I'm leaving Huairan to you. I don't feel at ease if it were anyone else. Please take good care of him. All right, master. Don't worry. I will definitely take good care of him. Definitely. Uncle Chen's face was covered in tears. He had gained sentience and had turned into a demon. During his transformation, he ended up looking like an old man because his master was also an old man. His master was the most important thing in his life. When he was still an ordinary puppy, his master had taken care of him well. Whenever his master had food to eat, he too would be given food. Huairan. Uncle Chen looked at the child kneeling beside him. As he watched Huairan grow up, he hired private tutors and obtained chi refinement methods. He had even thought of means to get Huairan into a cultivation sect. Of course, Zhao Huairan could only enter a third-rate cultivation sect with the possibility of becoming immortal. Uncle Chen had done his best. He had also sought all sorts of cultivation methods. Although they were mostly incomplete, he had already done his best. When Zhao Huairan was young, he could still discipline him. However, he couldn't do so when Zhao Huairan grew up. Or it could be said that he was a dog demon after all. He did not know how to discipline a child. He only knew how to leave the best to Huairan. Pooh! A scorpion tail pierced through Uncle Chen's abdomen, boring a huge hole in his torso. Poison began seeping into Uncle Chen's innards. Uncle Chen turned around and gave a fearsome scratch. The poisonous scorpion had fled frantically when its attack succeeded, but its tail was torn off. Phew! 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 Uncle Chen threw the scorpion tail away. He could feel that his breathing was turning heavy and tiring. There were more than 30 demons surrounding him. All of them were hesitating as they were waiting for the moment to strike a heavy blow at him. The demons could tell. The old dog demon couldn't last much longer. Block them. I have to block them. The old servant desperately tried his best. Suddenly, an angry bellow was heard. Underlings! All of you, come here and kill that female cultivator. It was the angry bellow from White Tiger in the valley. Yes, King White Tiger. Kill that female cultivator. The surrounding demons did not dare hesitate. They immediately retreated like a receding tide. Even the demons in the valley that were rushing over came to a halt and turned back to charge at Xiao. There's no need to care about that old dog. He's too severely injured. He will soon die even if we don't touch him. Uncle Chen stood at his spot in a daze as he watched the demons retreat. Following that, he reacted and clenched his teeth to make 2 forceful spurts of flight to arrive at the mountaintop. He had slaughtered a path up, almost reaching the top of the mountain all this while. At the top, Uncle Chen collapsed to the ground. He struggled to sit up and leaned on a boulder beside the cliff. He looked into the distance. In the distance, Jia Huiran had already reached as far as the eyes could see. His figure in the woods was already a blur. Huiran managed to live on. Uncle Chen leaned on the boulder and revealed a smile. He calmly sensed the vitality in him drain away. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 34. Chapter 34, Life Struggle. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. On the other side, Qin Yun and Xiao were similarly doing their best to survive. White Tiger was the greatest threat. The 1,000 or more demons that would rush to Green Tooth Mountain would become an even greater threat the longer they were delayed. We have to rush to leave here. We can't stay here any longer. Any longer and we will easily be surrounded by 1,000 or more demons. But to leave this place, we need to send White Tiger retreating at the very least. Both of them understood this point well. White Tiger was too unmanageable and it could ride the winds and fly. If they continued to be embroiled in a battle with it, there was no way they could escape. Xiao looked up into the sky. The sky was dark and the winds were becoming stronger. Kill that female cultivator. Demons began rushing over from the surroundings. Xiao suddenly flipped her left hand as 5 colored lightning suddenly appeared in her palm. As it sizzled, it suddenly shot out, splitting into 5 bolts of lightning that shot at the 5 demons that were closest to her. The 5 demons were rash lesser demons. Furthermore, 5 elemental lightning dharma was extremely powerful, capable of even slightly injuring White Tiger. Typical demon leaders would directly be blasted to death by the 5 elemental lightning dharma. Now, although it was split into 5, it was more than sufficient to deal with some lesser demons. Boom! 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 Thunderous sounds echoed. The 5 demons were blackened from the blast as they died instantly. The demons close to them hurriedly retreated in fright. Previously, when they were dealing with Uncle Chen, the demons were hopeful of quickly taking him down since he was heavily injured. As such, they had been daring in their assault. However, they never expected Uncle Chen to remain so formidable despite being heavily injured. It made the demons lose 20 of their peers. As such, there were fewer than 100 demons in Mist Lake Valley presently. Nonetheless, the 5 elemental lightning dharma was too terrifying. The lesser demons had no means of dodging them and death was guaranteed if they were struck. Stay 1,000 feet from her and she won't be able to hit you. White Tiger's voice resounded through Mist Lake Valley. Flying demons, throw boulders from the sky. Crush her to death. Those with bows and arrows, shoot at her from afar. Those with great strength, throw rocks at her to smash her to death. Yes, King White Tiger. The demons immediately responded after hearing him. Who? 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 6 flying demons carried boulders and rapidly flew high into the sky. There, they aimed at Xiao and threw the boulders at her. There were demons who were naturally talented in archery. Even ordinary demons were able to match humans at the 10th level of Qi refinement, so they had the strength of 5,000 kilograms. A pair of axes that weighed 1,800 kilograms could be lifted by them, but they would not be able to swing it, much less use it in battle. However, by matching that strength with a good bow, and their natural talent in bows, the force delivered would be immense as well. There were only 2 demons that had bows and arrows. For Uncle Chen, whose physique matched Yun, he naturally did not mind the arrows. But for a human lady like Xiao? Moreover, she cultivated in Dharma spells, so how strong could her body be? Phew! There were only 2 demons who were skilled in archery. One of them was still a distance away while the closer one had already shot with its arrows. The arrows instantly whistled at Xiao as they tore through space. Take this! Demons with great strength such as bear or ox demons were standing 1,000 feet away and throwing 50-kilogram rocks at her. As though they were catapults, the rocks hurtled through the sky and precisely struck where Xiao was. Instantly, boulders, arrows, as well as rocks that were thrown from a great distance away came smashing down at Xiao from the sky. When Qin Yun saw this, he was worried, but there was nothing he could do. He had to use all his strength to ward off White Tiger. Each of White Tiger's 2 axes could easily cleave apart a small hill. They seemed to work in perfect harmony, so he was only able to barely hold back White Tiger but had yet to hurt him at all. Xiao is a disciple of a large sect. She should have a way to resolve such problems, Qin Yun thought to himself. Xiao was standing motionless in her light blue robes, with no intention to dodge. She extended her slender arm, revealing a bracelet around her fair wrist. Now, the bracelet was suffusing golden patterns. Wah! Formless streams of light produced a total of 3 layers as they enveloped Xiao. Boom! 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 The boulders barely managed to depress the outermost light barrier. Losing all their momentum, they fell to the side. The arrows failed to even penetrate the first layer before falling to the side. The rocks that were thrown from afar also failed to break through the first layer. What? The demons watched from afar in gaped shock. Dharma treasure? White Tiger was astounded when he saw this. He was knowledgeable, so he could easily recognize the bracelet on Xiao's wrist. It had to be a Dharma treasure. There was no way a Dharma artifact could have such powerful defensive strength. After all, it had 3 layers of defense. The attacks had failed to even break through the first layer. Xiao remained very calm. She cultivated enlightening Dharma and was skilled at attacking. Her defensive capabilities were weaker, so her Dharma treasure was meant to save her life. These disciples of a top sect all have Dharma treasures to protect them. White Tiger clenched his teeth. This sword immortal hasn't even entered the Khanate realm and is unable to engage in sword kinesis. All he can do is engage in melee combat, but he already has such a powerful flying sword Dharma treasure. I dare bet that this flying sword Dharma treasure is not at the 9th grade, but at the very least, 8th grade, perhaps even 7th grade. Unfortunately, he had no idea that the axe in his hand was worth 100 times more than the divine sword in Qin Yun's hand. Xiao looked up again. Now, the sky was dark and strong winds were howling. It's time. Xiao took out a Dao talisman and immediately threw it out. Cloud, beckon. The Dao talisman ignited without a flame. Runes began to light up as they induced profound energies from the world. Boom, dot. As the strong winds howled through the darkened sky, black clouds began to gather, turning bigger and thicker. It was as though they were approaching the ground. White Tiger shuddered. This lass has yet to reach the Khanate realm, but her channeling creates such impressive phenomena? I have to risk it and kill her. while White Tiger brandished his axes that were bigger than houses to cleave furiously at Qin Yun, a long furry tail appeared behind him. The White Tiger's tail was 30 feet long and was as thick as a water bucket. Phew! The long tiger tail grew out and lashed out in Xiao's direction. Bam! Simultaneously as Qin Yun blocked the axe, he turned and slashed a sword beam at the White Tiger tail. Arg! White Tiger cried out in pain. Although his tail was extremely tough, Qin Yun's sword beam was relentless. It managed to slice through about a third the way into the tiger's tail. White Tiger's tail immediately retracted and disappeared. Tigers typically have 3 major moves: pounce, wrestle, and lashing. With you being a mighty white tiger demon, how can I not be wary of your lashing? Qin Yun said. However, he was secretly alarmed. What a powerful tiger's tail. That's as deep as I can go while using all my strength? Other than his death blow, he had not held back. As for the death blow, it could only be used to advance. Retreating was not an option. Once it was used, he would be doomed if he failed to defeat the enemy. Therefore, he could not easily use it. Darn it! White Tiger's tail was severely injured, so he was naturally infuriated. And at that moment, the black clouds in the sky grew thicker. They seemed like they were descending down on him, but of course, that was only an illusion. In fact, the black clouds were still a distance away from the ground. Xiao! 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 The strong winds howled as lightning began forming amid the black clouds. It's time! Xiao was delighted. Only by borrowing the powers of the world could she use her divine lightning spell. Xiao took out her final divine lightning charm. She could only successfully produce only 1 Dao talisman out of 5 or 6 attempts. The price was extremely high as well. 5 elements from 5 directions. Xiao's voice was clear and crisp as it reverberated through the world. The 5-directional thunder god, under the summoning of the Dao talisman, rally the winds and clouds, and urge your lightning bolt to vanquish this demon. For thus was so ordered by the heavenly lord of numinous treasure. Quintessential essence was kindled as the Dao talisman burst into a blinding light, inciting the lightning powers within the black clouds. The moment the incantation was delivered, the heaven and earth responded. A thick dazzling bolt of lightning shot down from the black clouds suddenly. Boom! The thunder was so loud that the surrounding lesser demons could not help but tremble. The lightning was so fast that even White Tiger could not dodge in time. At that moment, he was fiercely brandishing the gigantic axe in his right claw. Filled with demonic powers, the axe struck tumultuously at the incoming bolt of lightning. Boom! The heaven and earth turned white. Under Xiao's control, the lightning sent the axe flying before it struck White Tiger. White Tiger's body was charred black as his skin tore away, revealing flesh underneath. Die! Qin Yun had also prepared for that moment. As his eyes flashed with a radiant beam of light, he leaped up and charged forward with a death blow. His death blow demanded success. This was the time. The airborne Qin Yun's sword beam lit up and with tremendous speed, slashed straight at White Tiger's neck in a bid to slice off its head. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 35. Chapter 35, Tiger Demon Loses Claw. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. After being struck, White Tiger felt his head buzz. Pain ran through his body as his skin began lacerating. His ligaments and bones were rupturing and even his blood was charred black. When Qin Yun came attacking with his death blow, White Tiger's heart quivered. His survival instinct made his eyes widen, but he could only barely make out the strike that Qin Yun was delivering. He instinctively raised the axe in his left claw to shield himself. Although he was severely injured, White Tiger was still able to raise the axe extremely fast under the desire to survive. No good. There's no way to strike a vital spot. Qin Yun's expression changed slightly when he saw the turn of events. However, he could not stop his sword. He deviated it slightly and slashed at the arm that White Tiger was holding his axe with. "I'll cleave off a claw of yours first." Shoo! Qin Yun's sword was too fast. The momentum of the sword horrifying as it advanced relentlessly. It was already impressive that White Tiger was able to raise his axe to block his vital spots despite the severe injuries. However, he no longer had any more time because the strike cleaved straight at White Tiger's arm. "Judging from the strength he used to hurt my tail, he will at best injure my arm." Such a thought flashed across White Tiger's mind before he felt an excruciating pain. Pew! The sword beam was filled with killing intent and resembled an indomitable hurricane. With a thud, the claw that was clenching the massive axe fell to the ground. Once Qin Yun's strike lost its momentum, he opened himself to attacks. However, White Tiger was already severely injured and horrified. When Qin Yun struck again with his backhand, White Tiger was immediately enveloped by black winds as he instantly retreated backward with a boom. It escaped so quickly. Qin Yun stepped on the axe beneath him and did not engage in a pursuit. He knew that if White Tiger really wanted to flee, there was no way for his speed, or even a Kane true core expert, to chase up to it. Even Water God, who had terrorized the Grand Dominance County for 2 centuries, had speed about half White Tiger's. As White Tiger simultaneously retreated, he passed by the other axe that had been sent flying far away after being struck by the lightning bolt. He used his right claw to grab the axe and immediately flew up into the sky with a whoosh. By commanding the black winds, White Tiger looked down from midair and heaved a sigh of relief. "My hand." White Tiger looked at the left claw that he had lost. Then, he looked down at the axe that Qin Yun was stepping on. "My axe." Despite having lost a claw and being severely injured, at his cultivation level, he could still grow it out again with the help of his master. However, he would firstly need to consume a lot of nourishing items and secondly, he would need time. Compared to the claw, White Tiger was feeling the pinch for his axe. 2 axes. They cost him nearly all the treasures he had accumulated over many years. For the second axe, he had spent 3 decades to gather the required amount. "Tiger demon, come down if you have the guts." Qin Yun looked up and bellowed angrily. White Tiger's expression was hideous, but he knew. "I was only able to completely defend against his attacks with 2 axes. I only have 1 axe now. I can't even defend against him when I'm in perfect condition, much less after my serious injuries from being struck by lightning. Furthermore, I have lost 1 claw. My strength is probably only at 30%. Going down is probably equivalent to suicide. That strike was too powerful. My powerful physique and especially my front claws are immensely strong. How did he cleave it off with 1 strike? Was he hiding his strength when he slashed at my tail?" White Tiger still remembered that in the battle with Qin Yun began to seemingly expose his weaknesses after using up all his moves. He no longer appeared completely impregnable that the Misty Rain's blur gave him. That must be his death blow. It has flaws but is extremely powerful. White Tiger thought to himself. If not for me being struck by the divine lightning and still having 2 axes, how could he cleave off my hand? White Tiger swept his gaze at the light blue-clothed woman, Xiao, who was standing beside Qin Yun. He felt a deep sense of resentment and hatred for her. Below him in Mist Lake Valley, Qin Yun looked up at the amputated White Tiger holding a massive axe. It controlled the black winds, but it refused to come down. It does not dare come down. This demon is very careful. I heard that Water God has wreaked so much havoc that even Khanate Golden Core experts want to finish him, but it does not dare leave the Jiang River, said Qin Yun. This White Tiger is the same. Once it notices that things aren't going well, it would fly into the sky and flee. White Tiger was already fast enough when fleeing on the ground. However, it was most adept at fleeing through flight. White Tiger could innately control the winds and it had cultivated arduously to fly in the sky. It was too difficult to chase after it. Flying was not simple. Even many Khanate false core experts like Commander Fong could not fly. Such great demons are obviously careful. There have been elderly seniors at the Khanate Golden Core realm in my sect that have wanted to vanquish Water God, but it stays close to the Jiang River banks. Once it discovers a danger, it would immediately enter the Jiang River. Xiao walked over and said, "It's because Water God can control the water that allows it to terrorize Grand Dominance County for 2 centuries, yet the imperial government and the Taoist and Buddhist sects are unable to do a thing about it." Qin Yun nodded. The weak humans were not its match. The strong ones would not be able to chase up to Water God in the water. Swoosh! At a high altitude, White Tiger flew to the demons that numbered nearly 100 and grabbed the Green Tooth Mountain trumpet. "All of you, retreat! Retreat out of Mist Lake Valley. Defend the perimeter. When more than 1,000 demons are gathered, I want to see how they will be able to handle it." White Tiger flew up again with a hideous face as he simultaneously gave the orders. "Yes, King White Tiger." All the demons rapidly retreated and headed out of Mist Lake Valley. The number of demons was increasing rapidly. There were some that could fly in the sky or burrow underground. They had all sorts of strange means which would leave disastrous consequences if they attacked together. When the time comes, that sword immortal has only one sword. He will not be able to withstand all the attacks. As long as he misses a single one of them, he will be struck. Humans do not have strong physiques. White Tiger was confident. As for that female cultivator, so what if she has a Dharma treasure? Using a Dharma treasure requires spending quintessential essence. With so many demons attacking her in a frenzy, it will only exhaust her of her quintessential essence faster. After all, they are juniors that have yet to enter the Khanate realm. It might even be probable that the divine lightning spell she used has depleted more than half of her quintessential essence. Once she is completely drained off her quintessential essence, it will mean her death. White Tiger had decided that he needed the man and woman dead to firstly vent his anger. Secondly, and most importantly, to retrieve his axe. As for the spirit fruit, that was the least of his considerations. Qin Yun and Xiao both knew that the greatest danger was the 1,000-strong demons that would soon surround them. "Brother Qin, after using the divine lightning spell, more than half my quintessential essence has been expended. Even the 5 elemental lightning dharma is something I can at best cast another 7 or 8 times, said Xiao. "It's fine. Leave it to me. There's no need for you to cast the 5 elemental lightning dharma either. Just ensure that you stay alive." Qin Yun looked down at the tiger claw that had already returned to its true form. The tiger claw was thicker than his waist. The length of the segment was about his height. The tiger claw's hide was a precious item. Vests made of it were valuable. Every sharp claw on the tiger's paw was like a curved blade. Each one of them was longer than his sword. As for the axe that was about 10 feet long, holding it up vertically made it about the height of a typical house. Such a massive axe that was made of extraordinary materials would be considered valuable if it were about 5 kilograms. But it was 900 kilograms. It was a treasure in itself. He sheathed his sword. With the massive axe in one hand, he held the tiger claw in his other. "Let's go. Uncle Qian is still on the mountaintop. Let's rush there. We must not let him be harmed by the demons," said Qin Yun. He could see Uncle Qian sitting on the mountaintop at a glance. "All right, let's go." The duo was extremely fast, much faster than the ordinary demons. They moved swiftly and headed straight for Uncle Qian. Along the mountain, beginning from the mountainside, Qin Yun and Xiao saw demon corpses strewn on the ground. Their expressions changed. Many of these demon corpses had been ripped apart or penetrated by sharp claws. Some of them had been bitten to death. Clearly, they were wounds inflicted by another demon. not a single one of the demon corpses managed to reach the mountaintop. Elder Qian has managed to stop all the demons beneath the cliff. As Xiao rushed up the mountain, she looked at her surroundings and transmitted her voice. If he was fleeing alone, he just needed to focus on escaping far away. There was no need to risk his life to fight in such a manner. He is protecting that Jiao Huairan, Qin Yun said with a voice transmission. Elder Qian is rather famous in Grand Dominance County. After all, none of the 19 demon leaders under the Water God can match Elder Qian in strength. Water God had invited him numerous times, but he had ignored it, dedicating his services to the Jia Manor. I heard that he was an ordinary mutt that the previous owner of Jia Manor reared when he was down and out. Later on, an opportunity befell him, allowing him to gain sentience to transform into a demon. He served his owner loyally. The previous owner of the Jia Manor supposedly lived in terrible conditions, but with the demon servant's aid, he established his family estate. However, the previous owner of the Jia Manor was just too old. After a few years of bliss, he passed away from an illness, leaving behind his only son, Jiao Huairan. It was Elder Qian that had been serving Jiao Huairan. It is an impressive feat to ensure that Jiao Huairan entered a cultivation sect and knocked open the gate of immortality, considering that it was achieved by a dog demon. Xiao fell silent when she heard that. Whoosh! The duo reached the mountaintop and saw Uncle Chen sitting there. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 36. Chapter 36, let me give it a try first. Translator, Situlan. Editor, Situlan. Uncle Qian was sitting peacefully against a boulder. Perhaps what I have done all these years have actually harmed Huairan. I hope that my death will jolt him to his senses. It's good anyway. In a place like Heightened Province, a cultivator would have no trouble surviving in any way. I'm about to die, so there's no need for me to think any further. In the future, Huairan will have to depend on himself. Scenes began arising in Uncle Qian's mind. They were the most precious and unforgettable memories in his life. They were also the reason why he had stayed loyal to the Jia family. It was late autumn with a heavy downpour. A newborn puppy was trembling beside a wall as it was drenched by extremely cold raindrops. A scholar walked over with an oilskin umbrella and discovered the puppy. He immediately carried it and placed it in his arms to warm the puppy. Hey, does no one want a little fellow like you too? I have also been chased out and have no food to eat. Little fellow, you sure are smart to burrow towards my chest. The scholar lived an abject life. Having studied all his life, he failed to even become a county scholar. The golden retriever was also very thin. However, they relied on each other for companionship. One night, empyrean meteoric ambrosia scattered across the mortal world. A thin and frail old dog received a sliver of the empyrean meteoric ambrosia, which led to the lunar essence cleansing its body, giving it sentience and making it a demon. From then on, the man and dog had their lives changed. From then on, there was the Jia Manor. There was the old servant Uncle Chen and Jiao Huairan. Master, I'm coming to accompany you. Uncle Chen muttered to himself. I can't take care of Huairan anymore, but I can finally accompany you. Amid his incoherent thoughts, Uncle Chen felt two figures appear beside him. Qin Yun and Xiao sighed when they saw Uncle Qian. There's no way of saving him. Qin Yun could tell at a glance that Uncle Qian's injuries were extremely heavy. If he were human, he would have long been dead. Even for a demon, Uncle Qian had lasted this long because of his willpower. Uncle Qian opened his eyes with great difficulty and said hoarsely, Young Master Qin, Miss E. I have a request that I wish you help me. Elder Qian, please speak, said Qin Yun. After I die, I wish that to be buried me beside my master's grave. Heightened Province's Jia Manor graveyard is easy to find. I'll be troubling you. Uncle Qian's voice was weak, and thankfully, Qin Yun and Xiao had extraordinary perception, allowing them to clearly hear what he said. Xiao said, "Rest assured." Uncle Qian's dog demon face revealed a smile as he felt relieved of his burden. With his will gone, he relaxed his mind and felt his body turn ethereal. The world in front of him turned white. Vaguely, an elderly scholar's figure appeared in front of him, smiling. Uncle Chen transformed into a large golden retriever as it scampered over. Qin Yun saw the seated Uncle Chen's aura rapidly dissipate, and quickly, its body returned to its true form. It was a large golden retriever with severe injuries, with parts of his body missing. "Only today have I witnessed how loyal demons can be," said Xiao. "Demons can be good as well." Qin Yun nodded. Having roamed the world, he had definitely seen more than one good demon. There were loyal humans, likewise, there were loyal demons. Towards the loyal, Qin Yun respected them deep down from his heart. I once even suspected that he would collude with Green Tooth Mountain's demons. Xiao felt a little ashamed. It's hard to tell without seeing it yourself. I had only heard of stories about him in the past. This is my first time making contact with him. Qin Yun stood at the mountaintop and looked at his surroundings. Let's not think about this. Let's deal with the demons first. Yes. Xiao's heart tightened as she looked seriously at her surroundings. There were large numbers of demons gathered around them in the distance. There were also many demons flying high in the air. White Tiger was glaring at them hostilely at a high altitude. Qin Yun and Xiao could tell at a glance that including the nearly 100 demons in Mist Lake Valley, the surrounding demons added to almost 500. By Lanyang River's bank, there was a large manor that was surrounded by woods. There were multiple pavilions in the compound, with tiny bridges and flowing streams of water, trees and rockery, and many beauties. It truly looked like an otherworldly paradise. However, this was the residence of the great demon, water god that had terrorized Grand Dominance County for 2 centuries, leaving even the imperial government helpless against him. Water god appeared thin and frail. He wore a silvery white robe and stood by a lake with his hands to the back. He had long eyebrows and a cold stare. His cheeks were thin as his cold eyes looked into the distance. There has not been any news from Green Tooth Mountain. The 1,000-year-old ice jade fruit should be ripening this month. I may not need it, but I can sell it to those who want it for a high price. Grand Dominance County's present county governor is rather old. He must definitely want the 1,000-year-old ice jade fruit. He will probably scheme to rob the spirit fruit, but with junior brother White Tiger present, there won't be any mishaps. Although he had guessed that Grand Dominance County's county governor would attempt to rob it from him, Water God still refused to go personally. If I were to go to Green Tooth Mountain, it might be a trap laid by the Taoist or Buddhist sects, or even the imperial government. A Khanate Golden Core expert might suddenly appear to obliterate me. Water God sneered. Humph, don't even think of luring me there, no matter how great the enticement. Over the past 2 centuries, Water God had indeed committed countless atrocities. He had caused immense suffering to countless people in Grand Dominance County. Qin Yun's family had also suffered in the past. Neither could many cultivator experts tolerate him, nor did the imperial government. They had laid traps, hoping to entice Water God deep into solid land and away from the river so as to vanquish him. However, Water God never fell for the traps. No matter how great the enticement, they failed to cause him to waver. He would escape into the river the moment he felt something amiss. He definitely had the capabilities to support his claim of being a water god. In the water, humans had no means to deal with him at all. After trying to ambush me so many times, the humans must have given up trying to lure me. With junior brother White Tiger there, the spirit fruit will definitely be mine. When the time comes, I'll split some of the benefits with him, leaving the rest mine. I will then be able to exchange for more treasures. Water God had already decided who to sell the spirit fruit to. At the mountaintop cliff beside Mist Lake Valley, Qin Yun and Xiao stood there. The closer they were to Mist Lake Valley, the more demons there were. Although about 300 demons had rushed here in a short amount of time, including the nearly 100 demons originally situated in Mist Lake Valley, there were close to 500 demons. Brother Qin, what do we do now? Shall we forge a path out in that direction? Xiao asked. There are nearly 500 demons in the vicinity. Moreover, there will be constant swarms of demons rushing here. White Tiger is still watching us from the air. Qin Yun said, with so many demons, there's not much point to trying to forge a path out. We can join forces and risk it. Both of us have life-saving treasures. I believe we can forge a path out. Xiao's eyes were sharp and fierce. Against such a situation, the only thing they could do was risk their lives. Let me give it a try first. If it doesn't work, we can try forging a path out. Qin Yun said with a voice transmission. Xiao was taken aback and was perplexed. Brother Qin, a try? Miss E, just focus on protecting yourself. Also, please watch this axe. Do not let the tiger demon get it. Qin Yun released the axe in Tiger Claw. Don't worry, I have a Dharma treasure with me that can protect my surroundings. Xiao said as she stepped on the axe. The tiger demon has no chance of coming close. However, Brother Qin, what methods do you have? How can you defend against so many demons with a single sword? White Tiger was commanding the winds and flying high above while glaring at them. As he saw demons gathering over from various parts of Green Tooth Mountain, he was beginning to feel extremely confident. He was in no hurry to attack. There were already nearly 500 demons in the vicinity. If time dragged on, there would be more demons gathered. Their advantage would only grow. So, Qin Yun suddenly moved. His figure darted to an empty plain 100 feet away. There was nothing around him. What is this sword immortal doing? White Tiger was taken aback. By being beside the cliff, the demons will find it slightly troublesome to attack him. By standing in such an open area, the demons can attack him from every direction. Isn't he just committing suicide? Brother Qin, what methods do you have? Xiao was alarmed when she saw the turn of events. She immediately transmitted her voice with concern. If you have no confidence, let's storm our way out together. Just watch. Qin Yun transmitted his voice. Following that, Qin Yun surveyed the dense swarm of demons around him. He spoke with a resounding voice, "Don't you want to kill me? Here I am. Standing here for you to kill me. I'll consider all of you capable if you can even harm me the slightest. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 37. Chapter 37, Qin Yun's strongest move. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. High in the sky, White Tiger was dumbstruck. The demons in all shapes and sizes that were scattered everywhere, with some looking very ugly, were also dumbfounded. They included wolf, pig, ox, bear, scorpion, snake, worm demons, etc. Some of them could fly in the sky, some could burrow underground, while others could swim in water. At that moment, these demons were first feeling dumbfounded before feeling enraged. Many demons' eyes turned red immediately. Some demons had low intelligence, to begin with. The moment their eyes turned red, they were capable of anything. Kill him. How dare he act arrogant? To think he dares act arrogant in front of us. The demons roared. High in the sky, White Tiger glared down at Qin Yun. His golden eyes burned with fury as he immediately roared, "Go, surround, and kill him, but kill! Kill! Kill!" The demons shouted in unison as they swarmed over from every direction like a tumultuous tsunami. There were some demons who burrowed underground while there were flying demons in the sky that swooped downwards. Although they knew that the human cultivator was powerful, the demons grew braver when their numbers reached a critical mass. A cultivator that had yet to reach the Khanate realm could be easily vanquished by their collective efforts no matter how powerful he was. Qin Yun's words from before had left the demons furious. It was an act of provocation. With so many of us around, you dare taunt us instead of begging for mercy? Rip him apart. Eat him. I want a piece of his flesh. Many of the demons appeared to be in a frenzy. When all the demons charged forward, they truly seemed emboldened as murderous intent filled the skies. It would be quite an astounding sight if hundreds of ordinary humans charged together. Thus, with hundreds of demons of all shapes and sizes, the commanding presence was just too terrifying. High in the sky, even White Tiger's eyes lit up. As for Xiao, who was using her Dharma treasure to conjure 3 blurry layers of light barriers around her, she felt her heart tighten. What means does Brother Qin have? Qin Yun stood his ground and waited quietly. Kill him. White Tiger roared excitedly. Few almost instantly, more than 20 demons swarmed forward from every angle. Furthermore, there were a few flying demons that swooped down from the sky. There were also demons that attacked from beneath Qin Yun's feet. Qin Yun's eyes flashed as he instantly unsheathed his sword. A sword flash flared. He's really relying on one sword? Qin Yun's confidence of facing the enemies had convinced Xiao that he had a powerful technique. No matter how powerful a sword is, how can it defend against all the demons? Xiao began preparing to cast 5 elemental lightning dharma at any time so as to save Qin Yun. Haha, he thought too highly of himself. He overdid it. White Tiger was even more excited when he saw the situation. Eat that human cultivator. Rip him apart. Eat him. There were all sorts of crazy roars. One had to know that every demon had either fangs, or sharp claws, or even special attributes like poisonous stings and tail stingers. But suddenly, the demon roars gradually weakened because they realized in horror that when they approached him, Qin Yun's surroundings was filled with a lustrous sword beam. It was in a contiguous fashion that completely enveloped him. Qin Yun had received 40 to 5 attacks. Typically, no matter how strong one's sword techniques were, there was no way to defend against so many attacks with a single sword. The sword beams had formed into a ball. It left no holes. Any attack was blocked by the blurry sword beams. And the demons that approached were slew by the blurry sword beams. With a flash of the sword beam, no visible injuries appeared on the demons' bodies, but in fact, they were already split into 2. Some had their heads beheaded, some had their hearts or vital organs sliced through. It was so fast that there was no way of blocking it. 3, 5, 10, 20. The ball of sword flashes around Qin Yun was like a meat grinder. Any demon that approached him would immediately collapse to the ground and reveal their true forms. Most importantly, not a single demon managed to penetrate the lustrous ball. Qin Yun was not injured at all. White Tiger and Xiao watched in a daze at the scene happening far away. They were momentarily rendered speechless. Dharma treasure, it has to be a flying sword Dharma treasure. That flying sword has extremely powerful defensive capabilities. White Tiger glared. How can a junior that has yet to enter the Khanate realm be given such a powerful flying sword? He had heard of legends that speak of powerful flying sword Dharma treasures. There were some swords that could form thousands of sword beams. Attack! White Tiger indignantly launched his 9 wind thunder rocks. Whoosh! 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 The 9 wind thunder rocks expanded upon contact with the wind. About the size of human heads, they tore through the air from a high altitude like 9 meteorites. All of them were headed for Qin Yun. Pang! 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 When the 9 wind thunder rocks struck the lustrous ball around Qin Yun, they rebounded. None of the 9 enjoyed any exception. Even the runic patterns on the wind thunder rock's surface trembled. White Tiger stared at Qin Yun as his pupils burst with anger. How can there be such a powerful flying sword Dharma treasure? Furthermore, it's in the hands of a junior? Xiao maintained her bracelet's protection. Upon seeing the scene, she could not help but feel astounded. No wonder Brother Qin was so confident. I never expected him to have such defensive measures. This should be some property of the flying sword? Its offensive strength is great and it's also extremely impressive at defense. What grade is that Dharma treasure? Could it be a 7th grade Dharma treasure? Is it Numinous Treasure Mountain or Sword Tower? He has not reached the Khanate realm, but he has been bestowed such a powerful flying sword Dharma treasure? Isn't he afraid that the other disciples in his sect will find it unfair? Or is it possible that Brother Qin is just too impressive, making him stand out from his peers so much that his elders gave him such a powerful flying sword Dharma treasure? Xiao guessed. The demons that were frenetically attacking Qin Yun began with tumultuous momentum, but as large numbers of them died, with them not even being able to touch Qin Yun, they began to feel fear from a lack of hope. They too were afraid to send themselves to their deaths en masse. One by one, they began to retreat backward. Once one retreated, more naturally followed. Other than the dumb ones that had been slain by Qin Yun, no demon dared to approach him. The demons retreated a distance away as they looked at Qin Yun with fear. With divine sword in hand, Qin Yun scanned the surroundings demons and said loudly, "Come on here if you want to die." His voice echoed through the mountains, but not a single demon dared to say a word. Humph. Qin Yun sneered as he turned his head and walked towards Xiao. Xiao revealed a look of delight. When Qin Yun came close, she said with a voice transmission, "Brother Qin, I'm impressed. I never expected you to have such means. Miss E, haven't you considered where I come from?" Qin Yun replied with a voice transmission. "Where? The northern borders?" Xiao was stunned. "Yes, the northern borders," Qin Yun said with a voice transmission. "To survive for 3 years in such a place, what's most important is life preservation, not the killing of enemies." He had stayed in the battlefields of the northern borders, engaging in life and death battles before he created the Misty Rain Sword. That was how he gained insights into the Misty Rain Sword intent. During the creation process of the Misty Rain Sword, he paid most attention to dealing with a siege. His defense needed to be impregnable. And eventually, he figured out Misty Rain Sword intent. It naturally was able to push his defense to his limits. There were many kinds of sword intent. However, the Misty Rain Sword intent that Qin Yun figured out was not best at killing but to defend and preserve his life. Misty Rain Sword intent was his best life-preserving move. It was also the attack that was imbued with the true essence of Misty Rain Sword intent. He named it Cyclic Sword Flash. Once he used all his strength, creating a continuous sword intent, even to the point of the sword flashes enveloping his entire surroundings, it could form Cyclic Sword Flash. It did not expose any flaws. But such a Cyclic Sword Flash had an expenditure which was more than 100 times the typical sword technique. It was akin to how ordinary people could walk slowly and cover 100 kilometers but run out of stamina by the time they ran 300 to 600 meters at full speed. By the same logic, Cyclic Sword Flash was extremely powerful, but its only weakness was that it drained a lot of quintessential essence. Although Qin Yun had only used it for a short moment, he had managed to kill more than 60 demons. Yes, life preservation. So what Brother Qin is best at is life preservation. He's least afraid of being besieged. Xiao revealed her delight. Qin Yun transmitted his voice. "Next, I'll be telling you something, but do not reveal your thoughts. Continue maintaining that look of pleasant surprise. My attack that attacked en masse drains a great deal of quintessential essence. Now, I have less than 30% of it left." Xiao maintained her expression of pleasant surprise. However, she said with a voice transmission, "What? It's a life preservation method of the flying sword Dharma treasure, yet it demands so much of your quintessential essence?
But in my opinion, the demons have been startled from fear.
Qin Yun replied with a voice transmission. So, Miss E, we have to put on a good act.
Qin Yun sheathed his sword and lifted Uncle Chen's corpse over his shoulder. In one hand, he held the axe, and in the other, he held the tiger claw.
If you want to die, come on over.
Qin Yun swept his glance at the surrounding demons. His voice was filled with bloodlust as it echoed throughout the mountains. The demons were shuddering in fear.
None of them dared to proceed forward.
Qin Yun looked up at White Tiger.
He laughed out loud and said,
"Tiger demon, thank you for this axe of yours.
Unfortunately, there's too little fur and skin on this tiger claw.
If you come down, I'll give you one strike, and I'll have more fur and skin."
Humph. White Tiger clenched his teeth.
However, with him losing a claw and having only one axe, White Tiger, who had also been struck by a divine lightning spell, did not have the courage to descend. He was afraid that he would truly die under the sword immortal's hand.
Hoof. Let's go.
Qin Yun glanced at White Tiger before leading Xiao away. Although the mountain path was difficult, they scaled it quickly like it were flat ground.
Walk freely. After scaring them, they would not dare make a move.
Although there were many demons surrounding them in the distance, Qin Yun appeared extremely calm while he transmitted his voice to Xiao. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 38. Chapter 38, Kunlun Prefecture Z Family. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin.
Xiao's disposition was considered outstanding among her cultivator peers. However, she could not help but feel nervous when she was stared at by numerous demons. She knew that both she and Qin Yun no longer had much quintessential essence. They had only managed to intimidate the demons.
Is he not nervous at all? Is there no panic?
Xiao looked at Qin Yun, who was walking beside her. At that moment, he was walking calmly. He was even scanning the demons around him, as though he was a hunter watching his prey.
It left the demons shuddering in fear.
Xiao discovered the differences between Qin Yun and her junior and senior brothers. Her male peers were also disciples of the Divine Firmament chapter, one of the 3 sacred Taoist lands. Those that could enter were either extremely talented and were brought back by sect experts who toured the mortal world, or they had extraordinary talent who came from top families. Therefore, they had a pride that came from being a sacred land disciple. However, Qin Yun appeared normal before coming to Green Tooth Mountain. He had the typical bearing of a disciple from a top sect, but in the face of life and death, he showed great heroic spirit.
It left Xiao impressed.
Perhaps, this is obtained from 3 years in the northern borders.
Xiao thought to herself.
The duo walked alongside each other and was leaving the area.
White Tiger watched them from high up in the sky. He clenched his teeth but did not pursue them.
To think that I encountered 2 disciples of top sects in a place like Grand Dominance County. Ignoring the fact that one can conjure divine lightning spells, the other sword immortal is too powerful. His flying sword is at least a 7th grade Dharma treasure.
Ridiculous. White Tiger looked at his left arm. His claw was gone and he had lost an axe.
To gather that many rare materials was very difficult.
Some materials were hard to buy even with gold and silver.
For example, astral pattern steel was a controlled commodity by the imperial government. The frostmuster spirit liquid that Qin Yun was in need of was found deep in the northern seabed.
Cultivation experts might not necessarily find it by going to the bottom of the sea.
They were found by chance while underwater. It was not worth it to deliberately search for it. The more valuable the materials, the harder it was to find. For example, the 1,000-year-old ice jade fruit was something with a price but impossible to buy. At what price did the county governor pay to commission Qin Yun, Xiao, and Zhao Huairan and his servant to retrieve it for him? Furthermore, with such great danger, if not for Qin Yun and Xiao being strong, there was no way for them to obtain the spirit fruit.
I have to think of a way to get back my axe. White Tiger pondered. How do I get it back?
Senior brother Water God's strength is above mine, but due to the atrocities he has committed, he does not dare leave the river.
None of the other fellow disciples would dare enter the county city either. Is my axe gone just like that? No.
I have to find senior brother Water God. Having suffered this loss, I can't let him just watch idly, but. Immediately, White Tiger flew towards Mist Lake Valley and retrieved the items he had left in the house, such as his beloved portrait, incense cauldron, etc. Then, he flew towards Water God's manor. When the gathered demons saw White Tiger fly away, they heaved a sigh of relief. Where did such a powerful cultivator come from?
That divine lightning from just now gave me the frights.
The lightning struck the daylights out of even King White Tiger.
That swordsman was even stronger.
He was on par with King White Tiger originally.
But after King White Tiger was struck by the divine lightning, he managed to cleave off King White Tiger's claw and even took away his axe. He was really powerful. Even with so many of us attacking him, none of us could touch even his clothes. The ones that were close to him were all killed. More than 60 died in a blink of an eye. How terrifying! When did such a powerful cultivator come to our Grand Dominance County?
The surrounding demons broke out into a flurry of discussion. They were shocked and frightened.
I know that swordsman.
He's the second young master of Grand Dominance County's Qin Manor, Qin Yun. I heard that during the courtesan bell selection, the 3 demonic slaves that Water God refined had launched an attack.
One of them was a rhinoceros demon whose physique was so strong that it could easily block demon annihilation crossbows. Yet, it was slew by Qin Yun in one strike.
Even King White Tiger was injured by him. Who gives a shit about the rhinoceros demon?
He's a Grand Dominance County local? That will be problematic. In the future, watch out. If you see that young Master Qin, it's best you hide. Even with all of us joining forces, it will only mean suicide. What about that female cultivator? That palm lightning was very powerful as well. There was no way of dodging it. Being struck meant death. I don't know.
Such a beautiful female cultivator would be known if she was a local of Grand Dominance County. She must be some foreign cultivator that passed by.
It's good that she's a foreigner. It's good that she's a foreigner. The demons lamented and sighed.
They began dispersing in groups when they saw other demons that were rushing over.
Time to leave, time to leave. Go back. The demons that were heading back shouted loudly. Go back? Didn't Green Tooth Mountain Trumpet just sound?
The demons that had rushed over were puzzled.
The battle is over.
You guys were lucky to not have encountered that frightening human.
Tell me, what frightening human?
The demons began chatting about the battle that had just happened. It was a rare battle that Green Tooth Mountain saw in years. From that day on, the legend of the couple, Qin Yun and Xiao, began spreading among the Green Tooth Mountain demons.
Soon, the demons in Grand Dominance County heard of it.
Qin Yun and Xiao rushed down the mountain.
Missy, you might not think much of this tiger claw, but this axe is made of pretty impressive materials.
Qin Yun said, when we are back at Grand Dominance County, I'll give half of this axe to you, but.
Qin Yun had long coveted the axe.
It was definitely a treasure needed in cultivating his intrinsic flying sword. However, the 900 kilograms of rare materials were nearly all metal elemental. They could be absorbed by his intrinsic flying sword, and in addition to the Frostmuster spirit liquid, his intrinsic flying sword had a chance of reaching an 8th grade Dharma treasure upon completion.
However, he did not need 900 kilograms. Give half to me? Xiao took a glance and smiled. There's no need. No need? Qin Yun was taken aback. Did disciples of a top sect have no lack of treasures? I'm from the Kunlun Prefecture's family. I have no lack of treasures, said Xiao. Qin Yun was alarmed when he heard that. Xiao was considered a disciple of a sacred land. It was nothing much either. After all, even a sacred land talked about fairness. It was impossible they would spend large amounts of resources on a single disciple. But the Kunlun Prefecture's family was different. It was impressive if a young member of a huge family clan entered a sacred land. Having two was enormous luck. The large family would naturally go to great extents to groom them. Kunlun Prefecture's family was powerful. It was ranked one of the top few family clans in the world. Even the imperial government had conferred them royal titles. Kunlun Prefecture's family? Qin Yun smiled as he looked at Xiao. All right then, I'll accept it brazenly. However, I was really given a shock that Miss E comes from the Kunlun Prefecture's family. Why? Brother Qin is able to be at ease when facing death, but now, you are given a shock? Xiao glanced at Qin Yun with a smile. With Xiao smiling, it stirred Qin Yun's heart. It just gave me a shock. Qin Yun calmed his emotions and said, beneath Green Tooth Mountain. The county governor, along with hundreds of men, were waiting. Even the county governor had alighted the carriage. He was looking at the mountain range in front of him with a palpitating heart. The county governor faltered after standing for too long. After all, he was getting on in years. Father, why don't you wait inside the carriage? When Chuang hurriedly helped his father. I'm fine. The county governor looked up and silently looked ahead. If Qin Yun and Xiao failed and died, the Divine Firmament chapter in the Kunlun Prefecture's family would not let the matter rest that easily. And most importantly, the spirit fruit. It was able to extend 20 years of his life. There's someone. Commander Fong suddenly said. Who? Is Qin Yun and Xiao coming? The county governor hurriedly walked over. Commander Fong was a Khanate false core realm expert. He could tell at a glance that in the clouds far away, there was a figure running in panic. He was none other than Zhao Huairan. His clothes were torn and tattered and he looked miserable. Zhao Huairan was seized with panic. The only thought on his mind was Qin Yun's battle with White Tiger and the scene of more than 100 demons chasing after him with Uncle Chen doing his best to stop them. While escaping, he saw many demons swarming toward Mist Lake Valley. As the demons were rushing with all their might, they were very conspicuous. From afar, Zhao Huairan could sense the commotion. It allowed him to carefully flee for his life. Indeed, he had succeeded in escaping. However, he had fought twice on the way. He killed one demon and injured another. As all the demons in Green Tooth Mountain were rushing to Mist Lake Valley after hearing the trumpet, none of them had deliberately stopped him. I've escaped. I've escaped out of Green Tooth Mountain. Zhao Huairan only had that thought on his mind. He had escaped the demon-infested Green Tooth Mountain. The demon's nest was too terrifying. Phew! Zhao Huairan leaped down and touched his foot on a boulder before jumping down thrice consecutively. Finally, he landed at the foot of the mountain and could at a glance see the huge convoy in the distance. There, he saw the county governor, Wen Chong, Commander Fong, and company. They were all staring right at him. Lord County Governor. Zhao Huairan felt relieved. He was safe. However, his heart tensed up. After all, he was the only one who escaped. Commander Fong bellowed, Zhao Huairan, aren't you coming over? Zhao Huairan did not dare hesitate as he hurriedly went over. Greetings Lord County Governor and Commander Fong. Zhao Huairan immediately went forward and bowed. The county governor looked at Zhao Huairan, whose clothes were tattered. You came out alone? Where's Qin Yun and Xiao? Also, where's that demon servant of yours? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 39. Chapter 39, Excitement and Anger. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. Jia Huiran, what about the rest? Wen Chong bellowed impatiently. When Jia Huiran heard that, he panicked and said immediately, it had been smooth sailing entering the mountain. Although there were more than 100 demons in Mist Lake Valley, we managed to infiltrate it. Young Master Qin also successfully used an invisibility technique to pluck the spirit fruit, but the county governor was listening carefully to him. The people around him also quietened down. Young Master Qin had managed to pluck the spirit fruit, but other than the 100 demons guarding Mist Lake Valley, there was also a terrifying great demon White Tiger. Jia Huiran quickly said, White Tiger's body expanded to 20 feet in a blink of an eye. His 2 axes were also massive. He had black winds howling around him. It was terrifying. Young Master Qin and Miss Yi went to battle White Tiger, giving Uncle Qian and I the opportunity to flee for our lives. The both of us would only be a hindrance and not help at all if we stayed. Uncle Qian and I ran for our lives, with more than 100 demons pursuing us. Uncle Qian helped me block the demons before I managed to escape successfully. Jia Huiran did not dare to hide the truth. As for what happened after Mist Lake Valley, I have no idea. There was a bout of silence. The county governor's heart turned cold. Although he believed that it was highly likely that Great Demon White Tiger would be in Mist Lake Valley, he still had hopes that the tip-off he received was erroneous. Brother Qin and Miss Yi fought White Tiger? How was it? Wen Chong asked. Young Master Qin was very powerful. Jia Huiran said, I saw young Master Qin and White Tiger locked in battle as though they were equally matched. Equally matched? The county governor and Commander Fong exclaimed simultaneously. Qin Yun was that strong? Yes, they were equally matched. Jia Huiran confirmed immediately. I saw it with my own eyes. Then what happened? The county governor pursued the matter. What happened to them next? I had escaped and did not see anything else. Jia Huiran replied softly. The county governor was exasperated. Wen Chong immediately tried comforting him. Father, Brother Qin and White Tiger were equally matched, which means it's likely that they can escape. However, Commander Fong said with a heavy tone, Green Tooth Mountain has more than 1,000 demons. They would be more formidable than a single great demon White Tiger. The county governor fell silent. He casually waved his hand and Jia Huiran immediately retreated to a corner. After waiting for a while, the county governor felt a little giddy when he suddenly heard Commander Fong say it's young Master Qin and Miss Yi. The county governor felt his body invigorated as his blood seemed to boil. He immediately looked into the distance. They managed to escape? Jia Huiran, who was standing by a corner, looked up as well. He saw a man and woman that resembled a divine couple elegantly descend the mountain. Where's Uncle Qian? Uncle Jia Huiran widened his eyes as he saw a dismembered corpse of a large golden retriever hanging over Qin Yun's shoulder. Throughout his entire life, Jia Huiran had only forced Uncle Qian to reveal his true form to him once when he was still a child. He knew that Uncle Qian's true form was a large golden retriever. Uncle Qian. Jia Huiran stood in his spot in a daze. Although he had seen more than 100 demons surge at Uncle Qian and had expected it when the severely injured Uncle Qian desperately tried to stop them, Jia Huiran still felt an upheaval of emotions when he really saw the corpse. Whoosh! Qin Yun and Xiao leaped and reached the foot of the mountain. As for the county governor, Commander Fong, Wen Chong, and company, they took the initiative to come to them. Young Master Qin, Xiao. The county governor went forward and said with a bow, I failed to determine that Great Demon White Tiger was there, and nearly caused you perilous despair. It was my fault. Uncle 1.
Xiao said with a smile, we were entering the demon's lair, so it can't be helped if there's an accident. Regardless, Brother Qin and I managed to return alive. Commander Fong was looking at the huge axe and tiger's claw in Qin Yun's hands.
Brother Qin Yun, what's this axe and tiger claw?
Qin Yun threw them both on the ground.
The 900-kilogram axe fell to the ground with a loud thud that quaked the ground.
Only then did Qin Yun say with a laugh, this tiger claw was cleaved off from White Tiger's left arm. This axe is also one of White Tiger's 2 large axes.
A tiger claw cleaved off from White Tiger?
Everyone was dumbstruck when they heard that. That was the claw of White Tiger.
It was cleaved off? We are lucky to have Brother Qin. I was able to return all thanks to him.
Xiao said with a smile. If not for Miss Yi's divine lightning spell, I would not have been able to defeat White Tiger.
Qin Yun said immediately.
Qin Yun lowered the dismembered dog corpse from his shoulder.
Everyone around him had also seen it. Zhao Huairan could not help but come forward.
Qin Yun lowered his head and said wistfully, Uncle Chen died in battle to ward off the demons. He was originally severely injured after being struck by the wind thunder rocks. He also desperately tried to obstruct all the demons, killing more than 20 of them in the process. As such, he prevented the demons from crossing the cliff, allowing Zhao Huairan to successfully escape. Qin Yun looked at Zhao Huairan and said, Zhao Huairan, Elder Qin was very loyal to you, but Xiao said as well, before his death, Elder Qin implored us to bury him beside his master's grave.
Definitely. Definitely. The county governor nodded. On our way back, we can detour to Haitan province and bury this loyal demon.
Zhao Huairan knelt down and caressed the corpse. His eyes were brimming with tears.
Qin Yun watched by the side.
He sighed secretly. Zhao Huairan only cared for himself when escaping.
Now, he knew how to tear. Brother Qin.
When Chuang said in hushed tones.
My father and I are very happy that both of you are able to return safely. I'm just curious about the spirit fruit.
The county governor cast his gaze at Qin Yun as well. When Qin Yun heard that, he took out a jade box and handed it to the county governor. Thankfully, we did not fail the mission. The county governor's eyes immediately widened. He felt his blood boiling as his head buzzed. He stretched his hands out to retrieve it, but his hands were trembling.
20 years of longevity. Was it really retrieved? Was it retrieved?
Although his hands were trembling, he managed to hold the jade box in hand. He gently opened it, and in it, the red fruit that suffused a purple luster was more mesmerizing than any ruby of greater size. Upon seeing the fruit, the county governor was dazzled. While the county governor was in a euphoria, White Tiger was flying in the sky through his command of the winds. He came to Water God Manor that was 100 kilometers away.
Inside Water God Manor.
Senior brother, senior brother. White Tiger landed straight inside the manor, immediately causing many demon guards to surround the intruder. The water god's rules were very strict.
In his manor, male demons followed a regiment of human soldiers. They did not dare disregard the rules. The female demons and many female humans were there to serve the water god.
Oh, junior brother White Tiger, you came?
From afar, Water God appeared.
With a stride, he appeared in front of White Tiger. White Tiger had transformed back to his human form, but he had one hand missing. He placed the axe to one side and immediately said, Senior brother, it's bad.
The spirit fruit was snatched away. It was snatched away?
Under Water God's long eyebrows, his cold eyes filled with bloodlust.
What happened? Also, what happened to your claw?
2 disciples of top sects appeared.
1 man and 1 woman.
White Tiger said hatefully. The woman is proficient in 5 elemental lightning dharma and was able to channel a spell to summon divine lightning to severely injure me.
The man was even stronger.
He is a sword immortal. When it comes to true strength, he's probably not my match, but he has an extremely powerful flying sword.
I reckon it's at least a 7th grade Dharma treasure.
As such, we were equally matched. But with that woman's help, that sword immortal managed to cleave off my claw. Even with 500 demons besieging him, that flying sword could protect him, preventing him from being injured at all. He even swiftly killed more than 60 demons, but I had no other option as well. White Tiger said hatefully.
Senior brother, do you have any means of helping me get back my axe? It wasn't easy for me to smith that axe. I lost it because of your request. Who else can you blame for your incompetence?
Water God frowned as a cold light shimmered in his eyes.
Disciples of top sects? A flying sword that is at least a 7th grade Dharma treasure? Large sect? Could it be a plot? Was there a trap? This is all because of you.
White Tiger said immediately.
Junior brother White Tiger, do you really think I will storm into Grand Dominance City for you?
Water God glanced at White Tiger. His eyes had black flames billowing. It tightened White Tiger's heart. In terms of strength, Water God was indeed stronger than him.
Of course, I will compensate you for losing your claw. I will get Master to aid you in growing it back out.
I'll pay for all the recuperation items.
Water God took out a huge stack of banknotes. Here's 200,000. That's all I can do for you. White Tiger quickly took the banknotes. 200,000 taels of silver was not a small sum for Khanate realm demons.
Even a local emperor like the county governor could barely earn 100,000 taels of silver annually.
Right, what about the spirit fruit? Water God grunted and said, who took it?
It was taken by the sword immortal.
White Tiger felt indignant. By the way, senior brother, do you know the name of that sword immortal? Where does he come from? Water God looked in the direction of Grand Dominance City. He scoffed. Sword immortal?
If I'm not wrong, that sword immortal is the son of Grand Dominance City's silver badge constable Qin Liehu, named Qin Yun. I heard from my underlings reports that out of the 3 demonic slaves I sent, the strongest rhinoceros demonic slave had been slain by him with 1 strike.
Qin Yun? White Tiger nodded and memorized the name. To take away my spirit fruit. The black flames in Water God's eyes flared incessantly.
To dare cross me, humph. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 40. Chapter 40, Wreaking Havoc. Translator, Sitalan. Editor, Sitalan.
Outside the city of Heightened Province.
The county governor and company were standing before the Jia family's ancestral grave.
A new tombstone had been erected which was for Jia Huairan's Uncle Qian.
Uncle Qian. Jia Huairan was dressed in funeral garbs, a way to show his filial piety.
He was kneeling in front of the grave with tears brimming in his eyes.
A demon served 2 generations loyally.
All he wished after his death was to be buried beside his old master.
Such a loyal demon.
The county governor said with a sigh.
Commander Fong nodded. It's indeed rare. Qin Yun looked at the tombstone in silence.
For Jia Huairan to don funeral garbs for Elder Qian, it shows that he has a conscience. Xiao transmitted her voice to Qin Yun.
He was raised by Elder Qian after all.
Qin Yun replied with a voice transmission. Not only should he be grateful to Elder Qian for raising him up, he should also be grateful that Elder Qian helped him embark on the path of cultivation. With that attitude of his, Elder Qian must have paid a heavy price for him to knock open the gate of immortality.
Xiao nodded.
Jia Huairan, although you escaped alone, your loyal demon servant had played a major role in this mission. The 100 poisons blood that I promised you will be sent to you in a few days, said the county governor.
Thank you, Lord County Governor.
Jia Huairan turned his head to thank the county governor while kneeling in front of the grave.
Okay. My condolences. After saying that, the county governor turned and led his men away.
Qin Yun and Xiao departed together with them. Soon, Jia Huairan was the only one left at the grave.
It was summer and the winds were scorching hot. Jia Huairan's expression turned heavy. Uncle Qian, you served my Jia family for decades and enabled me to knock open the gate of immortality. I owe you greatly and I have donned funeral garb for you. I will not forget to burn incense and hell money for you every year. Jia Huairan said in a deep voice. Have a good rest here. Humph.
Jia Huairan stood up and glared at the direction in which the county governor and company had left.
The group had long disappeared from the road.
If not for Great Demon White Tiger, Uncle Qian would not have died.
Then, a set of 100 poisons blood would have been quite an adequate reward. Now that Uncle Qian is dead, to think that he, a county governor, still only rewards me with one set of 100 poisons blood? How can one set of 100 poisons blood be comparable to Uncle Qian? Even 10 sets of 100 poisons blood is not enough. Without Uncle Qian, I have to be careful in the future. Jia Huairan's pupils narrowed. I have always been overbearing in the past, but now, I have to keep a low profile.
In terms of strength, the strongest cultivators in Grand Dominance County are the two Khanate False Core Realm cultivators, Commander Fong and Master Meisha.
Now, there are 3. The third one has to be that young Master Qin.
His strength is comparable to White Tiger's.
Commander Fong and Master Meisha might not even be his match. Jia Huairan frowned.
If our relationship were extremely good, I would have a better life in the cultivation circles around here.
However, I annoyed him because of Xiao. I later realized that she doesn't even care about me. I had no chance at all. Annoying young Master Qin wasn't worth it.
Regardless, we had the ties of storming Green Tooth Mountain together. Also, no one knows of young Master Qin's displeasure towards me. As long as I appear to have a good relationship with him on the surface, it will be quite a deterrent if it's known.
Jia Huairan pondered as he began imagining things. Previously, although he had coveted wealth, sex, and acted arrogantly, he knew it was because he had Uncle Qian backing him.
Uncle Qian's strength was nearly invincible in all of Grand Dominance County below the Khanate realm. He naturally had what it took to act wantonly.
But in fact, he was 36 years old after all.
For him to be able to knock open the gate of immortality, he naturally wasn't silly. Furthermore, even if Uncle Qian did not know how to raise him, he had hired private tutors.
After Jia Huairan entered a cultivation sect, he had been influenced by the other cultivators in the sect.
He also looked at the mortal world with the eyes of an immortal. The mindset of cultivators was to pay attention to strength. For example, Qin Yun did not care if one came from a rich family. In Grand Dominance County, the factions that Qin Yun even fought anything of could be counted on one hand.
Jia Huairan was also a cultivator. He naturally saw things that way too.
This was why he was willing to stay in Heightened Province.
In Heightened Province, he was the strongest. The convoy of hundreds of people rushed back to Grand Dominance City.
There was one additional horse carriage in the convoy, but no one was riding it.
There was only a large axe secured within it.
The axe was too heavy at 900 kilograms.
Now, it was being wrapped and secured to the carriage. The tiger claw was also tied to it.
The convoy proceeded on the main roads.
Qin Yun suddenly frowned as he looked into the distance. There, he saw a pursuit. 20 to 30 people were chasing after a family of 4.
A couple was carrying a child each, dashing across the fields.
Stop, Brother Air, you won't get away. Brother Air, stop running. The 20 to 30 people were shouting as they chased.
Burdened by carrying their children, especially with the wife running slower, the couple was about to be caught by the men.
Xiao.
The stocky man turned to look at his wife.
We can't get away. The wife felt indignant as well. So, among the pursuers, a lanky man suddenly sped up and jumped, landing in front of the family of 4. He said, "Brother Heir, you can't get away." The other men soon surrounded the family of 4. "Brothers, please spare my family." The stocky man immediately knelt down, kowtowed, and said, "I beg you, please spare my family." The wife knelt down with child in her arms. "My fellow relatives and villagers, please spare my family." "Brother Heir." The lanky man clenched his teeth and said, "We want to spare you too. But if your family were to escape, your child would not need to be sacrificed to the demons. However, there has to be someone in the village that is willing to part with their children, right? Sacrificing a boy and girl as tribute is the rule set by Water God. If we were to violate the rule, our village would be wiped out. Everyone in the village, thousands of us, will all die." The stocky man said with a face covered in tears. "Children are the flesh and blood of their parents. I know it's Water God's rule, but for him to eat our children, it's like killing us. He China, cannot watch our children be eaten by the demons. We can't." The wife pleaded as well, "Spare us, please. The village has a draw every year. Whoever gets chosen is the one sacrificed. It is all fated." The lanky man shouted, "The children chosen every year is not only limited to your family. Brother Heir, this is the fate that awaits your children. Make peace with it. If your family isn't up, other families will have to do it. If the legitimacy of a draw is ignored, how can the others in the village accept it? You are forcing me." The stocky man got up with teeth clenched. "Brother Heir, stop your nonsense. You can have another child. Also, your family will not be chosen again in the next 10 years. The lanky man shouted. The stocky man handed the child to his wife and pulled out a knife from his waist. He growled, "If you approach any further, don't blame me for being heartless." Still this nonsense. The lanky man shook his head as he pulled a knife and instantly proceeded forward. Clang! 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 In just 3 strikes, the stocky man was sent flying. He was kicked by the lanky man and fell into the fields. "Bring them all back," the lanky man said with a frown. "Yes, Captain." The other men immediately stepped forward and tied up the stocky man. Then, they grabbed the wife and led the family of 4 back. "No! No," the wife was sobbing. The 2 children were wailing loudly. The lanky man felt unpleasant from the crying. Looking at the stocky man whose eyes were red, he said with a sigh, "Brother Heir, don't blame me. If you want to blame something, blame your fate, Curse the heavens." The tied-up Chunwang looked up and yelled. A distance away, hundreds of people passed by. Qin Yun saw this scene and fell silent. Young boy and girl. The horseback when Chuang muttered. He too did not have a pleasant expression. Water God commits atrocities here. I heard that it forces many villagers in the vicinity to sacrifice young boys and girls as a tribute. Xiao said, every month, large numbers of boys and girls have to be delivered? Qin Yun nodded. His eyes were cold. Without Water God, the imperial government's on-site inspection office would be able to reinforce the villages, leading to them having much better days. But with Water God, he has committed atrocities in a 250-kilometer radius around Langyang River. He also controls more than half the demons in it. Outside the city, the imperial government is no match for him. For the past 2 centuries, countless villages and their villagers lead dark days. The imperial government has always been trying to come up with a solution. Wen Chong said immediately. Taoist and Buddhist Khanate Golden Core Realm experts have come. However, Water God is extremely crafty. Whenever he notices anything amiss, he would hide into the river. It prevents us from slaying him. It's been 200 years.
Qin Yun shook his head and did not speak further. He was different from Xiao and Chuang, who had only read of records from books. Before the age of 8, he lived in the villages. When the skies turned dark, the county governor's convoy finally arrived at Grand Dominant City. The city gates had long been closed. But with the county governor, the gates were naturally open to let the troops in. It's already very late. The county governor disembarked his carriage and said to Qin Yun, "Young Master Qin, we shall part ways here. You can return to Qin Manor for now. I will invite you again tomorrow." Also, the county governor came close to Qin Yun and whispered, "Young Master Qin, I owe you a big favor for retrieving the spirit fruit. If there's anything in the future, feel free to approach me. I will definitely do my best to help you." "All right." Qin Yun smiled. "Missy, goodbye." Qin Yun looked at Xiao. Xiao said with a smile, "I'll still be staying in Grand Dominant City for a few more days. Brother Qin, you can come to County Governor Manor to look for me if you have the time." "All right." The two went their separate ways. Qin Yun rode away on a horse. Behind him, there were 2 county governor manor guards in charge of steering a horse to send the huge axe and tiger claw to Qin Manor. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 41. Chapter 41, Day to Look Forward to. Translator, Sitalan. Editor, Sitalan. County Governor Manor. Your lives are on the line if any mistakes are made. Be on full alert. Commander Fong bellowed. Yes, sir. The platoon of personal guards was more vigilant than usual. Outside a quiet chamber stood a platoon of experts. They knew that the county governor had brought a treasure all the way back from Green Tooth Mountain. For him to enter the chamber the moment he returned spelled the importance of the matter. Commander Fong walked to a grass patch not far away. He sat down with his legs crossed and closed his mind to meditate so as to defend against any unexpected circumstances. In the chamber, the county governor had already sat down on a bed before taking out a jade box carefully. 1,000-year-old ice jade fruit. 20 years of longevity. The county governor's eyes lit up. Coming from South Hills Wen family, he had reached the position of county governor. He enjoyed quite a status in the Wen family, which had no lack of qi cultivation methods and treasures. However, knocking open the gate of immortality required talent. Although he was extremely wise and had become a high official, his talent for cultivation was considered ordinary. Although someone like Jia Huairan was someone he thought nothing of, Jia Huairan possessed cultivation talent. Failing to knock open the gate of immortality meant a lifespan no different from others. I can still live another 20 years. I'll be able to climb higher and maybe I can be promoted to a 4th-grade official? The county governor thought to himself. However, he did not dare dream of getting a 3rd-grade post. The higher the official ranks, the more demanding it became. One's background, experience, and own strength became extremely demanding. After all, in their rule of the world, what high officials needed to deal with was not the commoners but mainly demons. Gotcha. The county governor grabbed the red 1,000-year-old ice jade fruit that suffused a purple luster. He bit at it and immediately it melted in his mouth. As the refreshing liquid flowed down his throat and into his body, it quickly emanated through his entire body. The light refreshing fragrance made every inch of his body erupt in delight. His skin was tightening, while his muscles and tendons were trembling. They felt numb. The county governor began shivering. Good, good. The county governor did not hesitate. He finished the 1,000-year-old ice jade fruit at one go, leaving behind a very intricate fruit core. The spirit fruit's energy caused the county governor's body to experience changes. His white and dry hair gradually turned luxuriant and a lot of his hair strands turned completely black. There was very little white hair left on him. As for his facial skin, the wrinkles smoothened out and there was a glow in his skin. His turbid eyes also turned a lot clearer. The county governor felt his body experience a constant set of miraculous changes. He looked down at his hands and arms. His skin and muscles had changed. He could not help but be excited. He rushed down the bed and went to a bronze mirror. The county governor looked at himself in the mirror. He looked like himself 20 years ago. Even if he were to compare with Qin Yun's father, Qin Liehu, they would look to be around the same age. It's as though I'm 50 again. The county governor frowned as he held his stomach. He had a stomachache as he hurriedly pushed open the door and ran out. Lord County Governor. The guards around bowed. Not far away, Commander Fong opened his eyes, but he was momentarily astonished. The county governor had indeed grown younger. He no longer looked like Wen Chang's father but more like his brother. Prepare some hot water. I'll be bathing and changing my clothes in a while, the county governor said as he ran. Lord County Governor. Commander Fong stood up. Old Fong, I'll need to relieve myself. The county governor did not stop in his footsteps. Commander Fong smiled when he saw this. He sure runs fast. The spirit fruit is indeed miraculous. It can make a person 20 years younger in an instant. In another wing of County Governor Manor, Xiao was sitting before a desk, recounting the experience she had during the expedition to Green Tooth Mountain. She could not help but smile. Following that, she began writing a letter. Soon, it was finished. The matter of Green Tooth Mountain is over. Next is what actually matters. Xiao thought to herself. Once Uncle Master comes, we can combine forces to rid Water God from this world. Qin Yun's strength is also extremely high and he hasn't entered the Khanate realm. He will not make Water God overtly wary. Should I invite him? Xiao pondered. Water God was naturally much stronger than White Tiger. However, there were many entities in the world stronger than Water God. In the Taoist and Buddhist sacred lands, any random elder would be stronger than him. However, Water God was untouchable even to a Khanate Golden Core realm expert in a 250-kilometer radius around Lanyang River. He was too careful and crafty. However, Water God thought nothing of juniors that had yet entered the Khanate realm. After all, how heaven-defying could one be if one hadn't reached the Khanate realm? It was already pretty impressive to match someone at the Khanate False Core realm while being at a lower realm. Being able to kill an ordinary Khanate False Core realm demon would have one's feats extolled to the world. Up to date, Qin Yun had not managed to kill a powerful demon at the Khanate False Core realm in a one-on-one battle. As for Water God, he was not what the powerful demons like White Tiger could compare with. Yes, once Uncle Master comes, I'll let him make the decision. With the letter in hand, Xiao immediately walked out of the study and got someone in County Governor Manor to deliver it. It was to inform her Uncle Master that her matter was resolved. They could take action now. Qin Manor. Lanterns were already hung up. Large numbers of guards were patrolling the area with many equipped with demon annihilation crossbows. Inside the yard, there was a bout of laughter. Qin Yun, his brother, Xinan, and his father, Qin Liehu were sitting together having a chat amid drinks. Yuner, now that you can match White Tiger, perhaps only Commander Fong and Master Meixia are your equal in Grand Dominance County. Qin Liehu drank a mouthful of wine and beamed. However, I must say that it's rather scary thinking about it. Who knew that a trip to Green Tooth Mountain would end up with you encountering Steadfast Mountain County's great demon White Tiger? Brother. Xinan immediately said, if Water God got White Tiger to guard the spirit fruit, it shows how much importance he thinks of it. Now that you have taken the spirit fruit, Water God will likely bear a grudge. However, Qin Liehu said, there's no need to worry actually. Water God is different from other powerful demons. Typically, powerful demons like White Tiger would at most be entrenched at one spot, plundering the area. Even the huge axe that Yun brought back this time would probably be torturous for him. However, Water God influences the lives of millions of ordinary citizens. They are only safe in the cities. With the lives of millions of citizens under his control and oppression, Water God remains extremely rich despite them being very poor. He's careful and crafty. He doesn't expose himself to any weaknesses. He will not empty all his powers at his disposal because of a little hatred. Xin Liehu said. After all, by angering Yun, other than himself, none of the demons under him is Yun's match. He might not be afraid of Yun, but he wouldn't easily take action either. However, once he takes action, it probably means he's assured of success. Qin Yun nodded. Water God is very crafty, so in the next few days, the women in the family should not leave the house. Even if they need to leave, they have to bring guards equipped with demon annihilation crossbows along. It's imperative that we remain careful. Xin Liehu nodded. Late into the night, Qin Yun was in his compound, where all his servants were forbidden entry. This large axe. Qin Yun placed a mat along the corridor in front of the door. He sat down cross-legged and looked at the huge axe situated in the courtyard. The axe was too large and did not fit inside the house. After all, the axe was more than 10 feet long. Two of the axe's dimensions were large as well. Just holding it horizontally was enough to prevent it entry into the house. So, Qin Yun sat on the mat and extended his finger, shooting a golden light out from the tip of his finger. It expanded immediately and rapidly took the shape of a 3-inch long bright, silver sword. The 3-inch flying sword hovered above the axe. With a thought, Qin Yun circulated his cultivation method and directed the quintessential essence within the flying sword. Immediately, a lustrous layer suffused the flying sword's surface as it began to absorb the essence from the axe beneath it. Dots of light flew out infused with the flying sword. If White Tiger were to know that his axe was being refined, he would definitely be appalled. Xiao! 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 A crack appeared on the surface of the axe. It was deliberately produced by Qin Yun by absorbing the essence from the area so that he could split the axe apart. If not, he had no means of splitting such a divine weapon through ordinary means. Nice, this axe is nearly all metal elemental. Some of these materials haven't been found by me either. Qin Yun sensed that his intrinsic flying sword was cheering. Large points of light were rising and the dense points of light resembled fireflies. The intrinsic flying sword was best at absorbing metal elemental objects. It was willing to absorb even scrap metal. However, it was a lot more picky with items of the water, fire, wood, and earth elemental attribute. For a water elemental item, it had to be at the very least frostmuster spirit liquid. Only metal elemental items could be absorbed in large quantities without any rebuffs. Especially with the large axe, there were some rare materials that it had never absorbed before. The intrinsic flying sword absorbed those at naturally faster speeds. The amount absorbed by the sword on the first absorption would be great. The entire axe was being absorbed by the intrinsic flying sword. 7 large cracks appeared on its surface, splitting the axe into several small pieces. Even the axe's hilt split into 3 pieces. The 7 cracks were a result of the intrinsic flying sword absorbing more than 150 kilograms of materials. After that, it could not absorb any further. Many of them have never been absorbed before. The materials that White Tiger gathered are more thorough than what I have gathered. Qin Yun had mixed feelings. The first absorption has exceeded 150 kilograms. But from tomorrow onwards, it will probably only be able to absorb 15 to 20 kilograms. Absorbing the astral pattern steel had been relatively slow because it was a singular type. The materials contained within the axe were extremely diverse. By absorbing a bit of everything, it accumulated to quite a hefty amount.
Following that, the intrinsic flying sword absorbed a tiny amount of frostmuster spirit liquid before ending the day's cultivation. Clearly, it was much slower absorbing water elemental items. With this axe, my intrinsic flying sword might be an 8th grade Dharma treasure immediately the day it is successfully refined. Qin Yun anticipated the day excitedly. All these years, he had never used a Dharma treasure before. Now, the day to look forward to his own intrinsic flying sword was approaching. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 42. Chapter 42, Uncle Master Isn't Coming. Translator, Sitalan. Editor, Sitalan. In a blink of an eye, nearly half a month had passed since the battle at Green Tooth Mountain. That day, a middle-aged Taoist came outside County Governor Manor. The guards outside had seen him from afar and were very wary. Please inform Miss E that someone from the Great Unity sect wishes to seek an audience. The middle-aged Taoist said with a smile. Miss E? The guards exchanged looks. Wait here. A guard quickly entered the manor to pass the information. Xiao was living in a rather elegant side compound inside County Governor Manor. There was a layer of ice formed inside the compound, which rapidly melted under the scorching summer sun, causing the area to emanate coldness. Xiao, who was dressed in a light blue dress, was sitting in a yard, reading leisurely. Miss E. The guard said politely outside the yard, there is a middle-aged Taoist claiming to be from the Great Unity sect who wishes to seek an audience with you. Someone from the Great Unity sect? Xiao revealed a happy look, but she suddenly frowned. She asked, he looks like a middle-aged Taoist? Yes, a middle-aged Taoist. The guard responded immediately. Xiao frowned but said, allow him passage. Yes. The guard retreated respectfully. Xiao sat at her spot puzzled. Strange, Uncle Master should have a head of white hair, so why is it a middle-aged Taoist? Is it not Uncle Master? Soon. The middle-aged Taoist was led to the yard's entrance. The moment he saw Xiao, he politely said, Greetings, Senior Sister E. I'm Yu from the Great Unity sect. The Great Unity sect could be said to be a second-tier cultivation sect, and one of the subsidiary sects of the Divine Firmament chapter, which itself was one of the 3 sacred Taoist lands. Disciples of a subsidiary sect and the disciples of the Divine Firmament chapter enjoyed completely different statuses. If they shared the same seniority in the hierarchy, the disciples from the subsidiary sect had to address all Divine Firmament chapter disciples as senior brother or senior sister, regardless of their age. Even if they were from a higher generation, Xiao just needed to address the person as Uncle Master or Aunt Master. However, they, as disciples of a subsidiary sect, would not dare flaunt themselves in front of disciples that hailed from a sacred land. Subsidiary sects typically tried their best to curry favor with the sacred lands. Divine Firmament chapter was most famous for its lightning dharma. As for the subsidiary sect, Great Unity sect, it was well known for its dharma methods of physical establishing sage. By cultivating the body to a fascinating stage, one could have bodies stronger than demons. However, the entities with the highest physical establishing sage in Great Unity sect were at best at the Kane True Core realm. Therefore, they were only considered a second-tier sect. To be a first-tier sect, there had to be a Khanate Golden Core expert holding down the fort. Shu Prefecture's Sword Tower was one example. Why didn't Uncle Master come? Xiao sat there and said in a solemn tone, My master was roaming the world and immediately returned to the Great Unity sect after receiving the letter from the Divine Firmament chapter. On the way back, he encountered a Khanate realm tree demon wreaking havoc. The tree demon had countless roots that could drain people of their flesh and blood, reducing them to a layer of skin. There were many humans that died under the hand of the tree demon. Master was enraged and engaged in a massive battle with it. Finally, he slew the tree demon, but he had one leg cleaved off and suffered serious physical injuries.
The middle-aged Taoist immediately continued, "Senior sistery, after my master received your letter, he immediately sent me to apologize to you.
Master needs at least a year or two to grow back his leg. This is my master's handwritten letter." The middle-aged Taoist took out a letter and handed it to Xiao. Xiao's expression was frigid as she took the letter over. "Senior sister, master is rather ashamed for spoiling your plans as well," said the middle-aged Taoist.
"Uncle master was doing it to slay demons."
Xiao said, "That Khanate realm tree demon was wreaking havoc wantonly. Its countless roots are powerful and typical Khanate false core cultivators would not even dare approach.
Uncle master had managed to slay it at the risk of his life.
I'm awed by his feat, so how could I be angry? Alright, I understand. You can leave." The middle-aged Taoist left respectfully. Xiao sat there and was in a bad mood. Why did this happen? Xiao turned extremely anxious. Uncle Master is seriously injured, he can't help me at all.
Water God is overly crafty and careful.
Water God would be extremely wary if a Khanate false core cultivator were to come for it. It would be by the river and would jump into it the moment it notices something amiss.
Xiao thought to herself. After all, there were some Khanate false core realm experts that were very outstanding. For example, sword immortals, well known for their combat prowess, had top heritage and an intrinsic flying sword that had formidable strength.
Khanate false core sword immortals usually could match typical Khanate true core cultivators.
Some were even more monstrous that it would not be surprising that they could directly kill those at the Khanate true core realm.
Therefore,
once Water God realized that a Khanate false core cultivator approached, it would not stay far away from the river. It was very careful, the main reason why it could live this long. My uncle master cultivates in the physical establishing sage to an extremely profound level.
However, due to him being at the advanced age of 134, he has not been able to break through to the Khanate realm. His physical cultivation can match white tigers. With a Dharma treasure in hand, his spear arts are even more profound. His strength is even stronger than white tigers. Even if Brother Qin were to compare with Uncle Master, he is still a little too tender.
Xiao shook her head. In my Divine Firmament chapter and all the subsidiary sects, the postnatal realm cultivator best at melee combat is Uncle Master.
Without him helping me, what do I do?
Xiao frowned. Killing Water God was a very dangerous mission, to begin with. After taking on the mission commissioned by the Divine Firmament chapter, there were seniors in the sect that had persuaded her against it, but she had persisted on completing the mission.
Khanate realm cultivators could not take on the mission as Water God would not take the risk.
On the contrary, Water God would think of means to slay incoming cultivators that had yet to enter the Khanate realm. After all, if he were afraid of that, Water God would find himself overtly cowardly. And in the past 2 centuries, there had been cultivators below the Khanate realm that attempted to deal with Water God. Either they barely escaped with their lives or they were eventually killed by Water God.
To go or not to go? If I were to go, I need a cultivator adept at melee combat to aid me.
I can only seek Brother Qin's help.
Xiao thought for a moment and decided to proceed on.
Although Brother Qin's strength is inferior to Uncle Master's, he has quite powerful life preservation means. By giving him some Dao talismans, he should be able to hold back Water God. Xiao did not have the luxury of time to bother with the details.
She immediately left County Governor Manor and headed for Qin Manor. Qin Manor.
Qin Yun was practicing calligraphy in his room. Doing so also honed his sword techniques.
Second young master, second young master.
A servant shouted from outside, "A particular Miss E wishes to meet you."
Miss E? Didn't I go to County Governor Manor a few days ago to see her? Why is she here for me? This is the first time she's coming to my place, right?
Qin Yun put down the brush and immediately headed outside. It was very rare for women to pay a visit to someone's residence, but of course, cultivators did not bother with the way mere mortals thought of them. At the manor entrance, Qin Yun saw a woman in a light blue dress standing outside.
"Missy, what brings you here? You caught me unprepared,"
Qin Yun said as he welcomed her with a smile.
"What preparations are needed?"
Xiao turned around and smiled.
Following that, she entered Qin Manor under Qin Yun's invitation. "Yuner, you have a guest?" Qin Yun's mother, Changlan, walked over with her maidservants.
Xiao immediately removed her hypnotizing spell that affected mortals.
By walking around with her entrancing beauty, she would attract attention everywhere.
However, Xiao did not wish to influence Qin Yun's mother with her hypnotizing spell.
It was disrespectful.
Besides, Qin Yun was standing to the side. This lady here, Changlan, had been looking at what seemed to be an ordinary woman, but when she turned her head, she could not help but be startled.
What a beauty! It was like a fairy had descended to the mortal world. "Who is this lady?" Changlan involuntarily stammered.
She had lived all her life in Grand Dominance County and had watched the courtesan belle selection, but she had never seen someone as fairy-like as Xiao. Comparing the courtesan belles with the woman in front of her, the mortal vibes given off by them was just too great. They did not exude that air of immortality at all.
"Greetings, madam,"
Xiao said with a smile.
"My name is Xiao.
I had previously gone with Brother Qin to Green Tooth Mountain."
Changlan was immediately enlightened. The way Xiao spoke was in no way ordinary. It was too direct.
It was because she was a cultivator too.
"Mother, I have something to discuss with Missy in detail. I won't be accompanying you," Qin Yun said.
Xiao arched her body slightly at Changlan before following Qin Yun down a path and headed deep into the manor.
Changlan watched from afar. "Madam, that's an immortal fairy, right?"
One of the maidservants off to the side was still in a daze.
Changlan rubbed her chest as her eyes lit up greatly. She muttered, "Xiao. Xiao."
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 43. Chapter 43, A Wrong Read of Character? Translator, Situlan. Editor, Situlan.
Qin Yun and Xiao came to Qin Yun's compound as they sat by a stone table.
"Brother Qin."
Xiao could not help but stare at Qin Yun.
"There is something I need to trouble you with. It might be a little dangerous too." "What is it? Speak your mind."
"I, Qin Yun, am not someone who fears danger either," said Qin Yun.
Xiao smiled.
"I'm planning on heading out to kill Water God."
Xiao looked at Qin Yun. "I wish to invite you on this mission." "Kill Water God?"
Qin Yun's heart palpitated, his mane changing slightly.
"Missy, why are you suddenly talking about killing Water God?"
Xiao explained, "To be honest, my main goal of coming to Grand Dominance is to kill Water God. It's just that after Uncle Wen knew of my arrival, he sought my help to retrieve the 1,000-year-old ice jade fruit. Now, having gotten the spirit fruit, it's naturally time to tend to proper matters. In fact, I had taken on a mission within the sect to kill Water God. An Uncle Master should have aided me, but he was heavily injured after killing a Khanate realm demon. Therefore, I can only request you for your help."
"Sect mission?" Qin Yun said, "Are you absolutely confident?" "If you are absolutely confident, that would be great. Grand Dominance County has suffered under Water God for too long. How can I be absolutely confident?"
Xiao shook her head. "If I had absolute confidence, Water God would not have gone scot-free for more than 2 centuries.
If my Uncle Master were here, we would have about 60 to 70% chance of success."
Xiao shook her head.
"Forgive me for being honest." Qin Yun shook his head. "Water God is very crafty.
If any cultivation expert at the Khanate realm were to head for Water God, he would definitely not stray too far from the river. Therefore, to deal with Water God, it has to be a postnatal realm cultivator.
My uncle master is in the postnatal realm.
Xiao said, however, he cultivates in the physical establishing sage. His physical body is probably the best among all postnatal realm cultivators in the world. However, due to him being at the advanced age of more than 100 years old, he has not been able to break through to the Khanate realm.
Physical establishing sage?
Qin Yun was surprised. In the world, there were two most powerful melee combat styles. One school came from God-fiend heritage. Among humans, only the imperial government possessed the profound God-fiend cultivation methods. The imperial government had even established a God-fiend guard. For example, his father, Qin Liehu, might be at the 9th stage of Qi refinement, but he had mastered profound God-fiend techniques. He could match typical cultivators and be capable of killing ordinary lesser demons as well. This gave him the qualification of being a silver badge constable. It was said that demons also had God-fiend heritage among themselves. The second school was the physical establishing sage of Taoist and Buddhist sections. However, most of them were not profound enough. The most famous heritage came from the primordial chaos sect of the three Taoist sacred lands. Its ranking stemmed from the Dharma methods of physical establishing sage. It was also the most famous melee combat style.
Their bodies could match Dharma treasures. They had immense strength. Striking their bodies would only give off sparks. A single strike from them would kill you. In comparison, the state of being a sword immortal was only the beginning stages because they were not able to partake in sword kinesis. Therefore, they had to engage in melee combat. A sword immortal's body could not be compared to existences like godfiends or physical establishing sages. For instance, in the battle between Qin Yun and White Tiger's strength was a lot greater than his. He had relied on his Misty Rain sword intent to produce an impenetrable defense. If he had been hit, just a single strike from White Tiger would probably reduce him to a pulp. Sword immortals had all their strength deriving from their intrinsic flying sword. There was a saying that a flying sword could accomplish, a single sword can destroy all Dharma. It was not inferior to methods like the physical establishing sage. Yes, Uncle Master has cultivated for more than 100 years with excellent spear arts. The divine spear he has in possession is even an 8th grade Dharma treasure.
Because of his physical establishing sage methods, he was designated to complement me according to the sect mission. Xiao said, however, Uncle Master is severely injured and cannot help me.
Therefore, Brother Qin, I can only ask for your help. Just you and me? Asked Qin Yun.
Yes.
Xiao nodded.
Forget it.
Qin Yun shook his head.
Xiao was taken aback.
She was rejected? She was rejected in such a direct manner?
Xiao hurriedly said, Brother Qin, I need you to hold back Water God. You have your melee combat techniques and I will additionally give you 2 length contraction charms. With this charm, your speed will be above Water God's.
There's no problem coming out alive. Length contraction charms. They originated from length contraction spells.
Among the Taoist Dharma spells, only Khanate Golden Core Realm experts could cast them. Therefore, length contraction charms were typically refined through great pains by Khanate Golden Core experts. Among the friends that Qin Yun encountered at the northern border, there was only one who had used a length contraction charm before.
Length contraction charms could contract the distance between 2 distant points. Even he had not received a length contraction charm before. Now, Xiao was giving him 2 at a go. Every talisman charm was worth more than the 5 kilograms of Frostmuster spirit liquid. They were extremely precious and could be used to save one's life. You are already fast. With the length contraction charm and your powerful sword arts, there is no fatal threat at all. Xiao said immediately, I just want you to accompany this once. If you had length contraction charms, why didn't you use them at Green Tooth Mountain? asked Qin Yun. Xiao shook her head. This is one of the numerous treasures the sect gave to me after I accepted the sect's mission. These treasures are meant to use against Water God and cannot be used without reason. After all, I'm just a junior that has yet to enter the Khanate. To kill Water God with a 60 to 70% chance of success, I obviously will need the synergy of several treasures. Even my uncle master was a part of the original plan. These 2-length contraction charms were for him. Since he's unable to come, I can only implore you for your help. The 2-length contraction charms will also be left to you. Brother Qin, just accompany me this once? Xiao's eyes had a pleading look to them. However, Qin Yun did not agree. He said, "You are not skilled at melee combat. During a life and death struggle, wouldn't you will be in greater danger than me?" He had means to ensure his safety even if he fought Water God in close quarters. Once Xiao was too close to Water God, the chance of survival was very low. How can there not be danger when killing powerful demons? Besides, it's a great demon that has not been vanquished by the imperial government, Taoist and Buddhist sects for over 2 centuries. Xiao said. It's still alright in Grand Dominance City. Outside the city, there are numerous villages. Every village has to offer young boys and girls to Water God. Every year, numerous children are eaten in Grand Dominance County. A large number of humans have been the victims of plunder and torture by the demons. How can we as cultivators be afraid of death? Having 60 or 70% chance of success is enough for us to take action. Miss E, it's best you return first. Qin Yun said. Xiao was enraged when she heard that. Return? Don't tell me you are really afraid of Water God? I'm a foreigner. The sect and my family clan have urged me not to come, but here I am. Xiao looked at Qin Yun. I could not tolerate it when I read the dossier. I knew that death is possible, but I still came. You are a local but you don't dare to go? Qin Yun looked at Xiao. She came even if her life was at risk. She still wanted to proceed even when her uncle master was unable to help. Sorry for not being able to help you. Qin Yun got up. Qin Yun. Xiao stood up as well, her eyes suffusing redness. Such matters can't be forced, but I'm just too disappointed in you. Even without your help, I'll still ask others for help. Qin Yun frowned. Why are you so hellbent on this? I can't tolerate it. Every year this drags out, more children will be eaten. Xiao's eyes were brimming with tears. I have to go. Furthermore, Water God has already entered the Khanate realm for more than 200 years. According to the information my Divine Firmament chapter has received, Water God has accumulated a great deal and can enter the Khanate True Core realm at any time. He has an ancient Water 8 bloodline. Once he steps into the Khanate True Core realm, together with his crafty nature, there is no way of killing him forever. There will also not be any chance of saving the millions of citizens of Grand Dominance forever. Now, there is a 60 or 70% chance, but once he steps into the Khanate True Core realm, it will be impossible forever. Xiao looked at Qin Yun. Yet, you, Qin Yun, are just watching by the side? Qin Yun was taken aback as he looked at Xiao. Stepping into the Khanate True Core realm at any time? Yes, according to the attack he did half a year ago, he has amassed sufficient powers to do so. Without a doubt, he can make the breakthrough at any time. Xiao said, this is why I chose this sect mission. I cannot let him off. Qin Yun, accompany me. Let us join forces and vanquish Water God. Qin Yun fell silent. Xiao looked disappointed. 3 days. Qin Yun said, give me 3 days. Let me think carefully about it. I'll give you an answer in 3 days. You still need 3 days to consider? Xiao took a deep breath. Alright, I'll come again in 3 days. With that said, she turned and left.
Xiao believed that the danger wasn't great. With her understanding of Qin Yun, she believed that getting his help was without question. Furthermore, the target was Grand Dominance County's water god. There was no way that Qin Yun, as a local, would detach himself from the matter. However, she had thought wrong. She even felt that she did not understand Qin Yun. Her master's words suffused her mind. Xiao, you have cultivated on the mountain for many years. You understand too little about the mortal world. This time, when you leave the mountain, remember that the human mind is unpredictable. Make sure not to trust others easily. Did I make a wrong read of character? Xiao asked herself silently. Qin Yun watched Xiao leave as his face turned slightly pale. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 44. Chapter 44, 13 Years to Hone a Sword. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. That evening, Xin Liehu returned home. Liehu. Madame Changlan hurriedly came forward. Waving her hand to shoo her maidservants away, she whispered, "Do you know of a lady named Xiao?" Xiao? Xin Liehu was puzzled as he shook his head. "Dear, where did you hear this name from?" Changlan said, "She's the one that went to Green Tooth Mountain with Yuner." "That I know. I heard of a Miss E. She's currently staying in County Governor Manor." Xin Liehu said. "Miss E came to our place today, alone. She wanted to meet Yuner." Changlan said, "She apparently has a good relationship with our son, but she left shortly. And seriously, Yuner didn't even walk her out." Sigh, ever since Yuner stepped onto the path of cultivation, I began fearing that he would ignore the matters of the heart. There were many cultivators that did not marry and have children. You shouldn't meddle with Yuner's matters. Xin Liehu said with a smile. He's my son. How can I not be anxious? He's already 21. Changlan said. Ha, Xin Liehu laughed. At that moment, a person appeared across the winding corridors. He was none other than Qin Yun. "Father, mother." Qin Yun shouted from afar. "I won't be eating at home today. I'll be out." "All right." Xin Liehu and Changlan responded. They watched as their son left the manor. Xin Liehu whispered, "Dear, Yuner seems to be troubled. Say, he didn't send Missy back to County Governor Manor today. Did they have a quarrel? Didn't you tell me not to meddle in their affairs?" Changlan said with an ambiguous smile. Xin Liehu was taken aback as he deliberately coughed twice. "Call me when dinner is ready. I had a tough day at work. I need some rest." Qin Yun walked out the manor alone. He walked aimlessly down the streets, and when he saw a crowded restaurant, he went to the second floor to get a window seat. He ordered some dishes and wine before eating and drinking alone. "I saw Lord County Governor from afar today. He has transformed. He's a lot younger. He doesn't even look much older than his son, young Master Wenchong. How is it possible? An elderly can turn young? I heard too. The county governor has turned a lot younger. What's the fuss? I heard that some immortal experts can refine spiritual pills and miraculous medicine that can raise the dead and extend one's life. Lord County Governor must have eaten some immortal pill." At another table on the second floor, there were customers engaging in idle banter. However, Qin Yun heard them clearly. Cultivators would occasionally show their skills in the mortal world. As for ordinary people, most of them would actually not make any contact with cultivators, therefore, the stories only turned ridiculous as it spread. Raising the dead? Extending one's life? Nothing that defied the heavens was easy. Some would even trigger heavenly tribulations as punishment. He imbibed the wine alone, one cup after another. He looked at the people walking the streets outside the restaurant.
13 years.
It has been 13 years. Qin Yun drank his wine and muttered softly to himself.
He could never forget everything that happened when he was 8.
Water God had been seeking 10 young boys that were born on a certain date of Puryang, and 10 girls that were born on a date of Purine. They were especially for Water God himself. Typically, many of the children that were delivered by the villages were given to the demons under Water God.
That day,
his father was originally in charge of the Village Defense Corporation.
With him being at the 7th level of Qi refinement, he would lead a pretty good life even if he entered the city.
He had fought bloody battles for the village, leading the Village Defense Corp to defend against the nuisances of the lesser demons. Due to the great service he rendered, there was no need for him to participate in the draw. However, when his youngest daughter was determined to be born on a date of Purine, the villagers persuaded Qin Liehu to hand over his daughter to prevent the slaughter of the village. While facing the demons outside the village who wanted his daughter, and facing the betrayal of the villagers, Qin Liehu went insane.
But what else could he do? Eventually, he lost an arm. The entire family was temporarily imprisoned while his daughter was delivered to the demons.
Sister! Sister! The 8-year-old Qin Yun cried in tears.
His mother was struggling while being taken down.
His father had blood bleeding out of his severed arm stump. As his younger sister was being taken away, she kept shouting, "Father, Mother, Big Brother, Second Brother, save me! Save me!" His sister's cries haunted Qin Yun's dreams for a long period of time.
Eventually, Qin Liehu and his entire family left the village and entered the city.
They barely managed to survive in the city. The days were tough, and after Qin Liehu's recovered from his injuries, the setback he suffered made his strength improve. He finally became a constable of 6 Fansgate.
Only then did the Qin family manage to settle down in the city. From that day on, they began having better lives.
And the 8-year-old Qin Yun turned crazier when it came to Qi refinement and the practice of swordplay. He fervently practiced the way of the sword and was given the nickname of Lunatic Yun at Western Mountain Sword Garden.
13 years.
I have never forgotten to seek revenge for my sister.
Qin Yun downed a cup of wine.
He looked composed, but deep in his heart, there was a fury erupting like a volcano, yet it did not blow because he had repressed everything. On the day he erupted would be naturally the day he was craziest. I left home at the age of 15, ambitioning to knock open the gate of immortality and become a sword immortal.
Even after all sorts of dangers, I failed to knock open the gate of immortality. I failed.
I did not have a master to guide me or any magical item to aid me. I had to rely on myself. Trying to knock open the gate of immortality with top heritage was just too difficult.
At the northern borders, I kept pushing myself to the edge of death. Either I die, or I knock open the gate of immortality. I finally succeeded. After searching all information regarding Water God,
I realized how cunning Water God is and how difficult it is killing him. Qin Yun thought to himself.
As long as a Khanate realm cultivator approaches, Water God would immediately enter the river.
Furthermore, Water God's residence is beside the river and nothing can tempt him.
How can one kill Water God with a postnatal cultivation realm?
According to my original plan, I had to first, grasp Misty Rain Sword intent, second, master my intrinsic flying sword, and third, cultivate my psyche to formally reach the state of heaven-man unity so as to master sword kinesis.
Having the 3 means at one's disposal is a legend according to the sword immortal legacy.
But only then can one kill Water God with a postnatal cultivation realm.
Qin Yun thought to himself.
All 3 were very difficult.
Intrinsic flying sword? That was relatively easy.
However, typical sword immortals would take decades to nurture one. They had to rely on all sorts of rare treasures to shorten the time. As for Qin Yun, he had the Misty Rain Sword intent that allowed the nurturing time to be reduced by 10 times. Now, he could guarantee success in half a month.
As for attaining heaven-man unity to master sword kinesis? Typical Khanate false core sword immortals could not attain heaven-man unity. They had to forcefully use even purer Khanate false core powers to perform sword kinesis.
As for quintessential essence, he was ultimately a postnatal cultivator.
His quintessential essence was not pure enough.
Only by attaining heaven-man unity was he able to use the worldly powers to perform sword kinesis. His psyche had long reached the peak of the seamless realm. He could even spread his psyche to a 50-foot radius. He was about a year away from attaining heaven-man unity. In fact, Misty Rain sword intent was the most difficult. That was because even Khanate true core sword immortals could only grasp an inkling of sword intent. Having successfully grasped that inkling of sword intent was the basis that gave Qin Yun hope in slaying Water God.
A year.
According to my original plan, which is in a year's time, I will definitely reach the legendary state of a sword immortal. I'll be a cultivator at the postnatal realm, having refined my intrinsic flying sword, possessing sword intent, and attaining heaven-man unity.
Qin Yun thought to himself. However, according to Xiao's intelligence, Water God has accumulated so much that he can break through to the Khanate true core realm at any time? If he were to make a breakthrough, how am I to kill him?
In order to kill Water God, he had honed his sword for 13 years.
All for that one strike.
For that one strike, he did not mind if he lost his life. Therefore, he had not agreed to Xiao's request. If he agreed, he would eventually fail to kill Water God. Even if Water God was heavily injured, it would only lead to frightening him. Then, even if he had the confidence the next time, Water God would be serious when facing him again. He would definitely think, "You nearly killed me the last time. For you to dare come again, you must have made sufficient preparations. Water God would definitely not give me another chance.
I only have one chance. If I fail, Water God will not risk it the next time. I believe that I would definitely succeed a year later." However, the Divine Firmament chapter, which is a Taoist sacred land, has determined that Water God can make a breakthrough at any time. There is no question of its authenticity. Once he breaks through within a year, how am I to kill him?
Qin Yun held the wine cup as he could not help but tighten his grip, smashing it to smithereens in the process. If he missed the opportunity and failed to kill Water God, allowing it to continue wreaking havoc, Qin Yun would die with regrets.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 45. Chapter 45, Determining the Plan. Translator, Situlan. Editor, Situlan. Calm down. Calm down.
There's no need to rush to a decision.
Think again. Think some more. Qin Yun tried convincing himself.
He had to consider the matter carefully because he could not accept the outcome of failure. That night, he sat in the restaurant till it closed before returning alone. That night, he continued cultivating his intrinsic flying sword.
1 day. 2 days.
The summer's sun rose very early. Early in the scorching morning, Qin Yun left home and headed for County Governor Manor.
Young Master Qin?
The guards at the entrance to County Governor Manor turned receptive the moment they saw him. All of them knew that young Master Qin was now a distinguished favorite of the county governor. Qin Yun did not need to wait outside before he was let in.
Soon, he came outside Xiao's yard.
The guard behind shouted, "Miss E, young Master Qin wishes to seek an audience." "Young Master Qin, I'll take my leave," the guard said. There were a total of 600 guards in County Governor Manor, with more than half of them having gone to Green Tooth Mountain. They naturally knew that White Tiger had its claw cleaved off by young Master Qin.
"Thanks,"
Qin Yun said with a smile. For young Master Qin to be so courteous and actually thank him, the guard felt immensely proud of himself.
He took his leave with a big grin. Qin Yun stood outside the yard and soon after, the door opened with a creak. Xiao smiled when she looked out. It's only the second day and here you are? Come in and have a seat. Qin Yun nodded and entered. The two sat down. Brother Qin, I was somewhat agitated when I went to your place. Please don't mind me, said Xiao. Indeed, I am taking a risk trying to kill Water God, but I cannot force others to take the risk with me. Furthermore, you have to consider your family. Xiao believed that she understood what was holding Qin Yun back. Qin Yun likely had many considerations. If the assassination on Water God failed, it would result in his revenge. Miss E. Qin Yun said, I'm rather impressed by you. As a foreigner, you are willing to risk your life to save the millions of citizens of Grand Dominance County. A sect mission might come with a reward, but Kunlun Prefecture's family members would not risk their lives for a bit of reward. Qin Yun could tell that Xiao truly could not tolerate the circumstances Grand Dominance County was facing. She had come solely because of this. It left him impressed. As for Xiao, it was also very normal for her not to understand how the ways of the world and people worked. Young cultivators would typically enter the mountains for cultivation as children. They experienced little of the secular world. If Water God can be killed, saving countless citizens of Grand Dominance County and allowing a large number of children to return to their parents' side, I'd be willing to die to see it happen. Xiao looked at Qin Yun. Let's not talk about that. Brother Qin, having come to me, have you thought it through? I wish to ask about the possibility of Water God breaking through to the Kane True Core realm within a year. Qin Yun answered with a question. This? Xiao hesitated for a moment. I do not know. According to Divine Firmament Chapter's intelligence, the sect's elders have determined that he can break through at any time. The breakthrough will definitely happen within 3 years. Qin Yun sighed gently. Breakthrough at any time? It would definitely happen within 3 years? Qin Yun nodded. All right, I'll go with you. You are agreeable to it? Xiao was delighted as she immediately said, Brother Qin, if it fails, your Qin family might incur the vengeful wrath of Water God. It is not necessary for you to go with me. I'll think of ways to invite other cultivators. My desire to kill Water God is a lot greater than yours. Qin Yun said with a chuckle. Miss E, you must have read about how Water God wreaks havoc from books, right? As for me, I lived in the villages before the age of 8. Xiao was taken aback. Lived in the villages? I've seen with my own eyes, children my age drawing the lots to be given to Water God as tribute. Their parents end up letting out heart-wrenching cries. Qin Yun whispered, I have seen villagers out in the fields being kidnapped by demons, never to return. My younger sister had been eaten by Water God when I was 6. Qin Yun looked at Xiao. Xiao's expression changed. Do you know why I practice the way of the sword? Qin Yun said, it's for the sake of killing Water God. Then, why didn't you previously agree? Xiao could sense a horrifying killing intent contained within Qin Yun's calm voice. Water God is too cunning. By combining forces with you, and using the techniques the Divine Firmament chapter has prepared, we will be able to severely injure him even if we fail to kill him. However, if it fails this time, he will definitely not give me another chance when I try to take action again. Qin Yun said, your 60 to 70% chance was just too low. I wanted 100%. That's right. As long I have a year's time. As long as Water God was still in the Khanate False Core realm, or even if he were at the peak of the Khanate False Core realm. Once his intrinsic flying sword was mastered, having Heavenman Unity's sword kinesis together with his Misty Rain sword intent, he would definitely be able to kill Water God that was a little distance away from the rivers. However, the premise was that Water God would not make a breakthrough. It had been more than 2 centuries. He had not made a breakthrough, but now, he was, Truly, fate was making fools out of people. Xiao looked at Qin Yun. 100%? How is that possible? How can a postnatal cultivator have 100% certainty of killing water god? If that's possible, the imperial government, Taoist and Buddhist sects would not be helpless against water god for more than 2 centuries. The 60 to 70% chance I mentioned happens only if the plan proposed by the sect was carried out to perfection. Yes, 100% is very difficult. Qin Yun did not argue. I was hoping of making sufficient preparations first. However, now that I know that water god can break through at any moment, all my preparations would be for naught if it happens. It is why I'm agreeing to take action together with you. Xiao looked at Qin Yun and felt a little ashamed. She felt so because she had mistaken him. All right. Xiao smiled and said, then, let's join forces and rid this great demon known as Water God. Rid him. Qin Yun nodded as well, his eyes containing a sharp glimmer. However, before we take action, said Qin Yun, we need to make sufficient preparations. Only by knowing ourselves and the enemy will we have the greatest chance of killing him. These are all the information I have gathered regarding Water God. With that said, Qin Yun took out a handwritten book. I have one here too. Xiao took out a sachet and reached her hand into it. Suddenly, she pulled out a thick book that was much bigger than the sachet. Cosmic Bag. Qin Yun was secretly astonished. Cosmic bags were very rare. Kane False Core Realm experts like Commander Fong and White Tiger did not even have one. Including the last time he saw one, this was the second time he was seeing a cosmic bag. The duo began comparing the information they had each gathered. As expected of the Divine Firmament chapter, this intelligence is very well sourced. So Water God is a disciple of the Cloud Fiend Mountain? Qin Yun was alarmed. Legends spoke of Cloud Fiend Mountain, a fiendish mountain that floated above the clouds. The status it held in the hearts of all demons under the sky was equivalent to the Taoist sacred lands in the hearts of cultivators. Such an ancient faction was fully capable of clashing head-on with the imperial government. His master is a Khanate golden core demon. He also has many fellow disciples. Qin Yun read the report's descriptions and could not help but exclaim in awe. The demon fiend factions in the world finally revealed a tip of its iceberg through that report. This is my original plan. Take a look. Xiao handed Qin Yun a few pieces of paper. Qin Yun took a look at it. It wasn't fake at all. According to Divine Firmament Chapter's plan, there was indeed a 60 to 70% chance of success. When my intrinsic flying sword is mastered, my strength would increase immensely. Qin Yun thought to himself. Although I would not reach the state of heaven-man unity to master sword kinesis, my strength should be a lot stronger than Xiao's uncle master. But by teaming up with Xiao, there should be an 80 to 90% chance of success. Qin Yun nodded silently. Sitting beside him, Xiao immediately asked, how is it? Can you do what my uncle master can do? Of course. However, I think it needs some further refinement. Qin Yun suggested. Tell me. Xiao listened carefully. The duo researched the intelligence and discussed their strategy, with the sole goal of ridding Water God that had wreaked havoc in Grand Dominance County for more than 200 years. Now, be it the millions of citizens out in the world or County Governor Manners County Governor himself, they did not know that a huge battle that determined the lives of millions of Grand Dominance County citizens was about to begin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 46. Chapter 46, Intrinsic Flying Sword completes. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. The date that Qin Yun and Xiao determined to take action was the 26th day of June because the 28th was the day many villages in Grand Dominance County would sacrifice their young children to Water God.
By taking action 2 days early, it would firstly prevent the children from suffering a terrible fate and secondly, allow Qin Yun and Xiao's plan to proceed. There was still more than half a month before the designated day arrived. The two made careful preparations and frequently discussed with each other. After all, neither one of them wanted to fail. That day at noon. Just after Qin Yun left Xiao's yard, he saw the county governor standing far away.
Young Master Qin.
The county governor greeted him with a smile.
Lord County Governor. Qin Yun immediately walked over. Let's talk along the way.
The county governor smiled as he headed toward a small footpath to the side. Qin Yun followed behind him curiously.
The surrounding vegetation was tranquil and silent. The guards in the distance also maintained a certain distance.
The county governor said with a sigh, "It really feels different being younger.
My muscles and bones have strength and some of my minor ailments are gone." Qin Yun smiled. Qin Yun.
The county governor turned to look at him.
I owe you a great favor.
You played a huge role in being able to extend my life by 20 years.
In my heart, you aren't an outsider.
Whatever happened at Green Tooth Mountain was simply a call of duty, said Qin Yun. I'm not treating you as an outsider, so I should make some things clear to you. The county governor said, previously, you did not have many interactions with Xiao, but after the expedition to Green Tooth Mountain, you frequently came to County Governor Manor to see her.
Occasionally, she would go to Qin Manor to see you.
For a man and woman to meet privately in a lone yard without anyone present would tend to make people have wild thoughts once it reaches a certain frequency. Qin Yun was slightly startled. Yes, in order to deal with Water God, they had frequently met to discuss the plans in detail. Xiao is indeed considered one of the most aesthetic entities in the world, like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. The county governor asked, she is the most excellent member of the Kunlun Prefecture's family's younger generation. She is also a disciple of the Taoist Sacred Land, Divine Firmament chapter. Cultivators are, after all, few in number.
Compounded by her beauty, she is a rare one even among cultivators. How many people do you think are courting her? Qin Yun was taken aback.
There were many mortals, but it was very rare for mortals to produce a woman of peerless beauty. There were very few cultivators. Even if cultivation could rejuvenate a person, making their mane extraordinary, they needed to be born pretty to be like Xiao. There are probably many who court Miss E, said Qin Yun.
I know there are many.
The county governor said with a laugh. There are many who do not dare court her too.
Why?
It's because there are 3 who are fervently courting her. Each of them has formidable backgrounds that scare away the rest. Those who dare court her are those with guts.
Who are the 3? Qin Yun asked out of curiosity. The first is His Highness, 16th Prince.
The county governor said, Human Emperor has established the Great Chang Empire for more than 3 centuries.
There aren't many princes, with only 18 to date. Qin Yun nodded.
Human Emperor ruled the world and had maintained his monarchy for more than 3 centuries. Just from his age, one could easily know that he was an unfathomable expert. Rumors said that Human Emperor cultivated in God-fiend heritage, and was one of the few peerless experts in the world.
Among Human Emperor's children, there are not many with talent in cultivation.
As for His Highness, 16th Prince, he is rather talented. He is now 25 and is already at the Khanate False Core realm. He also cultivates in God-fiend heritage and is extremely strong. He is favored by His Majesty and placed in important positions. Now, he is second to a general, a commandant of a God-fiend guard with God-fiend experts under his command. The county governor said, His Highness, 16th Prince had visited the Divine Firmament chapter once and began pursuing Xiao fervently after seeing her.
The other is Divine Firmament chapter's eldest disciple.
The county governor said, he is now 29 and is already at the Khanate True Core realm.
He is truly an elite with great profundity in the Dharmic Tao.
Rumors say that the divine firmament lightning Dharma has been passed down to him. With his talent, there is a large chance of him reaching the Khanate Golden Core realm as well.
Qin Yun was secretly alarmed. He was at the Khanate True Core realm at such a young age? Divine Firmament Lightning Dharma?
Out of all the Dharmic Tao, lightning reigns supreme. And among the lightning Dharma, the divine firmament lightning Dharma was the best. One had to know that the moment divine firmament sky lightning befell the world, it had unimaginable powers. The third is the youngest, young Master Fu of the divine firmament Zhang family. The county governor said, young Master Fu is the most excellent among the present generation of the divine firmament Zhang family. He's only 16 this year and has already entered the Khanate False Core realm.
As for the divine firmament Zhang family,
I believe you know what position it enjoys in the divine firmament chapter. Qin Yun muttered to himself.
He knew. Of course, he knew.
The divine firmament chapter's sect master had always been helmed by someone from the divine firmament Zhang family. It had never changed. This particular young Master Fu was considered the most excellent son of the divine firmament Zhang family. His status and position were unmatchable even to favored princes.
Divine Firmament Chapter's eldest disciple and the Divine Firmament Zhang family's young Master Fu. In addition, His Highness, 16th Prince.
The county governor said, these are only the 3 strongest ones that are courting Xiao.
Furthermore, they aren't very old, so it's a suitable match.
As Xiao is unmoved by externalities, no one has succeeded to date. The county governor looked at Qin Yun. The both of you haven't known each other for long, so I would like to alert you so that you would not fall into this mess.
Young Master Fu and 16th Prince are both extremely overbearing.
Divine Firmament Chapter's eldest disciple also has extremely powerful means. Thank you, Lord County Governor, for informing me, said Qin Yun.
The county governor nodded. I'll leave it to you.
With that said, he left.
Qin Yun had guessed it too.
A gentle and graceful belle was the perfect mate for a gentleman. Despite having honed his Tao heart in the northern borders, he had been astonished the first time he met Xiao. She had been cultivating in the Divine Firmament Chapter for long periods of time. There was naturally no lack of pursuers that were of the same generation in the Divine Firmament Chapter. One of them was the eldest disciple and the other was Divine Firmament Zhang family's young Master Fu. Lastly, there was 16th Prince who had visited Divine Firmament Chapter. It was only natural. Compared to them, I'm only an itinerant cultivator.
Qin Yun chuckled before walking out of County Governor Manor.
Days passed and in a blink of an eye, it was the 19th.
It was late into the night.
Qin Yun was sitting cross-legged on a bed in his room.
Inside an incense cauldron, an incense stick was lit.
Swoosh!
Quintessential Essence rapidly opened the big chest by the corner of the room.
It was a chest that had been specially made to order.
It opened to reveal fragments, all parts of the large axe.
The large axe only had 550 kilograms left after all the absorption. It was separated into several fragments and placed in the chest. Being carried by quintessential essence, the fragments flew up and soon formed a pile inside the room. If I estimated correctly, today is the day I will master my intrinsic flying sword. Qin Yun had a strong presentiment as his mind stirred. The sword ball in his dantian rapidly transformed into a metallic sliver and left his dantian, surging through his veins and out his fingertip. It expanded upon contact with the surrounding air and grew to a length of 3 inches. The flying sword remained bright silver in color. However, there was a blue nether glow suffusing from it. With a thought, he controlled the flying sword to fly straight to a point above the axe fragments on the ground.
Xiao!
Xiao! Xiao! As Qin Yun circulated his Dharma method, the flying sword once again had lustrous swirls on its surface. The fragments beneath it began flying up as points of light, infusing into the flying sword above.
1 second after another passed by.
After about an hour, about 15 kilograms of the metallic essence absorbed.
Wang.
The flying sword suddenly vibrated with a sword hum. Its absorption rates accelerated as the fragments beneath it rapidly disintegrated. Large swaths of light dots surged upwards at the floating 3-inch-long flying sword. The speed of the absorption was the first Qin Yun encountered when cultivating his intrinsic flying sword.
The fragments of the large axe quickly reduced to dregs.
Qin Yun revealed an anticipant look as his burning eyes stared at the flying sword.
It's the critical moment.
The fervent absorption took only about 10 minutes. When there were only about 300 kilograms of fragments left, the intrinsic flying sword's vibrations came to a halt. The sword hum paused and the room fell silent. There was only a silver sword floating there with formless sword beams appearing at its tip.
My baby.
Qin Yun revealed a look of glee.
An intrinsic flying sword was nurtured through using one's quintessential essence and soul.
By using his sword intent to nurture it daily, it had already become a part of his life over time.
It was even more important than his limbs. Cultivators had means to regrow their severed limbs.
But to have an intrinsic flying sword destroyed, the effects would range from being severely injured to having his cultivation path completely severed.
Its destruction was equivalent to having half his life sliced off. However, the prowess of a sword immortal stemmed from the intrinsic flying sword. Without the intrinsic flying sword, there was no way to demonstrate the strength of a sword immortal. Once the intrinsic flying sword was mastered, it was when one's strength surged. Qin Yun had been relying solely on his heaven-defying misty rain sword intent to last this long. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 47. Chapter 47, 12th Level of Qi Refinement. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. Come.
Qin Yun beckoned with his hand. The silver flying sword in midair whizzed towards him like a fish. It landed in Qin Yun's hand and rapidly expanded to a 3-foot-long sword, no different from an ordinary sword.
Unfortunately, I'm still unable to use sword kinesis. Qin Yun gave a self-deprecating smile.
My control methods can only be considered to be kinesis through quintessential essence.
Quintessential essence could control items such as gravel.
Even heavy items could be lifted and launched directly. However, simple controlling of items was done only using quintessential essence as a hand so as to control the flying sword to strike. The amount of power that could be delivered was far from the destruction produced by a physical attack that was infused with quintessential essence. Furthermore, the power obtained from controlling a flying sword with quintessential essence wasn't sufficient. Against true experts, they could have the flying sword forcefully snatched away. Therefore, even the flying sword Dharma treasures that were given to sword immortal disciples that left their sects temporarily were strictly used only for melee combat unless they mastered sword kinesis.
Sword kinesis. Qin Yun anticipated it too. Sword kinesis could also be attained in the connate false core realm. It was a result of one's quintessential essence having another qualitative change. The power of the connate false core's quintessential essence was sufficiently pure to use sword kinesis. It gathered the powers of the heaven and earth onto the flying sword. How immense were the powers of the heaven and earth! After it was gathered onto the sword, it would be a lot stronger than what mere physical strength could demonstrate. In the postnatal realm, one had to reach the heaven-man unity state to be able to use sword kinesis. After attaining heaven-man unity, one could automatically gather the powers of heaven and earth, making it a lot easier to use sword kinesis. Therefore, this was the only way postnatal cultivators had the ability to deploy sword kinesis. My psyche had greatly strengthened after I gained insights into the misty rain sword intent. Now, I am able to permeate it to 50 to 60 feet out. Qin Yun thought to himself. I'm still a distance away from heaven-man unity. The breakthrough of one's psyche was as profound as it could be. Gaining insights into sword intent allowed one's psyche to strengthen. Insights into day-to-day living and into life itself could strengthen one's psyche. Typically, the growth of psyche was very slow. In cultivation, once someone reached the seamless realm, they would be able to naturally nurture their soul, allowing their soul to strengthen and gradually mature. The stronger the soul, the stronger the psyche. At the speed of his psyche's growth, he estimated that it would take less than a year before he could achieve heaven-man unity. Phew! Qin Yun beckoned as the axe fragments flew to his side. He grabbed at them with one hand. In another hand, he held his intrinsic flying sword. Upon infusing quintessential essence into the flying sword, the surface of the flying sword suddenly turned even more dazzling as it slashed down with a loud hum. Pooh! A white scar could barely be seen on the axe fragment that was about the size of a wok lid. Just the sharpness of the flying sword is not enough to break a divine weapon. Qin Yun tried slashing with the intrinsic flying sword again. This time, he used the misty rain sword intent. The silver sword suffused a mist, and at a speed which the naked eye could not discern, it cleaved straight at the axe fragment. With a clang, the sword cleaved through the fragment, ripping a large portion that measured about a foot long. Nice! Qin Yun was surprised. I haven't used all my strength, but just infusing quintessential essence into it and using sword intent makes it possess such power? If I were to fight White Tiger again, I can directly cleave through his axe and easily slay him. Impressive! Qin Yun revealed an excited look. This flying sword of mine is already an 8th grade Dharma treasure upon completion. However, because it's an intrinsic flying sword, it can produce strength that matches a 6th grade Dharma treasure in my hand. Coupled with my sword intent, it has truly terrifying strength. To a sword immortal, no Dharma treasure, however good they were, could match their own intrinsic flying sword. For a cultivator like Qin Yun that had yet entered the Khanate realm, the strongest Dharma treasure he could power was at the 7th grade. But with an intrinsic flying sword in hand, he was able to produce strength that matched a 7th grade Dharma treasure even if he were using the lowest 9th grade Dharma treasure. The amount of quintessential essence expended when powering an intrinsic flying sword was less than 1/10 of the usual amounts. There was a lot more ease and freedom. As such, no matter how good other Dharma treasures were, they were incomparable to his intrinsic flying sword. Qin Yun's intrinsic flying sword was able to produce strength at the level of a 6th grade Dharma treasure. My intrinsic flying sword coupled with misty rain sword intent is able to split apart such a divine weapon easily. Qin Yun exclaimed, "Sword immortals are indeed worthy of being able to use a single sword to destroy all Dharma and be best at offense. Only till today can I truly appreciate the power of a sword immortal." In the past, he could not appreciate how powerful sword immortals were. The reason was that the weapons he used were mortal weapons. The sword techniques he used were also figured out by himself. It was powerful offensively because of the misty rain sword intent he had grasped. None of that had to do with the sword immortal legacy. The only thing related to it was the purer quintessential essence he had. Only till today. His intrinsic flying sword had been mastered and coupled with his sword intent left Qin Yun impressed. If he were to meet White Tiger again, it was possible for him to take its life away in about 10 strikes. An intrinsic flying sword is extremely sharp itself. It can also produce misty rain sword beams. Qin Yun gently brandished the silver sword in his hand. Immediately, wisps of ethereal sword beams revolved around the room like blurry misty rain once before automatically dissipating. Retrieve. With a thought, the silver sword in his hand melted into his arm and vanished. Opening his mouth, a sword beam whizzed out. It stopped in midair and revealed itself to be the intrinsic flying sword. Sword immortals are said to be able to hold back the Milky Way upon opening their mouths. Qin Yun said with a smile, "Only when one masters an intrinsic flying sword can one do that. However, I do not like spitting out a flying sword from my mouth." Unless he was deliberately tricking his enemy in battle, why would he need to spit a sword from his mouth? Forget it.
Qin Yun sat cross-legged on the bed as his flying sword returned to his dantian. It distorted into a sword ball and began absorbing and releasing the quintessential essence in the vast dantian. Each cycle only processed extremely tiny amounts of quintessential essence, but the released amounts turned a little purer and the sharp glimmer turned brighter. When the intrinsic flying sword was mastered, it could also help the body cultivate in quintessential essence. As this was the first time he completed the refinement of an intrinsic flying sword, he had improved greatly during that night's cultivation. When the sky outside gradually lit up, the quintessential essence within his body had turned purer after the repeated cycles of the sword ball. The flowing quintessential essence in his dantian even began to naturally turn into a stable vortex. Qin Yun was delighted. Coagulated quintessential essence vortex? I've finally entered the 12th level of Qi refinement. Next, I have to hone myself. By letting the quintessential essence coagulate within the vortex, it would finally transform into a false core. It was similarly very difficult to go from the 12th level of Qi refinement to the false core realm. However, having already grasped the Misty Rainsword intent, it was unlikely difficult to overcome the bottleneck. Given time, bit by bit, he could make his quintessential essence gradually change. It was not something he could rush either. Wah! Opening his eyes, he saw the sunlight that seeped in from outside the windows. Qin Yun felt an upsurge of emotions. He had mastered his intrinsic flying sword and because of it, managed to step into the 12th level of the Qi refinement realm the previous night. Water God. Wait for your death. Qin Yun's eyes flashed with a cold glimmer. In a blink of an eye, it was the 25th night of June. It was also the night before Qin Yun and Xiao would set off to deal with Water God. Qin Manor. Qin Yun and his parents, brother, sister-in-law, and his niece and nephew were having dinner together. This is mine. I want it too. The two imps were eating excitedly with mouths covered in oil. Second brother, you are too generous by preparing so many delicacies. Shu Yan and Shubbing can eat alone at the children's table. This is way too much a fuss. Qinan said with a laugh. He was exasperated by the antics of his two children. It will be more lively eating together. Qin Yun smiled as he looked at the oily mouths of his niece and nephew. They were only about 3 years old. After they got familiar with him, they were unafraid of anything. They had a penchant for mischief. Qin Yun looked at them and thought of his elder brother and younger sister when they were younger. Sister. Qin Yun's heart pricked in pain. Sister, it's soon. Tomorrow, I will avenge you. Both of you, don't rush. It's easy to choke on large pieces of meat. Let me tear it for you. Changlan was chuckling as she tore apart a roasted drumstick for her grandchildren. I want it. I want it. I want the bones. Eat the meat. There's nothing nice about the bone. The family cajoled the two imps. Qin Yun sat by the side, smiling as he watched and drank his wine. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 48. Chapter 48, Set Off. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. At night in Yi Zhao's room in County Governor Manor. She was in a study alone. The candlelight emitted a yellow halo that attenuated at the open window that opened up to a night sky filled with stars. Father, I will be fighting Water God tomorrow. Xiao clenched the jade ornament in her palm and muttered softly, I might die or live, but you probably don't care. It's been 10 years. After you left to roam the world, you have never returned to see me again. You are my only relative. How heartless you are, how heartless. At night in Qin Manor. Qin Yun sat in front of a window. A sword flew out from his palm and rapidly expanded into a 3-foot-long sword. While wielding the silver sword, Qin Yun's finger caressed the sword's edge gently. It was ice cold to the touch. It's been 13 years. I have honed my flying sword all for this day.
Sitting there alone all night, dawn unknowingly appeared over the horizon.
Qin Yun stood up and sheathed the silver sword in his scabbard. He pretended that it was an ordinary sword and not an intrinsic flying sword. The door creaked open. Qin Yun left the yard.
Second young master, good morning. Second young master, good morning.
The servants greeted him respectfully.
Qin Yun instructed, Ague, prepare my horse. Yes, second young master.
Li Gui immediately went to the stable to lead the horse over. Outside of Qin Manor, the horse was soon delivered. Qin Yun mounted the horse and said, Uncle Li, I will be out on a trip today.
I might not return tonight. All right. Uncle Li responded with a smile.
His young master was a cultivator, so it was normal for him to leave for periods as long as half a month.
Giddy up. Qin Yun immediately rode the horse and disappeared into the distance.
It was still very early in the morning and there were few people on the streets. Only hawkers were seen setting up their stalls in the usually bustling Jinglu Street.
Fatty Lu, give me 5 buns.
Qin Yun said after riding his horse somewhere to buy some buns.
Second young master?
The fatty that sold buns gingerly took 5 meat buns out, placed them in some oilskin, and handed them to Qin Yun.
Second young master, the buns are on the house for you. Keep it.
Qin Yun threw 10 coins out which neatly landed beside some plates sitting in the stall.
Qin Yun immediately reined the horse away. Fatty Lu chuckled as he collected the money. The hawkers beside him hurriedly questioned him, Fatty Lu, is that second young master? Qin Manor's second young master?
I heard that Qin Manor's second young master is an immortal cultivator.
Wow, an immortal cultivator even pays for buns.
The hawkers broke out into a discussion.
Fatty Lu said smugly, what do you know?
10 years ago, when second young master was still young, he came to buy buns from me frequently.
He loves my buns the most.
As Qin Yun ate the buns he frequently ate in his youth, he could not help but smile. He remembered that just as he moved from the village to the city, his father was still recuperating from his severed arm. Once, his mother had bought meat buns back. He had shared it with his brother and had eaten more than half of them. It was truly delicious. After his father became a constable, he also frequently patronized Fatty Lu's meat buns.
He finished the meat buns and his horse moved fast.
Just as half the sun peeked out in the east, Qin Yun came to the eastern city gates.
Xiao still isn't here?
Qin Yun scanned his surroundings and dismounted his horse outside the city gates to wait. After waiting for a while, he saw Xiao, who was dressed in a light blue dress, riding a horse out of the eastern city gates.
Xiao spotted Qin Yun the moment she came out. You're here?
Qin Yun mounted the horse. You came rather early, said Xiao with a smile.
I have been waiting for this day for too long. Also, Miss E, I have to thank you, said Qin Yun.
The intelligence that Xiao had gathered was a lot more complete than his. If he had stuck to his original plan, it was likely to cause serious regrets.
I was planning to take action anyway. Besides, I was the one inviting you. Let's go.
Xiao said.
Let's go.
The duo immediately proceeded on horseback. The 2 valiant steeds galloped across the major roads at rapid speeds. Occasionally, they would come across a group of villagers. They would have horse carriages with children in them.
Typically, there were 20 children.
These children had faces stained with tears. Some were in a daze while others were chomping down on steamed buns. On the 28th is the day children from the various villages have to be given to Water God. Qin Yun explained, it has to be on the 28th, not one day earlier or later. As there is a 10-kilometer forbidden zone around Water God Manor, any human that trespasses will be killed without question unless given prior permission.
Grand Dominance County is huge. The surrounding 20 county cities have millions of citizens.
Some of the further ones have to travel 300 to 400 kilometers to bring their children to Water God Manor, therefore, they have to embark a few days earlier.
It is common,
Qin Yun said, as they have to deliver children every year. The villagers have experience with the journey.
They all have experience.
Qin Yun felt a stab at his heart. Such days had persisted on for more than 2 centuries. They will not need to have such experiences in the future, replied Xiao.
Yes, there will not be any need in the future. Qin Yun nodded. Trot. Trot. Trot.
The horses dashed straight for Water God Manor.
In a village in heightened province, Chuang and his family of 3 were being imprisoned.
A lanky man brought 2 other men to the prison and opened the lock himself.
He said, "Brother Heir, come on out."
The woman inside the prison rushed out and grabbed the lanky man.
"Where's my baby? Where's my baby?"
The convoy that delivers the children have departed a day ago,
the lanky man said calmly.
The woman reeled back in shock as she collapsed down to the ground, lost in dazed speechlessness.
"Xiao, we failed our baby."
Chuang hugged the other child in his arms with reddened eyes. The child was still sleeping soundly.
No, the woman sobbed softly.
She knew she could do nothing. Year after year, generation after generation, this had gone on for 200 years. In the villages around the 20 county cities in Grand Dominance County, numerous villagers and families were heartbroken.
However, Water God was in power. Failure to meet his demands resulted in punishment.
A light one would be to send demons to slaughter an entire village, while a serious punishment was to stir floods that would inundate countless villages, causing more death and injury.
Qin Yun and Xiao quickly traversed 100 kilometers on horseback.
The sun was high in the sky when they reached their destination.
Ahead is Demon Mountain Camp.
Qin Yun pointed in front of him and said, "The various villages in Grand Dominance County will deliver their children to Demon Mountain Camp.
It is situated 5 kilometers away from Water God Manor. Ordinary villagers have no right to approach Water God Manor."
"Brother Qin, you have already said that the Forbidden Zone stretches out 10 kilometers around Water God Manor.
Any trespassers are killed without question. Then, aren't we just slightly more than 5 kilometers away from Water God Manor?"
Xiao said with a smile.
"Yes, soon, the encampment's demons will begin attacking us."
Qin Yun nodded.
"We won't be waiting for them. Let's head straight for them and wipe out the entire encampment. It will be an opening gambit."
The array formations distributed around Water God's Manor extends for about 9 kilometers.
He has likely discovered us. Let's see if he can continue tolerating us after we wipe out this encampment. Xiao said as well. "Both of us are not yet at the Khanate realm.
If he doesn't even dare come, he might as well kill himself." Qin Yun said, "Perhaps, to him, we are just prey."
The 2 chatted amid laughter. Soon, they approached the encampment on horseback.
The demons had established a camp at the foot of the mountain so as to receive the children that were delivered by the various villages.
"Oh, it's not yet the 28th, why are there people here?"
Perched atop a watchtower in the encampment, there were 2 demons who saw the couple coming from afar on horseback.
"They aren't bringing children? They dare trespass Water God's Forbidden Zone?" The demons exchanged looks. "Leader, enemies approach." A man and a woman. One of the demons yelled loudly.
Soon, their Demon Mountain camp stirred with commotion. The demons came out with some of them holding roasted human flesh that they were still eating. The demons that were responsible for receiving the children were one of the most trusted demons of Water God.
One by one, they came to the encampment's entrance and saw the horseback couple coming from afar. A man and a woman dare storm us? What audacity! Capture them and eat the man. We'll have some fun with the woman before we eat her.
There were such exclamations.
Leader,
I heard that the ones that stormed up Green Tooth Mountain were two cultivators, a man and a woman as well.
A demon with sharp ears shouted loudly immediately.
Instantly, all the surrounding demons fell silent. The thin demon leader's eyes stared widely, its eyes resembling a bell.
That man and woman from Green Tooth Mountain?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 49. Chapter 49, Two Arrogant Human Juniors. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. The demons and demon leader of Demon Mountain Camp looked at the horseback couple from afar.
At Green Tooth Mountain, it was a man and a woman couple that cleaved off the claw of Steadfast Mountain County's white tiger. Hundreds of demons were unable to harm the male sword immortal at all.
A demon whispered.
The legend of the man and woman couple at Green Tooth Mountain had long been spread among the Grand Dominance County demons.
That man has a sword by his waist.
A lesser demon widened his green eyes as he pointed at the distant Qin Yun.
There is a sword. The demon's trepidation turned worse.
With the strength of the Green Tooth Mountain couple, it would be committing suicide if they were to attack.
Ordinary mortals would not dare dream of taking a step into Water God's forbidden zone. They have to be cultivators. And it happens to be a man and a woman. That man also happens to use a sword. There's no way it's a coincidence.
It's highly likely that they are the couple from Green Tooth Mountain. A mouse demon said as he stroked his beard. Just as his voice faded, Qin Yun and Xiao, who were on horseback, suddenly leaped off their horses and began moving rapidly towards Demon Mountain Camp.
So, they are coming. The demons panicked. Stand guard.
I'll report it to. The thin demon leader failed to finish giving his orders.
Boom. 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 Boom.
The distant Xiao stretched out her left hand gently as 5 colored lightning suddenly appeared in her palm. They split into 5 bolts of lightning that traversed space, striking 5 demons. Although they were 700 to 800 feet away, the 5 elemental lightning Dharma's speed allowed the distance to be traversed nearly instantly. The thin demon leader had been struck by lightning before he finished his words. The other 4 lesser demons were burned to a crisp instantly, revealing their true forms. The demon leader's skin was charred and there was blood flowing profusely, but he shouted, "Disperse!"
He turned around and ran frantically. The demons fell into a momentary daze after the lightning strike.
With the divine traversal talisman amulet, Qin Yun raised his speed and reached the entrance of the encampment.
Hua! Qin Yun instantly drew his sword.
The instant the sword was unsheathed, 7 blurry sword shadows flashed.
7 demons surrounding him died instantly. The intrinsic flying sword was immensely powerful.
Despite being an 8th grade Dharma treasure, Qin Yun was able to produce the strength as expected of a 6th grade Dharma treasure. There was no need to use Misty Rain sword intent on the lesser demons, for a few simple sword beams were enough to vanquish them.
Phew! Phew!
Phew! Qin Yun was like a ghost as he flitted at speeds faster than the lesser demons. The fleeing demons collapsed one after another.
Boom! 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 Xiao stuck the fleeing demons with 5 elemental lightning Dharma.
With their assault both short-ranged and long-ranged, it ended the lives of the 20-plus demons in the encampment.
The thin demon leader was also slewed by Qin Yun with 1 strike. You should be proud of yourself. Your blood is the first enemy blood that stains my intrinsic flying sword.
Qin Yun looked at the charred demon leader that collapsed to the ground, revealing his true form to be a squirrel demon. As for the other lesser demons, they were all killed using sword beams. Only the demon leader had escaped death from the sword beams, which resulted in him being personally killed by the intrinsic flying sword.
They have all been eliminated. Xiao walked to Qin Yun's side. Thankfully, there's Miss Yi's 5 elemental lightning Dharma. With me only being able to engage in melee combat,
a few might have escaped. Qin Yun said with a smile. He was ultimately unable to be everywhere at once. All he could do for now was engage in melee combat. Only by mastering sword kinesis was he able to use his flying sword to kill enemies from a distance.
My Dharma eyes indicate that there should be many humans here.
Xiao pointed into the encampment.
Let's take a look. Qin Yun went over.
Under the Dharma eyes, nothing could be concealed, so they easily found the humans imprisoned in the encampment. When Qin Yun slashed open the lock with a sword beam, they saw more than 10 human women in tattered clothes. They were seized with terror as they shrunk themselves into a corner.
Some only had weeds to cover their bodies.
Qin Yun shook his head slightly. Following that, he opened 3 other cells. 2 of the cells were occupied by women and the last one had men. The men were all tied up.
Phew! Phew! Phew!
The sword beams whistled through the air, swiftly cutting off the ropes that bound the men.
The demons are dead.
All of you should leave, said Qin Yun. The men were overwhelmed with joy as they struggled to get up. 2 managed to barely stand, but the others were either too weak to move, or they would get up only to fall again. Inside the encampment, Qin Yun and Xiao watched as the group of humans walked out from their cells.
They prostrated themselves in exhilaration. Immortals! Thank you for saving our lives. All of them did so.
All of you should leave as fast as possible. This place is forbidden zone by Water God after all. Qin Yun said as he waved his hand, throwing the water bags and food the demons had left behind to the humans.
Yes, yes. The men and women hurriedly accepted.
They picked up the bags of water and food, with some gulping large mouthfuls of water. Finally, they helped each other and departed.
Qin Yun and Xiao watched on. The cultivating sects have made it clear that any entity that consumes humans are considered fiendish demons.
They are not to be spared, said Xiao. Out of all the demons in the world, about 70% of them are fiendish demons.
Qin Yun shook his head.
There were good demons, but from his travels, he knew that there were just too few good demons.
Lesser demons do not pose a threat.
Xiao's eyes turned sharp.
Once the great demon is eliminated, the lesser demons will only fear humans. Let's go, time to vanquish the great demon. Qin Yun immediately leaped onto the top of a building in the encampment.
With another leap, he swiftly reached the mountainside.
Xiao followed as well.
The location of Water God's residence had been meticulously selected.
The residence was constructed by the Langyang riverbank.
And other than the rivers around the manor, there were many mountains surrounding it.
Although it wasn't as vast as Green Tooth Mountain, it was majestic. It spanned more than 5 kilometers across. With the mountains, the demons could hide, deterring the human armies from attacking. Phew! Phew!
Qin Yun and Xiao quickly reached the mountain peak. Standing there, they could see into the distance. There was a roaring river in the valley and a majestic forested manor about 3 kilometers beside the river.
Brother Qin, I'm counting on you, Xiao said with a smile.
Qin Yun nodded. Standing on the mountaintop, he faced Water God Manor and shouted directly, "Water God, do you have the guts to fight me?" The voice that was produced with quintessential essence sounded like rolling thunder as it reached Water God Manor.
Water God, do you have the guts to fight me?
The distant voice resounded in Water God Manor.
It made the demons and human women within exchange looks. Who dared to challenge Water God?
In the manor surrounded by greenery, a white-robed Water God was standing with his hands behind his back as he looked into the distance. There was a mist of water obstructing him about 3 kilometers away. He could barely make out the 2 dots in the distant mountaintop.
Interesting. They dare infiltrate my forbidden zone and wipe out the demons in the encampment? From what the dual-modal water heart array senses, the both of them have only knocked open the gate of immortality, juniors that are not yet in the Khanate realm?
The corners of Water God's lips suffused a sneer.
What insolence! Pangolin! Water God said. Water God!
Immediately, Pangolin rushed to Water God's side and obediently awaited his instructions.
Go! Investigate the two cultivators. Tell me what makes them dare provoke me?
Even against weak juniors that were not at the Khanate realm, Water God would still do an initial reconnaissance.
Yes, Water God. Pangolin immediately headed deep into the ground and rapidly bored a tunnel out of Water God Manor. Moments later.
In the meadow at the foot of a mountain, Pangolin peeked its head out to look towards the mountain peak where Qin Yun and Xiao were.
It's them? Pangolin was alarmed at what he saw. It's that Qin Yun and Yi? 3 demonic slaves had once been killed by Qin Yun and Xiao.
Being the one that had reported the matter to Water God, Pangolin naturally recognized them at a glance.
Phew! Pangolin immediately burrowed back into the ground and returned quickly.
Soon, Pangolin was back in Water God Manor. Water God, I have investigated and identified the 2 cultivators, Pangolin said respectfully. It's that sword immortal named Qin Yun and that female cultivator, Yi. They are also the 2 from Green Tooth Mountain.
It's them.
Under Water God's long brows, his sinister cold eyes flashed a look of contempt. Back at Green Tooth Mountain, they had spoiled my plans and cleaved off junior brother White Tiger's claw.
I have been busy with my cultivation and have not sought revenge against them. Here they are, launching an assault at me? Do they think they are my match after injuring junior brother White Tiger? 2 juniors that are not even at the Khanate realm.
Humph! Water God scoffed contemptuously.
So what if they were from top sects?
He himself came from one of the strongest factions in the fiendish demon world, Cloudfiend Mountain. Besides, more than 2 centuries had passed. Didn't the imperial government, Taoist and Buddhist sacred lands constantly want to rid him, but when had they ever succeeded? Their youth makes them think too highly of themselves. Water God said casually, I'll be out for a stroll.
I'll also exterminate the 2 arrogant human juniors along the way.
Our cordial farewell to Water God.
The demons and human women surrounding him shouted politely in unison.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.